happen. Then Ye Hao strode upwards. With steady and unstoppable steps, he spoke out, calling, "System!" Ye Hao ordered, "Open the special king account, Dark Shadow Overlord. First, spend 10 million to play for 10 seconds, to see how twisted this Dark Shadow Overlord really is." The system received the order. Received. Opening. Please wait a moment. A red burst of energy erupted in the cave, the system notified. Account is being integrated. Please wait a moment. Xiaoji was stunned when everything around him shook uncontrollably. He exclaimed in fear, "What's going on here? Why has the cavern suddenly turned the color of blood?" He Shuai looked ahead, startled, and announced, "Something's wrong. You guys quickly look at Ye Hao." At this moment, he was floating in the air, with dense red threads holding onto Ye Hao. Xiaoji's group didn't understand what was happening, so they asked each other, "The blood demon's blood is gathering on him. What exactly happened to Ye Hao?" After that, the figure of a white-haired man appeared, followed by a large swarm of bats flying around behind him. Xiaoji looked up at the ceiling of the cave, feeling extremely astonished, and exclaimed, "Damn it! Where did these bats come from?" Zhang Cheng also spoke up. "You guys look." The white-haired man who appeared is Yang Xiao. He has eyes that emit a red, extremely powerful light, overwhelming others with his aura. Xiaoji's group was panicking incessantly at this time. They asked each other, "Damn, why does it look so messy? What is this? That's not right. If it only changed in appearance, it wouldn't have such a great pressure. Is that really Ye Hao? Why does he exude such a suffocating smell of blood?" After Yang Xiao appeared, the system notified. The special king account, Dark Shadow Overlord, has finished merging, starting countdown. Yang Xiao with silver hair flying, sharp eyes, and a body rushing fast, creating a feeling of strength and pressure. What he was aiming for was the gluttonous greed's dream devourer ahead. Yang Xiao then rushed towards it and used the move, Shadow Ambiguity. Shadow Monarch is immune to any physical damage, but then Yang Xiao was stabbed by the sharp thorns of the gluttonous greed's dream devourer. He screamed in pain. Although injured, Yang Xiao still tried his best to fight back against the gluttonous greed's dream devourer. It was torn in half, and blood flowed down incessantly, causing the gluttonous greed's dream devourer to scream in pain as well. Then, to save its life, it quickly retracted its tentacles and fled. The Xiaoji group, hiding behind the outcrop, had observed the entire battle. They were startled, and said to each other, "Hey, that box is heading towards us." On the opposite side, Yang Xiao was now trying to stop the bleeding from the wound where he had been stabbed by the thorns. Then he turned around, his eyes still fixed on the fleeing gluttonous greed's dream devourer. A hand rose from the ground, grabbing one of the gluttonous greed's dream devourer's running legs. The monsters crawled up, roaring constantly, creating fear for those around them. This scene made the Xiaoji group exclaim, "Look everyone, there's something chasing out of the blood." Then, a large number of red monsters rushed towards the gluttonous greed's dream devourer. It screamed in terror and despair, "This is an abnormal state. Endless blood curse." After that, the gluttonous greed's dream devourer, level 90, gradually sank into the sea of blood of the red monsters. Yang Xiao's eyes glowed brightly, extremely sinister, his mouth covered in blood as he said, "Sleep forever in my blood." Then, the system announced, 10-second countdown ends. Fusion will be deactivated soon. Yang Xiao suddenly appeared, standing tall and free with the falling ashes, his whole body clean as if there had never been an attack. On Ye Hao's side, hundreds of arms sprouted from somewhere, all pointing towards him. Ye Hao blankly observed his surroundings and then judged, the pain of remembering is too much. This feeling is even more painful and debilitating than when I drank the Heracles strength potion before. Even if I don't lose control, my body can't bear the responsibility of the Shadow Monarch right now. Just 10 seconds brings such great damage. Then Ye Hao landed, his whole body covered in sweat. Ye Hao frowned and pondered. Abnormal state, soul shattered. But the strength of the Shadow Monarch really doesn't disappoint, and in less than 10 seconds, it easily killed the level 90 rare elite. It's really terrifying. If that's the case, as long as my body can withstand it, that level 90 boss is nothing. Achievements earned. Achievements earned. The destroyer of the box is not devoured by resources but devours resources. Killing the rare elite gluttonous greed's dream devourer earned 500,000 experience points and 200 million. Dragon Slayer Sword Chistan one-handed sword. Used to specialize in dragon race monsters. High probability of killing dragon race monsters. Obtained a rare item, Ruined Angel Wings Batwing. If you're lucky, you can freely fly in the sky, but safe landing is not guaranteed. Level 90 Fortress Manufacturing Blueprint. Super Recovery Potion 10. Instantly restores all HP. Level 90 Rare Magic Crystal. Quantity 40. Level 90 Rare Gemstone. Quantity 20. The Tongue of the Monster Box Material. The leg joint of the Monster Box Material. Ye Hao supported his weakening body with one hand, and the other hand held his convulsing left chest. He calculated. In addition to 500,000 experience points and 200 million, there are so many legendary level items, it's worthy of being a level 90 monster box earned with sweat and tears. The Xiaoji group ran over anxiously and asked, "What exactly happened just now? I just lost focus for a moment, and you killed the level 90 monster box." He Shuai also came over curiously. "I reluctantly used my eagle eye to barely see a pile of red things. This speed is really perverted." Qingyun calmly walked over, saw that his face was not good, and asked, "Yi Hao, how are you?" He replied vaguely, "Not so good." Zheng Cheng quickly opened his encyclopedia, seriously studied it, and said, "This weakness debuff seems to be dispellable. Let me try." Then another notification sounded. "Soul-shattered state has been dispelled." Ye Hao was relieved to hear that. It's really dispelled. It seems that the debuff after fusion doesn't restrict special effects. It's really lucky. Then he sat down comfortably on the ground and happily said to Tang Cheng, "Thank you for saving my life." He adjusted his glasses and replied, "It was just a convenience." Qingyun stepped forward again and asked, "Ye Hao, what exactly were you just now?" He interrupted. "Don't talk about this first. I have something I want to ask you." Ye Hao produced a piece of paper and said, "Regarding the blueprint for a level 90 fortress, what do you know?" Qingyun observed it, then hesitated. "This blueprint is..." He examined it seriously, then affirmed, "Isn't this a blueprint for constructing an important stronghold? This kind of blueprint is extremely rare." Zheng Cheng, upon hearing this, exclaimed, "You were able to get this blueprint, as expected. Wu Huang's reputation is well deserved." Ye Hao scratched his head, puzzled. It didn't sound like the ordinary kind. "Is it a blueprint for building a house?" "What makes it so rare," Qingyun explained, "the houses of important strongholds are fundamentally different. For ordinary houses, as long as you have the strength and courage, you can build however you want in this desolate area. But important strongholds," he asserted, "must be built within a special instance." Ye Hao, hearing this, asked, "Special instance?" Qingyun reminisced, continuing his explanation. "That's right. Different types of important strongholds have drastically different requirements for the instance. If you're lucky, the scenery will be picturesque, a paradise on earth. If you're unlucky, it'll be a hopeless doomsday, a living hell." Ye Hao scratched his head in utter confusion. He muttered, "So different. Is this still an era that relies on luck?" Qingyun then replied, "But no matter what instance is required, the inherent effect of the important stronghold, the effect of the exclusive personal territory center, will not change. You can reclaim land here, build a city, gather resources, attract followers, even establish a professional battle team for yourself." Xiao Ji, hearing this, enthusiastically volunteered, "Exclusive personal territory. Damn, this isn't some important stronghold at all, it's clearly a harem. Bro, take my advice, you can't handle the benefits here, let me help you." He Shuai was just as excited. "That rare, top-quality blueprint isn't some precious treasure. How much can it even sell for?" Qingyun immediately denied. "It's not like that. Although, in terms of rarity, this blueprint is worth a lot of money. The usage threshold is too high. It requires a top-tier engineering grandmaster to use, so it's basically stuck in a situation where it's worthless on the market." Xiao Ji, upon hearing this, exclaimed in extreme disappointment, "Is this level of blueprint just going to be wasted in someone's hands? What a pity." Ye Hao, after receiving the explanation, thought seriously. "Isn't this similar to the blueprint I made for Nana? It seems these high-level manufacturing blueprints aren't very circulated. But from a reverse-thinking perspective, wouldn't I be able to take advantage of this?" Xiao Ji kindly approached to comfort him. "Don't worry about it too much, bro. This is just one thing among many. Didn't you gain quite a few treasures already? You didn't lose out this time," Ye Hao responded. "Not only did I not lose out, but I also earned hard-earned money." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's system panel popped up. Xiao Ji was startled, questioning, "This is a transaction interface. What do you want to do, Ye Hao?" "I'm announcing that all the items from the dropped monster box, except for the blueprint and the 200 million coins, everyone can choose what they like, and I'll give it all to you." The group of people, upon hearing this, were overjoyed. They tossed Ye Hao into the air, happily shouting, "Damn, Ye Hao, you're really generous. I knew I didn't mistake you for the wrong bro. He Shuai has never admired anyone except for the boss. You're the second," Ye Hao helplessly reminded them. "Alright, hurry up and choose. We still have important things to do." Qingyun walked over, put his arm around Ye Hao, and declared boldly, "If you need anything in the future, just say the word, bro. Your business is my business." Although these words might sound a little insincere, were very serious, Ye Hao felt a warm feeling in his heart, replying, "I know." Qingyun then told his brothers, "Hurry up and choose for me. Remember, only choose what you need. Everyone can only choose one item. We're not those greedy bastards." Xiao Ji quickly replied, "Don't worry, boss. How could we screw Ye Hao over?" An hour later, the group of people went outside. They took deep breaths, exclaiming, "The air outside is still so much better." Qingyun spoke, asking Ye Hao, "What are your plans for the next step?" Ye Hao answered, I have a plan. Xiao Ji, upon hearing this, felt extremely curious. He walked over and asked directly, "What plan? Could it be a way to earn even more money?" Ye Hao calmly replied. "The small goal I mentioned before was to take everyone to fight a boss to earn 100 million. But after this unexpected harvest, I don't know if everyone is willing to continue adventuring." Qing Yun seriously reminded him, "Ye Hao, to be honest, the problem now is whether you still need us, because your strength has far surpassed what we imagined. If you still need us, we won't refuse and will follow you. If you think we're a burden, we'll leave immediately." The others agreed. Boss is right. Ye Hao placed his hand on Qing Yun's shoulder, affirming, "Of course I need you. You guys are my most important pawns," he reminded everyone. "Although our ultimate goal is the boss, the difficult part is the interaction between battle teams, so the more pawns we use, the more diverse our tactics will be." Qing Yun felt extremely happy upon hearing this. He laughed loudly, saying, "I like your straightforwardness. You can say such things so openly and honestly." Xiao Ji also spoke up. "I really didn't misjudge you. I said that you have a special kind of aura about you." Zheng Cheng affirmed, "If someone else had said that, I would have injected magic all over their face, but I'm willing to become your pawn." Ye Hao felt extremely happy that everyone trusted him so much. He clearly announced, "Very good, but everyone can rest assured that under my command, you won't become a dead piece on the board." Then, the entire space suddenly shook violently, causing Ye Hao's group to focus their attention. Qing Yun stepped forward, asking, "The boss battle over there has already started. Ye Hao, what's your plan? Should we go join the fight now?" Ye Hao calmly replied, "Not in a hurry. Let them fight for a while first." He pointed directly at the sky, ordering, "System, use the True Eye skill." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge golden lightning bolt descended from the star array upon the city, tearing through the sky and releasing a destructive power. The entire sky immediately shook violently, and the skill was activated. After Ye Hao's group carefully observed the map, they exclaimed, "Oh, the main character has made his appearance." Then he excitedly announced, "The real show is finally starting." Just a few minutes ago, the monstrous crimson tail appeared, bringing with it a dark sky and roaring thunder. One person, upon seeing it, exclaimed, "It lives up to its reputation as a calamitous star that destroys cities and towns and legends. Seeing it in person, it's truly a massive beast." It was a team fighting together. At this moment, Huang Tiankai, level 82, also exclaimed, "It lives up to its name, worth a fight." Li Wanhua, level 81, reminded his teammates, "The opponent is a level 90 world boss and a green dragon class tailspike. Don't let your guard down." Song Yongxiao, level 83, affirmed, "Does it really matter if it's a boss or not? I'm all about fighting bosses." Chen Chen, level 79, promised, "I will definitely support everyone." Yin Huang, level 85, commanded the team, "Focus your attention. Act according to my commands." The monstrous crimson tail, seeing the tiny people below, questioned, "Insignificant humans, you have disturbed my tranquility. Do you know your crime?" Yin Huang sneered. Who knew a monster beast could possess such high-level intelligence, and even learned how to speak so eloquently? "But I'm not here to chat with you. If we're talking about crimes, there are countless death sentences you deserve." The monstrous crimson tail, hearing this, felt extremely enraged. It cursed, "Insects who overestimate your own abilities, you are courting death." The monstrous crimson tail, with its eyes burning red, bared its sharp fangs, spewing out a powerful and murderous stream of purple energy. After its attack, Yin Huang's group also rushed forward together. She reminded everyone, "Pay attention to its attack patterns and skills. Don't act recklessly." Yuan Hao replied, "Got it." Then, the monstrous crimson tail lunged to attack him. Yuan Hao watched its movements, judging the force of the attack. After careful calculation, Yuan Hao decided to use diamond skin, maintained steadfast stillness, and activated life-saving divine protection. In an instant, a gigantic foot of the monstrous crimson tail slammed down on Yuan Hao. He tried to use divine protection to withstand the immense force. Yuan Hao exclaimed, "Too heavy." Tiankai, seeing the situation, felt extremely anxious. He shouted, "Damn it, was that last hit an instant kill? Moreover, Yuan Hao's health is gone in an instant. Instant kill type skills from bosses inflict massive damage on tanks. Without damage reduction, he'll definitely die," Yuan Hao lightly informed. "This boss is too cunning. Attacking like that, thankfully I reacted in time." Ying Huang then immediately slashed fiercely at the monstrous crimson tail, not forgetting to praise her teammate. "Well done! If it weren't for the damage reduction, that last hit would have been a certain death." She reminded everyone, "Focus all your attention. We're clearing a boss for the first time. We don't know its skills and attack patterns yet. Don't let your guard down and lose your lives." They heard this and replied, "Understood." Yuan Hao then turned around and said, "Your support was very timely too, thanks." Chen Chen cheerfully raised his hand in response, "No need to thank me, everyone keep trying. I'll do my best to help you." On that side, the monstrous crimson tail opened its mouth wide, gathering dazzling energy along with golden lightning and blue chains, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. But then, in just a few seconds, it widened its eyes redly, its mouth sealed by a glowing blue ice block, radiating a shocking power. Yinhuang's group exclaimed in panic. The Earth Breath is coming again. Yang Xiao came forward to inform everyone. The Earth Breath flame has been successfully interrupted. CD has been confirmed at 30 seconds, she praised. Well done. Then each person had a separate task. They attacked in unison to take down the monstrous Crimson Tail, Yinhuang commanded. The first phase of the boss is probably these skills, DPS. Open up and reduce its health. The others heard this and received the order. Understood. The monstrous Crimson Tail immediately changed its moves. After being attacked in unison, it roared extremely fiercely, causing the group to be stunned and wonder, wait a moment, the boss's movements have changed again. This roar is making its body tremble in waves constantly, Yinhuang judged. This is probably the summoning skill that bosses often use. It can attract monster beasts within 100 meters to come and support it. Moreover, these monsters are all elites. This kind of mixed breed can enter the small monster phase when it has 80% of its health. Can you be any less shameless? She said to Yang Xiao. Tell the Heavenly Dawn members, prepare to fight immediately, he replied. Understood. Outside the boss's combat range, a group of people were still waiting. Suddenly, one person reported, Captain, the Mogong team just sent a message for us to prepare to intercept the monsters coming from outside. Cao Renji, level 84, arrogantly rested his sword on his shoulder and cursed, damn it, that Yinhuang is really a freak. She's already transitioning phases after just a few minutes. Second team, third team, immediately choose locations to meet the enemy. He ordered, remember, just meet the enemy, not kill them. Remember to try and control the monsters. Health above 50%. Now is not the time to execute the plan. The main thing is to buy time. Wait for the boss's health to drop to 10%, then act. The group received the order and replied, okay. He turned around and said to the person in the black cloak in the corner, you don't need to take action now either, wait for my signal. The mysterious person smiled contentedly and reminded, no problem, but don't keep us waiting too long. Meanwhile, on Yinhuang's side, she was helping with the fight. As she touched down on the Ba Yi Chi Wei, Yinhuang judged, the defense has been boosted. Tian Kai was also attacking with all his might. He shouted helplessly, damn it, I can't convert it anymore, Yun Xiao realized. Even though we've dealt 50% damage, as expected, 5 people challenging the world boss is still a bit of a stretch. Chen Chen felt extremely embarrassed, she said. Sorry, it's my fault for dragging everyone down. Yuan Hao was also using his shield to defend against the Bai Chi Wei's attacks. He reassured her and everyone. That's not true. Xiao Chen is doing great. It's just that continuing like this really isn't sustainable. The boss's health bar can't be reduced any further, and our mana and supplies will run out sooner or later. Yun Xiao, unable to remain calm, contacted someone outside and announced, Cao Renji, we're having problems here. Send a squad to support us immediately. But Ji outside firmly refused. No can do. There are too many monsters. We don't have enough people here either. Yun Xiao was furious. He yelled, you bunch of good-for-nothings can't even handle the small fry. Suddenly, Ye Hao emerged from the white smoke, he said. It's not that they're good-for-nothings, it's just they fundamentally don't want to help you, and they're even hoping you all die quickly. Yun Xiao was still extremely angry. He decisively threw a dart towards Ye Hao and cursed, who's playing mysterious there? Get out of here now! Ye Hao caught the sharp dart with one hand. He calmly replied, don't be so aggressive, handsome. Didn't you say you remembered me well? How could you forget so quickly? Or rather, Ye Hao crushed the dart into pieces with one hand. He teased, Yun Xiao, trying to play dumb to deal with me. I'm kind enough to come and help you guys, and you suddenly attack me without saying anything. That's not right. Yun Xiao was extremely angry. He turned around and shouted, you little brat! Why did you come here? Is this a place you should be? Get out of here, don't get in our way. Yinhuang, who was frantically attacking the Ba Yi Chi Wei, reminded loudly, Yun Xiao, don't mind him, focus on me. But due to a few seconds of carelessness, Yinhuang was knocked backward by the monster, causing her team to anxiously call out, Team Leader Mei! Switch! Ye Hao quickly stepped forward, catching Yinhuang to prevent her from falling, and whispered, how could you be so careless, Miss Yinhuang? This is a boss battle, we should cooperate as humans. He half-jokingly revealed, moreover, I risk coming here to deliver such important information to you. Shouldn't you thank me? Yinhuang seemed a little incredulous. She asked back, information? Are you implying that Genesis Squad is preparing to betray us? I think you're overestimating them. Then Yinhuang firmly grasped her weapon and charged towards the Ba Yi Chi Wei, not forgetting to say to Ye Hao, even if they had 10 guts, they wouldn't dare to plot against me at this critical moment. He stood still, a little disappointed, thinking to himself, as expected, Genesis Squad's people were right. Then she reminded Ye Hao, alright, I appreciate your good intentions, leave here quickly. This isn't a place you should stay, he replied. I'll leave on my own after I achieve my goal. Where did Yun Xiao run from? He unleashed a few slashes towards the Bai Yichi Wei, and also mocked Yen Hao. Gonol, I think the only goal you have staying here is to die, he reminded. Now's not the time to say trash talk, do something more practical. Then Yen Hao confidently asserted, I'll help you guys deal with the boss. After it's done, I only need 3 shares of the boss drops. Yin Huang's team was all puzzled. They cursed. What, is he joking? Team leader, let us deal with this arrogant trash, it won't take long, 3 seconds? Yin Huang spoke, calmly explaining, I thought you were interesting, but now you're acting so arrogant and chaotic, it really disappoints me. Yin Hao, I'll give you 5 seconds to disappear from my sight. Otherwise you'll lose your life if you get caught in the uncontrolled boss battle. Even if I'm a young lady, I can't blame my fault on you. Ye Hao understood her intentions after hearing this. He slowly disappeared into space, smiling in response. Is that so? Ye Hao thought to himself. I'm considered a gentleman now. If there's no possibility of cooperation, don't blame me for being a petty person. As he slowly disappeared, he left a farewell. Then I wish you guys good luck. Chen Chen felt a little worried seeing this scene. She asked, Team leader, will Genesis Squad really betray us? What if? Yun Xiao angrily scolded. Are you stupid? You're letting that trash mess with your head again. If you believe his lies, he'll achieve his goal. Ying Huang replied to Chen Chen, also reassuring everyone, That's right, our first goal now is the boss. Just do your best for me, don't pay attention to anything else. They obeyed, replying, Understood. Outside, loud noises and huge rocks were constantly falling. Shenqing Duren used his huge body and an arm with a charm full of sharp thorns attached, slamming down on the people attacking it. This confused everyone. One person loudly reported, Boss, the 2 squads here are about to fail. Renji was extremely angry seeing this. He scolded wildly. You have to make it work even if you can't. Damn it, who am I supposed to settle accounts with? The henchman replied in fear. Yes. Looking at the scene of his team struggling to fight a dozen monsters, Renji thought anxiously, Damn it, what's going on? We clearly dealt with a group of elite monsters in the nearby area before the boss battle started. Why are there more and more after fighting for half a day now? If this continues, the team will be destroyed sooner or later. He rushed forward with his brothers, not forgetting to encourage. Don't fight so weakly, give it your all. Don't let our people die before the boss even reaches 10% health, they heard and replied. Yes, boss. Xiao Qi and his group hid behind the wall. Watching everything from beginning to end, he said, Good thing I pulled the monsters away, this time Genesis Squad will be full. He Shuai also added, Ye Hao's misfortune redirection is really lucky. Zhang Cheng analyzed, In this level of combat the most fearful thing is monsters appearing unexpectedly and uncontrollable chaos, Qing Yun agreed. That's right, so Ye Hao's way of fighting is, if there's no chaos, create chaos. Let's sit back and reap the rewards. Meanwhile, Renji's group was surrounded by many monsters. They stood together in fear, worriedly speaking. This is not good, boss. We can't hold on anymore. Out of the 15 people in our 3 squads, there are only 6 left now. There are too many elite monsters. If this continues, we're going to die here. He gradually lost his patience, turning around and ordering the group of people behind him. Emperor Squad, aren't you going to help us? If we lose, it won't benefit you either. The elite assassin, Dunye, from the Imperial Glory Squad spoke up. Your life and death have nothing to do with me, he sneered. Our target from the start has been the Mongong Squad and the boss. If you have anyone to blame, blame yourselves for being useless, unable to handle even this small matter. Renji, hearing this, was at a loss for words, unable to retort, and could only say, You guys! He frowned deeply, gritting his teeth and cursing inwardly. Damn it. Good thing I predicted that the Imperial Glory Assassination Squad couldn't be relied upon, so I had to implement the plan ahead of time. If they're unrighteous, don't blame me for being disloyal. Then, Renji slung his sword over his shoulder and ordered his team. Everyone, run around during the boss fight and execute the plan ahead of schedule. One of them, hearing this, spoke up. But Captain, the boss only has 30% health left. Our plan. Renji interrupted him, yelling, We can't even keep our lives. Why worry about the plan? If we can't have it, no one else will. Duya's henchman stepped forward and asked, Captain, the Genesis wastes are about to explode in anger. Should we stop them from causing trouble? He replied. No need. The higher-ups tasked us with weakening the Mogong Squad as a priority, and as for the boss, we can take it if we can, and it's fine if we can't. Duya pondered. So, as long as Yin Huang's squad is eliminated, we'll complete the mission. If they don't die, we just need to go up and finish them off. The henchman understood and obeyed. Yes. Afterward, chunks of rock flew everywhere amidst the fiery light, and Renji shouted, urging everyone's fighting spirit, Focus all your attention! On Yin Huang's side, she observed Ba Yiqi Wei and judged, The boss's attack power is getting stronger and stronger. If we're not careful, we'll lose our lives. Yuan Hao, standing next to her, replied, Yes. Suddenly, as the battle intensified, a desperate voice cried out, Help! Great beauty, Yin Huang! Renji and his team ran over, seeking help. He said frantically, There are too many elite monsters, we can't handle it anymore. Yin Huang was disgusted and cursed. Damn it, Cao Renjie, who told you to lure the elite monsters to us, get out of here. Watching a group of people running for their lives, then falling one by one, Yun Xiao helplessly began to say, "You," Yin Huang turned around, recalling something from before and affirmed, "Fake death props, daring to play tricks in front of me." It seems Yin Hao wasn't lying. An impatient voice complained, "Don't mind that kid, Captain." At this moment, behind Yin Huang's group, Ba Yiqiwei was roaring non-stop, full of power. In front of them, Cao Renji's group and a horde of monsters were charging towards them. They said blankly, "We're surrounded. What should we do this time?" Yin Huang, on the contrary, was very calm. She gave instructions. "Don't panic. Hold your positions. Don't mess up the formation. Yuan Hao and Chen Chen, hold the boss with everything you've got, no matter what. Hold on for 30 seconds. Yun Xiao, Tian Kai, work with me to eliminate the small monsters with all our might. Use all your ultimate skills." Everyone, hearing this, responded, "Roger." A group of monsters with bizarre shapes and bright red eyes stood close together in the fierce light, exuding a terrifying aura. Tian Kai then took the initiative to step forward. Tian Kai stood in the center, his whole body erupting with power, unleashing powerful fiery bursts that disintegrated the monsters around him. Next, Yun Xiao stood in the center of the icy magic circle, his figure cold and imposing, emanating a majestic aura, causing the surrounding enemies to be frozen in fierce blue ice. Yin Huang followed up. She erupted with power, unleashing a dazzling golden attack. The blinding lights swept across the battlefield, crushing every enemy with overwhelming destructive power. After a fierce and united battle, their team gathered together. Tian Kai panted exhaustedly. Using ultimate skills is indeed a bit tiring. Yun Xiao was also trying to regain his strength, and he reminded, "All of the Zheng Yu demon beasts have been killed, but my magic power is also running low," Yin Huang commanded seriously. "Don't waste time. Quickly return to provide support." She glanced at Renji, who was lying flat on the ground, and said sarcastically, "As for you, you probably know the consequences of betraying us, right?" Cold sweat poured from him. He fearfully closed his eyes, thinking, "No way. We finally lured the elite monsters, and they were wiped out so easily? I completely underestimated your strength. I'm doomed. I've lost everything this time. Calm down. The boss is still alive. Yin Huang probably won't attack us now. Plus the people from the Imperial Glory Squad haven't made a move yet. I still have a chance to win." Suddenly, a noise rang out, and Yin Huang keenly noticed that it was Chen Chen's voice. What happened? On this side, Du Ya was holding a sharp knife in his hand. Yin Huang hesitated. This is his true form. At this moment, Chen Chen was slumped on the ground, painfully clutching the wound on her body, constantly cursing. "Sneaky, you ambushed me when I wasn't paying attention." Du Ya laughed, completely, without any sense of self-respect, and replied, "On the battlefield, only life and death matter, what's sneaky or not." Yuan Hao quickly ran over, using his shield to block an attack, not forgetting to shout, "Chen Chen, you bunch of beasts dare to ambush our Mogong squad," he replied bluntly. "You have time to worry about others." Yuan Hao didn't understand Du Ya's meaning, and he asked blankly, "What?" As soon as he finished speaking, Du Ya's knife decisively stabbed deep into Yuan Hao's body. The fatal wound caused his health to drop to only 20%. Tian Kai saw this scene and shouted angrily, "Xiao Chen Chen, Yuan Hao, damn it!" Yun Xiao revealed, "It's the subordinate of the Huangjiang Corporation, Du Ya, secretly specializing in assassinations they are." Yin Huang didn't let him finish. She commanded, "Don't stand there dumbfounded. The two of you, pull the boss away from Chen Chen and Yuan Hao no matter what. Hold on for 20 seconds for me." They received the order. Roger. Du Ya and his cronies stepped forward, sneering. "Not bad for one of the trump cards of the Mogong squad. Silver Ring beauty, huh? You can still calmly respond in such a dangerous moment. But the situation is beyond saving now. Your healer and tank are both useless, and you've already used your big moves. What other tricks do you have to turn the tide?" Silver Ring understood after hearing this. Du Ya, is this Huang Zheng's secret? No wonder Tian Kang dared to betray us, so you guys are the ones backing him. Aren't you afraid of the assassination failing and being exposed? He replied nonchalantly, "As long as you all die here, no one will know what happened today. The outside world will only know that Silver Ring, the miss of the Morgong squad, died at the hands of a boss in Area 9. Such a pity for a beauty." Silver Ring held the celestial demon crystal in her hand and replied, "Let me give you some advice. Defeating your opponents at your feet is the only thing that matters." Du Ya and the others stared at the celestial demon crystal, stunned. This is the legendary quality demon crystal. Then, they were dumbfounded to see Silver Ring crush it and bring it to her mouth, drinking the liquid flowing out. Afterward, her entire body emitted a light like that of the Buddhas from the 10 directions. Du Yaqi and the others stared intently, questioning, "This is Silver Ring level 115, Celestial Demon Body State, duration 30 seconds. Celestial Demon Body. using the celestial demon crystal can be offered into the celestial demon body. Level increases by 30 levels. But use celestial demon skill. Duration 30 seconds. After receiving her information, the group was bewildered and confused. How is this possible? How did your level increase by 30 levels? They were so angry that they couldn't control themselves, Duya ordered. Everyone, attack! I don't believe that 4 level 80s can't handle you alone. They received the order. Yes. Duya's group was then horrified when a brilliant golden light tore through the ground, radiating an overwhelming power that shocked and terrified them to the extreme. Not stopping there, Silver Ring continued her attack, decisively slashing each one without missing a single strike. That was the celestial demon skill. In an instant, she confidently mocked the group. Even if there are many ants, they are still just ants. Dunya quickly realized that the situation was not in his favor, and he quickly wanted to escape. Optical camouflage, Dunya thought to himself. This woman is a monster, a miscalculation. I didn't expect her to have a secret move. I have to retreat to the rear and make further plans. At this moment, the Tiankai group was also attacking the monsters with all their might, and they helplessly said, "Damn it, all the potions on me are gone. This time we're really out of moves." Yun Xiao angrily cursed, "Damn it, are we gonna die here today?" But when Silver Ring appeared, they were stunned and asked, "Captain, this form means—" She ordered, "You guys quickly go and retrieve Zhao Chenshen and Yuan Hao immediately. In 10 seconds, if I still haven't dealt with the boss, just run." The Yun Xiao group couldn't bear to do that, and they hesitated. But Silver Ring insisted on ordering, "Hurry up and go." In the end, they had no choice but to obey. Yes. Afterward, the tyrant Different Scarlet Tail roared violently as it received a fiery slash from Silver Ring. The golden light tore through the darkness, creating a terrifying, destructive force. The move caused it to lose a lot of health, leaving only 10%. But in a moment of inattention, she was suppressed by the tyrant Different Scarlet Tail, using its tentacles to suppress the body. Silver Ring was worried. This is bad. The tyrant Different Scarlet Tail roared, its entire body erupting with red energy. Its ferocious wings spread wide, and a violent aura spread everywhere, causing the space to shake violently. Observing this, everyone judged, the boss is berserk. Afterward, it grabbed Silver Ring and quickly flew away to escape, causing the group below to shout in fear, "Captain, the monster only has 3% health left. It's declaring death to mortals." Afterward, the tyrant Different Scarlet Tail released its hand, causing Silver Ring to fall freely from above. She thought helplessly, "The time of the celestial demon body is up, damn it! Just a little bit more! Is it finally my turn to die this time?" But below, a hand quickly caught Silver Ring's body, and a man's voice rang out mockingly. "Why are you in such a miserable state after not seeing you for a while?" Silver Ring lay in the man's arms, and she said, "Ye Hao, are you teasing me? Shouldn't you think about my previous suggestion? It's gone up in price now, this boss. I want it all." Silver Ring was very angry when she heard this. She yelled, "I told you not to be nosy, can't you understand? And what time is it now that you're still thinking about money? Are you someone who values money over life?" Ye Hao replied calmly. "The weak make choices. Life and money. I'll take it all." He carried Silver Ring in his arms and descended from the sky like a burning star. The dazzling golden light erupted violently, crushing the ground into pieces, radiating an overwhelming destructive aura. Because of the excessive pressure, her glasses cracked and shattered. Silver Ring looked clearly at Ye Hao and helplessly called out, "You?" He stared at her intently and exclaimed, "The face under this mask is indeed legendary." Her team scolded when they heard this. "What?" Yun Xiao angrily stepped forward and asked. "The captain's mask fell off," Tiankai also added. "Even we inside the battle squad have never seen the captain's face," Yuan Hao also asked curiously. "I want to see too." Ying Huang fell down embarrassedly. She turned her head and yelled at Ye Hao, "Let me go." He stood up, put his hands in his pockets and said calmly, "Clearly you look very beautiful. Why hide it? What a pity for such a stunning beauty." Yun Xiao was extremely angry when he heard this, thinking, "This annoying Ye Hao, only he can see the captain's true face." "Damn it!" Yin Huang then quickly put on a new mask. She sternly ordered, "Is this the time to talk about this? Don't think that just because you saved me you can get carried away." Yin Huang analyzed. The boss only has 3% of its health left, but it's now in a berserk state. Plus Mo Gong's team has exhausted all its strength and can't continue fighting. Instead of flirting here, why not take advantage of the fact that it hasn't launched an attack yet, and think of a way to escape? Ye Hao asked back. "Isn't this a good thing?" He crossed his arms and confidently declared, "So you guys can't fight me for the boss, right? Then this boss belongs to me alone." The Yin Huang group was shocked and asked, "What?" Tian Kai found it unbelievable and criticized, "Isn't this kid an idiot?" Zhen Shen behind him judged. But looking at his expression, He doesn't seem to be joking. Yun Xiao also mocked. Ye Hao, you're too arrogant. With your amateur skills, what right do you have to be arrogant in front of us? And still want to steal the boss? Go ahead. But you have to hold on for a while so we have time to escape. He taunted him. As a professional team, your vision is so narrow. Qing Yun's team stepped forward, and he responded very straightforwardly. On the battlefield, arrogance and underestimation of the enemy will cost you your life. Plus, with Yin Hao's strength, you can't judge him with common sense. The Yin Huang group looked at them and wondered. Relic hunters? Yun Xiao angrily shouted. A bunch of rabble dares to teach me how to work. Arrogance and underestimation of the enemy are you. Okay, I'm interested in seeing how you win against the boss. Or get dealt with by the boss. He angrily mocked. Professional teams are so amazing. If it weren't for Ye Hao, your beautiful captain would have turned into minced meat long ago, Xiaoju added. That's right, what's with the arrogance? Wait and see how Ye Hao beats you guys up. Zheng Cheng stepped forward to cover their mouths and whispered to remind them. Shut up, they are a professional team after all, give them some face. Qing Yun represented the reconciliation. I'm so sorry, these two are used to having foul mouths, please forgive them, but it seems like you misunderstood something. We're just here to watch, only Ye Hao will take action. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud explosion suddenly erupted behind Yun Xiao. This made him stunned. He had to stop what he was saying. Behind him at this moment, Ye Hao was in the Dark Shadow Overlord fusion state. Facing him was Ba Yi Chi Wei with a dangerously approaching aura. The scene before his eyes made Yun Xiao stunned and wondered, is this Ye Hao? Yin Huang carefully observed the situation. At this moment, she felt very puzzled. This pressure is even stronger than the boss. No, impossible. How can Ye Hao have such great power? He was creating an unimaginable pressure at this moment. A strong wind blew, causing everyone to struggle to resist. Yun Xiao even had to kneel on one knee to prevent himself from being blown away, he doubted. How is this possible? Ba Yi Chi Wei's eyes lit up at this moment, it affirmed. Such great power, I will do my best to deal with it. After saying that, from the sky, a very strong light shone down. Everyone excitedly exclaimed, it's coming! The boss's strongest move in its berserk state. Ye Hao quickly used his wings to protect himself from the boss's rays of light. The system reminded, please pay attention, host. This attack is dark attribute magic, can be absorbed, but too much will cause injury. Looking at the coat gradually absorbing the rays of light, everyone below was stunned. His coat can absorb damage. How is it possible? He smiled slyly. Everything seems to be within my plan. Then Ye Hao curled himself into a huge red ball with his wings, making everyone wonder, what does he want to do? Why wrap himself into a ball? The Zheng Cheng group stood below and looked up without blinking, he exclaimed in shock. Look, that ball is getting bigger quickly, Yin Huang doubted again. There's a sound coming from inside. It sounds like the growl of a wild beast. Then, from within the round ball, a huge hand with sharp claws stretched out powerfully. A dragon with power, strength, and overwhelming aura was born from it. This scene made everyone exclaim in shock. Transformed into a giant dragon, Ye Hao was directly facing Ba Yi Chi Wei at this moment. The overwhelming aura made everyone couldn't help but marvel, is this still Ye Hao? Moreover, the pressure and aura completely suppressed the boss. The boss in front of him is just an underling. Ba Yi Chi Wei observed the opponent in front of him and wondered, why is this energy so familiar? Who are you actually? He gritted his teeth and replied, what's it to you? Ye Hao opened his mouth wide, absorbing power to prepare to attack. Not forgetting to mock it. Just an uneducated junior, not worthy to know my honorable name. After saying that, he bit decisively into one side of Ba Yi Chi Wei's body. It screamed in pain, and the entire surrounding space immediately changed. Ba Yi Chi Wei's earth-shattering scream even shook the heavenly thunder, causing lightning to strike down, creating an extremely impressive image. Qing Yun stood below, watching without blinking, and sighed. With our level, we probably won't see such a magnificent battle scene in our entire lives, Zheng Cheng added. I knew he was extraordinary before, but who would have thought he'd be this extraordinary? He Shuai's eyes and mouth were wide open, and he said to his friends without blinking, Fatty, you've picked up a treasure. Xiao Ji, on the other hand, was extremely happy, he exclaimed as if he had struck gold. He can actually turn into a dragon. Ye Hao is so cool, go get that damn boss. On the Yin Huang side, Yuan Hao wondered, how is this possible? I must be seeing things. How can his strength be even stronger than the boss? Tian Kai also felt suspicious. Is he cheating or hacking? Where can I buy this hack? I'll pay any price. Yun Xiao felt ashamed, not knowing where to hide, and he growled. Ye Hao, Chen Chen on this side, saw such a magnificent scene and was completely stunned. She wondered, Sister Yin, have you ever seen a boss of this scale before? It's so amazing. Yin Huang hesitated. I've seen stronger ones. Only she looked up, her voice gradually decreasing as if reminding herself. This is the first time I've seen a human being able to fight a boss like this. No! Even unilaterally crush it. Ying Huang thought to herself. Ye Hao, I finally understand why the young lady took a fancy to you. but clearly possessing such mighty strength. Why haven't you ever had any fame? What kind of person are you? Renji, who was lying on the ground, was also extremely flustered. He looked up and cursed, "Damn! What's that kid's background? Is he trying to solo the boss? Could he be Mogong's hidden weapon? Stop playing dead, find a chance to prepare to run?" On the other side, Duya was also standing from afar, observing the battle. He knelt down in fear and wondered in extreme panic. Yin Huang is already a freak, but there's someone even freakier than her. What's the point of fighting anymore? The development of the battle was leaning towards Ye Hao. Bai Yiqi was stunned and terrified, thinking to himself, although the mission has failed, it wasn't in vain coming here. That kid must be reported to the leaders to pay attention to. It changed the subject to divert the opponent's attention. This feeling of bloodline connection. Could it be that you have devoured my clan and inherited its dragon power? If you have such mighty power, why are you still willing to be a human? Why not join the beast faction? We can enjoy the pleasure of killing humans together. Ye Zhao roared, scaring Bai Yiqi out of his wits. Then he observed its frightened expression and coldly replied, "Not interested." Then Bai Yiqi fell freely from the sky and crashed to the ground, causing a shock all around. Everyone exclaimed in panic. World boss, Bai Yiqi, the boss, was killed just like that. On top, Ye Hao not only didn't lose any strength, but was even more battle-hungry than ever. He roared, creating an imposing presence, and the people below looked up, constantly sighing, "Damn, so domineering." But Xiao Jie and He Shui were extremely uncomfortable and had to cover their ears. They gritted their teeth and endured, saying, "This roar is no different from a sonic attack, brother. You haven't lost your mind and started attacking everyone, have you? Don't be like that." Then, Ye Hao changed direction from high up and dived towards the ground, making everyone wonder, what is he trying to do? Yin Huang's group said to each other in fear, "It's not good. He's starting to attack us." Yuan Xiao took the initiative to stand up to protect his brothers and commanded, "Get out of here quickly, Captain. He's gone crazy. We can't resist him at all now." Yuan Hao also prepared to run away, reminding Qing Yun's group, "If you guys still want to live, run away quickly, although I don't know if it will work." Xiao Ji on this side affirmed, "We believe in Ye Hao." Everyone agreed. That's right. Then a surging wave of blood appeared in front of them, covering half the sky. Yin Huang's group angrily cursed. A bunch of idiots waiting there to be drowned by this wave of blood. Ye Hao stepped out of the door in the sky and wondered, "Drowned? How could I do such a mindless thing?" Behind Yang Hao were countless hands reaching out to support him in the sky, and he affirmed, "Don't panic. Everything is in my hands." As soon as Xiao Ji saw Tang Jiyu, his eyes lit up like headlights, and he praised incessantly, "Ye Hao, you're so awesome, so manly." He Shui also praised Tang Jiyu to the skies. "So handsome. How can there be a man in this world who is more handsome than your daddy Qi Shui?" Qing Yun felt a headache seeing his subordinates being so shameless. He reminded, "Don't bother Ye Hao anymore. After such a big battle, he must be very tired." Zheng Cheng quickly opened his notebook and searched wind healing. Ye Hao then landed on the ground, his whole body trembling after a big battle. But he still insisted, "Don't worry, I'm fine, I can still hold on." The system was calculating. Host. This battle lasted 60 seconds. Deducting 60 million for using the Dragon Transformation Ultimate move. Consuming 1 billion. Deducting a total of 6 billion from the host's account. Hearing the system's merciless words, Ye Hao immediately cried and thought, "Damn! Wasting time is one thing, even using big moves requires a separate fee. This cool display wasn't worth it at all. Everything could have been peaceful. This time, if it wasn't for the lucky encounter with the Dadyo treasure secret technique, I wouldn't have dared to consume so much. Wastefulness is not a long-term plan." Xiao Ji worried about Tang Jiyu and went over to ask, "Are you okay?" The bony dude replied a bit tiredly, "I'm fine, just my heart is bleeding." Qing Yun also stepped forward. He praised incessantly. "It's truly an eye-opener, Ye Hao. Congratulations on killing the boss successfully." But Qing Yun reminded, "Such high-profile actions should still be more careful. On this battlefield, there are countless eyes watching you. Although your skills are heaven-sent, you must still be wary." Ye Hao happily replied, "You're right, I'll pay attention." He secretly rejoiced in his heart. As expected of an old-timer in the game, experienced, "I really need to pay attention again. After all, this isn't an internal closed-off dungeon." As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of footsteps made Qing Yun sigh. "See? I just said it. And trouble has arrived." Yin Huang's group stepped forward, and Qing Yun's squad immediately taunted. "What, does Mogong's combat team also want to take advantage of others' misfortune to snatch the items dropped by the boss? Even if I have to risk my life, I won't let you touch Ye Hao." Yin Huang spoke up in response. "Whoever kills the boss gets it, and our combat team wouldn't stoop to such despicable actions." She extended her hand and took the initiative to yield. "I'm here to apologize. To Ye Hao, I looked down on you in front of the young lady before. You're the first person I misjudged. Now I sincerely invite you to join Mogong's combat team. Do you agree?" Tian Kai was extremely flustered upon hearing this. He wondered, "Captain, Are you serious? You've never proactively invited anyone to join the team before. Yuan Hao was also curious. In the past, the captain only drove away those who didn't meet the standards. But today she's making an exception for him. He's too lucky. Chen Chen, on the other hand, was extremely excited. She agreed with Yin Huang's view. But with his strength, he truly deserves this honor. Yun Xiao was equally stunned and vehemently objected. I object. The boss was down to 3% health because of us. He just took advantage of the situation. We haven't even held him accountable for stealing the boss, so why would we bring him into the team? Xiaoji found these words infuriating and retorted angrily. What nonsense! What 3% health? What taking advantage? Even if the boss had full health, Yi Hao could take him down easily. Don't you dare look down on him. Yun Zhao was grinding his teeth in anger at this point. He growled, "You damn fatty, this is none of your business." Then a voice chimed in to mediate. Enough. Yin Huang turned around to remind him. As a member of Mo Gong's combat team, can't you see Ye Hao's true strength? Don't embarrass yourself here, unless you want to be kicked out of the team. Yin Xiao, at a loss for words, stammered, "Team leader." He clenched his fist, his mind racing. Of course I can see that this kid is incredibly strong, but I can't accept it. An arrogant, shameless brat who just pretends to be cool. Why does he possess such great power? Why does my goddess think so highly of him? He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Ye Hao, mark my words, one day I'll find a way to make you pay." Contrary to the group's rejection, Ye Hao scratched his head, shyly and tactfully declining. "Thank you for your kindness, but as you know I've already decided to form my own team, so I'm sorry." She still tried to persuade him. "I knew you'd say that, but it's okay, we're all part of the Han Mo Corporation." Yin Huang still extended her hand in invitation. "I hope we can cooperate happily in the future." Ye Hao felt extremely awkward seeing the current situation. He thought to himself, seriously, this woman couldn't stand me before, but now that she sees my strength, she's completely changed her tune. This woman is too real. Then he decided to shake her hand and replied, "I wouldn't dare. We're just a newly formed team. It's an honor to receive the attention of Mo Gong's combat team." Ye Hao pondered. "However, compared to fake weakness, I prefer genuine strength even more." Then Yin Huang took the initiative to embrace Yen Hao. Much to his awkward surprise, Yen Hao stammered, "Miss Yen Huang, what are you doing?" She took the opportunity to whisper in his ear, saying ambiguous and provocative words. "You saved me today. I won't forget this favor. How do you want me to repay you?" Ye Hao quickly realized her intentions and skillfully replied, "No rush, no rush. I'll wait until I need Miss Yin Huang's help in the future." Yin Huang still hugged him tightly and said gently, "You want me to owe you this favor? All right. Although I usually hate that, I can accept it if it's you." Then Yin Huang let go, turned around, and left, not forgetting to say goodbye. "Then we'll go first. Goodbye." Ye Hao also raised his hand to wave. "Bye-bye," he thought to himself. The women of the Han Mo Corporation are all complicated. Then, Xiaoji seized the opportunity to praise him endlessly. "Damn, Ye Hao, are you really involved with Yin Huang? So enviable, you're my idol." He Shuai was also full of admiration. "There's a saying that only the strong can possess women, and this saying describes you perfectly," Ye Hao calmly replied. "You two are exaggerating." Qing Yun also stepped forward and said, "I didn't expect you to be part of the Han Mo Corporation. I thought you were a lone wolf," he replied. "I only joined recently, so I'm not close to their people." Qing Yun wondered. "I remember that Han Mo takes 5% of the combat team's earnings, which means that after joining the team, you have to hand over half of all your profits. But this time, you defeated the boss alone, and Han Mo didn't help you at all, so that's too much of a loss." Ye Hao smiled and replied, "It's okay, it's an unavoidable issue." He didn't want to explain much, so he said, "Joining Han Mo is mostly for my family. After all, it's good to have a strong backer. In this apocalyptic world, it's difficult to take care of everything on my own." Contrary to his words, Ye Hao thought with great disappointment, "I have to ask Mo Kara when I get back, whether our team's single status has taken effect yet. Can we pay less? 50% is too painful." Qing Yun understood after hearing the explanation. He advised, "I see, you're not like us orphans living in the wilderness. We can eat our fill and not worry about the rest of the family, but you still have relatives, so finding a reliable backer is a good choice. However, with your strength, you probably won't be willing to rely on others for too long. If you have the chance, you should build your own power." He suddenly remembered. "Didn't you have a base construction blueprint before? I remember that there's a construction grandmaster within the Han Mo Corporation. You should try to befriend him. When you develop the base, you can settle your family there and feel at ease." Yang Hao agreed after hearing this. "Good suggestion," he considered. "But I don't need to beg others. I can do it myself." Du Yixi appeared and skillfully flattered. "That's right. Building a base or anything else is nothing for an omnipotent master." Ye Hao then urged everyone. "Let's go see what good things this boss dropped," Xiaoji exclaimed happily. "It's time to pick up treasures." Killed the Baiyi Chiwei world boss. received 400,000 experience, received 2 billion in rewards, a demon dragon orb, a dragon clan heart that is still beating strongly, specific effects unknown but it seems to be usable for cooking. Ashes of Light. Legend has it that Bai Yi Chiwei was once a divine dragon. This is the remnant left before it fell into a demon dragon, the Dragon Eye Gem Ring. Wearing this Dragon Eye Gem Ring will help you maintain a clear mind, enhancing your willpower and spirit with the demonic energy within. The Fel Nha Demon Dragon Sword, forged from dragon teeth, increases critical damage by 50% against enemies with less than 20% health, dealing even more damage. Equipping the Dragon Eye Gem Ring will grant immunity to mental control effects like illusions and confusion, enhancing resistance to abnormal states. The Bai Yi Chi Wei Territory Key, recommended level 90. Upon seeing this item, Ye Hao's eyes lit up instantly, exclaiming, "That's it!" Xiaoji lamented, "What's up? It seems like since the rare items in the Mystic Lair treasure trove were even better, we now feel like the boss drops are too normal. All useless stuff like immunity to mental control, and not even much gold." Zheng Cheng reminded him, "Don't measure by your standards. These things aren't yours. Who knows? They might be useful to Ye Hao." He happily held up the key, declaring, "Those things don't matter. My main objective is this key." Everyone asked curiously. "This is the boss's territory instance key." Qing Yun wondered, "Could the items inside be more valuable than in the Mystic Lair?" Ye Hao affirmed. "Of course. According to the information I know." He continued, "The resources in that territory instance are worth at least 25 billion. Hearing this number, everyone was stunned, exclaiming, "What? 25 billion, really?" Xiaoji and He Shuai, seeing the glittering gold coins before them, felt like no one in the world was happier. They exclaimed, 25 billion? Oh my god, what kind of concept is that? Probably can't spend it all in a lifetime. Zheng Cheng stepped forward, giving each of them a quick slap to bring them back to reality. He reminded them, "That's Ye Hao's stuff. What are you two daydreaming about?" Ye Hao, who was checking his system, said, "That's right, but before it becomes real money, it's just a useless string of numbers," Ye Hao thought to himself. "Besides, my level isn't high enough to solo a level 90 territory, though using Dark Shadow Monarch's account to fight a level 90 boss isn't a problem." He frowned, carefully calculating. "But inside the instance, there will definitely be a series of high-level monsters and mini-bosses. Without someone to tank, it's fundamentally impossible." Suddenly, Qing Yun's system pinged with a notification. Ye Hao sent a trade request, 1 billion. He was stunned, not understanding his intention, and asked Ye Hao, "This money is?" Xiaoji also stepped forward, curious. 1 billion, Ye Hao, what are you doing? Even if you have extra money, you can't just throw it around like this, He Shuai guessed. "Could it be the boss reward he mentioned earlier?" He candidly replied, "That's right. I said before, I would give you 1 billion as a reward. Now is the time to fulfill that promise." Qing Yun questioned, "But we've already earned 70 million. How can we accept more money from you?" He replied, "This is separate." Ye Hao generously announced to everyone, "The treasure Mystic Lair and the Mystic Lair were unexpected luck. This billion is what I promised to share with you for taking down the boss. Just accept it with peace of mind." Xiaoji was so happy he almost cried. He wanted to hug Ye Hao, exclaiming, "Boss Yi is so awesome. This is like Boss Yi hiring a raid team to get equipment." He Shuai was no less happy, exclaiming, "The result is that he paid both money and effort. The raid team is Boss Yi himself." So the two of them went to hug Ye Hao's legs tightly. He Shuai declared, "From today on, I'm clinging to this big thigh and won't let go. No one can fight with me." Xiaoji also shamelessly affirmed, "The other thigh is mine." Zheng Cheng had to take action again. He whipped each of them once, scolding them affectionately. "Can't you two be a bit more ambitious? I think you're itching for a beating." Qing Yun was very happy to see this scene. He praised, "Good hit. Although Ye Hao is a reliable person, we can't rely on him for everything." Then Qing Yun stepped forward and said to Ye Hao, "I won't stand on ceremony with you, Ye Hao. I'm accepting the money, but although we started for profit, we definitely won't end for profit. If there's anything you need help with in the future, just tell us. Sunset Horizon Squad will do everything we can to help you." Ye Hao felt it was perfect timing. He replied, "Then I won't be polite either." "There is indeed something I need your help with," Qing Yun responded. "Tell me about it." Ye Hao spoke, "I hope you can help me gather some intelligence from outside the safe zone, whether it's about demon beasts, human factions, or instance data. This is my weak point that needs to be supplemented, so I'll be prepared for wilderness expeditions later," he affirmed. "Also, I feel like your team needs to be expanded. It would be best to build up your own large-scale faction." Zheng Cheng felt a bit confused. He asked, "Large-scale faction?" Xiaoji also asked, "Can you explain the reason clearly?" Ye Hao, Qing Yun frowned and thought for a while before speaking. "We've always followed the small team route. One is for coordinated action and the other is for easy management of personnel. But even so, there was still a traitor in the last operation. If there are more people," Ye Hao explained, "the amount of capital determines the difference in gameplay. Before, you didn't have money, so you could take the small but exquisite route. But now that you have money, it's not the same as before. You understand better than I do. In the wilderness, the importance of factions. Ma Huang's team is an example. Qing Yun was still hesitant. That's true. But you're thinking too far ahead. We're already spending a lot of effort just worrying about survival every day. We've never thought about these things. Zheng Cheng, on the other hand, understood better. He adjusted his glasses and agreed. I think Ye Hao makes a lot of sense. This is also the best opportunity for us to transform. Xiao Ji also contributed his opinion. That's right, with our strength, under the same level, 4 against 6 is the limit. If we continue like this, it will be very difficult to beat those 10-man teams, He Shuai cheerfully affirmed. Although I also want to take this money and enjoy myself, for future development, we have to do as Ye Hao says. Qing Yin listened to his teammates express their feelings, then sighed and teased. When did you guys become so forward-looking? Weren't you always the type to worry about the next meal after finishing the current one? He stepped forward, wanting to shake his hand, and affirmed. This is all thanks to Ye Hao. He's shown us a higher level of scenery. My vision was too narrow, and I couldn't lead them to a higher level. This team can't do without him, so this billion is considered his capital contribution to us. He is a key member and major shareholder of the Sunset Horizon Squad, with the right to priority profit sharing and decision-making. The whole Horizon Squad turned to look at Ye Hao and declared their approval in unison. He happily shook his hand and replied, In that case, I shall respectfully obey, Qing Yun thought to herself. And he said he had limited vision. Now he's already calling it a combat squad. You clearly still have grand dreams in your heart. Afterwards, Ye Hao unfurled his wings, trusting them. Then I'll leave the matters in the wilderness to you all. Then Ye Hao flew into the sky, not forgetting to promise. We'll part ways here for now. Remember to contact me if anything comes up. The Horizon Squad waved their hands happily. Take care, brother. We'll miss you. Safe travels. After that, Ye Hao hovered in the sky, contacting someone as he flew. Yunfei, where are you guys? The person on the other end quickly responded. You finally have signaled. You turned off your communicator earlier. We couldn't reach you no matter what we did. She carefully reported. We're still in District 8. Mo Keither has found a temporary place to stay. The location has been sent to you. Ye Hao, having received the information, replied, Okay, I'll head over immediately, he thought to himself. The aerial defense angel is a combination of the aerial defense cloak and the tattered angel wings. Not bad at all. Although there are still restrictions on flight altitude, it has shortened the CD time and improved safety and practicality. In District 8, Han Mo Corporation, a high-end residential area where shimmering lights illuminate the entire neighborhood. Keeler sat cross-legged on the sofa, slowly sipping tea before speaking up. Due to the state of war not being lifted yet, we can only stay in this house temporarily. Please forgive the inconvenience. Stay here for a while. Ye Hao smiled awkwardly and replied, It's nothing, only to observe the entire room, and thought to himself, Is this what she calls inconvenience? I'm afraid she has some misunderstanding of the word inconvenience. I've never seen such a luxurious and spacious house in my entire life. Yunfei, sitting beside him, also asked Han, Did you get to see the boss fight? I'm glad you made it back safely. We heard the boss's tragic cries coming from District 9 earlier. I was worried to death. He happily took out the key he received from the mission and showed it off. Why would I just watch the fight? Take a look at what this is. Yunfei was doubtful. A key made of gold. What's it for? Kier also looked at it and asked in surprise. A key? Could it be the dungeon sub-key that I mentioned earlier that drops from the boss, and it's in your hands? Could it be that you, Yunfei, seem to understand? And she asked happily, You must have killed the boss, right? Ye Hao praised happily. Smart, Kelser asked anxiously. Ye Hao, what are you joking about? This time, the leader of the boss raid was none other than Yin Huang. Her combat power is among the top 5 in the Mogong combat squad. How could she have the boss stolen? Ye Hao smiled and replied nonchalantly. I just had good luck, and found an opportunity, Keeser asked back. An opportunity to defeat a level 90 boss in an instant. She wondered, just how much strength are you hiding? But this is your personal matter, I won't pry. But what exactly was that opportunity? Ye Hao didn't answer the question, he only replied. This will be reported in detail by the combat squad later. I won't say more, but there is one thing you must know. Ye Hao sat seriously on the chair, one hand propping up his chin, and began his story. Han Mo Corporation seems to be targeted by everyone now. Not only is Huangzheng Corporation targeting it, but even Tiansang Corporation has begun to betray it. Although Han Mo is very powerful, it is making enemies everywhere. I'm afraid that one day. Kecker felt that something was very wrong upon hearing this. She asked back, Tiansang Corporation betrayed us? Kelser folded her arms and replied coldly, I can roughly guess the situation, Dimas. You don't need to worry, Han Mo Corporation. We will continue to develop according to our own steps as before. No matter how the external environment changes, only being strong ourselves is the foundation. She worried secretly. It's just that the board of directors is formulating an overly aggressive external development strategy. Continuing like this will become a very unstable factor. However, I have suggested many times, but they didn't take my words to heart. Ye Hao completely agreed with this, affirming that it was completely accurate. You don't need to concern yourself with that, newcomer. Compared to this, I'm more concerned about the distribution of loot this time. Although it was said earlier that half of the combat squad's loot must be handed over to the corporation, how should my situation be handled? Keller answered directly. Your situation is indeed special, because you haven't officially joined Hanmo Corporation yet and haven't entered the information about you and the group you want to form. In theory, this time's loot doesn't need to be handed over at all. It's all yours, Ye Hao asked back in surprise. What? Yuner felt happy after hearing this, she exclaimed. So, 5 billion is ours. Oh my god, am I dreaming? Kara looked at the girl in front of her and thought helplessly. Like brother, like sister, truly a family, Ye Hao quickly replied. Understood. Then I will follow the rules, and proactively hand over half of the profits. Keller was very doubtful upon hearing this, she probed. Based on the loophole in the rules, you don't need to hand it over. Someone who loves money so much, yet actively gives up the benefits that are already in hand. Why, Ye Hao replied, there are 2 reasons, he explained. First, people shouldn't be too greedy. Although I'm a person who loves money very much, since I joined Hanmo Corporation, I must act in accordance with the rules. No matter how I snatch the boss from the Mogong combat squad this time, if I were to be greedy and monopolize it, it would be the same as being enemies with the entire corporation and combat squad. More importantly, if we, the King's combat squad, want to become your power, we can't harm your position and prestige in the corporation for the sake of immediate benefits. Ye Hao affirmed. Therefore I chose to do this. It can be said that it is also for you. Kira felt very embarrassed upon hearing this. She blushed and asked back. For me? Kira was shy and didn't want to confront him anymore, so she compromised. Alright then. Since you've decided that way, I won't stop you. Ye Hao asked again. How do I hand it over now? Kefir replied unhurriedly. Later, there will be a special evaluation department to evaluate the benefits, but you will have 2 choices, she explained. 1. You directly hand over all the profits, including the key to enter the dungeon. The corporation will return 50% to you according to the agreement. You don't need to worry about what they do with it, just wait to receive the money. This method is the most stable. 2. You can estimate the value of the 50% profits to be handed over, then enter the dungeon to scour resources, and then hand it over according to the old rules like the previous payment. This method has the most unknowns and risks. Hearing this, Ye Hao seemed to completely understand, and replied nonchalantly. Then I don't need to hesitate anymore, he quickly announced. I choose the second option, Ye Hao secretly calculated, using his European emperor physique. The higher the risk, the greater the reward. Kara smiled and replied, I understand. This choice suits your personality. She stood up and announced. Alright, leave the submission to me. I'll head back first. Keeler suddenly remembered something. She turned around and reminded, Oh right, based on the corporation's benefits, everyone can go to the 3 districts for 4 years of stay. It's much safer there than here. Does anyone want to go? When the war situation is on high alert, I'll send someone to pick you up. Ye Hao refused. Not for now. After such a major battle, the demonic beasts definitely won't have any major moves. Moreover, my friends are in District 9, and I don't want to go too far. District 8 is also very good. We'll talk about it after a while. He secretly calculated that the most important thing was not to get too close to the corporation's center. Being monitored and controlled, restricting freedom wouldn't be good. Kisa agreed. She walked outside, not forgetting to say, Okay then, tell me when you want to move. If it can be done, by the way, one more thing. Then, Kiefer turned around, immediately threw out a card and announced, I'm giving you a card. This card grants you free passage within districts 1 to 9, convenient for your daily activities. Ye Hao took it and was grateful. Thank you, miss. You're so thoughtful. He secretly sighed in his heart. This was definitely a good thing, extremely useful. Watching Kier leave, Yunfei smiled secretly and spoke out. Miss Mo, aren't you reluctant to leave my brother? You could stay for 3 days and nights. Stay a few more nights, she coldly replied. No need. In the room at this time, Ye Hao sat on the chair and frankly confessed. Mom and Dad, I'm sorry. Due to some personal reasons, I chose to stay in District 8. There's no way to bring you to a safer place for the time being. The father replied, Xiao Hao, no matter what decision you make, we unconditionally support you. The mother also affirmed. That's right, she observed the lovely maid and happily said, Besides, the amenities here are very good. Your father and I never thought we'd live in such an expensive room. The only drawback is that the room is too big, and it's tiring to clean. The little girl Nana chirped, "That's a small matter, just leave it to me." Then Yunfei also spoke up. "Brother, no matter where we are, as long as the whole family is together, this is the best place." Nana pretended to be happy and said, "You're absolutely right." She secretly vomited in her heart and thought with disgust, "This is so nauseating, can this scene end quickly?" Ye Hao looked at the happy family and was very satisfied. He thought to himself that this was the motivation for him to strive forward. In the apocalypse, most people think that family is a hindrance, so they choose to live alone. But I am very fortunate to be born into a happy family. I must try my best to protect this happiness, and this is what I have been doing all along. Even temporarily entrusting myself to the Han Mole Corporation is not the ultimate goal. Only when I have built that solid defensive base will it be the future home that belongs to our family. Standing on the rooftop of a tall building and looking down, Yan Hao called out to W. It replied, "Master, what are your orders?" He ordered to bring out the blueprint of the base and began to analyze it. Dun Yi obeyed and replied, "Understood." Yi Hao affirmed with some excitement, "Let us see what great price we have to pay to achieve the ideal future." Then Du Yi quickly displayed the screen and reported, "Master, the analysis results are out, but the situation is not very optimistic." Ye Hao hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? Tell me quickly." It began to narrate. First is the construction point of this map. It requires at least a level 40+ dungeon to be able to construct. He thought for a while and replied, "Not too difficult. I got a level 40 dungeon key from the Black Tiger mercenaries. Before, I was wondering when to unlock it. Now it's just the right time to use it." Du Yi announced the price, 50. Ye Hao was shocked to hear that. He clutched his head and lamented, "What? Why so much money? This is legendary scamming," Du Yi reminded. "This is just spending money. Not to mention there are still many rare props and materials, lest the master loses his enthusiasm." Ye Hao was almost slumped. He desperately replied, "My enthusiasm has been extinguished by more than half. You said that the boss reward this time was quite good, but it's far from enough. I don't even have enough money to use." Du Yi consoled, "Don't be discouraged, master. You are so strong, it's only a matter of time before you earn all that money back." He seriously replied, "I understand this principle, but the gap in my heart is like the difference between the water level of a river and the sea. It's a bit big. What should I do after collecting money and props?" Dun Yi continued to report. "The rest is the specific construction phase. Master only needs to use the master craftsman skill to create a large number of construction robots for construction. This step is just a piece of cake for the master. But the only trouble is that the master needs to be here for the entire process. Otherwise the construction robots will not be able to operate." Ye Hao thought and hesitated. "That's really troublesome, but can I?" He remembered the image of the little girl Nana and considered, "I'll give Nana control authority over the robots so she can watch over the construction for me." Du Yi agreed. "That's a good idea." She was also created by the master, equivalent to the master's clone. Controlling these construction robots should not be a problem. Ye Hao calculated carefully and affirmed, "Let's decide on this. The remaining problem is how to quickly increase this amount of money." He scratched his head and remembered that building a legendary level was indeed not easy. He was still planning to promote the fusion of the Dark Shadow Monarch a little bit. It seems that he can only do it slowly. Now he shouldn't encounter any super powerful enemies for the time being. He must prioritize leveling up. After all is said and done, it's still money. Suddenly, a stream of water shot straight at Ye Hao, causing him to freeze, standing still like a statue. Yunfei, in a beautiful bikini, called out, "Come here and play! This swimming pool is so much fun!" Nana, standing next to her, also teased. Opportunity to take this hit. Ye Hao saw this and sighed, "Oh, so cunning." He wiped his wet head with a towel and thought to himself, "It's been a long time since I've seen Fakir so relaxed. All the efforts so far have not been in vain." Thinking this, Ye Hao spoke up and said, "You guys play." Before he could finish the words of refusal, another stream of water poured fiercely on Ye Hao, along with the tease, "Take this water breathing technique." He cursed with a bit of annoyance. "Damn it!" Nana approached, splashing water on Ye Hao repeatedly, then cheerfully invited, "Master should also learn how to relax properly. Being too intense can easily lead to snapping." The little girl was scheming. "Come on, take advantage of him being weak. Seize the opportunity to drown him." Ye Hao was incredibly fired up. He seriously replied, "Really? Nana's trick has successfully ignited my fighting spirit. It reminds me of the years when I reigned supreme in the pool." Afterward, Ye Hao quickly took off all his clothes and declared loudly, "Today, I'll let you kids know what the king of aquatic warfare is." Yunfei was startled and exclaimed, "It's here! Big Brother's signature move, Deep Sea Nuke." This one move caused Nana to feign misery and shout loudly, "Spare us, master, we won't dare again." Ye Hao was full of vigor at this moment. He said, "Just wait and eat this move." Yunfei was also very happy. She praised, Brother, this move is so powerful, teach me, teach me. The story continues. At the Hanmo Corporation headquarters, at the vice president's office, Yin Huang entered the spacious room and spoke to the person sitting. I'm very sorry, young master, she confessed. I didn't anticipate the Tiansang Corporation's betrayal, nor did I expect the Huangzheng Corporation to send assassins, putting the boss battle at a disadvantage. As the team leader, I take full responsibility. Please punish me, young master. The man sitting also stood up. He put his hands in his pockets and said, It seems you understand yourself. But Moichi turned around. He stood facing Yin Huang, his entire body exuding a suffocating aura that easily overwhelmed the person opposite. He sneered. Do you feel that this excuse can justify your failure? Yin Huang embarrassedly lowered her head, hesitating to answer. Young master, Han Mo, doesn't show compassion. He kicked Yin Huang straight to the ground and scolded. In the end, it's because you're too weak. He didn't hold back his criticism. You still have the face to kneel before me, the top combat power of Moragong. Yet, leading the team, you couldn't even defeat a level 90 boss. The Han Mo Corporation's reputation has been completely ruined by you. Yin Huang tremblingly stood up, stammering. I'm very sorry, but Mochi didn't spare her. He decisively slapped Yin Huang across the face with a stinging slap and shouted, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. The slap was so painful that blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Mochi grabbed Yin Huang's neck tightly and mocked. I brought you out of poverty and spent so much money to train you, not to have you come back with this useless form and block my way. Wang Chuan coldly walked in from outside and reminded, Young master, that's enough. Mochi glared at him angrily and sneered. What? Can't stand seeing this? Are you reluctant to part with this lovely team member? Wang Chuan bluntly replied, I just don't want you to waste time on boring things and forget what you should be doing. Hearing this, he disgustedly tossed Yin Huang aside violently and asked, Of course not. Have you found out the information about the person who stole the boss? Wang Chuan opened the system and reported, Of course, this person was invited into the company by the eldest miss before the boss battle and hasn't officially registered yet. Mo Chi asked suspiciously. Someone Mo Kier brought in. Did she direct the boss steal? Is she trying to oppose me? An image of a man appeared, and he cursed angrily, Ye Hao, damn it, this guy again, Ye Hao, level 6, King Squad, not officially registered. Keller headhunted him, relying on a weak level 6 to oppose me. Wang Chuan cautiously reminded Mochi not to be deceived by the external level. Being able to steal the boss in front of Yin Huang's group, his strength is definitely not ordinary. He scoffed dismissively and replied. Trying to hide his level, petty tricks, Mochi stood tall and declared, This guy called Ye Hao, what's his real strength? No one is more qualified to speak than you. Yin Huang knelt on one knee and replied, Unfathomable. Although the boss only had 3% HP left, it was still in a berserk state, but he ended the battle with overwhelming force, directly destroying the boss in an instant. Hearing this, Moin Shi felt extremely insulted. He shouted, In an instant! If he's such a strong talent, why didn't you recruit him? Instead, you let him go to Kara's command. Yin Huang helplessly replied, I tried to recruit him, but I wasn't successful. Mo Chi found it incredibly hard to believe. Not successful? There's still someone who dares to refuse your recruitment. He became impatient, directly grabbed Yin Huang's neck and mocked, This doesn't seem like you, Yin Huang. He assumed that everything he said was right, so he acted very patriarchally and teased someone else's daughter. With your usual style of work, this kind of ignorant guy wouldn't have been able to survive under your hands and leave. Could it be that you've taken a liking to that kid? And even intentionally gave the boss to him? Yin Huang's neck was being squeezed, making her very uncomfortable. She gasped and tried to say, Young master? Mochi vented his anger and tossed Yin Huang away without any consideration. He yelled and ordered, Trash! You've made me very curious about that kid. I'll give you one last chance. Mochi turned around, demanding insistently, I don't care if you use threats or seduction, you must bring Ye Hao under my command. If that brat still refuses, kill him to prevent future trouble. Yin Huang, struggling to breathe, finally managed to sit up. She coughed a few times and obediently replied, Yes, young master. Then, Mochi coldly walked into the office, leaving poor Yin Huang to stagger outside. Wang Chuan approached her and said with self-reproach, Don't blame me for not helping you plead for mercy this time. After all, you were the one who did something so unprofessional. Also, is this Ye Hao really as powerful as you say? Yin Huang affirmed, No, he's even more powerful than I described. I can't even judge who's stronger between him and you, Captain. Wang Chuan found this very interesting. He remarked, Is that so? I've never heard you rate someone so highly. This kid has successfully piqued my interest. I haven't felt this way in years. For the time being, you should leave the unit and find a way to deal with that Ye Hao. Remember, Wang Chuan coldly walked away, not forgetting to give instructions. It's best to recruit him. If you can't resolve it, hand him over to me and I'll kill him myself. Yin Huang responded, Yes. She sat blankly in the empty room, her mind filled with tangled thoughts. Ye Hao, your boss-stealing move has stirred up a storm. Not only our Mogong squad but probably Tiansang and Huangjing Corporation have also put you on their list. But what surprised me the most is that our arrogant captain would be interested in you." She looked out at the glamorous city, lost in thought. "Could my evaluation have harmed you? No, that wasn't my intention. I don't want to be your enemy. No matter what, I hope you can join us, fighting side by side." The next day, at the 9th Academy District, the crowd finally got to go outside, they happily exclaimed. "Finally seeing the sun again. I'd turn moldy if I stayed down there any longer." Groups of students were buzzing with discussions. This is all because of the boss occupying District 9. It was killed by the Mogong squad yesterday. Truly worthy of being the strongest squad in the Han-Mo Corporation. No way. I heard the rescue team discussing that the boss was ultimately defeated single-handedly. Is that true? Taking down a level 90 boss alone is too terrifying. Tian felt extremely excited upon hearing these discussions. She eagerly anticipated. Defeated the boss single-handedly. Could that person be Ye Hao? Luo Feng crossed his arms, stating decisively. The only one who could definitely do something so extraordinary, besides our leader, who else could it be? But right after he said this, Tian suddenly fell into a silent space. She worried. But that's a level 90 boss. Even if Ye Hao could win, he must have paid a great price, like being seriously injured. I'm so worried about him. Luo Feng also thought about it and agreed. That's very possible. No, I have to contact the boss right away to see if he's okay. Unexpectedly, two male students standing in front looked up at the sky in astonishment and shouted to each other, "Look, what is that?" A magic circle suddenly appeared in the sky. This scene made the students excitedly speculate. That's a high-energy reaction above. Just a few minutes later, Ye Hao plunged down from the sky like a god. Around him were the stunned gazes of everyone. They looked at his wings and exclaimed in a panic, "Holy crap, it's Ye Hao! This cloak effect is too damn cool." As soon as Luo Feng saw him, he rushed over like a rocket and shouted, "Boss, you're okay, that's great." Tian, on the other hand, felt extremely shy. She looked at him bashfully and thought to herself, "What's going on? How long has it been? Ye Hao seems even more dazzling than before. My heart is beating so fast." Luo Feng was so happy that he almost cried. He hugged one of Ye Hao's legs and kept saying shamelessly, "Boss, you don't even have a scratch. You're really too strong. I actually dared to doubt your strength. I'm sorry, I don't deserve to be your follower." The principal of the school also came over, and he spoke calmly. "Ye Hao, you're back. The academy is safe now, no need to worry." He came to the principal and asked, "Principal, what's the academy's plan next?" He replied, "I've contacted the Han-Mo Corporation. The corporation has agreed to send people to rebuild the academy and District 9 as soon as possible. During this time, everyone should take a break from school and stay at home with their families, working together to overcome this difficult time." The principal then put his hand on Ye Hao's shoulder and said with some sadness, "It's just that you've once again saved the academy, but the academy can't come up with anything to reward you adequately." He comforted him. Hearing these words from the principal is enough. Ye Hao is definitely a member of the academy. These things are what I should do, definitely not just for the reward. Luo Feng felt extremely refreshed after hearing this. He exclaimed in admiration, "Worthy of being the boss, using words so skillfully, showing great righteousness while not completely rejecting the reward." Just as he finished speaking, the system's notification sounded. Passive skill bootlicking activated, increasing the entire school's favorability towards the host by 200%. Please pay attention to your safety. Then, all the students rushed to hug and kiss Ye Hao like crazy fans. They all spoke at once, and the female students exclaimed, "Oh my god, Ye Hao is so strong and handsome. Ye Hao, I want to have your babies." The male students were not to be outdone, and chimed in, "Ye Hao, we want to have your babies too." Then, a series of female and male students divided into two factions and fought fiercely. "Have what babies? Can you guys even give birth? Being a son and still fighting with daughters for a son, shameless. Although we don't know why, we're willing. Can you guys control us?" Ye Hao was completely stunned by this scene. He froze like a statue, not knowing what to do in the current situation. Damn, what's going on? This unethical skill was actually activated, and in such a crowded place, if this continues, something bad will happen sooner or later. Thinking this, Ye Hao ran away as fast as his legs could carry him, not forgetting to inform Zihe Jiyu, Ruan Tian, Luo Feng, "Follow me closely, let's get out of here." Luo Feng received the order and replied, "Understood, boss." Tian, following behind, asked curiously, "Ye Hao, where are we going now?" While running, he asked, "Have you two settled things at home?" Luo Feng replied, "It's all right now. I contacted them earlier. My family had some savings, so they ran to District 8 as soon as it happened. They're safe." Tian also hesitantly said, "My family isn't in this city, and I'm all alone, so it doesn't matter. So, Ye Hao, where are we going?" "You informed me that we're leaving the safe zone to go to that level 4 Kenshiri dungeon I got from the Black Howell mercenary group. At the exit of District 9, which was under repair, Workers saw a group of strangers entering and immediately stopped them. "Halt! You there!" A guard named Aduo came forward with his gun and asked, "What are you doing? This isn't a place for leisurely strolls." Ye Hao calmly replied, "Officer, we're all students. We need to go outside the city for some work. Please let us through." Aduo was startled to hear this and asked, "Students? What are students doing outside the city at this hour? The emergency order hasn't been lifted yet. No one is allowed to leave. Get back to your school, or you'll catch a bullet." Luo Feng charged forward. "A level 10 soldier dares to cause trouble here. Do you know who our boss is?" Ye Hao held him back and calmly explained, "Don't get excited. We're all good students. We don't want to cause trouble. Officer, here's my pass. Please take a look." Aduo looked at the card and wondered, "A pass? Where is this from? Never seen it before. Trying to bully me on my first day. God knows if it's fake." Hearing this, Ye Hao realized he was dealing with a newbie, and that's why he didn't recognize the pass. A burly, bearded man strode over and asked, "What's going on with these people? Wasting half the day and you still haven't chased them away." Aduo turned his head and replied, "Captain, these people took out a pass and want to leave the city. A pass. Bring it here and let me see." The man hesitated. "This is..." The captain looked at the pass and cursed in shock. "Damn it!" He decisively slapped Aduo across the face and shouted, "This is the highest level pass from the Hanmu Corporation. You can't even recognize this signature. Go back to the outpost and retrain yourself." He suddenly felt itchy and just stood there, taking the beating, stammering, "Yes?" The captain was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat, immediately clasped his hands together, and said softly, "Esteemed guests, your arrival truly brightens up our humble station. May I ask where you wish to go outside the city? I have a fleet of vehicles. I can send them to escort you. After all, it's dangerous outside the city." Ye Hao replied, "No need. We have our own arrangements. Just open the city gate." He understood and respectfully obeyed. "All right, I'll go open the gate." Afterward, Ye Hao's group of 3 arrived at a huge gate, and Tian Tian anxiously said, "What should we do? I'm so nervous. I've never been outside the city before." Luo Feng reassured, "Calm down. Isn't it just going to the wilderness? A chance to train. We must cherish it." After the gate opened, the captain walked up behind them. The man looked at the 3 people in front and wondered, "Is that Ye Hao? He's the one that the higher-up specifically named, the one we need to pay special attention to. Still can't see anything special about him." He picked up the walkie-talkie and whispered a report. "Big sis, that kid named Ye Hao just left the city from my place. What should we do next?" The person on the other end immediately replied, "Is that so? Meeting him is like striking gold." The person on the other end was Mi Suo. She ordered the captain, "Silently follow them, report the target's actions, and be careful not to get discovered." He acknowledged the order. "Understood." Mi Suo finished making the arrangements and happily thought to herself, "How interesting. Just put a reward out for him yesterday and ran into him today. Ye Hao, I've got you now." In the wilderness outside District 9, Ye Hao's group stood on a high point. Looking down at the ruined city, he explained, "This is the world outside the safe zone." Luo Feng looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. The remnants of the old world, a desolate and decaying image. Tian also spoke. "I've always seen movies and photos of the wilderness online or in books, but seeing it with my own eyes today, I feel the oppressive atmosphere of this last place even more," Luo Feng excitedly urged. "Why think so much? I feel refreshed breathing the fresh air outside." He suddenly stopped and wondered, "But boss, how are we going to get to the dungeon? It'd be easy if you just flew straight there, but isn't bringing us along a burden," Ye Hao confidently replied. "It's not a problem. I've already arranged everything," he explained. "Theoretically, the area closest to the wilderness is the safest. Anyway, it would be unlucky to encounter monsters right away, but if we do, it wouldn't hurt to grind some experience along the way. You are all important members of my king squad. Your levels can't fall behind." Tian and Luo Feng were stunned to hear this. They asked in unison, "King squad, what's that?" Ye Hao didn't answer right away, he reminded. "The rendezvous point is ahead. Let's talk as we go." The other 2 agreed. "All right, boss." While observing their surroundings, Tian and Luo Feng excitedly exclaimed, "So the King Squad was founded by the boss, and it's even part of the Hanmo Corporation, a company as rich as that." Tian exclaimed, "That's amazing. Can we really join?" Luo Feng lavishly praised without end. King Squad sounds so badass just hearing it, as expected of the boss, but after just a beat, the 2 fell into a contemplative silence. Tian worriedly said, "But you could directly join the Mogong squad and reach the peak of life. Why start from scratch like this? Isn't that too disadvantageous?" Luo Feng agreed. "That's right, boss. You can already solo level 91 bosses, a godlike existence. While we're just small ants, wouldn't we hinder your progress?" Ye Hao understood their concerns. He encouraged, "That's why I'm taking you guys to grind levels from that level 4 Naruto dungeon. If there's a gap, then work hard to catch up. Don't be discouraged." The two respectfully replied, "Yes sir, we definitely won't let Yedhao boss down." As soon as they finished speaking, a car suddenly appeared in front of the three of them, speeding like a rocket. The car then stopped in front of them. Luo Feng looked at the car and wondered, "Is that an off-road vehicle?" Sitting in the car, Xiaoji rolled down the window and announced, "Of course it's your Jiang Yushu Lin Feng's version, brother. I'm here. I didn't expect we'd meet again so soon. When you contacted me before, it startled me quite a bit." As soon as he saw the young lady, Tiantian, he exclaimed excitedly, "Brother, how could you not tell me sooner there was a beauty along? Otherwise I would have dressed up nicely." Xiaoji quickly introduced himself. "Hello, beautiful lady, I'm Shu Xiaoji, a relic hunter. This wilderness is like my backyard, I'll protect you well." Tiantian shyly waved hello and replied, "Thank you, I'm Ruan Tiantian. I hope you'll take care of me." She carefully observed Xiaoji and thought to herself, "This guy's level is really high, and he seems to know Yang Hao. He's also a bit too enthusiastic." Luo Feng, on the other hand, was very hearty. He exclaimed happily, "This big brother looks like a pro at first glance. Just looking at that shield, I know you're decisive." Xiaoji laughed non-stop upon hearing the compliment. He replied, "As expected of little Yi's brother, you can ask me anything you don't know." Ye Hao helplessly watched the two men exchange words. He urged, All right, I still have serious business to do. Let's hurry up and get going." Then the four of them got into the car and set off. Ye Hao reiterated, "We already discussed it on the phone. We're going to area C87. Xiaoji, driving the car, acknowledged the order. "Understood. We've been there before. It's about half a day's drive, but we didn't find an entrance to the dungeon there before." Holding the key in his hand, he confirmed, "That's because you need the dungeon key to open it. Dungeon key durability, 10%. Looking at it, Ye Hao thought to himself, "The durability of this key has dropped so much. Luckily, I can finally use it before it breaks." Xiaoji, while driving, announced, "Brother, the map you have looks very detailed, but is it genuine? Because the map contains coordinate information. For us relic hunters, it's priceless." Luo Feng and Tiantian asked in confusion, "This is a map?" Ye Hao replied confidently, "Of course it's real, because this was personally drawn by Mu Wei." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoji suddenly slammed on the brakes, causing everyone to jolt forward. Luo Feng, who had bumped his head, cried out, "What's wrong?" Xiaoji stopped the car and turned to Ye Hao and asked, "Brother, did you just say Mu Wei? Mu Wei? Could it be that Mu Wei, the legendary relic hunter?" Ye Hao quickly replied, "Yes, it's that Mu Wei. What's wrong? Why are you reacting so strongly? Do you know something about him?" Xiaoji said as he drove, "Talking about you, Mu Wei? This is a long story. Let's talk as we go." The car sped along the rugged road through the ruins. The atmosphere was desolate, he continued. "Perhaps in the eyes of most people, we relic hunters are people who want money and don't want lives, and the object of plunder is not human beings but ruins. But that's just the surface, a serious face, holding the steering wheel tightly with both hands. What we are really looking for is to find the truth of this world, so we have to explore all the relics one by one." Ye Hao sat beside him and glanced at him, wondering. "The truth of the world," Xiaoji said. "Has anyone ever asked how and why the OYI era of the Earth appeared? I'm impressed by this." Tiantian, sitting in the back seat, also chimed in. "I remember there seemed to be some conspiracy theories circulating in the past. Some people said that this world is a dream. Some other people say that this world is just a news projection of Galway Duo," she continued to explain. "Some people even say more exaggeratedly that we are actually all data in a data warehouse. Just a large-scale game of artificial intelligence AI, and everyone's fate and thinking are all set by the program." Luo Feng sat with his arms crossed and said seriously, "These are all very old theories, and they are rarely heard now, and no one discusses them again." Ye Hao looked out the window, and he wondered again. After so many generations, maybe everyone is used to this era, or just wants to live this short life. Xiaoji frowned, and said sternly, "Habits don't mean the truth." The small car and the magnificent nature still sped under the blue sky, and a hopeful voice sounded, "We always believe. There are reasons behind every phenomenon. As long as we continue to excavate ancient relics, one day we will touch the buried truth." Ye Hao smiled with a handsome face, and praised, "Xiaoji, I can't imagine that you, who look like a playboy, with a frivolous appearance, have such a heart that yearns for knowledge." The praise made him embarrassed. He raised his hand to scratch his head. Xiaoji humbly said, "Actually, these words were told to me by the captain. How could someone as rude as me have these thoughts? I and the other teammates of the Tangchuan Horizon team were attracted by this idea of the captain before we came together." During this time, Ye Hao thought, "I knew that Lan Qing was not simple. He said I was young before, and I thought he was joking. This kind of vision and ideas are not something ordinary people have." Xiaoji turned and pointed to the paper he was holding. According to rumors, the relic hunter Mu Wei had come very close to the truth of the world, but he has been missing for a long time, and no one knows his whereabouts. If the map on your brother is a real drawing by Mu Wei, Then it must contain a secret, which may contain clues to unlock the truth of the world. Ye Hao opened the paper wide and stared at it. Really? But I can't see anything. And even if I find the truth, what can I do? Doesn't time still pass? Xiaoji smiled and explained, You still don't understand this, do you? In fact, there is a legend circulating in the Relic Hunter world. If anyone can find the truth of this world, the image of the overlord of the world appeared in his mind, and he could restart the world according to his own wishes, and become the king of this world. A surprised voice exclaimed. This is the first time I've heard of this legend. Tiantian's face glowed with excitement at the legendary story, and she clasped her hands in front of her chest. But is the truth really like this? Luo Feng also exclaimed excitedly. If it's true, it will be very interesting. Tiantian imagined herself in a colorful, cute outfit standing on the stage, holding a heart-shaped scepter in her hand, stirring up the atmosphere. If I could restart the world, I would definitely turn this world into a magical world of love and peace. Meanwhile, Luo Feng was lost in a delusional dream, picturing himself ascending a majestic throne, surrounded by alluring young women and kneeling subjects. He scoffed. Is that all? If it were me, I'd become the world's supreme overlord, a wise and unified emperor ruling all. Ye Hao, utterly bored, turned back and said, You two are practically there already. Just keep dreaming and you'll achieve it. They were too embarrassed to say a word. Then, he turned to Xiaoji. This legend is too far-fetched. We should focus on reality for now. Xiaoji smiled in agreement. My brother's right, but a person needs dreams, or they're no better than a fish. Hearing this, Ye Hao fell into deep thought. Dreams, huh? That word feels so extravagant right now. Everything I'm doing is for a single goal, a practical one, not a dream. So, what is my dream? Xiaoji flashed a confident and excited smile. Anyway, if we can find Mu Wei, we can uncover more clues. This isn't just wishful thinking. Ye Hao's face darkened as he leaned against the window, lost in thought. As for that Mu her person, the headmaster probably knows a lot. Once we clear this dungeon, I need to pay him a visit. The car finally screeched to a halt, kicking up dust. A gentle voice reminded them, We're here, everyone out. The four of them stepped out, finding themselves before a towering canyon bathed in light, signaling the start of a mysterious journey. Dian Dian spoke up. This is the dungeon entrance, I don't see anything. Luo Feng crossed his arms and retorted, Wrong, the entrance must be hidden. We need the boss's key to activate it, or it would have been looted long ago. However, a dangerous glint and a sly smile appeared on Ye Hao and Xiaoji's faces, Ye Hao said. But first, we need to deal with those tailing us, Xiaoji added. Following us all this way, eating our dust, it must be tough on them. Dian tilted her head, puzzled. Tailing? What does that mean? Luo Feng frowned, apprehensive. Boss, he means we're being followed. Suddenly, Xiaoji tossed a grenade forward, shouting, When it comes to field tactics, I'm the expert. You guys have a lot to learn. A barrier materialized, stopping the grenade, impacting against the invisible shield. The four of them calmly watched the bright explosion unfold before their eyes as the smoke filled the air, revealing a shattered barrier. They got back into the car, Xiaoji announced. We've been discovered. Luo Feng angrily yelled, Damn it, we're really being followed. And I didn't notice a thing. How could I make such a rookie mistake? Are those the guards from the gate earlier? Why are they following us? A foot gently stepped forward, onto the rough, uneven ground. Please, don't misunderstand. The captain of the guard squad gave an awkward smile, rubbing his hands together. I was just worried about the safety of our esteemed guests. Since you didn't want us to follow you, we just secretly trailed behind to protect you. A voice chimed in. Is that so? Ye Hao unsheathed his shining sword, pointing it directly at the captain's neck. Then we really appreciate the effort. The captain, alarmed, took a step back. No effort at all, no effort at all. It's all for your service. But isn't pointing a sword at me a little inappropriate? Ye Hao sneered. You can't even come up with a believable excuse. Let's end this awkward conversation here with you ugly old fart. The captain of the guard forced a smile. He waved his hand dismissively. You've really misunderstood. I may have a lot of hair, but I'm only 28, not some ugly old man. That inwardly, he thought, Damn it, he's pointing a sword at my face. If you didn't have a level 55 in your group, I would have attacked as soon as you discovered me. Behind him, he gestured to his comrades with hand signals. A Hong noticed and thought, That's the triangular assault formation in sign language. The captain is signaling us. The two comrades beside him understood clearly. As soon as that brat makes a move, we'll immediately launch a counterattack and defend. They only have one level 55, the others are not a threat. If we really have to fight, there's nothing to worry about. Ye Hao pretended to believe the captain, sheathing his sword with an arrogant smile. All right then, I'll accept your good intentions. We all survived the monster siege. We should trust, help, and be less suspicious of each other. He spoke those words, but in his mind he schemed. They're walking right into my trap. I've changed my mind. Instead of killing these worthless people, I can use them to find the mastermind behind it all. The captain played along. Gesturing to his comrades, he said, "That's right. It's not easy surviving that disaster," he thought. "Abort the attack. How could someone this easily fooled be on the wanted list of the company? Is this brat some young master from the Hanmo Corporation? That's why he has the Hanmo's high-level pass even though he's only level 6. The captain casually fished for information. "I wonder if young Master Ye can tell us what brings your party to this desolate place, risking so much," Ye Hao calmly replied. "What young master? And as for going so far, there's only one reason." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised a golden key, his face smug, and declared, "To explore a new dungeon. Anyone interested in joining?" Dian and Luo Feng stood by, arms crossed, amused by his recruitment. They exchanged knowing glances and snickered. Dian thought to herself, "He's at it again. The boss's style is to invite people into his trap." She chuckled. These self-proclaimed smart people are in for a bad time. The captain's eyes widened in shock at the sight of the key in Ye Hao's hand. He blurted out, "You can't be serious. Judging by the color, that key is at least level 40. Even with your level 50 companion, trying to clear that dungeon without any intelligence is suicide." Luo Feng, full of confidence, taunted, "That's why we're inviting you to join us. What about it? Oh, weren't you going to protect us? Scared now?" That made the captain angrily shout, "What did you say?" Dian leaned against the rock wall, teasing, "Is this the quality of the guards in District 9? No wonder we got invaded by monsters. Now I know why." The captain was getting even more furious. "This girl may be beautiful, but her words make me want to hit her." His comrades were provoked by the insults. They angrily yelled, "Captain, we can't let those inexperienced students look down on us. We have to show them what we're made of." Inside the captain's head, it was thundering. "You bunch of idiots, I have no experience in clearing dungeons. One wrong move and we're all dead. Screw that." The captain tried to remain calm, refusing the offer. But how to refuse without being humiliated? This dungeon is probably only for 5 people. As much as I'd like to go, I can't bring myself to abandon my loyal comrades. What a shame. "Who knew?" Ye Hao spoke up. "There's no need to worry about that. This instance is for 5 to 10 people, everyone can enter," rendering him speechless. And his 4 teammates, carrying large guns, faces full of confidence, voices ringing out powerfully. If that's the case, let those student brats know what professional really means. "Let's go, brothers, let's explore." Yes, captain is so majestic. The captain, helpless, thought, "Damn it, to save face, I have to go with these guys. At worst, when danger comes, I'll use these students as shields. The most important thing is to stall for time until Big Sis arrives." Hearing this, Ye Hao held out the key, and a large gate appeared. He said, "Then, I'll have to trouble you all to protect us." The security team standing behind declared, "Leave it to us," Ye Hao reminded his teammates. "Then let's not delay any longer, let's go in quickly." Yes, everyone exuded an air of readiness to face anything. The captain secretly threw a device behind him, thinking, "Just to be safe, I have to leave a signal beacon so Big Sis knows our location." It was a smart positioning device, the security team's signal transmitter, with an extremely wide transmission range. They walked through the gate together, and ahead was a vast world covered in rugged forests and mountains. In the center stood a giant ancient tree, which was the instance, Life Forest, suggested level 40. They exclaimed, "This instance has such beautiful scenery, and the range is so wide, it's a bit unlike a level 40 instance." Xiao Ji was praised. "Brother Ban is so knowledgeable. I wonder what kind of demonic beasts are here. It makes people both anticipate and fear." Dian was excited by the scene. She pointed her finger forward. "And that huge tree, it's unbelievably big," Xiao Ji calmly replied. "Based on my experience, that's probably where the final boss is." Luo Feng, full of enthusiasm, clenched his fist tightly and exclaimed determinedly, "Brother Da, in the upcoming battle, please teach me a thing or two." Xiao Ji heard this, grinned happily, his nostrils flaring, and said, "It's nothing but prioritize standing behind me, don't lose your life." Ye Hao stood proudly on the cliff. He crossed his arms and ordered, "Du Si, analyze this instance to see if it's suitable for building a base," it said. "Analysis complete, Master. Although this instance is qualified to build a base, the suitability is only 3 stars. He heard this and was surprised. "Only 3 stars? Ye Hao stood in thought. "Then it doesn't meet my 5-star standard. Looks like I'm just here to grind experience this time." Dian stood next to him and looked up at the sky with a puzzled expression. She pointed up and shouted, "Everyone, look quickly. Something is flying towards us in the sky. Is it a little bird?" A large dragon waved its scaly wings, its eyes flashing a bright green light. It opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth and a long tongue. "That's a falling wing wyvern." A surprised voice rang out, "Damn, This is a little bird. It rushed towards the captain. He quickly took out his shield to block it, and said in a commanding tone, "With me here, you don't have to panic." Duo praised. "The captain is imposing," he said. The security team attacked the falling wing wyvern together. While the captain threw a mace at it, he shouted loudly, "Brothers, attack it together." The others fired their guns in response. Ye Hao commented, "They're quite powerful. Their coordination is also good. They must have practiced a lot." In just a moment, the security team had taken down the monster. The captain said, "It's just a level 20. Wyvern dares to fly over my head. Does it not know flying above me is forbidden?" He smiled pretentiously. His companions chimed in. "The captain is so cool. With you here we can rest assured." But suddenly, out of nowhere, without a sound, there was a huge monster behind them. It was even more terrifying than the last one. Its bright eyes roared angrily, causing the security team, who were just excited, to tremble in fear. That was the sea serpent dragon. The cold-blooded monster rushed forward and grabbed a member of their group. He cried out in fear, "Help!" Then it threw the security team member towards the forest, his scream echoing, "Captain, save me!" Sounds of begging continued to ring out. "Save me, Captain, save me." The impact was too strong, and he didn't make it. Someone said, "Damn it, we just got in and already lost a member." The captain angrily charged towards the giant monster and shouted, "That level 55 wood type isn't even coming to help. What are you idiot doing standing there? You're a higher level than me. You want me to come save you?" Xiaoji then turned to ask Ye Hao. "Damn, what now?" "Do we need to take action?" he replied. "We still need to save face, like you said. The end of the instance is still far away. There are still places where we need to use them." Xiaoji obeyed. Understood. As soon as he finished speaking, he and his shield rushed forward, confidently saying, "Get out of the way for this lord. Don't block my path. It's just a level 40 demonic beast. This lord can handle you without even breaking a sweat." Suddenly a notification rang out, reminding the host. The mysterious egg suddenly has a violent reaction, uncontrollable. The egg, Ye Hao's face became worried. The egg is flying around. "Egg, what's wrong, egg? Are you hungry? Or does something hurt?" he wondered. Could it be it sensed the aura of its own kind, and it wants to hatch? The system voice rang out. The mysterious egg kept moving strangely. It darted around in the air. Ye Hao hesitantly spoke. "It's been quiet for so long, and now it's suddenly making a fuss. Does it really want to hatch?" He opened the control panel. "It won't do to continue like this. I should try appeasing it with what I just received." The system's voice rang out again. Using monster tongue and shame secretion on the mysterious egg, the egg, which was moving, suddenly stopped. Its face wrinkled in confusion. "So it's being obedient again. But what's with that constipated look?" Dukisi floated in mid-air and curiously approached. "Could it be that it wants to come out but doesn't have enough strength to break the shell?" He nodded in agreement. That's possible." Ye Hao gave a savage smile, his face looking mysterious. "If you want to come out that much, then I'll give you a little help." In his hand he held the burning red heart of the demon dragon, his voice enticing. "Come on, swallow it, and you'll have the power to break out." The egg was terrified, sweating profusely. It trembled in fear. Running away from him, Ye Hao said, "What's wrong? You sensed the aura of your kind and got scared." He provoked it as if it were just a lump of meat. "What's there to be afraid of? If you don't have any determination, you might as well stay in your shell and be a useless egg your whole life." The egg became angry upon hearing this. Ye Hao laughed with amusement. "So simple. And you got provoked already." With that, he threw the demon dragon's heart at the egg. "Come on, let me see what you can develop into," causing it to cry out in fear. A reaction occurred immediately. A surge of energy like bright lightning erupted around the egg. Dusi eagerly watched. "It's coming, the shell is about to break." That power exploded. A blinding light engulfed the space, causing him to exclaim, "Wow, what powerful energy Ye Hao had," to cover his eyes, constantly marveling. "Not bad, not bad. That's the energy it should have." The notification rang out. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining a battle pet. Please name the pet." Ye Hao said, "A name, huh? Since it's my battle pet, the name must be imposing and domineering. Let's call it Qi Hong Hui Xing." After the flickering smoke and flames, the little red dragon appeared. Qi Hong Hui Xing, level 6, race evil dragon, master status Ye Hao. Meanwhile, the captain of the guard team spoke. Although it wasn't easy, it was generally completed without any danger. He held a shield in one hand and a mace in the other, powerfully striking the giant monster named Si Jing Ji Long, level 40. He blankly asked, "What's going on behind us?" The captain of the guard team looked at Qi Hong Hui Jing and exclaimed in panic, "Why is there a monster behind us? But it's only level 6. Any of you can easily take care of it in a second." The guard holding the gun smiled confidently. "Leave it to me. A low-level monster like this is doomed to die surrounded by so many people. It's just that killing you won't get me much express. Qi Honghui Xing immediately lunged forward and bit off the gun barrel, startling him in fear, his eyes wide open as he shouted, "This is the only gun I have." Then it turned to gnaw on Xiaoji's shield. He lamented, "Hey, I didn't do anything to you. Why are you biting my shield?" The captain of the guard team swung his mace through the air, mocking, "You bunch of trash, can't even beat a level 6 monster, watch me." Just as he threw it forward, he said, "All right, it's not a monster, it's my newly born battle pet." Yang Hao blocked his attack with a swing of his sword. He calmly said, "I didn't think this little guy would be so belligerent right after being born. Sorry, everyone." Xiaoji held his shield, which had been damaged by the monster, and cried, "Waka, even though we know each other, business is business. You have to pay for my shield repair fees." Ye Hao smiled apologetically. No problem." Dian ran over from somewhere. She saw Qi Honghui Xing, her eyes shining brightly with excitement. "Could this be the egg we got in the dark forest last time? It really hatched. So cute, Long, I missed you so much. Let me give you a hug." Her reaction frightened it. Qi Honghui Xing angrily braced itself defensively. Dian was confused. "Ouch, why did you bite me?" Ye Hao stepped forward and patted its head to appease it. He gently said, "Everyone, stop teasing it. After all, it's still young, and it's normal for it to be a bit unruly. Qi Honghui Xing, these are all our teammates. You have to remember that." Suddenly, a loud roar echoed from the distant forest, causing everyone to marvel at the sound. Ye Hao sat on the cliff, his voice serious. "It seems the master of this forest isn't too welcoming of our arrival. Or rather, it sensed your existence, Qi Honghui Ting." The captain of the guard team spoke up. "Who cares? After the battle just now, even though our numbers have decreased, I feel the monsters here aren't too dangerous. So, we should still split into 2 groups to search. It'll be more efficient that way. Let's use that big tree as the final gathering point. What do you think, young master?" Ye Hao found it reasonable and replied, "Good arrangement. Then contact each other through the team channel if anything happens." With that, the captain and his guard teammates bid farewell and left. "Then we'll go first." But in his mind, he was thinking, "That guy is definitely suspicious. I used all my strength just now, and he dodged it so easily. That's definitely not the strength a level 6 should have, so splitting up first and following them is the right decision." Ye Hao's group began their journey into the forest. Tian cheerfully spoke up, "First time exploring a dungeon, so excited and nervous." "Moreover, doesn't this dungeon look like the setting in the dark forest?" a voice agreed. "Now that you mention it, it really does look a bit similar." Ye Hao teased, "Banzi, I say you're knowledgeable. Use your years of experience as a relic hunter to tell us something." He wondered, "Do you all have any comments on the things that appear in this world, and the various dungeons?" Xiaoji, walking behind, scratched his head embarrassedly upon hearing the question. He asked, "Is this my blind spot? The job of a relic hunter is to search for old relics, not dungeons. Unless we have detailed dungeon guides, we usually don't go to dungeons. This is a new dungeon, only accessible to the combat teams of large corporations." He further revealed, "But the world inside this dungeon is divided into many themes and types, like what? Coming to the exploration system, we are lost in a mysterious, dense forest where giant and strange trees grow densely," Xiaoji continued, entering the map, infiltrating the unknown area. He emphasized, "It's all about adventure and survival. Besides the exploration system, there's also the survival system, where dark lairs contain many dangers, and monsters await ahead. Even more terrifying is the assassin system. We must face hordes of giant, bizarre, bloodthirsty monsters." Xiaoji's voice trembled, "and fight to kill a large number of them. In addition, there are riddle-solving and intellectual challenges." Xiaoji continued to present, "But no matter the type, no one has been able to explain the reason for the dungeon's appearance and its operating principles. If we can adapt and take advantage of it to become stronger." Yang Hao spoke up, "I see." Tian happily accepted. "I didn't expect there to be so many types of dungeons. Although dangerous, they're also very interesting. If there were a magical girl-themed dungeon, that would be great." As soon as she finished speaking, a giant monster appeared from behind, its mouth wide open, revealing gruesome teeth, dripping slimy saliva, ready to eat her. It was a Ggu Jiao Long, ossified horn dragon, level 40. Unexpectedly, Qi Honghui Ting rushed forward and rammed the monster with a powerful blow, causing it to scream in pain. Tian earnestly said, "Sorry, Xiaolong, it was my carelessness. Thank you for saving me." A proud voice praised, "Well done, Qi Honghui Ting. Leave this little guy to you." The Ggu Jiao Long became berserk, its eyes glowing red, growling angrily, "My tongue, you little beast. I will devour you." Ye Hao's eyes widened in surprise. A dinosaur can speak human language. Xiaoji crossed his arms and asked in confusion, "What, isn't it just roaring?" Du Yi proudly explained, "Master, Because you and Chi Hong Hui Ting's soul are bound, the basic attributes of both sides share the same abilities, so you can understand the dragon language, he blankly muttered. So that's how it is? Wait, sharing basic attributes, could it be? She smiled gleefully and loudly said, It seems the master has already discovered it. Du Yi calmly continued, It's the same as the master, both are linked level systems. To put it bluntly, whatever level the master is, it is the same level. Moreover, according to the master's different account changes, its attributes and appearance will produce changes. Ye Hao raised an eyebrow and praised, Interesting, I'm currently using the Scarlet Flame Emperor account, so it's the fire attribute. The Ji U Jiao Long flew and slashed at the enemy. Die, you damn thing! But Chi Hong Hui Ting skillfully dodged it. It flew up and crashed into the opponent, causing the level 40 Ji Yu Jiao Long to lose 60% of its health. It gritted its teeth and growled disdainfully. What a kid! Such boring attacks. The same tricks don't work anymore. Because Chi Hong Hui Ting tilted its head in confusion. Eyes turning red frightfully. The Ji Yu Jiao Long angrily shouted, I'm really going crazy now. Tian Tian raised her hand worriedly. Xiao Long Long, no. Xiao Ji frowned anxiously. The difference in physique and level between Chi Hong Hui Ting is too great. If we don't help, I'm afraid. Ye Hao suddenly spread his arms to stop them. Wait, none of you are allowed to help. She widened her eyes in confusion. Why, if this continues, he coldly explained, it's my battle pet. If it needs my help, even for such a small matter, it's not worth it, even if it dies. Tian covered her mouth and shed tears in dismay. Ye Hao curled his lips into a sinister smile, thinking to himself, If you're sharing my level link, there's no way you can't even handle monsters at this level. No matter what you're planning, this behavior of yours is truly ruining my mystique. The Scarlet Comet Star clamped its jaws around the ancient tree trunk and uprooted it high into the air. The ossified horned dragon sneered contemptuously. Kids are just kids. All they do is cry when they lose. As soon as it finished speaking, it swung the tree trunk and slammed it down hard on its opponent's head. Ossified horned dragon, level 40, HP, at 35%. It opened its mouth wide and growled angrily. Playing dirty again, I'm gonna chew your bones to pieces. No sooner had it spoken than another blast of fire hurtled straight down. Ossified horned dragon, level 40, HP, at 30%. It lay on the ground as sparks consumed its body. The ossified horned dragon whimpered in pain, begging in terror. Stop! A few bumps have risen on my head. It endured the pain and declared arrogantly, Useless. This kid's toy attack is nothing more than a tickle to me. Just wait until I get out of here, your death day is coming. Ossified horned dragon, level 40, HP at 10%. The Scarlet Comet Star opened its mouth wide and unleashed a volley of explosive flame dragon bullets. The ossified horned dragon turned its head, trying to dodge the flames, and roared, It's so hot! What the hell are you trying to do? It had already put on a napkin, holding a fork and knife in both hands, ready to devour the meat. The ossified horned dragon, charred black in the flames, cursed in horror. You beast! The ossified horned dragon, level 40, is now at 0%. A light enveloped Luo Feng's body, and he said in disbelief, Is this leveling up? Luo Feng level 16, and Tian Tian has also been leveled up to level 13. Her face was radiant as she exclaimed, Amazing, we have to thank little dragon for this. Ye Hao smiled smugly and boasted, Did I hear wrong? Did that guy just say baby sheep? No, you didn't hear wrong. He really said that. I knew it. Why would he use this kind of attack? Only then did he notice that the leaves, tree trunks, and even flower petals all had a peculiar fragrance. This was clearly a top-grade aroma. So can you guys smell the scent of grilled meat yet? Xiaoji's eyes lit up with craving. With my years of experience in evaluating food, this is definitely a top-notch delicacy. Luo Feng drooled, praising. So that's it, no wonder it smells so good. Tian Tian rubbed her hands, restraining herself. So little dragon is also a foodie. The Scarlet Comet Star gnawed on a juicy drumstick and went to its master. Ye Hao asked in surprise, Is this meat for me? He rubbed its head, smiling contentedly, and praised. Not bad, very considerate, very well behaved. Ye Hao turned his head and suggested loudly, We're all hungry anyway, let's have a good meal before we set off. The other three agreed with delight. Okay? The system displayed a stream of notifications, congratulations to the host, for unlocking the picture collection of grilled cactus food. Grilled cactus. The cactus meat is crispy on the outside and soft on the inside, emitting a moderate aroma. The ribs are the essence after use. Endurance plus 40%. Congratulations on obtaining the achievement. Taking wine with grilled food, drinking with wine. Forever and ever, Chi pouted in disgust. The aroma of this grilled meat is too alluring. It makes me feel like the sushi in my hand isn't fragrant anymore. A teammate, while biting into bread, cautioned, This is the temptation of the devil. Don't look, don't smell. Ugh, it smells so good. The captain angrily cursed. Shut your mouths, all of you. Wait until we complete the mission and get the money. You can eat whatever you want. The two disciples immediately became frightened. Yes. He thought uncomfortably, what's going on? The captain gritted his teeth impatiently. It's been so long, why hasn't Big Sis arrived yet? The more I look at this kid, the more extraordinary he seems. That little brat is definitely not his opponent. Whether we can get the reward from that kid depends on you, Big Sis. In the meantime, a teleportation circle appeared. Misa stepped out from inside, saying in disbelief, I'm running all the way to this desolate and remote place to find a dungeon. She, Misa level 85, chuckled gleefully. Just as I planned, to catch them all in one fell swoop. Let the hunt begin. Inside the forest, in utter desolation, Xiaoji exclaimed in disbelief. Who knew this journey would be so easy? He kept marveling. I haven't even had a chance to make a move. Every monster we've encountered has been obliterated by Qihong Huiting. That's right, great job. It tilted its head skyward, full of pride. Dian, now at level 23, widened her eyes in admiration. Following Zhao Longlong not only gets you fed, but also levels you up with ease. Zhao Longlong, all hail. Luo Feng, reaching level 26, excitedly cheered. The big boss's war dragon is too amazing. I want one too. Xiaoji waved his hand seriously. I advise you to drop that thought. War dragons are incredibly rare to begin with, and raising one to a high level isn't something you can handle. A war dragon like Qihong Huiting, capable of leveling up as soon as it's born, can only be raised by someone like Ye Hao. He nodded in agreement. Yeah, you're heaven sent, boss. The war dragon should be at this level. Ye Hao, with a dark face, thought awkwardly. Hey, your reactions are a bit over the top. It seems everyone's too used to me cheating. He suddenly clapped his hands. I suddenly remembered a place to make money. He perked up at the mention of money, urging, where can we make money? Tell me, Xiaoji quickly revealed. On the Donghuang wasteland, there's a relic called the Beast Arena. Every so often they hold a competition to determine the strongest battle pet. True to its name, it's where battle pets compete to determine the strongest, and the rewards for the champion are extremely generous. Besides money, there are many rare and bizarre items, and you can even obtain legendary equipment. Therefore, this place attracts all sorts of people from all directions, and is a very popular event. Ye Hao gaped in surprise. There's such an activity. This world is truly vast and richer than I thought. Xiaoji smiled brightly and suggested, I feel that with Qihong Huiting's strength, we can definitely earn a fortune. What do you think, brother? Once I've accumulated a lot of prize money, let's go on a harvesting spree. He crossed his arms firmly, asserting, definitely. Ye Hao stroked his chin, calculating gleefully. Maybe I can take this opportunity to collect some rare items needed to build an important stronghold. Most importantly, I need to broaden my knowledge of this world. In the safe zone, the news isn't sensitive. While the team was buzzing and discussing, someone was secretly observing from a tree branch. Luo Feng enthusiastically suggested, I want to go too. Big boss must take me along. Dian chimed in excitedly. Me too. Chi and Miao Bao, concealing their levels, stood above, observing. He glanced back, a mocking smile on his face. Oh, followed us all this way, finally daring to show yourselves. Go! Qihong Huiting struck a defensive pose, growling. It angrily spat a stream of fire forward. Dian fearfully covering her skirt. What's wrong, Xiaolong? Qihong Huiting swiped its tail, breaking the tree trunk, and the two of them were stunned and flustered. We've been discovered. How is that possible? She jumped up and shot an arrow forward, fiercely declaring, if that's the case, die. Ye Hao calmly caught the arrow, disdainfully criticizing. This attack method with weapons is too primitive. He broke the bow and arrow with one hand, grinning mockingly. If you want to kill me, this weapon method is not enough. Who are you? Why are you targeting us? Xiaoji ran out, tentatively guessing. Could it be that you're natives of this instance? Ye Hao asked in surprise. Natives are also called NPCs, right? He explained leisurely. Normally, instances with magical beasts as the main theme don't have humans, only an extremely rare chance to encounter natives. It seems your brother's European bloodline has been activated again. He crossed his arms irritably, continuing. Speaking of which, what's different about these natives compared to others? Xiaoji frowned, explaining uneasily. The attributes of natives are usually linked to the type of instance. Although each one is different, they all have one thing in common, which is that they will always maintain their initial state of renewal. Simply put, it's eternal life. Ye Hao grimaced, exclaiming in surprise. Eternal life? Now that's a real hack. Dian clasped her hands together, happily exclaiming. Great! Staying young forever is every girl's dream, he shrugged, refuting. Quite the opposite. This isn't a good thing, he continued with a dark face, uneasily. The extremely rare natives of the instance themselves have no way to leave the instance, but when they encounter people entering the instance, the outcome is often tragic. They will be removed from the instance, or sold at a high price to human traffickers, or sold to research institutions, becoming research subjects. Xiao Ji looked up, calmly reasoning. As for the two natives in front of us, although we can't see their faces, their figures and species are worthy of the 4 words, supreme, excellent material, and they will definitely be fought over. Ye Hao sighed in disbelief. Sing, in order to obtain benefits, humans can do anything beyond limits. He lowered his head, smiling slyly, and suggested, consider yourselves lucky. Although I like money, at least I have limits. And I will definitely not do things beyond limits like trading lives. You go. If you want to live, find somewhere to hide. It's not just us here, Qin Shi retorted angrily. Based on what do I have to listen to you, humans from another world? The ones who should leave are outsiders like you. She jumped up and stabbed her spear forward, loudly declaring, this clean and safe forest will absolutely not allow you to destroy it. Miao Bao, holding a club, responded in support. That's right, Ye Hao calmly dodged. Humans from another world are indeed outsiders to you, but he smiled arrogantly, continuing, for better or worse, I'm the one who opened this instance. In a literal sense, the beasts here belong to me and so do you. Therefore, Ye Hao pursed his lips angrily and used the burning skill. What I think is what I do. It's not your turn to dictate. He carried the flaming sword on his shoulder and approached step by step, growling, I don't care if you're natives, NPCs, or the holy maiden of the jungle. There's only one outcome for anyone who obstructs me. His eyes flashed with murderous intent, his face full of sinister expression, shouting loudly. Dai, Qi Qi, and Miao Bao immediately turned their heads in fear and retreated. Run! Ye Hao frowned and smiled in confusion. They were startled and ran away so easily. My level is marked with a question mark, but my mentality is relatively naive and timid. Is it because I've never interacted with other humans? This is understandable, so don't blame me for being cruel. Just consider this my first lesson to you. After all, humans are always treacherous. Both ran deep into the forest, kneeling and panting. She couldn't help but exclaim in fear. You were clearly only level 6 just now. How could you be so strong? We still shouldn't provoke him. It struggled to say. The murderous intent on his body is so strong. If we had run a little slower, we would have died. I'm exhausted. Suddenly, a thorny voice rang out. It's worth coming all this way. The captain crossed his arms and laughed triumphantly. To think that I, Lao Zi, would encounter such a high-value item. We're going to get rich, brothers. Qi tilted her head and asked curiously, who are you? Qi clenched her fists and angrily shouted, what's wrong with this world all of a sudden? After maintaining over 1,000 years of peace, why are there so many otherworldly people invading now? Miao Bao urgently ordered, don't think too much, Qi. Let's fight them first. A duo crossed his arms and smiled lewdly. This girl has an exquisite figure. I wonder what she looks like under the mask. What if she's an ugly girl? Two teammates standing next to him clicked their tongues. Ugly or beautiful doesn't matter, we can just put a headscarf on her, right? This kind of top-tier indigenous virgin is still rare in this world. She picked up her spear and scornfully said, HMPH, you are all shameless scum, die. He smirked teasingly. Oh, her temper is still very fiery. Come on, let your big brother show you how cruel this world is. The captain smiled approvingly and instructed, don't use too much force. She is an important commodity. Messing her up would devalue her. Qin Shi instantly annihilated 3 guard members, causing him to be stunned. Too fast, and it's a one-hit kill. I was only paying attention to her being a woman, and forgot that this is a level 40 dungeon. The captain threw a meteor hammer forward to attack it. These newbies are still too low-leveled. She ducked to avoid it, questioning with hatred, what exactly is wrong with you people? Qi threw her spear forward, scornfully saying, you are such high-leveled, yet you're not as good as that level 6 human. He widened his eyes in horror. Level 6 human, not good, can't dodge in time. She took out her gun and fired, sternly reminding, don't space out on the battlefield. The bullet pierced through his head, cutting off the captain's hair, causing him to stare in fear. Yes, ma'am. Misa stood on a branch with a contemptuous smirk. I didn't expect you trash to have such lucky dog luck, actually encountering these rare natives, the captain exclaimed excitedly. Boss, you're finally here! He happily ran off. Boss is mighty, you've saved me, so I'll leave this to you. A trash like me won't interfere, she loudly declared arrogantly. Then get aside and watch me do a demonstration. Qi looked up and thought uneasily. That woman's level is as high as 85, and the aura on her is very dangerous. She must have killed a lot of people. I don't stand a chance. Miao Bao secretly exchanged information. Then we shouldn't confront her head on. We should choose an opportunity to run away and prepare. Just as both of them lifted their feet to leave, a series of bullets rained down, blocking their path. Misa angrily exclaimed, you want to run? She smiled triumphantly and said, no one can actively disappear before my eyes unless they're dead. Stay obediently in place for me, otherwise if you die you won't be worth anything. A series of reptiles quickly approached. She fearfully turned her head to look back. This, Chi-Chi quickly pushed Meow Bao away, loudly reminding, "Bao, get out of the way!" it exclaimed in surprise. Chi-Chi. She was trapped inside the cage. Binding prison net level 60, duration 60 seconds. Angrily cursing. "This is a prison cage," Meow Bao said worriedly. "Damn it, Chi-Chi, I'll save you." Chi-Chi calmly dissuaded. "Don't come here, Meow Bao, don't worry about me. Run away quickly. She's too strong, we can't win. Run." It turned its head and left, tears constantly falling. "Chi-Chi, wait for me. I'll go find someone to help. I'll go find Avel. No, that guy's too bad. I'll go find that level 6 human from before." The captain hurriedly chased after. "That demonic beast, stop right there." Misa smiled triumphantly and ordered, "No need to chase. Her master is already in our hands. She'll come back sooner or later. I have other things for you to do," she coldly instructed. "Later, give her a dose of tranquilizer and take her to a secret hiding place. Remember, I want her intact." He scratched his head and smiled apologetically. Yes, I won't repeat this kind of low-level mistake." "You can rest assured, boss," Misa sternly inquired. "On another note, what kind of person is that Ye Hao?" She kept pressing. "He opened this instance dungeon. What's his exact strength?" The team leader frowned and quickly explained. "At first, we thought he was just a rich second generation, but as we came all the way here, we realized his strength is unfathomable. Although he doesn't directly take action, his dragon race battle pet can fight a level 50 warrior, so it's definitely not ordinary." Suo widened her eyes and exclaimed, "Oh, a bit interesting." He curiously asked the big sister, "What's the background of this Ye Hao? Why do the big bosses want to go to the trouble of capturing him?" She turned around, skillfully avoiding the question. "This is classified information and I don't know. The higher-ups. Orders are to try our best to recruit him. If he doesn't agree, then kill him." However, Suo grinned wickedly and added, "Compared to that boring recruitment, asking to kill him excites me even more." At the same time, in another part of the forest, Ye Hao stood under a tree observing. That ancient tree is a bit unusual. It felt huge from afar, and up close it blocks out the sky. If there's no treasure on this tree, then I'd really have to apologize to the person who set up this tree. Luo Feng held his weapon, gleefully marveling. "We reached level 30 without much effort on the way here, and we even got new equipment. If the people at school saw this, wouldn't they be green with envy?" Tian Tian happily praised. "This is all thanks to Ye Hao's little dragon. You're truly a great assistant." Qi Hong Hui Jing suddenly growled threateningly. She asked worriedly, "What's wrong, little Long Long? Why are you suddenly so tense?" He raised his hand to stop her. "It's nothing. Show yourself. You wouldn't disregard the danger and run here unless you had something urgent to tell me." Meow Bao jumped down from the branch, praising, "Your eyes are really sharp." Ye Hao crossed his arms, confidently deducing, "You ran here alone. That means your master is in danger." It widened its eyes, anxiously explaining, "That's right. She was captured by a group of people from your alien world. You have to go save her." "No, not my master. She is my friend." Tian Tian couldn't help but excitedly blurt out. "So this thing can speak human language, how cute," Meow Bao hesitantly said in disbelief. "What? You guys actually know who I am? I clearly disguised myself perfectly." Luo Feng replied with a bright smile. "Yeah, your mouth betrayed you." It snorted angrily, growling, "So what? What if you know my true form? Aren't you going to save my friend? Anyway, you and they are from the outside." He couldn't help but angrily retort, "This cat spirit is too self-righteous. Is this how you ask for help? Watch how I discipline you." Ye Hao lowered his eyes, smiling smugly, and probed. "So you're saying your master was captured by a bunch of big shots? It's not impossible to help you. The key is, what's in it for me?" Meow Bao smiled intimately and bargained, "Of course, I won't let you guys work for free." It took out a stone and suggested, "I'll give you this. This stone is very beautiful, shiny, and sparkly." He gaped in surprise. "This is an ancient magic crystal, only level 40, but the quality is superb." Ye Hao raised an eyebrow in amusement. "Where did you get this? Just this one stone is far from enough." Meow Bao closed its eyes and boasted, "Who told you I only have one? Saying it might scare you, this kind of sparkly stone." It took out a treasure trove of items, proudly proclaiming, "I have a mountain of them. As long as you help me, they're all yours." He couldn't believe his ears and asked in surprise, "What?" Ye Hao suspiciously asked. "So much. You seem to be talking nonsense. You wouldn't be lying to me, would you?" Meow Bao clenched its paws, angrily scolding. "You detestable humans, don't compare me to you people. How could I do something so despicable?" He pointed at it and suggested, "Why don't we do this? Aren't you a spirit? Show me your true form, and I'll help you." Meow Bao angrily refused. "What? You want me to do something so humiliating you might as well kill me?" Ye Hao immediately turned around, waving his hand and leaving. "If you can't do it, then there's nothing to discuss." It anxiously stopped him, its face darkening. How can this be? Wait a moment. Miao Bao quickly put on a pitiful act, begging, "Kind sirs and madams, please, I beg you to save my friend, I beg you." Tian Tian excitedly hugged it, petting it. "Oh, so cute, I really like it," Miao Bao struggled to say. "Hugging too tight, I can't breathe." Luo Feng grinned, eagerly asking, "Tian Tian, have you hugged enough? It's my turn." Xiao Ji couldn't escape this cuteness either. Although I've seen many ferocious demons before, this one is completely different. This must be a genetic mutation. Miao Bao rolled its eyes, angrily complaining. "I can tolerate beauties, but you smelly men, don't even think about touching a single hair on my body." Ye Hao patted its back in satisfaction. "You're clearly so cute. Why do you always show such a fierce look? This is how it should be." He stood up, smiling brightly, and said, "For the sake of your sincerity, I will keep my word and help you this time." Miao Bao irritably questioned. "Hey, what did you just do?" In the meantime, Ye Hao secretly ordered, "System, activate the Eye of Truth." The system immediately announced, "Activating the Eye of Truth." The surveillance range has covered the entire instance dungeon. The map gradually located the living creatures. He couldn't help but be surprised. A level 85 player just entered. It seems the team leader behind them has finally revealed himself. It gritted its teeth, uncomfortably growling. "It's a teammate, you fatso," Xiao Ji anxiously called out. "Let's go, bro. Don't you want to go rescue that little one's master?" Ye Hao crossed his arms, casually refusing. "No need, the opponent has already taken the initiative to come to our door. This also saves us time." She widened her eyes in confusion. "Took the initiative to come to our door." Mi Toa bypassed countless creatures, a pleased smile on her face as she thought, just as I expected from a bunch of amateurs, following a single trail of battle marks. And it's so easy to track their location, they would never think that someone is hunting them from behind. She couldn't help but feel pleased. This is really an unexpected bonus. Suddenly, a fiery slash shot out, cutting through a tree. Mi Toa exclaimed in surprise. "Damn it, this is..." She leaped back, dodging the attack, and sighed in relief. "That was close. Almost got hit. Is this an attack from the dungeon, or from Ye Hao's group?" Qi Hong Hui Xing, not knowing when she had started chasing, roared and spat fire. Mi Toa gritted her teeth in worry. "There's someone behind me too." Ye Hao leisurely walked up and asked, "Surprised? Unexpected? I was planning on catching fish with the captain as bait, but I actually caught a big fish, and it's a beautiful mermaid." Her eyes widened, and she exclaimed in surprise, "You're Ye Hao?" Mi Toa calmly stood up and inquired, "Was that your attack just now?" Truly an unexpected greeting, quite a surprise. In her heart, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. This kid is really strange. I clearly used my stealth skill. How did he discover me? He raised an eyebrow, smiling arrogantly as he replied, "Thanks for the compliment. I just didn't expect that. I originally wanted to use that captain to fish, but I actually caught a big fish, and it's a mermaid." She stepped forward, lifting the man's chin, and flatteringly praised, "A mermaid, little brother. Your mouth is as sweet as honey. But if the mermaid in your mouth isn't satisfied..." Mi Toa put on a sinister look and continued, "It might eat people, you know." Ye Hao sneered contemptuously. "Satisfied? How do you want to be satisfied? My pond is small. It definitely can't satisfy a big fish like you." Ye Hao grabbed her hand, continuously questioning, "Which big pond are you from, after all? Is it Huangzheng, Tiansang, or some other one?" Mi Toa calmly went along with it. "Oh, I didn't expect you to be so perceptive, actually guessing this far." She slowly introduced, "Since you're smart, I'll be frank. I'm Mi Toa, from the Huangzheng Corporation's mercenary group. I'm here to recruit you to join the Huangzheng Corporation." "What do you think about that?" Ye Hao asked in disbelief. "Coming all this way just to recruit me? But you should know that I've already joined the Han Mo Corporation." In his heart, he couldn't stop worrying. As Lan Qingyun said, "I was right. The battle with Bai Yiqi Wei exposed my strength, and now I've been noticed by all the big corporations." Mi Toa raised her hand in a friendly gesture of invitation. "The Huangzheng Corporation's strength is not much weaker than Han Mo's. As long as you're willing to join, the conditions are up to you. We won't let you down," Ye Hao exclaimed loudly. "That's really full of sincerity, but coincidentally, the thing I hate the most is betrayal." So he put his hand in his pocket and casually continued, "I refuse." She couldn't help but be stunned and angry. "You're really decisive." But Ye Hao didn't seem to recognize the situation in front of him. Mi Toa pointed a gun at her opponent's head, coldly declaring, "In my style, after you refuse, you will also have to die." Ye Hao smiled sinisterly and said, "Is that so? Then I have to thank you." She smiled and kindly suggested, "I usually wouldn't do this, but I feel that if you joined Huangzheng, it would be very interesting to work with you, so I'll give you one more chance. What's your choice?" Yehao smiled arrogantly and affirmed, "I still refuse." Toa pulled the trigger decisively, angrily saying, "Then that's a pity." Suddenly, a card was thrown out. The puppet card had run out of uses. It turned out that Yehao had quickly used it to escape, marveling. Indeed, a man eating fish in the blink of an eye. She smiled and praised with pleasure. "I have to admit, you're very interesting. But it's a pity. The high-level puppet card has been cut off." Yehao widened his eyes in stunned thought. Even the Eye of Truth didn't detect it. It seems that the opponent's puppet card level has exceeded the range of skills that can be distinguished through contempt. Toa hid behind a tree, aiming her gun forward, and quickly used Shadow Assault, mastering shooting combined with special ammunition. When shooting, there will be no sound, killing invisibly, a smug and contemptuous smile on her face. "You're still too young. Do you think a master shooter would actively show up to face you in close combat? I originally wanted to teach you practical experience hand in hand, but it's a pity you're going to die." Yehao stood blankly in the forest, worriedly thinking. "Although I didn't hear any gunshots, I still feel that something is off." A bullet shot straight into Qi Honghui. He turned around worriedly and called out, "Qi Honghui." The system then displayed information. Qi Honghui, level 6, 1% health remaining. Species: Magic Dragon. Status: Feigned Death. Owner: Yehao. Battle Pet: Qi Honghui. Dragon Races: Struggling in the death throes. Talent activated. Yehao hugged Qi Honghui and rolled to the ground, endlessly blaming himself in his heart. "Damn it, I actually didn't pay attention to the sneak attack from behind." He knelt down, quickly opening a shield, hastily calculating, "I was too comfortable fighting monsters before. I didn't realize that PvP is where it's difficult, and I immediately made a fatal mistake." Especially against a high-level opponent like this, many factors are no longer clear. Diane anxiously shed tears. "No, little dragon is dying. I have to save it." Luo Feng hurriedly stopped her. "Are you going up to die? The opponent is so high level, and they're still attacking. The moment you show your head, you'll probably get headshot." Xiao Ji quickly reassured. "Don't panic. Little Long Long's HP still has 1 bar left. Yehao will definitely be able to save it. Trust Yehao." In the meantime, he was pouring the potion into Qi Honghui's mouth. A blue light gradually appeared due to the super recovery potion, immediately restoring all HP and MP. "Hang in there. In a minute." Ye Xinghao pursed his lips to comfort her. "Drink it. You'll recover in an instant." Just a few seconds later, it opened its eyes abruptly. Yehao couldn't help but praise it with delight. "Seeing you brimming with energy again puts my mind at ease. You truly are my battle pet. Even when you almost lost your life, you didn't back down." Qi Honghui entered a vigorous state, its health fully restored. Suo quickly ducked to evade the attack, calculating in her mind. "Trying to suppress my area with overwhelming firepower, stopping me from attacking. How naive. This kind of scattered attack won't even scratch me." She aimed her sniper rifle at the target, sneering inwardly. "You were lucky enough to evade a fatal blow earlier, and now you dare to remain still. Are you confident or just courting death? Even with a shield, how long can you hold out?" Suo jumped from tree to tree, firing her gun, blaming herself. "I still overestimated you. I thought you were something special, but you're just a kid. I'll break your shield first." After a while, with the shield at 20%, Yehao patted his pet's head apologetically, saying, "Sorry, Qi Honghui. It's all my fault for being momentarily careless that you had to suffer." As if understanding, it immediately purred affectionately. He stood up, glanced around, and muttered, "Relying on the Dark Shadow Monarch to kill the rare level 90. Boasting before gave me a habitual way of thinking, causing me to miscalculate the core battle strength. Now, using Qihong to connect levels, we're only at level 60, facing a level 85 opponent is clearly ineffective." However, Yehao smirked smugly. Before, battles relied on money, and the remaining accumulation points are now useless. System: how many FB points do I have in total right now? The system displayed a notification. Host currently has 1.3 million FB points. He couldn't help but ask in surprise. 1.3 million? That's so much? But the opponent is just a semi-sniper. They probably don't have anything good on them. Using FB points to transform into the Dark Shadow Monarch has too low of a return on investment. The most crucial thing is there's no way to increase the attribute points for Qi Honghui, so increasing the connection level is more appropriate at the moment. With such intense attacks, the shield is at 8%. After a few minutes, with the shield at 5%, Yehao calmly asked, "System, how much experience do I need to upgrade my level to 10? It quickly responded. "The host's current connection level with Yandi is 55. You need to increase it by 45 levels to meet the requirement. The FB value needed to level up is 1 million. Do you want to use it?" He worriedly pondered. 1 million. The FB point consumption is getting higher and higher as we go forward, But it doesn't matter, I have to use them sooner or later anyway. I might as well take advantage of having enough FB points now to upgrade and become stronger. This way, with the basic attributes of level 100 and my ability to jump 20 levels, I won't be afraid of facing opponents with level 120. After a moment of thought, Yi Hao decided to snap his fingers and command, "System, confirm use." It immediately complied. Confirmed. Immediately starting FB conversion. Please wait a moment. Just as the shield returned to 0%, the scope had already locked onto the target. Mi Suo said disdainfully. The shield is gone, and you're trying to hide your face. How naive. It's just flames. She took out a bullet, proudly showing off, I have to use this water attribute candy core enchanted bullet. You will die in an instant. Mi Suo immediately pulled the trigger. The bullet sped towards him at breakneck speed. Die, your head will help me get the reward money. Ye Hao calmly raised his fist to block. He and Qi Honghui suddenly upgraded to level 10. Coldly proclaiming, I've met many types of women, but you're the first to ignite my killing intent. Mi Suo couldn't believe her eyes. He actually instantly increased from level 6 to level 10. How did he do it? Mi Suo gasped in shock, thinking, moreover, even though we're hundreds of meters apart, I can still feel the heat of the flames. Is this the powerful force of his weird ability? There's also the pressure of a level 100 expert. What is going on? I have to retreat, or I won't survive. Ye Hao's body was filled with hatred, coldly saying, although I really want to eliminate you myself, you almost took its life just now, so I'll leave this revenge opportunity to it. Go. An eye for an eye. Repay her many times over. Qi Honghui immediately spewed flames towards its prey. It frantically unleashed fire, as if wanting to incinerate the entire dungeon. She couldn't help but scream in fear. The flames were shot out as bundles of light rays, and the speed and area covered were greatly increased. Mi Suo cursed as she dodged the flames. Why, even a beast has become so strong. Damn it, Ye Hao. Do you really want to hunt us down relentlessly? Do you really want to be enemies with the Huangjing Corporation? He declared gleefully. No matter what you say at this moment, whether it's begging or cursing, rest assured, I will bear the consequences myself. Mi Suo loudly denied. No, Huangjing won't let you get away with this. As soon as she finished speaking, she was burned to a crisp by Qi Honghui flames. The system then displayed information. Mi Suo level 85. All stats have returned to 0. A series of notifications gradually appeared. First time battle pet has achieved PvP. Unlocked the achievement of killing a hateful person in one gulp. Gained 50,000 fluorine monoboride. 100,000 gold coins. Support props information pops up. Golden Emerald Finch Assault. A short-barreled weapon. 7 grenades. Rare version with unparalleled power. Remember to protect your arms when using. Passive increases 100% damage. Next is the KG-98KS. A standard rifle weapon designed based on the 98K rifle. Equipped with an automatic scope, silencer, and burst fire. Passive. After hitting the first target, it continues to fly through, dealing true damage to the target behind, with 100% armor penetration. Valuable items are constantly being collected. Ghost Charm skillbook enters stealth when hiding, and motionless. Finally, there are 100 Ma-Z bullets of wind, fire, and earth attributes. Smoke bombs, flashbangs, 10 and 9 hunting spider robots. Optical stealth drone appears with notification. Battle data has been recorded. It quickly flies away, activating the skill to automatically exit the instance. Xiaoji couldn't help but be surprised when he reached level 58. Holy crap, I directly leveled up 2 levels. Luo Feng reached level 36, Ruan Dian level 33. Eyes wide in disbelief, the battle situation reversed in an instant. A straight path to victory. Got used to it after seeing it for so long. Can only say the boss is too awesome. Miao Bao gaped in astonishment. What did I just see? Am I dreaming? This man is too strong. Dian excitedly hugs Qi Honghui and praises. You're so strong, Little Long Long is so good. You had me so worried. Ye Hao pursed his lips and solemnly apologized. I was a bit careless before. Letting Little Long get into danger also made everyone worry. He raised his head and calmly assured. But this kind of situation will not happen again in the future. I guarantee it. It suddenly tugged at Ye Hao's pants, timidly saying, Miao Bao widened his eyes and eagerly asked, Excuse me, are you still lacking a pet? I want to recommend myself. Although I'm not as powerful as that dinosaur, don't you want to take a pet like me? Ye Hao darkened his face and criticized. The speed of your change of face is making me speechless. Shouldn't you be going to rescue your master right now? Miao Bao immediately coughed and explained. She's just my companion. This humble one only recognizes one master. Everyone couldn't help but disbelieve, thinking, what a bootlicker. Suddenly a series of strange sounds occurred. Xiaoji pointed to the tree surrounded by dragons. What's that? An earthquake? Everyone look at the tree. They are the Nagaro level 50 instance boss. They couldn't help but exclaim in fear. It's actually the boss of this instance. Could it be that the battle just now alarmed it? I know this, but why does it have 3 heads with different colors? Ye Hao crossed his arms and smiled with interest. The final boss of the instance. Could it also be the guardian of this giant tree? Miao Bao fearfully hid behind his back and retorted, "Not some guardian or anything, Miao." It looked at the terrifying dragons on the tree, trying to remain calm, as it explained. A long time ago, this forest was still very peaceful. Until this monster suddenly appeared, it not only seized the tree as its lair, but also polluted the natural power of the entire forest. Most of the creatures that were affected became extremely violent, and then transformed into their current appearance. Moreover, according to my partner, after a long period of time, this monster has now developed some kind of connection with the tree, but I forgot what the specific connection is. Meow, he frowned, confidently ordering. First, don't worry about what the connection is. Wait until I eliminate this boss, and then go listen to your partner slowly explain. Miao Bao gaped in astonishment. As expected of my master, easily saying words that I wouldn't dare to say in my entire life. Meow. Luo Feng suddenly stepped forward to dissuade. Boss, please wait a moment. I have something I want to. Ye Hao glanced back, coldly asking, "What is it?" He clenched his fists and resolutely suggested, "I hope you can let me participate in the battle with the boss that follows, because although this journey of straight leveling up is really great, the lack of practical combat experience at a high level means that I can't be of any real use by your side, so I also want to participate in the battle." Diane Dian quickly chimed in. "That's right, I also don't want to be a moving vase, only having a high level but lacking practical combat experience." He couldn't help but be surprised and hesitated. The two Xiaoji placed their hands on Ye Hao's shoulders, smiling brightly and praising, "My brother, these 2 underlings of yours are not bad, even if you are carrying them. They still don't give up trying. Very rare." Ye Hao smiled proudly and smugly. "That's obvious, I'm very good at judging people, but..." He seriously refused. "Now is still not the time. My plan is to let you 2 level up first, and then accumulate practical combat experience. This way it will be more guaranteed, because no matter what, survival is always the most important thing." The 2 of them immediately responded in a low voice. "Understood. Boss, okay, we'll listen to you." The red dragon angrily spat out essence breath, angrily shouting loudly, "Facing overwhelming force, you still dare to chat there, not knowing whether you live or die. Go to hell." He smiled with interest, and called out Qihong Huijing. It quickly opened its mouth and spat out the Qihong Jixian. The red dragon couldn't help but be astonished, and exclaimed, "How could this be? My village's barrier is broken." They went into a frenzy, shouting, "How can a mere level M whelp have such power? Don't be careless, those guys are unusual, even an ant is still an ant, no need to be afraid." Yan Hao smiled amusedly, reminding, "So easily scared. The scarier stuff is yet to come." He swiftly unleashed the Netherfiend control. A gigantic arm descended from above, instantly crushing the red dragon's head, the arm seizing its head, tightening its grip, immediately incinerating the red dragon. It cried out in agony, "Let me go, you!" The Netherfiend control crushed the red dragon's head with one hand. Nagaro was left with only 60% health. The remaining 2 dragons couldn't help but feel fear. One hit and, "This guy is indeed weird, let's run." Ye Hao provocatively taunted, "Want to run? Weren't you very loud just now?" Miao Bao urgently tried to stop him. "Master, wait, this monster can't be killed yet," he loudly questioned, irritated. "Can't be killed? Why?" It frowned seriously, explaining, "Because I suddenly thought of something. My partner seemed to have mentioned that this monster has some kind of connection with the Everspring tree. If we kill it, we might miss something very important." Ye Hao blankly muttered, "Something very important? What is it? Is it valuable?" Xiaoji frowned, disapproving of his unclear explanation. "Now you're letting the boss go. Are you in league with it to mess with us?" Miao Bao awkwardly denied. "Absolutely not." It panicked, sweating, and hastily explained, "You must believe me, Miao. I'm all for the master. As for what exactly it is, we can find out once we meet my partner, Miao." He crossed his arms, smiling with amusement, exclaiming, "Hearing you say that, it's actually a bit interesting. I thought it was a sparse, normal level for dungeon, but I didn't expect so many twists and turns." "Let's go!" Ye Hao curiously exclaimed. "Let's go save that girl now, and see what that very important thing actually is." Everyone quickly followed behind him. He happily bargained, "If that thing is really valuable, I'll take you as my pet," Miao Bao excitedly exclaimed. "Really? That's great, Miao." Meanwhile, elsewhere, the captain brushed the dust off his body, irritably complaining, "You guys are so slow, why aren't you done yet? Waiting in this dilapidated place is deadly boring, and there are so many left." He chuckled sinisterly, adding, "Having such a top-quality item next to me and not being able to touch it? Damn it, it's torturous. But even if elder sister doesn't allow me to touch her, it's okay to see what she looks like, right?" The captain pulled off her mask, licking his lips lecherously. "Let's do it this way." Suddenly, a strange noise came from behind. He turned around, loudly asking, "Who's there?" A level 20 swift mane-horned dragon is approaching. The captain stood up, throwing his mace forward, roaring, "Scared me! Get lost, you intellectually stunted simpleton, coming to join the fun." He quickly resumed trying to remove Chi-Chi's mask, frowning uncomfortably. "Damn it, this is so annoying. Why can't I take it off? It's stuck so tightly, and I don't dare to use too much force. If I ruin her face and can't sell her, I'm doomed." Another noise rang out. The captain stood up, angrily cursing, itching for a beating. "Huh! This time I'll peel your skin." A squadron of swift mane-horned dragons was waiting outside the cave. A horde of swift mane-horned dragons came to seek justice for their comrade. The captain used his chained mace to fight them alone, cursing, "Where did so many of these beasts come from? This number is too alarming. Get out of here. Die. Don't come here. Don't you dare come over here." Another one seized the opportunity to bite his leg. He screamed in pain. "My leg!" The captain fell to the ground. In front of him, a swarm of swift mane-horned dragons was ready to pounce. He fearfully cried out, "Big sister, save me, I don't want to die." They didn't waste a second, lunging at him to tear him apart. The swift mane-horned dragons suddenly turned their heads back, looking at Chi-Chi again. The swift mane-horned dragons worked together to lift her up high, and they quickly left the cave. The system urgently reported, several accurate messages had been updated. "Please stay, host. Please check." Ye Hao exclaimed in confusion. The captain is dead. How could he be killed by monsters? And that native girl, clearly still unconscious, is still able to move. Xiaoji couldn't help but find it unbelievable. To be able to move while unconscious, what kind of skill is this? Don't you understand what's going on? This kind of situation clearly means that Beauty was captured by a demon beast. He hurriedly inquired. "Little cat, what do you think?" Miao Bao immediately denied. "It's not a demon beast," it calmly judged. "But it's more evil than demon beasts. Even more so than the boss Nagara." Ye Hao pondered in seeming astonishment. "Even more powerful than a sub-boss? Could it be that this hidden instance is like that level-asking girl? I didn't think an ordinary level 4 deity instance would have such rich content. Somewhat interesting." At this moment, Chi-Chi gradually opened her eyes, due to the dazzling light. She was placed inside a coffin, surrounded by flowers. "Where is this?" Chi-Chi widened her eyes and jumped out of the coffin, angrily shouting, "Damn it, why am I here?" She thought in confusion. Didn't I get knocked unconscious by that person? How did I get brought to this dangerous place? Could it be? It must be that bastard playing tricks again. Chi-Chi crouched down and dashed into the forest. She had to leave quickly. Absolutely couldn't be caught by that bastard again. Suddenly, a monster appeared in front of her, blocking her path. She turned her head worriedly, thinking to herself, "Oh no." Du Yi stood on his mount, speaking with dissatisfaction. "This is the 10th time already, Chi-Chi. Every time I rescue you, you always silently run away without saying a word. It really breaks my heart. But I already gave you 10 chances to escape before." Now he clenched his fist, smiling arrogantly as he ordered, "The chances are over. You should obediently stay by my side, and not be allowed to leave." Chi-Chi immediately turned around and changed direction, grumbling in disdain. "Who would listen to your foolish words?" Du Yi calmly questioned. "If I don't let you, do you think you can still escape as easily as before?" A flock of swift-winged dragonhawks immediately surrounded her in layers. He lowered his head, smiling sinisterly as he ordered, "Chi-Chi, accept your fate. Why is it that in this world full of demon beasts, only you and I appear? Don't you understand this principle?" Chi-Chi clenched her fists defensively, angrily shouting, "I hate you! You always have a smell that makes people sick. I don't want to have children with you." Du Yi couldn't help but sneer. "It's been over 1,000 years, and your thinking is still so outdated. Have children? I have absolutely no interest in that. I want to combine with you for one sole purpose." He glared sinisterly, loudly proclaiming, "That is, to obtain more power. With the addition of the 3,000-year fruits of the Elder Tree, I can break through the world's power." Du Yi raised his head, bitterly rebuking, "This damned old world makes me feel annoyed, too small, too stifling. I even feel like I can't breathe anymore. Clearly the outside is even more enormous, more boundless. The world is more wonderful. But I can only be in a small forest, with an area of no more than 100 miles, living in vain for 1,000 years. I hate it. I hate it so much." He furiously pushed Chi-Chi to the ground, muttering sinisterly. However, now the opportunity has come. Du Yi widened his eyes, evilly laughing as he continued. "Before, those interdimensional humans came, which verified my long-time speculations. I also intended to go to Spacegate by them. But, remembering the hard time, he loudly contemplates. It seems as though there is something invisibly blocking me, which prevents me from breaking through. Therefore, I need you to kill those interdimensional people. Maybe I will break through into the outside world." She calmly yells, scolding, "Let go of me." Ye Hao leisurely walked over from behind, praising with a bright smile. "What an excellent explanation. I've gained a lot of insights here. An instance NPC awakening their own consciousness, and even wanting to break through to a world outside the instance. How interesting. Originally, if you were a kind person, maybe I would have taken you out to see the outside world. But now, Du Yi slowly stood up, frowning in annoyance. Now, what can you do to me now? He nonchalantly asked back. Does it even need to be said? Ye Hao drew a fiery sword, declaring with a triumphant smile, an evil NPC only has one ending. Du Yi frowned in annoyance. I don't quite understand what you're talking about with NPC, but you guys taking the initiative to come to my door, good, saves me a lot of effort. He drew his sharp sword, revealing in disbelief. What's even more beyond my expectations is that you interdimensional humans were able to escape from the three-headed dragon Nagaro. But Du Yi jumped up, dodging the attack from the opponent, loudly boasting, "It ends here. Before absolute power, you are as weak as herons." Ye Hao used his sword to block the attack, calmly retorting, outwardly speaking threatening words, then resorting to a sneak attack. "This power of yours is not absolute enough." He suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief, thinking to himself, "That's not right, this force." Ye Hao hurriedly retreated, pursing his lips worriedly. "Stronger than expected. One hit actually took away 20% of my health. I'm already level 100 now." At this point, his level was still unknown, as he sneered with a grin. "Sneak attack. No, I just don't want to dirty my hands. My soul is connected to my mount. Our abilities are the same. Letting it fight you is already the greatest grace towards you." He carried his sword on his shoulder, calmly inquiring, "I have to say, you are indeed quite strong. I'm very curious what your specific level is. Someone like you probably won't hide your strength." He couldn't help but wonder. Moreover, that girl's level is also a question mark. Could there be some special mechanism hidden here? As the mount gradually approached, Wei shouted angrily, "Fool! After thousands of years of my training, my power can no longer be measured by a bunch of numbers. Obediently go die for me." Qi Honghui Xing suddenly rushed forward and attacked the mount, loudly declaring its refusal to be outdone. It quickly landed on the ground. Ye Hao couldn't help but calculate, in surprise, it also knocked off 20% of the opponent's health. This is equivalent to that guy's actual level being the same as mine, which is a bit of an unbelievable coincidence. Qi Honghui Xing suddenly crouched down and cried out, and he hesitated to guess. "Qi Honghui Xing, do you mean you want me to ride on your back?" A scene appeared in his mind of himself as a 3-year-old child riding on the back of a beast. Ye Hao reluctantly refused. "I really can't bear to look at this image. Let's talk about it after you grow up." It kept crying out in disappointment, as if blaming its owner. While the mount was stunned, Wei looked down in surprise and said, "To be able to stun my mount with one blow, you've got some skill." He looked up and pondered. If he's at the same level as me, then it's very unreasonable for a level 100 hidden NPC to appear in a level 40 dungeon. Ye Hao looked down and concentrated on thinking, although a head-on confrontation isn't impossible, I suddenly have a bold idea. He quickly threw a recovery potion to Xiaoji and ordered, "Fatty, go up and taunt, draw the aggro to yourself, but don't use your life-saving skills. If you can't withstand it, drink a potion immediately." He asked fearfully, "Don't use skills. His one attack already takes 20% of your health." "Wouldn't I be one-shotted?" Ye Hao ordered loudly. "Trust my judgment." Xiaoji grabbed the recovery potion and calmly replied, "Understood. Although this is no different from going to die, I trust your words unconditionally." He quickly ran over to taunt. "Hey, you perverted freak, you're trying so hard to attract my attention. Alright, I'm here to satisfy you today." Wei controlled the mount to charge forward, his face full of anger, speaking harshly. "You're seeking death." Xiaoji hastily put up his shield to block, worriedly muttering, "Can I withstand this attack? If you misjudge, I won't let you off even as a ghost." Ye Hao, Fei Kui Meng Mo, immediately spewed fire, making the earth and rocks explode. He immediately lost 20% of his health. Xiaoji widened his eyes in disbelief. What's going on? This move is easier to block than I imagined. Even without using life-saving skills, only 20% of my health dropped. It feels like this guy's level is similar to mine. Ye Hao stood behind and observed, secretly speculating in his heart. This guy really has a special level mechanism. It must be the type that locks aggro with people of the same level, otherwise. Although the last move didn't one-shot, the fatty's remaining health probably wouldn't be more than 3%. Moreover, this guy doesn't seem to know his ability, otherwise he would have locked aggro with me, and then one-shotted everyone. Luo Feng said worriedly, "Boss, can I go help? I don't want to stand by and watch." He gifted him the Chistan Layer's longsword, a single sword with special attack and defense against dragon race monsters. Killing dragon race monsters has a high probability of obtaining rare items for him, Holdley agreed. "Of course you have to go help. Take it." Luo Feng couldn't help but excitedly ask, "This is a legendary level weapon. Is it really okay to give it to me like this?" Ye Hao glanced at him and calmly ordered, "You go exchange it with the fatty. Then you pull the aggro. Didn't you want to accumulate combat experience?" "This is a great opportunity," he happily replied. Understood. After holding back for so long, I can finally unleash myself. Meanwhile, Xiao Ji, who was being healed, couldn't help but retort, Ye Hao, are you kidding me? This guy's level is probably similar to mine. Although I can fight him evenly, Luo Feng is only level 36. Aren't you pushing him into a fire pit? Luo Feng quickly rushed over to reassure him. Don't worry about me, fatty. The boss would never harm me. I just need to execute his orders. Wire widened his eyes and laughed contemptuously. To send a low-level trash to seek death? Have I beaten you, stupid? Fei Kui Meng Mo swung its tail at him, and he excitedly shouted, I'll fulfill you. Only lost 30% of my health. You're not as impressive as you look. Luo Feng regained his composure, jumped up and chopped at its tail, praising. No wonder it's a good weapon. Not to mention the sharpness. It also has a special attack effect against the dragon race. Fei Kui Meng Mo opened its mouth and screamed miserably, and Wei widened his eyes in disbelief. How is this possible? A level 36 trash not only blocked my attack, but also chopped off the dragon's tail with one sword. Could it be that he's hiding his strength? Is he the strongest one here? Chi-Chi sat behind and watched, her eyes wide with admiration. So amazing. This is the first time I've seen Wei so disheveled. Miao Bao put her hands on her hips and laughed proudly. This is the amazing thing about my master and his companions. She realized something was wrong, turned around and asked her father, Well done, cat. Since when did you recognize the enemy as your master? It immediately panicked and explained. No, let me explain. We misunderstood before. In fact, their master is a good person. Look at them now. Aren't they risking their lives to save you? Chi-Chi frowned suspiciously. Really? We clearly ambushed them before. Miao Bao smiled brightly and affirmed. That's right. This is the generosity of our master. Ye Hao walked over and patted its head, reminding it. Okay, that's enough with the flattery. I'm not as great as what the kitten said. She hurriedly stood up and said sincerely. But no matter what, I have to thank you for coming to save me, otherwise I wouldn't be able to. He raised his hand to stop her. No need to be polite, but if you sincerely want to thank me, why not tell me? Ye Hao put his hands in his pockets and calmly suggested, What exactly is the situation with the evergreen tree and the three-headed dragon Nagoro, and what is the important thing that can't be missed? Luo Feng was quickly healed, and said with a happy smile, The sword the boss gave me is really too strong. Holding it in my hand feels like there's a constant stream of power surging out. Awesome. Tian seriously reminded. Don't be careless. This looks like a 2-on-2 fight. But I can only help you heal, so my attack power is not as good as the opponent's. He immediately rushed up to attack, calmly reassuring. Don't worry, even if we are at a disadvantage in a 2-on-2 fight. Luo Feng turned around and severed its head. Then we can turn the tide of the battle into a 2-on-1 situation. Wei gritted his teeth in anger. You actually killed my mount, you bastard. He jumped down to confront him directly. I must castrate you, Luo Feng said with amusement, finally willing to take action personally. Let's play slowly. Chi-Chi asked in disbelief. You guys actually met Nagaro, and even escaped alive. How is this possible? No creature can survive and escape before it, Miao Bao proudly boasted. That's for sure. Not only were we safe and sound, but also... He raised his hand to reveal. We also destroyed a red dragon inside. She couldn't help but be stunned. Why? Qin-Chi retreated in surprise and asked. Why do you want to do that? Miao Bao asked, back in confusion. Isn't this obvious? Ye Hao calmly explained. If we didn't kill it, it would kill us. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with killing it? She said awkwardly. I don't mean that. Nagaro is a very rare and precious species. Even if you can kill it, you can't kill it so simply. Because, Chi-Chi used all her brainpower to answer. Nagaro's other three-colored heads are divided into different attributes. Red represents strength, blue represents life, and yellow represents the wisdom that it has lived for thousands of years on the Elder Tree. Its bloodline and spiritual veins have merged into one. Currently, the Elder Tree has entered the mature stage. As long as the blood of the three dragon heads is dripped into the roots of the tree in turn, the ancient tree can bear 3 kinds of fruits, with powerful forces. She widened her eyes and suggested, Although you have killed the red dragon, there is still a chance to make up for it now. While the dragon's blood is not dry, quickly collect it, and never let this once-in-a-thousand-year opportunity be wasted. Ye Hao, Xiaoji, and Miao Bao couldn't help but wear a dark and speechless expression. Chi-Chi asked in confusion, What's wrong? He scratched his head and explained apologetically, Sorry, not a single drop of dragon blood is left, because that dragon head has been burned into ashes by me, with its soul completely dispersed. She gaped in surprise. What? Chi-Chi cried and hit Ye Hao. How could you do this? Do you know how precious and important that power is? You idiot, you moron, you big idiot, Ye Hao retorted awkwardly. The important thing is that I didn't know before. That's not right. He suddenly smiled slyly and said loudly, Some unreliable creature should have remembered these important things, but it forgot. Do you think I should punish it to relieve my anger? Miao Bao immediately felt guilty. Sorry, I really know I was wrong, please forgive me, master. Xiaoji smiled brightly and mediated. Let it go, brother, things have come to this point, there's no need to regret it anymore. This boss is not very good. I guess the fruit it bears will not be great either. Do you lack that little bit of strength? Yi Hao folded his arms and sighed in frustration. It may be useless to me, but it would be very rare to bring it to the black market or auction. In short, I feel like I missed 100 million. Meanwhile, Luo Feng had made Wei lose 65% of his blood, while he himself had only lost 20%. He couldn't help but taunt with pleasure. What's the matter? Can't do it anymore. Where did the superior momentum before go? Now that you're standing on the ground, you don't know how to fight anymore. He shouted angrily. Despicable! What's the skill in fighting 2 against 1? If you have the ability, don't let that ugly woman heal you. Dian glared angrily. You actually said I'm ugly, you hateful guy? Don't think that you look handsome, you can say whatever you want, deal with him for me. Luo Feng Wei fell and activated his wild nature, roaring madly. This old man is not in the mood to play with you two. Focus? My subordinates? He explained a little about the wild nature roar. Summon all the demon beasts within a kilometer radius. A series of fierce monsters immediately landed. Luo Feng disdainfully mocked. If you can't beat them, you call more people. Shameless. He can control so many demon beasts. This is not good. He rolled his eyes and smiled evilly. I admit that you aliens are capable, but this is my world. If I can't beat you alone, then I'll use numbers to crush you. You can't beat the whole world. Before they could be arrogant for long, they were burned to ashes. Wei couldn't help but curse in disbelief. My demon beast army was easily. He quickly climbed onto the back of another beast and fled, not forgetting to remind, don't be too complacent. Wait until I get the blood of the red dragon and obtain the powerful fruit of the ancient tree. I will come back and kill you all. You guys wait for me. Ye Hao raised his hand to stop him. No, wait. Xiaoji smiled and said, never mind. I don't know if he will cry without tears later when he finds out the truth. He lowered his head and frowned, ordering, let's follow quickly. I don't want any more mistakes to happen to the remaining 2 fruits. The 4 were surrounded by a group of demon beasts, Luo Feng said worriedly. But the number of these demon beasts is getting more and more. It's really hard to escape for a while, boss. Why don't you chase after him first, and we'll stop these demon beasts, Ye Hao calmly reassured. No need. These demon beasts are not to be feared. Just. He smirked and activated the burning ability. It's time to completely destroy the beauty of this place. Do you feel sorry? Chi-Chi replied seriously. I won't feel sorry. The place I hate the most is this place. I hope you destroy it completely, the better. Ye Hao quickly used Scarlet Flame Purgatory Change. Is that so? Then I won't be polite anymore. Here we go, Scarlet Flame Purgatory Change. The new skill unlocked after the Scarlet Flame Emperor account reaches level 10 can change the mode of Scarlet Flame Purgatory, controlling the upgraded firewall into an AoE attack range. The demonic beasts were gradually incinerated, mouths howling incessantly. The system immediately announced. Receive 200,000 experience points, 500,000 in cash, level 40 magic cores x50, Luo Feng's level cup steals plus 5 ranks, Ruan Tiantian steals plus 5 ranks, Xu Xiaoji steals plus 2 ranks. The items were gradually collected. The Dragon Taming Master Skill Book for War Pets requires the war pet to be of the dragon race. After use, it can transform the war pet into a mount form with adjustable sizes, accommodating up to 5 people. Ye Hao excitedly praised. This skill book is a bit interesting. Could it be Awire's mount that dropped it? You've done a great deed. Luo Feng smiled shyly and added, this is also because the boss gave me this opportunity. He laughed gleefully and said, Scarlet Comet, didn't you want me to ride on your back before? Now your wish will come true. Ye Hao quickly ordered, use the Dragon Taming Master Skill Book. Scarlet Comet instantly became extremely valiant. Tiantian brightly praised, Little Dragon Long has become so majestic. Xiaoji enviously suggested, I don't want to be irritable anymore. When can you share some of your luck with me? I've spun the Mount Gotcha countless times, but the black beast never drops. He smiled radiantly and ordered, all right, let's seize the time and hurry up. We can't afford any more unnecessary losses. They responded with overflowing fighting spirit. Okay? Everyone sat on Scarlet Comet's back and sped forward. Ye Hao loudly directed, charging forward, Scarlet Comet, target the evergreen tree. In the evergreen tree area, the remaining 2 dragons hid in their cave due to the previous trauma. They trembled and huddled together. The blue dragon fearfully muttered, too scary, there's actually this kind of human in the world. Detestable. The yellow dragon trembled and stammered. The red dragon was burned to ashes, not even a single bone left. The blue dragon widened its eyes in terrified concern. That man is too terrifying. We're completely not on the same level as him. Our lair won't be discovered by him, right? The yellow dragon bitterly reassured, Probably not, we're hiding so well, after all. Just then, Awire stood in front of the cave entrance, arrogantly shouting, "I know you're hiding here, Nagaro." They suddenly chuckled with delight, exclaiming, "This voice." Aguirre and his demonic beast slowly approached, angrily and contemptuously saying, "1,000 years have passed, and you're still so useless, you can't even handle a few humans from another world?" Nagaro couldn't help but be suspicious, on guard. "Ah, Aguirre, bringing so many followers with you, what do you want to do?" Awire pointed his sword at them, loudly berating, "Back then I was kind enough to spare your lives, now it's time for you to repay the favor. The red dragon hiding its head and representing strength is too shameful. Quickly offer your blood to me." The air suddenly went silent. No one spoke. The yellow dragon raised half of the red dragon's body and explained, "You're one step too late. Before, that man from another world burned the red dragon to ashes. Even the dragon blood was burned away, not a single drop left." Awire darkened his face in anger, loudly. "How could this be? I waited 1,000 years for this day. Now you're saying it's all gone. Moreover, it's the power I need most. Impossible, I can't accept it." Nagaro angrily growled. "How can we accept being easily oppressed by a human? But in the face of absolute strength, you have to accept it, even if you don't want to. Moreover, you spared us 1,000 years ago only to fulfill your own schemes. Originally losing the red dragon, the two of us were quite distressed. But now seeing you suffer because of this, on the contrary, it's very satisfying." Awire gritted his teeth and lunged forward. "Bastards, you dare laugh at me, I'll castrate you." They opened their mouths to create orbs of force, contemptuously sneering, and speaking arrogantly. "Back then we might not have been your opponent, but now we're stronger than before. That's right, although we can't beat that otherworldly man, dealing with you is still more than enough." Suddenly, Nagaro swallowed the orb back into his mouth, eyes widening in fear. That was. When they turned and fled into the cave, Awire couldn't help but laugh mockingly. "Want to escape? Ridiculous. Show the courage you had just now when you weren't afraid to boast." Suddenly, an explosion occurred strangely behind him. Scarlet comets stomped onto the ground, violently colliding with the demonic beasts. Awire couldn't help but be stunned. "What's that mount? You actually..." Yehao looked down from above, arrogantly sneering. "You run pretty fast, I almost couldn't catch up. But thanks to you, I now have a mount too. Our management positions have completely switched from before." Awire raised his head and angrily cursed, "Bastard, you're mocking." He widened his eyes in anger, loudly. "The Emerald Dream Demon has merged with me for 1,000 years. I haven't even settled the score with you for it. Now you dare take the opportunity to mock me. I will never forgive you." Yehao frowned, coldly affirming, "Unexpectedly, your character design is quite three-dimensional. But even if you're more three-dimensional, you're still a villain, NPC. And in the end, you can't escape the fate of being defeated." Awire seemed to be immersed in the fire of hatred, furiously shouting, "Who is right and who is wrong? Justice and evil? These are fundamentally meaningless. Only strength and perfection are eternal. I already have perfect life and wisdom. The only thing lacking for true perfection was the final power. But you interfered and ruined my 1,000-year plan. Detestable." Yehao wore a twisted smile, musing, "Although I quite agree with your frank words, not to mention whether life is perfect or not, your perfect wisdom is definitely full of debate." Awire thrust his sword into the ground, a sinister smile on his face as he admitted, "I must admit, you guys are very strong. I really can't beat you now. But even so, I can do other things." Streaks of lightning suddenly flashed as Doogie glared with wide eyes, ferociously saying, "I'll make you pay a heavy price." Yehao leaped forward and ordered in a deep voice, "Everyone else, stay put, Luofeng, let's go stop him." He quickly complied. "Got it," he anxiously thought. "Judging by the looks of it, he's planning to attack Nagaro. I already missed one power orb. I absolutely can't miss the other two." Luofeng stood in front of the orbs, urgently reporting, "It's no good, I can't get through. I'm completely blocked by the lightning and shockwaves from the air currents." "Damn it," Yehao frowned, deducing, "this is bad. I can't afford to take on his hatred right now. Otherwise, Du Yi will instantly become level 100. This AoE will wipe out everyone else." Doogie's body seemed to be infused with power as he arrogantly declared, "I guessed your purpose was the remaining two orbs, but even if I die, I won't let you have your way. If I can't have them, neither will you." Dian, sitting on the back of the Scarlet Comet, exclaimed in shock, "This is bad. He's absorbing the spiritual energy of the Elder Tree. He's going to become gigantic." Hearing these words, he couldn't help but wonder, gigantic? Why suddenly gigantic? Could it be that his goal isn't Nagaro at all, but the Elder Tree itself? The layer of rock above the cave suddenly collapsed, as giant boulders fell freely to the ground. Yehao shouted, "This cave is about to collapse, Scarlet Comet. Quickly get them out of here, don't worry about us." Scarlet Comet quickly rushed out of the cave entrance. Xiaoji angrily scolded, "What are you doing, little Long Long? Yehao and Luofeng are still inside, we can't leave them behind." Dian calmly reassured, "Don't worry, A little difficulty won't stump Ye Hao, they'll definitely figure out a way to escape on their own. The massive rocks gradually blocked the exit, and she panicked in fear. It's over, the cave entrance is sealed. How will Master and the others get out this time? Suddenly, a strange light emanated from inside the cave, and the giant rocks were shattered. Nagaro flew out of the cave. Dian couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Nagaro, Luo Feng, in their mouths, was standing in the mouth of the Azure Dragon, excitedly praised, as expected of the boss, to think of such a way to escape. So exciting! It's just that the smell in this mouth is a bit of a headache. Ye Hao crossed his arms and smiled brightly, adding, "One head represents life, and the other represents wisdom. I bet this is their enlightenment, but luckily you all took the initiative to make the best choice." The two quickly jumped down. He slowly negotiated. "Since you have shown your sincerity, then I agree not to kill you and help you protect the elder tree." Nagaro lowered their heads and smiled brightly, saying, "Thank you very much, my master. These are things we should do. We will definitely repay your kindness with all our strength." Ye Hao smiled slyly, reminding, "Don't rush, let's deal with Duyi first." Chi rolled her eyes in disbelief. Heavens! The brutal three-headed dragon Nagaro actually acknowledged him as Master. This is too unbelievable, Miao Bao grinned and praised. Master is so wise and divine, the admiration I have for you is like a river flowing endlessly. Ye Hao looked up and observed his surroundings, grumbling. He's actually become this big, quite impressive. Duyi, your life force is very dense. Duyi glared and arrogantly declared, "I am now approaching infinite life, you can't do anything to me." Ye Hao calmly chimed in, "Is that so? Then I have to try my best." Duyi glared provocatively. "Alright, come and hit me. I'll stand here and absolutely won't fight back. Let's see what you can do to me." And that two-faced Nagaro actually bowing down to humans, "You. Do you have any self-respect as a dragon?" they asked, frankly. Self-respect? Can self-respect be eaten as food? Nagaro growled loudly. What in this world could be more important than life? The weak, seeking the protection of the strong, is one of the rules of survival in the natural world. I'm not stupid enough to try to fight a rock with an egg. He clenched his fists and angrily declared, "Damn it, you're mocking me for overestimating myself. But so what? Today, even if I die, I will absolutely not let you have your way." Duki quickly released propulsive force, loudly provoking, "I want to see if you knock me down first, or if I destroy the tree first. As long as I destroy the elder tree, you can forget about getting anything." He suddenly stopped. His face contorted as he yelled, "It hurts! My head hurts!" It turned out that Ye Hao had opened a spatial portal and used a giant arm to pull the enemy's hair from behind. Duyi couldn't help but be stunned. "You actually used such a despicable trick. You didn't talk about martial ethics," he calmly retorted. "Don't act like you are an evildoer and file a complaint. Besides, this isn't a martial arts competition right now, we just need to—" Ye Hao punched Duyi in the face, loudly reminding, "Help me beat the other party." He painfully spat out blood, resentfully calling out, "You!" Dungi fell backward, incredulously saying, "How could this be? I clearly have near infinite life, why could a punch make me lose health?" He smirked and explained, "I was quite surprised too. A full-force punch only reduced it by 5%. Can't help but say, you really have a lot of health, so it will take a little more effort." He cursed with his face in his hands. "Bastard, if you've got the guts, don't attack from behind, come at me head-on," Ye Hao calmly said. "There's an old saying you probably haven't heard. Doesn't matter if it's a straight punch, a curved punch, or an uppercut." A magic circle appeared overhead, and a foot descended, stomping on Dunyi's head right after he spoke. "If it hits, it's a good punch," he angrily questioned. "Damn it, then why don't you use combat skills?" Despicable. The agile body, punching and kicking, made Duki want to vomit blood, his eyes rolling back as he pleaded. Wait, Chi, witnessing this match, couldn't help but be excited. "You've got it coming, Duyi. You deserve it." After a while of torment, dust flew everywhere. Duyi, bruised and battered, lay on the ground with 15% health left. "Why is it like this? I am clearly the overlord of this world." Ye Hao flew high above, explaining with a bright smile. "Because the real world isn't as simple as you think," he secretly pondered. It was right to pour all the talent points gained from leveling up consecutively into attack power. The attack power increased greatly, so even if Duyi assimilated the life force of the ancient tree, he couldn't stop this power. The system displayed the information: Flame Demon Overlords, Attack Talent Skill. The Flame Demon is the demonized form of Qi Yan Di, and can unlock the complete Flame Demon summon by constantly using talent points. Before that, you can use the Flame Demon's arm, the Flame Demon's leg. His teammates stared in admiration. "Bro, what other terrifying skills do you have? This look is too awesome. Go for it, God, go for it. As expected of our leader, you can't use common sense to describe you." "Oh my God, how can there be such a strong man in the world?" Miao Bao proudly bragged. "That's for sure. The man who can be my master is absolutely top-notch." Chi-Chi clasped her hands together in admiration and exclaimed, "So amazing! Can I take him as my master too?" Dui shouted with hatred. "Damn it, I'm not reconciled. I was clearly only a little bit away from breaking the shackles of this world. Why does fate want to tease me like this? Why must this man barge into my world?" The giant orbs gradually merged. Yi Hao calmly replied, "Fate has never been fair. You think fate has teased you, but in fact everything has long been arranged. Although you have the consciousness and special abilities of awakening, the irony is that you were born in a low-level instance like level 40. Therefore, a giant fist suddenly appeared. Ye Hao loudly commanded, "Admit defeat." Dookie propped his hands on the ground, trying to get up and dodge. "No, absolutely not. My fate is mine." Before he could finish speaking, he was wiped out by the fist, and the system immediately shouted, "Congratulations, host, for defeating the hidden boss of the instance. Unlocked the Man You Shouldn't Meet in Your Life achievement." He pursed his lips and coldly pondered. His fate was already set, but what about us? Was the transformation of the entire Earth into a game dimension not a coincidence, but the result of being eliminated and manipulated by some existence? No, if that's really the case, then it's really infuriating. Rare equipment gradually fell, creating beautiful streaks of light. Luo Feng couldn't help but be excited. Damn, it's so exaggeratedly bright. It's the first time I've seen equipment drop so extravagantly. What heaven-defying equipment will Ye Hao's Emperor physique drop? I thought I missed out on the items dropped by the three-headed dragon. But I didn't expect a hidden boss like Aduyi to make up for this regret. Ye Hao quickly jumped down, coldly ordering, "Just ignore the dropped items. Anyway, we're the only humans left in the instance now. We can pick them up later. The most important thing now is to go get those 2 fruits, to avoid any complications." He slowly walked over and asked, "You guys know what to do, right?" Naguro slowly replied. "We know," Dong Wang timidly said. "Please follow me, master." And they led everyone to the altar of life. "It's this place, master," he exclaimed in surprise. "This place is quite magnificent." Yang Hao stood in front of the 3 stone statues, curiously asking, "Did you build this place?" Qin-Chi immediately denied. "No," Qin-Chi honestly revealed. "This place existed before we were born, and it hasn't changed in 1,000 years. I also don't know who built it." Miao Bao looked up and calmly judged. "Perhaps Aduyi knows, but we can't ask him now." Ye Hao put his hands in his pockets, leisurely ordering, "That's not important, Naguro. Continue." The blue dragon immediately replied, "As you command, master." They gradually bit their tongues, causing fresh blood to spurt out. Nagaro opened his mouth and let the blood drip down slowly. Xiao Ji stared in disbelief. "It's that simple? I thought it would be very complicated." The stone statues gradually grew, and the roots gradually climbed up them. They slowly replied, "Actually, it doesn't look as simple as it is. If it weren't for Master, no creature would be able to hurt us, let alone our blood. It is Master's strength that makes everything look so simple." 2 strange green and yellow fruits grew on the branches. They cheered excitedly. "Look, it really bore fruit. Judging by this grade, it's definitely a legendary level." Ye Hao's eyes lit up, eagerly anticipating, "That's enough, not a wasted effort. Even I can sense the extraordinary quality of these 2 fruits. The only thing I'm curious about now is what these 2 fruits can actually do, and how much money they can sell for." Ye Hao reached out to pick the strange fruit. "Let me see what kind of magic you guys actually have." But no matter how hard he tried, the strange fruit didn't budge. "What's going on? I can't pick them, even with all my strength." He wiped the sweat from his forehead, wondering, "This is really strange. Could it be that the grade of this fruit is higher than mine?" "It shouldn't be," Luo Feng then suggested. "How about I try using this legendary weapon?" Ye Hao quickly stopped him. "Don't act rashly. If I can't pick them, it means there's definitely a special mechanism inside," a voice sounded. "That's right, brute force won't work." Qin-Chi stepped forward and said, "Originally, these 3 fruits were prepared for me and Awir. Only we can pick them. Even if outsiders destroy these stone pillars, they can't take them down. Moreover, if the stone pillars are damaged, the fruits will completely disappear," Yang Hao replied. "So that's how it is." Then he pressed her close to the tree and suggested bothering her to help him pick them. "Although I don't know what you look like, we can be considered very familiar now. You wouldn't refuse this, would you?" Xiao Ji, witnessing that scene, couldn't help but feel embarrassed, thinking, "Bro, if you don't know how to pick up girls, don't force it. It's a little embarrassing for me to watch." Qin-Chi blushed and said, "Then if I help you pick them, can you agree to something for me?" Ye Hao wondered. "What is it?" She hesitated. "That you agree to it first, and then I'll tell you." Ye Hao smiled slyly. "Okay, as long as it's something I can do, I'll agree to it," he thought to himself. Given this girl's simple and naive personality, she probably won't make any excessive demands, right? Chi-Chi turned around. "It's a lifetime commitment, you can't lie to me," Yin Hao said in a firm voice. "Don't worry," he winked. "I don't make promises easily, but as long as it's something I agree to, I will definitely do it. I will never go back on my word. Chi-Chi flew up, and a halo appeared around her. Everyone was surprised to see this. She actually triggered a reaction with the tendrils of the evergreen tree. Indeed, only people here can activate it. Ye Hao said seriously. It's not that simple. I can feel that the energy emanating from her not only activates those plants, but even in my body, an unknown active energy is surging out. Miao Bao smiled brightly and replied, That's for sure. Chi-Chi is also a life form of the 1,000-year-old tree. She and Awir are the same. They both have their own unique characteristics. Ye Hao rested his chin in his hand, pondering. Their own unique characteristics, huh? Probably even she herself isn't clear about it. Judging from the current situation, my initial guess is energy amplification, but it's definitely not just that. I'll definitely have to ask her about it in detail. The petals are starting to separate, and the tendrils are blooming. Is this wanting to continue some kind of ritual? Chi-Chi slowly reached out to take off her mask, and everyone exclaimed, Is she finally going to take off her mask? Everyone marveled at Chi-Chi's beautiful appearance. I can't even use words to describe this kind of wonderful feeling for a moment. Looking at her face, it's like being surrounded by warm energy. Luo Feng was stunned. So beautiful, Tian blushed and exclaimed. So beautiful, I'm a girl and I'm about to be captivated by her. Xiaoji continued. Most importantly, she gives people the feeling of falling in love at first sight. Despite everyone being mesmerized by Chi-Chi's beauty, Ye Hao was still calm. It's true that she's very beautiful, but it's not to the point of being so exaggerated. Could this also be the effect of the amplified energy directly affecting our minds? Chi-Chi cut a slit on her hand. She let her blood flow onto the blooming flower. The color of blood began to spread on the petals. The stone pillars suddenly cracked, and everyone was bewildered when they saw this. What's going on? The stone pillar suddenly cracked. Did the ritual fail? Chi-Chi smiled brightly, reassuring. Everyone, don't worry. This is just the final step to complete the ritual. Because the evergreen tree can only bear fruit once in its lifetime, so the new stone pillar won't be damaged. Quickly collect them. Ye Hao replied. Okay, thank you, the system announced. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the legendary grade Fruit of Wisdom and Fruit of Life. The Fruit of Life, a miraculous medicinal herb. A legendary fruit that prolongs life. And also an indispensable medicinal herb in the creation of God-tier resurrection medicine. God-tier resurrection medicine can bring the dead back to life without any side effects. The Fruit of Wisdom, a miraculous medicinal herb, a fruit that people always hope to be hit by, is an indispensable medicinal herb in the creation of God-tier omniscient and almighty medicine. Omniscient and almighty. After using this God-tier medicine, your IQ will be permanently superior to others. You will obtain omniscient and almighty skills. The winning equation is already written, and there will be no secrets in this world for you. Yang Hao was very surprised after reading it. Enough, there's actually such an awesome medicine in this world. The frenzied spirit medicine at the auction before is nothing compared to these two medicines. Wei Zi, quickly appraise these two medicines. Can you make them with your abilities? Wei Zi then nodded and replied. Understood. It's been a long time since I've been on stage. It's finally time for me to show my power. It began to introduce. The medicine can definitely be made, but two conditions must be met. First, you must unlock the Alchemy Master account. With this, there's no medicine that can't be made. Second, you must obtain the instruction manual for the two medicines, and the necessary medicinal herbs. Ye Hao smiled when he heard this. So the Alchemy Master includes learning medicine making, and can even refine God-tier medicine. That's really awesome. As for the instruction manual, I'll collect it slowly, no rush. But thinking about it, the potential of this Mosi account is really great, and the demand for resources is too great. I need to quickly unlock this account. Chi-Chi happily threw herself into Ye Hao's arms. I've completed your request, now it's your turn to fulfill my wish, Ye Hao replied. What wish? Tell me. I won't go back on my word since I've already agreed. Chi shyly made a suggestion. Well, let me say it then. I want to have a child with you. Luo Feng, Xiaoji, and Tian exclaimed in unison, shocked. Have a child? Ye Hao was equally stunned. No, you're joking. A normal person shouldn't make such an unusual request, Chi excitedly replied. I'm not joking, I'm serious. You're so strong and kind-hearted. Our child will definitely be stronger and kinder. Ye Hao awkwardly searched for an excuse. No, let's not even talk about how unbelievable that reason is. Just based on our ages, we're not compatible. You're over 1,000 years old, and I'm only 18, I'm still a boy. This age gap is really... Chi wrong said with a wronged expression. I don't want to hear these excuses. Were you lying to me about everything you said before? I trusted you so much. I'm not the helpless Ye Hao, I'm not... Chi burst into sobs. Liar, liar, Ye Hao panicked. Don't cry. The other three watched the commotion, not minding if things got bigger. They teased. So this is what they call a kana. Peach blossom tribulation, huh? Good luck, brother. You have to take responsibility for hurting a young girl's heart. Great God, boss, say no more. Harem member +1. Ye Hao said angrily. You guys! He explained to Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, listen to me. Even having children among humans is a primordial technique, not something to be done casually. It requires love, Chi-Chi asked, puzzled. Love? What's that? He gently replied. That's too abstract. It's hard for a straight guy like me to explain it to you, but I can take you away from here. After you see the real world and all kinds of people, when you understand what love is, make the request to be with me again. Chi-Chi happily hugged Ye Hao tightly. Okay, but before that, I want to follow you, not go anywhere else. He quickly replied. Okay, no problem, he thought to himself. Just don't keep mentioning having a child. Ye Hao stood up and said, The time has come. It's time to end this dungeon run. Everyone looked up at the radiant halo in the sky. Ye Hao said, Let's finally see what good stuff this Aindugi air dropped. Sparkling light flashed, and surprised voices rang out incessantly. The closer we get, the more exaggerated it feels. I've never seen such an exaggerated drop effect. What level is a ducky anyway? Xiaoji happily turned his head, wearing glasses, his voice full of excitement. Good thing I prepared in advance. Someone once went blind from the light of the equipment when it dropped because they stood too close, so sunglasses are essential when going out. Ye Hao sweated, his face resigned. What other strange bits of knowledge do you have in your head? The system's voice suddenly rang out along with the sparkling item. Special hidden drop. Essence of life. 1/10 quality. God tier ingredient. Crucial for crafting God-tier resurrection potions and super God-tier symbiotic dimension essence potions. His mind raced in shock. Damn, I've collected 2 kinds of ingredients for making resurrection potions so easily, I definitely have to get the recipe. Moreover, what the heck is this super God-tier symbiotic dimension thing? It sounds awesome just from hearing it. He opened his glasses to observe, and couldn't help but exclaim. Even I, a veteran of God-tier materials, have never heard of this thing's existence. Ye Hao glanced at it, his voice calm. Didn't it already write it down? Special hidden drop? How could a level 46 dungeon have such rare materials? That's weird. Never mind, let's see if anything else good dropped. The words appeared clearly on the board. Congratulations, host. For clearing the dungeon. Dungeon completion rate 90%. Received 100,000 experience points. Received 1 million coins. Then a gem appeared on the board. Received rare level 40. Magic Crystal X30, and a powerful blade appeared on the board. Hidden Overlord. Avi's beloved blade weapon will connect with its master over the years, concealing enormous energy. Property. Unusable. A book appeared on the board. Cross-species friendship. Skill book. After use, receive the passive skill, Dragon Tongue, able to hear the voices of the Dragon Clan, and the Dragon Clan's favorability will increase to friendly. A key appeared. Portable dungeon key. Item. Unlimited uses. Can open and enter the dungeon at any time. Do not use during combat. Tian jumped up happily. Leveled up again, Luo Feng exclaimed excitedly. We leveled up 20 levels in just this one trip. So refreshing. But the most refreshing thing was the fight with a Dewey Air just now. Wait, that's not right. He raised his hand in confusion and said, Boss, if a Ducky is a special hidden character, shouldn't he be very powerful? How could I fight him to a standstill? That's illogical. Ye Hao slowly replied. That's because this character's special ability is to equalize his level with the target's hatred level. That is to say, when he fights you, he'll have the same level as you. Xiaoji exclaimed, as if he understood. So that's it. No wonder the amount of health he dealt when he hit me and when he hit you was almost the same. You can analyze these things in such a short amount of time. NB+. Ye Hao picked up the book seriously and said, A Dewey Air is an anomaly. Not to mention that the weapon dropped is unusable. This skill book will increase our favorability with the Dragon Clan if we kill him. Aren't they supposed to be on the same side? That's not right. Qin turned her head and explained in detail. The dragons in the forest were forced to submit to Adui Er because of his tyranny and control, so you rescued them and gave them freedom. Ye Hao smiled calmly and replied, That's why I said he's an abnormally designed anomaly. He said seriously. Moreover, from 1/10, I can tell that the other 9 special hidden characters like him are very likely to be randomly distributed regardless of level. This can explain why he appeared in a level 40 dungeon, and also why he has such strange and valuable knowledge. Coming from the other side, Xiaoji asked curiously, Hey bro, what are you planning to do with this god-tier material? You can't make medicine out of it anyway, so why not just sell it? I'm really curious how much it's worth. Ye Hao quickly replied, Although I'm also very curious, I won't sell it. Its value can't be measured in money. Besides, there's something very important. He sat down and said calmly, We can exchange for the magic crystals from Yishan Cave now. Right. Miao Bao didn't hesitate, and happily replied, Of course, I'll take the masters out now. Ye Hao sternly ordered, Nagaro, You stay here and protect the elder tree, protect the ecological balance here, they sincerely replied. We will follow Master's arrangements. They came to a cave filled with glittering magic crystals, and a boisterous voice exclaimed, Damn, there really are a lot of magic crystals, so magnificent. Miao Bao smiled gleefully, assuring. Of course, I would never lie to Master, Xiaoji asked, puzzled. Miao Bao, isn't this our nest? What are we doing here? Luo Feng's eyes widened with excitement as he shouted. This is an experienced gold mine, Dian chimed in brightly. These are all really ours, he eagerly yelled. We're rich, bro. This many magic crystals are probably worth 100 million. It held a magic crystal in its hand, happily explaining. This cave goes straight deep into the earth, and there are many kinds of stones along the way. You guys seem to call this kind of stone ancient magic crystals, but they're actually crystallizations formed from the corpses of ancient magical beasts. This might be a resting place where ancient magical beasts were born, which is why so many crystallizations could form. 100 years ago, Kiki and I accidentally discovered this place and sensed the energy they emitted. So we settled here. Yi Hao held the glittering magic crystal, his face full of anticipation, carefully considering, so this is a magic crystal mine. Although it only has level 40 ancient magic crystals, the quantity is huge, so it can be used for leveling up or sold for money. Is this what they call having a mine at home? Behind him, they couldn't wait any longer, their eyes shining with anticipation. What are we waiting for? Let's start digging. I don't know how long it will take to dig up this many magic crystals, but I'm willing to work myself to death. He waved his hand, calmly saying, Wait a minute. It would be very inefficient to dig just by ourselves. I have a more reasonable arrangement. Ye Hao took out the key, seriously dividing. Now that I have this key in hand, I can summon a bunch of ore digger robots. We just need to sit here and harvest. I'll keep 5 shares, Banzi will take 3 shares, and Luo Feng and Ruan Diandian will each take 1 share. Does anyone have any objections? Xiaoji then replied. Boss Ye Hao is generous and decisive in everything he does, Dian and Luo Feng said in unison. We're already very satisfied with getting 1 share. Thank you, boss. Ye Hao glanced down and said energetically, Miao Bao, I need you to stay in the instance. It raised its hand to object. Meow, why? Meow, I also want to go to the outside world to see. Meow. He leaned down, reaching out his hand, slowly explaining. First, I need you to help me scout out the distribution of other types of magic crystals here. I believe that under the influence of the Elder Tree, other places may also have magic crystal mines. Second, this is also punishment for forgetting an important piece of information before, causing me to lose a fruit. Miao Bao lowered its head, its eyes shining with disappointment. Meow. Master is right. It's all my fault. Ye Hao gently patted its head. However, I am also a person who distinguishes between reward and punishment. After you complete this important task, I will grant you a wish as a reward, Miao Bao excitedly asked. Really, Master, please rest assured, and leave it to me. I won't lose a single magic crystal. But I have a small request that doesn't count as a wish. This child, Kiki, is carefree and very innocent. Please take good care of her. Miao Bao remembered when she met Kiki. The two hugged each other tightly. She kindly instructed, Miao Bao, during the time I'm not around, you must listen to Master. Also, don't pick up random things on the road to eat, it happily replied. You should also quickly complete the mission Master has given you. Ye Hao smirked, assuring, Don't worry, I will definitely take good care of her. Besides, we're not really saying goodbye. He secretly ordered in his mind. Wise. Now that we've passed the instance, check if there are any changes in the compatibility of the construction base. Wise suddenly appeared, announcing the situation. Reporting, Master. The current compatibility is 3.5 stars, an increase of half a star compared to before. He seemed to suddenly realize something. That's still not enough. I have to find a perfect 5-star instance. They stepped through the teleportation gate, and a voice exclaimed, We're finally out. This instance journey was really wonderful. Dian walked and said excitedly, That's right. Boss is so thoughtful. Before we left, he used the ancient magic crystals to level up again. Luo Feng happily said, That's right, we're both level 45 now. Xiaoji put his hands on his hips, his face full of confidence. Because level 45 is a relatively safe level. Whether we go to instances or venture into the wilderness, there won't be any problems. Ye Hao seemed to realize something and stopped. Wait, something is approaching us very fast. He looked ahead and asked, puzzled. It's a team of cars. Judging from the trajectory, they're heading straight for us. Ye Hao stared intently at the cars colliding, and said unhappily, What the hell is this? Looks dangerous. A foot stepped out of the car. Huo Er stood on the car and shouted ferociously, Better early than late, almost let you guys escape. I really don't understand why the Huangjing Corporation is offering a reward for trash like you. He pointed a gun at his face, angrily interrogating, Is it you fat bastard? You're the highest level, and you look like you like to cause trouble? Is the Huangjing Corporation offering a reward for you? Xiaoji froze stiffly, stammering in a daze. Ye Hao quickly held his shoulder to stop him. Big brother, what's wrong with you? How did you provoke the Huangjing Corporation? He signaled with his eyes. Don't say it. Act a little more to get some information. Xiaoji smiled and replied. Got it? Ye Hao crossed his arms and pondered for a long time. The woman before and the captain were all people from Huangjing. As soon as I left the instance, another group came. I'm really honored. Huangjing Corporation, right? Okay, it's time to say hello. Xiaoji bravely stepped forward, loudly provoking. Come on, I'm the one you're looking for, but is this all you've got? Are you looking down on someone? You should at least send 1 or 2 teams, right? Or are there others on the way? Ye Hao couldn't help but sigh. This fatty is good. He's acting like it's real. Huo stood still, seemingly provoked, his voice full of annoyance. Not only are you arrogant, you're also quite smart. No wonder Huangjing is paying a high price for you. You guessed right, there are several teams coming, but our Shanling mercenary group stepped on dog shit luck today, and we're the closest to you. He frowned, angrily shouting. Don't worry, before they arrive, I'll take care of you all. I won't let the reward slip away. A subordinate pointed and shouted loudly, Boss, those 2 girls are top quality. It's a pity to kill them. Why don't we keep them for the brothers to enjoy? Huo furiously kicked the guy in the stomach, his voice full of annoyance. Damn it, are you teaching me how to work? My eyes aren't blind. I don't need you to remind me. If anyone's getting lucky, it should be me first. He spat out a mouthful of blood, terrified, and cried, Yes, boss, I was wrong. They charged forward at the same time, their voices full of anger. Damn it, stop wasting time, kill them, charge. I'm coming, beauties. Ye Hao bent down and opened his wings, carefully instructing. Fatty, block the squad leader, Luo Feng. You guys take care of the others. Try to hold on for a few more minutes, can you do it? He shouldered the giant axe, confidently guaranteeing with a smile. Boss, don't worry, leave it to me, and big brother Shu, I just leveled up to 45. Perfect for practicing on them. Ye Hao replied, satisfied. Alright, I'll go ahead to check the situation and come back immediately. They saw Ye Hao flying up and started discussing non-stop. Is that kid trying to run? His level isn't high, but that flying gear is pretty good. Could he be a rich second generation? Let me chase after him. He must have a lot of good stuff. Seeing the situation was not good, Huo ordered, Damn it, ignore that low-level trash. Focus on killing that fatty for me. We have to take him out before the others arrive. They replied urgently. Yes. Boss, Chi and Tian, Luo Feng, and Xiao Ji formed a team. Alright, I'll go and open your eyes. How will Fatty fight 10 against 4? Ye Hao set foot on the ground, thinking to himself. The reward from Huangjing for me must have been newly announced, otherwise Aisha wouldn't have started by talking about recruitment. He calmly and slowly walked, his thoughts continued to flow. Nice, there really are reinforcements? And they're almost here? It was right to come and check. Looking at this formation, could it be because I killed Aisha and raised the reward money? But Huangjing is exaggerating too much. Didn't I just kill one of his mercenary beauties? Like that. Yan Hao glanced over, as if suddenly realizing something. That's not right. What I did was, in the dungeon. How would Huangjing know outside? It must be because I revealed some flaw in the dungeon. Forget it. Now is not the time to think about this. He stood on the peak. The sunlight shone down, absent-mindedly thinking, even if I'm equivalent to level 100, it's still a bit difficult for the 5 of us to fight against dozens of people. I have to think of a way to end the battle quickly. On the other side, Huo seemed to be angry, rushing madly towards him. Damn it! I'm clearly more than 20 levels higher than you, yet I can't kill you? Xiao Ji burst out laughing and boasting. This is what makes me, fatty, awesome, thick skin and flesh, not easy to die. Ye Hao quickly turned around and punched them away, asking in confusion. How is it? Can you still hold on? Tian hurriedly explained. We can hold on. I don't know why, but I feel my magic power is stronger than before. I'm not afraid to face more enemies. He glanced over, thinking intently. The number is overwhelming, yet they can still maintain their health, as expected. Just like my prediction. The key lies with Chi. She also has a special ability, similar to AD. Chi vigorously swung her spear. Ye Hao's thoughts continued to flow. This ability must be some kind of special boost, but whether it's active or passive, it's still unknown. The sound of brakes and a familiar voice rang out. Huo unconsciously turned his head. You run pretty fast, Huo. Mu Tu, Zhuxian, came over with guns, smiling contemptuously. You actually arrived earlier than us. You must have stepped on dog luck today. Just happened to be very close to this place. Huo Mututu, he Fa came from where? Niu Lei chimed in. Not happy at all. So many pieces of trash gathered together, the air is full of stench. Xiao Ji lowered his head cautiously. These two mercenary groups are quite famous thorns in the wilderness. Long Yi is cruel, and they don't form alliances. Meeting them this time, I guess we'll have to fight first. After hearing this, Yi Hao thought for a while. The levels are not low. My previous premonition has come true. If I want to get out of this unscathed, I can only use that, huh? The three faced each other, arguing noisily. Huo Er angrily roared. Damn it, stop being nosy, get out of here! That guy is mine! Zhu Xian grinned and retorted. You want to eat him yourself? That won't do, old Huo. We big shots came from afar. We can't run for nothing, unless you want to break the rules, the FA coldly reminded. Breaking the rules means punishment. I advise you to back down. Otherwise, no matter how big your stomach is, you won't be able to withstand my anger. He was so angry that his face turned green, pointing at him, his voice full of resentment. Damn it! Who knew this damn fatty was so hard to beat? Otherwise I would have taken care of him long ago. Would you have any business here? He couldn't help but laugh out loud, his voice full of teasing. You're still as stupid as ever, old Huo. Huo Er angrily cursed. Damn it, what are you laughing at? Zhu Xian couldn't help but ridicule. You didn't even know who the reward target was before rushing up. You should throw away that broken signal receiver of yours. He FA folded his arms, not caring much. We are looking for Ye Hao, and that fatty is named Zi Shaoji. He is a relic hunter. I talked to their team before. He pointed to himself and spoke strongly. Will you never forget my name this time? Huo Er suddenly turned his head, his voice as if he couldn't believe it. Fatty, you're not the person we're looking for. Damn it, then why did you take the initiative to stand out and waste my time? He put on a grumpy and angry expression, shouting loudly. Yi Hao, the person named Yi Hao, stand out here for me. I must tear you into 10,000 pieces. He slowly walked over, his face without a trace of fear. Coming. What are you shouting so loudly for? I am Ye Hao, but before I get torn into 10,000 pieces, I have a question. I don't know how much the Huangjing Corporation is rewarding me, that it lured powerful mercenary groups like you to besiege me. Zhu Xian spread his hands out and quickly spoke. Oh, you're quite brave. You're about to die and still care about this. I'll be kind and tell you. This number is 50 million. To be honest, I'm quite surprised. Such a punk like you is worth so much. Ye Hao shook his head in disappointment and responded. Only 50 million. I thought it would be at least hundreds of millions. It seems the Huangjing Corporation still underestimates me too much. Disappointing, Huo Er angrily shouted. A level 10 punk dares to act so dramatic with me. Do you know you're about to die? Zhu Xian smiled slyly and stopped him. Wait, Huo Er, Mutu, they can't run anyway. Before we kill them, let's discuss how to divide the bounty. I only want 4 shares. I don't need anything else. You each get 3 shares, and each side gets a girl. How's that? He FA agreed, satisfied. Okay. He frowned and coldly agreed. Things have come to this. I accept. But I want the red-haired girl. Ye Hao looked up and responded to the scene. Sorry for the interruption, but before you guys discuss how to split my money, I'd like to be so bold as to ask about your homes. After all, you're all well-known mercenary groups, and it's not easy to gather together. Ye Hao smirked sinisterly, continuing. It would be a real waste if I didn't rob you guys. They couldn't help but clutch their stomachs and burst out laughing. This joke is too funny. Did you all hear that? He actually wants to rob us. I'm afraid I almost cried from laughing. Well then, I'm curious to know how you plan to rob us. Yi Hao held the magic crystal in his hand, slowly introducing. Use this to summon a magic crystal. The summoning of the new god. Lightning struck down continuously, and the system voice sounded. The summoning of the new god magic crystal has been used. Please, allies, quickly move away to avoid excessive casualties. They exclaimed in confusion. What's going on? Why is the weather suddenly changing? Tentacles stretched out, gradually revealing themselves, their voices filled with shock. Look, something is crawling out of the crack in the sky. Qian slowly stepped out, growling terrifyingly. They couldn't help but scream in horror. What kind of monster is that? Kek-en emerged from the black hole in the sky, and the soldiers knelt down one after another upon seeing this. They murmured, Is that an ancient god? Is that really an ancient god? God. The three of Huo Er, Zhu Xian, and He Fa said with chaotic minds, God, to be able to see your true form, even death would be without regrets. Please lead us to your holy divine realm. Tian Tang Xiaoji looked at the magic crystal in Ye Hao's hand, worriedly saying, Brother, I've seen magic crystal summons before, but what you've summoned is a bit wicked. These people's spirits are being affected, Ye Hao replied casually. No idea, it's my first time using it too. Ye Hao looked closely at Kn, thinking to himself, this is definitely an ancient god. But feeling it at such a close distance, even a summoner like me is losing sanity points, although it's just an illusion. Qin was grabbed by Wu Lao and hugged his arm, shouting, So scary, master, hug me! Ye Hao awkwardly comforted her. I'm here, it's okay, but aren't you Miao Bao? You don't need to call me master. Dian Dian, seeing this, angrily scolded. How cunning. The soldiers continued to roar, and she quickly grabbed Ye Hao's other arm. So scary, boss, hug me. He was now being squeezed from both sides. Keg En growled. Ye Hao wondered. Are these transparent white substances souls, by any chance? The system spoke. The summoning magic crystal has received a special energy boost, triggering the special skill Soul Devour. He was surprised. A special energy boost. Ye Hao turned to look at Qin Shi, who was faintly glowing, thinking to himself, this must be Qin Shi's special ability, but what exactly is this boosting mechanism, and how much does it actually boost? I have to find a chance to figure it out later. Kek En was continuously devouring the soldiers. Souls. Is it planning to devour everyone's souls? Then Kelen slowly retreated back into the hole in the sky. Is it finally over? The sky returned to normal, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Dude, watching for a little longer I felt like my soul was about to leave my body. My whole body is still stiff, and I feel like I've lost my senses. Someone, help me, Ye Hao said apologetically. Sorry, I didn't expect this summoning magic crystal to have such a strong spiritual influence. Here, drink this spirit-calming medicine, and you'll recover. He looked at the soldiers lying scattered around, sighing to himself. I can only say that your luck wasn't good. It was originally just a mental attack, but you ended up having your souls extracted. It seems that this summoning magic crystal can't be used when Chi is around. The range of attack plus the special boost will affect even our own people. Too terrifying. The system announced. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500,000 experience points, 30 million coins, and 1,000x1 mysterious resource hardware. The items were quickly collected. High-quality machine repair components X30, followed by a Yidian Yuanyin Club Permanent VIP Black Card X1. Even the anger release dolls were multiplied by 3, and then there were 3 level 60 top-grade treasure mirrors. Next is a network signal access device for stable access to the Huangzheng Corporation's dedicated rewards. And finally, the Hell's Whisper Combat Zither, a unique instrument that plays heart-stirring melodies in your head. Your fingers will naturally dance along as you play. You are the most beautiful of them all. Yang Hao felt disappointed after looking at the items. What junk did I get this time? Awesome! Luo Feng exclaimed in surprise. Another 3 levels. Amazing, Xiao Ji immediately praised. That's enough. Do you know how hard it is to level up in the wilderness? I've already leveled up several times on this trip. Ye Hao, I don't want to work hard anymore. While everyone was happy, Chi looked disappointed. He went over and asked, What's wrong? Chi lowered her head and replied, It's nothing, it's just that my level has been a question mark from the start for over 1,000 years. No matter how many dangerous demonic beasts I kill, my level never increases. It's still a question mark. Ye Hao comforted her. In my world, a question mark level represents a mysterious and extremely powerful existence, so there's no need to be disappointed. Cheer up! Chi perked up, hugging Ye Hao's arm. Yes, master, she said. Seeing this, he thought to himself, still so innocent and naive. Xiao Ji said, Bro, where did you get that demonic silkworm summoning crystal? That's not a good thing. If it were someone else, even the summoner would probably be buried with it. Ye Hao quickly replied, I got it from the Old World Descendant Society cult during the demonic beast siege. Hearing this, he said seriously, Old World Descendant Society. I've heard that this cult is actually one of countless large and small cults in the wilderness, but this is the only one that has managed to grow so much. I don't know why, but its influence is extremely widespread. Not only in the wilderness, but also within the safe zones. So it's not surprising that you encountered them. Ye Hao waved his hand and said calmly, Well, let's hope they don't provoke me. Otherwise I'll use this demonic summoning crystal to let them see what the god they worship actually looks like. This is pretty much done here. Let's head back. I promised someone we'd have dinner together tonight. If we delay any longer, we'll be late. Xiao Ji sighed upon hearing this. As expected of you. You just annihilated dozens of mercenaries in some random place, and now you want to go home for dinner. Your mentality is amazing. Ye Hao sneered. I've never been a merciful person, especially to those who want to harm me. In this era, being kind to your enemies is just asking for death. Xiao Ji scratched his head awkwardly and said, You're right, but I might have to disappoint you. The car was damaged during the battle and can't be started for a while. Sorry, we could drive the mercenaries, vehicles, but only if you don't mind the smell. Ye Hao reassured everyone. No need for such trouble, let me handle it. Everyone stand back. He called out, Duisi, begin. She happily replied, Okay. Duisi confidently said, Leave this little matter to Duisi, Master's top assistant. Engineering Master Fusion Creation. The vehicles were collected. Everyone looked confused. What's going on? My car? And the others, cars? Bro, what are you planning to do? Ye Hao's voice echoed from the light. Don't worry, I'll give you a surprise. Finally, a massive vehicle was created. Xiao Ji was astonished. Damn, this perfect combination of strength and beauty, is this the surprise for me? Ye Hao confirmed. That's right, what do you think? Do you like it? Wasteland Crusher heavy-duty off-road vehicle with a wild appearance, equipped with heavy firepower and a super engine, accommodates up to 15 people inside, fully furnished, and powered by magic crystal batteries. Xiao Ji excitedly ran over and showered the vehicle with kisses, answering. Like it, Ye Hao introduced it. This is for the Horizon Squad. It can hold 15 people, which should be enough for now. Xiao Ji hurriedly said. Everyone, get in, buckle your seatbelts, and close the doors tightly. This old fatty is about to start the engine. Ye Hao sincerely reminded him. Fatty, don't get too excited. There are countless roads. Safety comes first. Drive responsibly. But Xiao Ji ignored him and sped off. Ye Hao was helpless. He stepped on the gas before I even finished speaking. He confidently assured. Don't worry about those details. This veteran driver guarantees you'll be home for dinner before sunset. Ye Hao observed the city, thinking to himself, can I really have this kind of peace? And how long can it last? Although I temporarily have the protection of the Hanmo Corporation, that doesn't mean I'm completely safe. Besides Huang Zheng, I bet even within Hanmo Corp, dangers will gradually emerge. Who told me to reach for such a high branch like Ms. Mo? He pondered. But that's a problem for later. I'll deal with it when I face it. But Huang Zheng has made several attempts on me. I can't continue to ignore it. Ye Hao seriously asked, Dusi, can the engineering master's skills hack into Huang Zheng's dedicated network? She excitedly replied, Master, of course, it's no problem. Hacking is just a trivial matter. He put on his headset. Hailong, give the order. Very good. Immediately help me infiltrate the Huangzheng Corporation's internal bounty board. Ye Hao put his hands in his pockets and confidently affirmed, I'm not someone who can tolerate even a grain of sand in my eye, and I've been put on the defensive several times. This time, it's my turn to take the initiative. I want to see what this Huangzheng Corporation's bounty board is really like. System notification. Confirming mercenary Huo Ermutu identity. Confirmed. Connecting. Please wait. Ye Hao put his hand to his headset and complained, there's too much static, and a bunch of spatial code. Is this Huo Ermutu's access device second-hand, or does he not have the money to upgrade to the latest model? He snapped his fingers, and the space disappeared. He quickly understood everything, and said with a somewhat helpless tone, No wonder he mistook me. It would be strange if anyone could see clearly in this kind of chaotic space. A sound rang out, followed by the activation of the engineering master's special spatial repair skill. The space returned to its original state. Ye Hao sighed. It's much more comfortable to look at like this. A system sound rang out. Mercenary Huo Ermutu. Welcome to the Huangzheng Corporation's online center. 4 doors with distinct labels appeared. Mercenary. Manager. Team member. VIP. Ye Hao calculated for a moment. Are the 4 doors divided into different corresponding authorities? What I have now is the access device of Huo Ermutu, so I can probably only enter the mercenary room. Having said that, he went to that door, waiting for it to open automatically. The system sound came again. Mercenary Huo Ermutu. Level 85. Intermediate usage authority. High risk credit level. Please quickly lower the risk credit level to avoid the authority being locked. Hearing this, he exclaimed, High risk in the risk signal. That's actually quite fitting for the name. Stepping through that door, a not too spacious area with noisy voices constantly rang out. Ye Hao looked around and commented, So it's a bar. It really suits the style of mercenaries. Isn't it just a place to post wanted notices? Is it necessary to be so extravagant? Du Si floated beside him, starting to provide information. Master, according to the results of my scan, Huangzheng Group probably wants to ensure the security of internal digital information, so they created an independent space that is both secret and high level. If it weren't for you using the abilities of a Grandmaster of Engineering, even with the access device, you wouldn't be able to enter this space, Ye Hao replied. That's right. He looked up at the bounty board and asked, This is the bounty notice. The bounty board. On the notice, the cold goddess Zhu He appeared with accompanying information. Rank No, 1. Target, Zhu He. True level, unknown. Danger level, 5 stars. Bounty, 100 million. Next up was him with accompanying information. Rank No, 2. Target, Ye Hao. True level, unknown. Danger level, 4 stars. Bounty, 50 million, he exclaimed in surprise. Not bad. I'm actually ranked 2nd on the bounty board. They really think highly of me. Wait, Shu. He is ranked 1st, and even more surprisingly, the person above him caused Ye Hao's expression to become stunned. Is it the same Shu He? The classmate I met in the Academy's treasure vault before? She also has a grudge against Huang Zheng, and the bounty is as high as 100 million. The previous encounter didn't feel particularly special. Could it be that she's also hiding her strength? Duki Si replied seriously. Very likely. According to the law of conservation of energy, Since a hacker like you has appeared, Master, there's naturally a certain probability that other hackers will appear. An image of Shu, he appeared with the words, "This explanation is very reasonable. If fate allows, we will meet again. Ye Hao." Afterward, he muttered to himself. Remembering what she said back then, it really had deeper meaning, classmate Zhu. It seems the secrets on your body are no less than mine. Suddenly, a strange voice rang out. Good for you, Huo Ermutu, daring to mess with me. Hearing someone call out his name, he reflexively turned his head. A girl named Molisa appeared with a blazing aura, loudly saying, "We already set a time and place for the transaction, but you disappeared on me, making me wait all afternoon, and now you still have the nerve to show your face here. If I had met you in the wilderness, I would definitely skin you alive." Ye Hao thought to himself, Huo Ermutu, that's right, what I'm using now is Huo Ermutu's access device. The avatar that outsiders see is probably his appearance as well. He smiled, pretending not to understand anything, and asked, "Transaction? What transaction? I've been too busy these past 2 days. I don't remember." Molisa was surprised by his expression and replied, "What?" Then she got angry and pointed a weapon at Ye Hao, shouting, "What? You actually forgot, you pig-headed idiot? Last weekend you asked me to find you a bunch of preparation formulas. I worked hard for half a day and finally found them all, and now you're telling me you forgot? Do you want me to pierce your dog head and smash it before you remember?" Seeing her getting tense, Ye Hao quickly tried to appease her. Wait, I remember now. He imitated Huo Er's speaking style, turned around and said with a smile, "Wasn't I off doing big things? What I'm after now is money. I'll take all your preparation formulas. Are you satisfied now?" Lisa folded her arms and asked suspiciously, "Really? I didn't expect you to get rich one day, but the formulas I have are top-notch goods. Are you sure you have enough money?" Ye Hao replied generously, "No problem. What am I bringing you for? With my rapid strength increase, it's only a matter of time. This is the deposit." Lisa opened the screen with bright eyes and checked. "This is 10,000, 100, 1 million. Suddenly someone shouted loudly, 1 million? Molisa, don't joke around, Huo Ermu. 2 can take out 1 million, I'll walk on my head." The two people fell silent. Everyone began to discuss. Everyone knows that this guy has owed his subordinates half a year's salary, and now he has 1 million. She then spoke to return the atmosphere to normal. "Okay then, since you're being so generous, I won't ask any more questions. Find me when you're free to trade." Hearing this, Ye Hao asked, "Then the location." Lisa stuffed a piece of paper to him, while turning away saying, "I changed the location. The address is on the card. Welcome to come any time." He took the paper, watching her gradually disappear, and replied, "No problem, goodbye." The paper read, "No, 24, Concentration Zone C30. He thought to himself, "Concentration Zone C30 of the wilderness. I'll find it on the map when I have time, but there's one unexpected point." Ye Hao opened the information panel, looked at it, and thought, Huo Ermu 2, level 85, intermediate pharmacist. This Huo Ermu 2 is actually an intermediate pharmacist. This auxiliary profession is so good. Du Cc suddenly spoke, saying, "Master, I have searched for related intelligence and discovered that the pharmacist profession is one of the top 3 professions that used to make money the fastest. So that's how it is." Then he walked out of that place, thinking, "It seems I have to unlock the title of Grandmaster Alchemist." Returning to the old space, after the previous experience, Ye Hao drew a conclusion. The mercenary reward area doesn't have overly complex mechanisms and functions, and there aren't too many gains. If I want to get truly useful intelligence, he walked to the VIP door, raised his hand to activate the opening function, and said, "I still have to enter the doors of these high levels." But a red band of light appeared, and the system issued a notification. Huo Ermu 2 mercenaries' authority is insufficient, forbidden from entering. He seemed to have anticipated this and said, "As expected." Ye Hao turned to ask, "Do you see? Can the big door be forcibly cracked?" It replied, "Theoretically, it can be done, but it's not recommended, because there's a very high probability that it will damage the user agreement of the access device, and it won't be possible to enter this place again. The best way is to find related items with higher authority in Huangzheng, and then expand the fusion to safely open these doors." Hearing this, he had a plan for the future. "Then it's not worth the risk. This time I'll come back after I obtain items with higher authority." Enter the system space. The space began to transform along with the system sound, transforming in the system space. The space is completely changed. Qi Hong Hui Xing rushed over and happily hugged him. Ye Hao put his hand behind its back, comforting it. "Little one, how long have I left you here? Do you miss me so much? But I'm still very sorry, because bringing a dragon battle pet in the city is too eye-catching, so I can only wrong you in the system space." Then he gave the order, and the system immediately unlocked Mo Xing's title of Grandmaster Alchemist. The system repeated the question. Unlocking the title requires spending 300,000 experience points. Are you sure you want to unlock it? Ye Hao replied. For my grand career of making money, I'll spend even more experience points if I have to. Unlock it. Musi's image appeared, and he exclaimed, finally, the second title. This is so exciting. Then a notification popped up. You have unlocked the title Grand Master of Pharmacy. The system then began to explain. The ability of this title is, Musi interrupted, saying, let me explain it clearly to the master. He excitedly said. Because fusion and creation are the core abilities of the Monasi account, the master can now not only use prescriptions to create medicine, but can even use any medicinal materials at will and fuse them to create completely new and unique medicines. Then Wei Si chimed in. Of course, this behavior is both crazy and dangerous. Whether it's a panacea or a world-destroying poison, the possibility is a slim one. Ye Hao looked at them and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. As expected of Mosi, he can invent anything. He truly deserves the title of crazy. However, for the time being, we should honestly follow the prescription. I don't want to become a deadly poison master. Returning home, he walked along the corridor, calculating in his head. The next main task is to worry about money. Tomorrow, I'll find Xin Yun to take me around the black market in District 8 to deal with the prescription issues and then talk. Inside Yunfei's room, Nana and Shiki were sleeping soundly, he whispered. They're sleeping so soundly. Ye Hao felt relieved, gently closed the door and whispered, good night. The next morning, he sat on a bench on the street, watching the people passing by and thinking, everyone is resuming their daily lives, faster than I imagined. After so many years, it has become a kind of appreciation. Ye Hao was thinking that his meeting place with Miss Siyu was here, waiting for her to arrive and then go to the black market together. Suddenly, an advertisement sounded. According to the news announced by the Angel's Realm government, in 2 days, superstar Miss Shu Lai will come to the city to perform. She will use her God-given voice and elegant dance to comfort the hearts of those wounded in the war. Please look forward to it. He suddenly thought to himself. Shu Li. Ye Hao exclaimed in surprise. Could this be that extremely popular singer Zhue Li? Such a famous star, actually coming to the safe zone to perform? Ye Hao walked slowly, his mind filled with thoughts. This, Zhue Li. I remember Yunfei likes her very much. He remembered the image of his sister happily jumping and singing on the bed, and pondered. She not only plastered posters of this girl in her room but also liked to sing and dance on the bed, even though she was always out of sync. Siyu suddenly spoke up. What's wrong? Fascinated by the idol's poster, she walked over from the other side, her voice full of sarcasm. I didn't expect our Ye Hao to like chasing idols too. He glanced at her and calmly replied. It's my sister who likes her, so I've been exposed to some related information. Let's go, Miss Siyu. Thank you for your trouble today. Si Yun. And he walked away, the sound of conversation constantly echoing. What are they talking about? However, this Angel's Realm is only famous in the entertainment and sports circles, relying on being a star to make a lot of money. But this time they are sending the popular star Zhue Li to perform charity to raise money for relief. This is really unusual. There's a saying that what costs nothing is the most expensive. How can ordinary people see through the business methods of those big corporations? So don't worry about it, and don't bother managing them. That's right. Ye Hao put his hand in his pocket and asked curiously, I never thought the entrance to the night market in District 8 would be a cafe, but why don't we enter through the main entrance? She turned her head and calmly said, Isn't it all thanks to someone? The fact that you snatched the world boss is no longer a secret. To avoid unnecessary trouble, let's go through the back door to the room that Han Mo rented. Ye Hao burst out laughing and couldn't help but sigh. Thank you, Miss Siyu. You really are well prepared. She put her hand on her hip and said seriously, to be able to win the boss that Yin Xuan had to fight so hard for, you are really making me look at you in a new light. Siyu intimately hugged Ye Hao's arm, her voice full of flattery. You're so amazing. Will you not need this older sister in the future? Ye Hao was also defeated, his face blank. This. He scratched his head and replied frankly, Of course not. We have a deep and lasting relationship. She scolded him playfully. You really are something, but I'm also relieved. Let's go in quickly. Ye Hao looked around, his face full of surprise. As expected of the highest level safe zone, even the night market is much more luxurious, she quickly added. This is nothing. Do you know what the night market in District 1 is like? In front of the splendid hotel, the admiring voices of Xinyu and him echo. That is the most luxurious 7-star hotel located in the central area. Even I have to register in advance to enter the 7-star hotel. The life of the upper-class aristocracy is truly unimaginable for ordinary people. Ye Hao rubbed his chin and slowly thought, I don't know if the card that Mo Kier gave me has enough authority to enter. When I make some money from trading, I must take everyone in the family to splurge once. Suddenly, a voice called out, Miss Siyu, Mr. Ye Hao. 2 employees respectfully bowed their heads. their voices full of politeness. "The rental room is ready. Please come in." She sat down on the chair and calmly reported. "Earlier, you contacted me and said you wanted to put the props and blueprints related to technology and pharmaceuticals on the black market. I stayed up all night to collect and sort out the relevant information in advance." Ye Hao glanced at it, his voice full of calmness. "Thank you. You've done me a great favor." Xinyu leaned back in the chair, revealing her voluptuous figure. "I'm so tired I have to sleep for a while. You can take your time to look at it." Ye Hao turned his head and said seriously, "No problem. You go to sleep. I'll wake you up when it's evening." He slowly scrolled through, calculating meticulously. Master-level alchemy products are extremely scarce, and the prices are extremely high. Compared to blueprints, although the price isn't cheap, it's much more reasonable. Because master-level professions are the most advanced and rare talents, and there's still a chance of failure during crafting, the cost is even higher. Ye Hao sat down, lost in thought, but he leaned back, silently pondering. "I am the Mad Mo Sai, the world-destroying super-inventor. Crafting failures are basically impossible for me. I can completely exploit the price difference between blueprints and finished products to earn a large profit." He touched the screen, making a decision after thinking, "I'll use the tens of millions I have as startup capital, first setting a small goal of earning 100 million. The system's voice suddenly rang out. "Purchase of blueprint successful. Purchase of materials successful. Purchase of blueprint successful. Purchase of materials successful." A light flashed, and Ye Hao pondered for a moment. There's a huge demand for finished potions, and the supply of raw materials is also more abundant. I'll focus on potions first. The system continued to chime incessantly. Potion crafting successful, potion crafting successful, potion crafting successful. 4 hours later, she seemed to wake up, drowsily rubbing her eyes, and asked in confusion, "I didn't expect to sleep for so long, Ye Hao. How's your thing going?" Ye Hao rushed over, excitedly bringing good news. "Not bad at all. I've earned over 2 billion already." Surprising her with the unexpected news, huh? Siyu's brain short-circuited. She scanned the situation, her voice full of non-stop surprise. "Are you kidding me? You earned more than 2 billion in just a few hours? Are all those transaction number 9,527 yours? Oh my god, there are so many potion transaction records. And they're all high-grade potions, plus there are a few ultra-rare ones. No wonder you're making so much profit." Ye Hao took a long breath, complaining listlessly. "It's a pity this area doesn't have any more materials, otherwise I could have earned even more." She broke out in a sweat, replying in shock. "That's for sure. All the potion ingredients in this black market have been swept clean by you." Siyu leaned against Ye Hao, her voice full of charm. "So, you wanted me to help gather materials to make money. Then there should be a reward. Shouldn't my little money grubber explain it to this sister? What's the deal with the master-level high-grade potions? Are you hiding more secrets from me?" Ye Hao turned his head, his voice indifferent. "I'm sorry, Miss Xinyu. I'll definitely repay this favor, but I can't reveal this secret yet. The secrets on me don't pose any danger to you ladies. I will explain to Miss Xinyu at an appropriate time in the future," she frankly retorted. "I like you owing me favors." Although specific transactions in the black market are kept secret, if someone really wants to investigate, they can definitely find out. You're the only one selling so many kinds of rare potions. You're bound to attract the attention of many people, especially the upper echelons of the high society. Those who can concoct potions in today's society are like untouchable hot potatoes. Ye Hao sat still, calmly replying, "It's okay. Since I dared to do this, I'm naturally not afraid of the trouble afterwards." The system suddenly announced, "Esteemed guests, the scheduled auction is about to begin today. Guests who wish to participate are invited to proceed to the auction hall to wait." Xinyu was stunned. "Auction?" He calmly said, "This is a special feature of the 8th District Black Market. Every day, there will be an auction of 5 items not found in the exhibition system." "You mean there's a chance to encounter rare goods? Interesting. Let's go take a look." Ms. Siyu was in a crowded hall, the host announced loudly. "Okay, esteemed guests. Rest assured." "Wait a moment. The auction will begin immediately." Ye Hao sat high up, secretly assessing. It doesn't seem like there are many participants, and the level isn't as high as Victoria's secret auction before. He rested his hand, observing attentively. Not concealing his identity, Xinyu calmly replied, "That's right. After all, it's just a regular auction within a safe zone. Such a big difference is natural, but sometimes you can encounter something unexpected." Ye Hao looked down, suddenly thinking, that figure feels very familiar. His gaze fell on the elder, as if he suddenly remembered something. Elder Lin, level 60, so it's him. I didn't expect to meet him here. He looked ordinary before, so he's actually level 60. I was taken care of by him when I was a newbie. I'm really grateful to him. I wonder if there are 2 chances to repay him today. The host's voice echoed in the hall. After 4 rounds of bidding for the Camgo items just now, we will proceed to auction the last item. The item covered by a cloth was lifted, Esteemed guests, please take a good look. This magical item is a delicate bottle of potion. An excited voice rang out. The high-grade Bane Potion of Eros. Bane of Eros restores male power. That is our business. As for the details, I won't say more. It has the strong effect of dead wood in spring. Most men know, buy one get one free. Buy the finished potion and get a high-grade formulation blueprint. The starting price is 1 million. A real man need this. Elder Lee spoke without hesitation. 1 million. In the room, everyone was discussing animatedly. Old man Lin wants to get it. No way. How old is he? Still wants an old tree to bloom. Don't talk so big. Old man Lin. He's a high-grade alchemist, I think. He's after that formulation blueprint. That's right, he's really a sly merchant. Xin Yu rested her chin in her hand, sighing slowly. I didn't expect the last one to be such a useless thing. It seems it's only worth 1 million. Aside from Old Man Li, no one would buy it. Ye Hao suddenly raised his hand, loudly bidding. 2 million! She was incredulous, stammering. Ye Hao plus, everyone whispered. This kid is actually bidding. He's clearly a young punk, and he wants to play this game. He's already useless at such a young age. What a waste of space, Yu said worriedly. Ye Hao, what are you buying this for? Is there something hard to say? Don't worry, I won't mind, I'll help you, Ye Hao awkwardly explained. I don't have. Miss Xin Yu, are you misunderstanding something? I'm buying this purely to antagonize that old man from Huangzheng. Xin Yu finally realized. I remember now. The eldest lady said that when she first met you, you were trading with Old Man Li, Ye Hao replied. That's right, I was young and didn't know any better back then, and I was almost scammed by him, so this time I just had the chance to think of a way to repay him. Elder Lai bid 5 million. And he immediately doubled his price to 10 million. Elder Lai was extremely angry when he saw this. He angrily doubled the price. 20 million. Damn it, which blind fool is causing trouble here? Immediately back down if you know what's good for you, or don't blame me for being impolite. Then he recognized. That seems to be Miss Yu of the Hanmo group. Is that guy next to her the gigolo she's secretly keeping? He's already useless at such a young age, what a waste of space. He smiled perversely. Why don't you come to this old man's place? With my abilities, I guarantee you'll have a great time. Yu flared up upon hearing that. Ye Hao quickly stopped her. We shouldn't turn hostile here, Miss Yu. Leave the rest to me. Ye Hao thought to himself, this much fooling around is enough. The real highlight is next. Then he signaled to withdraw. The organizer announced. This buyer has given up bidding. 20 million. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Sold. Mr. Li of Huangzheng successfully bid for the love god's favor for 20 million. Elder Liao angrily pointed at Ye Hao. Kid, don't let me catch you, or it'll be your death day, Ye Hao calmly replied. Is that so? Inside the speeding car, Elder Lion's voice echoed. Damn it. I'm so pissed off, he raged. Something I could have gotten for just 1 million. But a damn brat messed it up halfway, costing me 19 million. You guys investigate that kid's background? If he's with Miss Yu, he's definitely related to the Hanmo Corporation, the soldiers responded. Yes. Suddenly, Ye Hao appeared, punching the roof of Elder Lin's car with great force. No need for so much trouble. Wouldn't it be better for me to deliver myself to your doorstep? Ye Hao smiled. We meet again? Elder Lear? So whose death day is coming? Elder Lee was taken aback. Wait, I can only see your face clearly up close. It's you, that little punk from the Black Market Zone 9 earlier, he angrily ordered. So, the auction before was to get revenge on me, damn it, kill him for me. Shoot! Ye Hao easily dodged the bullets. You didn't recognize me earlier, so your eyes aren't so good after all. But it's too late to realize it now, the soldier shouted. Damn it, we can't see the road ahead. The car lost control and crashed into a steel pole. Elder Lee, clutching his bleeding mouth, said angrily, Bastard! Are you insane? How dare you provoke me? Do you know who I am? I'm from the Huangzheng Corporation. Ye Hao didn't care, and kicked the car, sending Elder Li flying out. He nonchalantly replied, The person I'm hitting is precisely someone from the Huangzheng Corporation. Elder Li fearfully begged for his life. The system announced, Warning. For your safety and the safety of your family, everyone must remember to buckle their seatbelts. Ye Hao flew up and grabbed Elder Li by the collar. What's wrong? Surprised, excited. He pleaded for mercy. Big brother, it was my dog eyes that dared to go against you today because I was blind. Indeed, heroes have emerged since ancient times. I was blind not to recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive this old bones of mine. He landed successfully. Ye Hao spoke up. All right, I originally intended to kill you, but you're lucky to have something on you that interests me. He stood tall and said, I heard you're a high-level pharmacist, so you must have a lot of rare formulas and medicinal herbs, right? I'm also very interested in medicine and want to see these rare things, Elder Li hurriedly replied. Easy to say. I really have a lot of formulas that I've been hoarding. It's just that I didn't expect that you are not only good at martial arts but also have an interest in medicine. What a talented person, both in literary and military fields, he said awkwardly. It's just that my house is quite far from here, and the car and driver are both gone now. Ye Hao then took him and flew away to lead the way. Elder Li was surprised. Hero, fly slower, this old man can't stand this kind of excitement. Arriving at his house, he said generously, "The formulas and medicinal herbs that I've been hoarding all my life are all here. Not only are they all high-level formulas, but there are also quite a few Grandmaster-level formulas. You can take them away if you're interested." Ye Hao was very satisfied. Not bad, not bad. This quantity and quality really surpasses my medicinal herbs. Elder Li thought to himself. You can take everything away. After all, you have no use for them other than selling them for money. But your appearance has been recorded, and later you will fall into the constant pursuit of the Huangjing Corporation, and the things will return to my hands sooner or later. Ye Hao casually reminded him, "Don't look anymore. I've already been wanted by your Huangjing, and I don't mind being photographed a few more handsome pictures by those cameras." He was shocked to hear that. What? He calmly suggested. I suddenly had an idea. How about you be an informant for me, and help me clarify the information within Huangjing? Elder Li shouted. Then you might as well just kill me. He trembled and knelt down. The ending of betraying the company is worse than death. I can't do it, Ye Hao sincerely comforted. Don't worry, I won't let you do it for nothing. The reward I give you is absolutely irresistible. Elder Li didn't care. Reward? What reward could be more important than life, money, status, women? What hasn't this old man seen? There's nothing that can make me— He interrupted him. What if I can help you advance to become a Grandmaster Pharmacist? Elder Li was stunned. What? Ye Hao continued. You've been stuck at the high-level pharmacist for a long time, right? It must be painful that you can't advance, right? Buying more Grandmaster-level formulas is useless. Elder Li seriously replied, I have indeed been stuck at the high-level pharmacist for dozens of years, but I only dare to dream about advancing to the Grandmaster level. I absolutely can't joke about it, even if it offends you, but I've devoted my whole life to medicine, and I absolutely won't allow an outsider like you to tarnish it. Ye Hao sneered. I didn't expect you to have such a serious and stubborn side. But nothing is absolute in the world, and many things are difficult to explain with common sense. For example, he took out a bottle of medicine. Explain why this bottle of medicine appeared in my hand. That's the Grandmaster level willpower pill. After drinking it, it increases the willpower attribute by 30%, and it can be used continuously without limitation. Elder Li was shocked. That's the finished product of the Grandmaster level willpower pill. How is that possible? This kind of supreme medicine is not sold on the market at all. Even I only have the formula and medicinal herbs. Could it be that you, Ye Hao calmly admitted, that's right, I used your formula and medicinal herbs to make this Grandmaster level willpower pill, and if it's fake, I'll exchange it for you. Elder Li couldn't believe it. What? You made it? He exclaimed in shock. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! How can a kid like you be a Grandmaster level pharmacist? It must be using some kind of trick to deceive me. Do you know how precious this bottle of medicine is? Ye Hao nonchalantly tossed the medicine bottle aside. He doesn't believe it's real. Then, away it goes. But Elder Li swiftly caught it. Seeing this, Ye Hao teased. You say you don't want it, but your body tells a different story. He didn't expect himself to react like that either. How could this be? His body reacted on its own, as if it couldn't bear to part with this medicine bottle. Ye Hao calmly suggested, since that's the case, why not drink it? That way, you'll know for sure if it's real or not. Elder Li carefully examined the medicine bottle in his hand. From a professional standpoint, the color and aura of this medicine were indeed genuine. This was also the most unbelievable part. He had researched for decades without a breakthrough. How could this stinky brat in his teens be a Grandmaster level pharmacist? He downed the entire bottle in one gulp, thinking to himself, this is absolutely impossible. I refuse to believe it. But drink he did. Since he's already resigned to death anyway, I'll never let the medical circle enjoy a good life. The space fell silent. Elder Li pointed at Ye Hao, sneering, I don't feel any changes at all. I knew you were lying. Bragging. Suddenly he froze. The naked Elder Li excitedly thought, this feeling, unprecedented peace and harmony. My thinking has become incredibly clear, as if I'm about to connect with the universe, absorbing infinite wisdom from the vast cosmos. He reveled in it. So wonderful. This feeling of floating in the ocean of the universe's knowledge is just amazing. Elder Liao was taken aback when he suddenly returned to reality. Ye Hao Shimao spoke up. How is it? The effect of this medicine isn't bad, is it? He regretfully said. Why is it all gone? Moreover, I feel like my intelligence didn't increase by 30%. At most, only 5%. Ye Hao calmly replied. That's only natural, because I controlled the dosage to limit the increase in intelligence to 5%. Ye Hao crossed his arms and continued. How could I give you all of this heaven-defying, top-grade medicine? This is just a trial dose. Once you agree to help me as an inside man, after I help you advance to become a Grand Master level pharmacist, you can use the remaining medicinal ingredients to make it yourself. Elder Lee hurriedly knelt down and embraced Yehao Grandmaster. This old man was foolish, actually wanting to use common sense to judge the Grandmaster's ability. The Grandmaster's talent is perfect proof of the world's irrational nature. Li Gansheng is willing to dedicate myself to you, he earnestly pleaded. Whether it's money, women, status, or rare medicinal materials and prescriptions, as long as I can obtain them, I can provide them endlessly to you. I only hope you will definitely help me become a Grand Master level pharmacist. Ye Hao couldn't help but feel pleased. These things are easy to discuss. The key is that you must help me be a mole inside Huangjang. Elder Lai kowtowed repeatedly. No problem at all. Anything I know, I'll tell you everything. Anything I don't know, I'll definitely do my best to help you find out. Even if it costs this old life of mine, I'll absolutely complete your mission. Ye Hao quickly helped him up. Alright, quickly stand up. Since we've formed an alliance, there's no need to be too hung up on formalities. I have a question. Logically speaking, you don't lack anything now, so why are you so obsessed with becoming a Grand Master level pharmacist? What's the reason? Elder Lai calmly said. Grandmaster, you don't understand, he honestly confided. Perhaps at first I really saw it as a way to make money. But as time went on and my research deepened, I truly became fascinated with this field. People only give their all when they truly like something. After many years of effort, I finally became a senior pharmacist. Moreover, there's only one spot in the upper echelons of the Huangjing group, but no matter how hard I try, I can't overcome the final barrier to become a Grand Master level pharmacist. This no longer has anything to do with status or money. It's purely a desire to comprehend the supreme realm of a pharmacist. I had thought that there would be no hope for me in this life, but Elder Lai looked at Ye Hao with sparkling eyes. Then you appeared. The wish that I couldn't fulfill in my entire life, you achieved at such a young age. In my heart, you are a god in the field of medicine refining. Perhaps one day you can even break through the shackles of the Grandmaster level and reach the realm of the super god. Ye Hao thought helplessly. He knows how to flatter and also imagines that I really have super god level medicinal materials. However, this old Lai is indeed more obsessed with refining medicine than I thought. Ye Hao gave his instructions. Then next, I need you to do a few things. First, find out the core secrets within Huangjang for me, including materials related to its operating mechanisms and core members. Second, and most importantly, find loopholes, crises, and problems within the Huangjang group. Elder Lin quickly replied. Please listen to the Grandmaster's instructions. I will definitely do my best to live up to the Grandmaster's expectations. Ye Hao thought. This old Ling is quite interesting, not giving me medicinal materials and prescriptions. He lay back with his hands behind his head, pondering. Before he left, he even gave himself 100 million. His total assets had reached an unbelievable height. Ye Hao operated on the system. He could earn so much money in one day. If it were in the past, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. So this is the power of Mo Xiao's account. However, from a certain perspective, Mo Xi's Grandmaster level abilities are also based on pouring money into it. After all, these high-level medicinal materials are super expensive. If he didn't know how to make money, he wouldn't be at his current level. The screen displayed a Grandmaster level money printer. Ye Hao doubted. So, the hidden attribute of Mo Xi's account is a Grandmaster level money printer? He yawned wearily. I heard Lan Xingyun say that the Han Mo group has a Grandmaster level engineer. Maybe tomorrow I'll find Mo Kara to help introduce me to him. I made too much medicine today. I'm a little sleepy. I'll sleep first. Ye Hao vaguely opened his eyes. He was surprised to find himself in another place. Where is this? Didn't I just fall asleep? Could this be my dreamland? The ancient god slowly appeared, along with monsters, and spoke. I finally found you, Ye Hao asked. Are you the ancient gods? He scoffed. Looking for me? Why, are we even acquainted? It arrogantly replied. That's right, we've been searching for you for a long time. Who knew you would actively summon us? Although we don't know why, how could we miss this God-given opportunity? There's no escape for you. Suddenly, Ye Hao was pulled back by red threads. What is this? He hastily thought, unable to figure it out. Even the flames of the Scarlet Blaze Emperor have no effect. How is this possible? Is this all an illusion? Or have I truly encountered an insurmountable power? The ancient god said sinisterly, Go to sleep, chosen ones, like you shouldn't exist in this world. Yang Hao was gradually submerged by the blood-red current. He calmly smiled. Sorry, there are truly too many people who want my life, Ye Hao Sasaos. Even gods have to wait in line. Kel En suddenly appeared, helping Ye Hao escape. The ancient god was surprised, and he teasingly smiled. Looks like there's a traitor among you. Ancient gods. Ye Hao, standing on Kan's tentacles, confidently judged. Perhaps you found me through him, but sorry, I'm his master now. If you want to kill me, ask him if he agrees first. The ancient god indignantly questioned, Luo Kan, why do you betray us? The ancient god created a blood-red tidal wave, roaring wildly. Although I don't know how you controlled Luo Kan, do you think a mere mortal like you can possess the power of a god? It used a blood spike to attack Ye Hao, but Kan used his tentacles to envelop him. The ancient god was extremely angry at this sight. Traitor Luo Kan, do you really want to oppose us for the sake of this human? Yang Hao worriedly looked at Kan, who was enduring the ancient god's attacks. This can't continue. Even with the ancient god's light protecting his body as a defense, he won't be able to hold on for long. I must quickly escape this dream, but how? Karen's pupils suddenly contracted. He turned to look. Is that you talking to me, Luo Kan? What do you want to say to me? I don't understand your language. Kalen's pupils continuously dilated. Ye Hao was surprised to see a whirlpool suddenly appear on the water surface. The water surface churned. Kien threw him into the whirlpool. Ye Hao quickly fell. What are you doing, Luo Kan? He widened his eyes in confusion and shouted loudly. Finally, Ye Hao appeared on the bed, feeling confused. The bedroom, it seems I'm back in reality. But what was that just now? A dream or? Ye Hao looked at the mark on his hand and judged. The mark explains everything. What happened just now wasn't a dream. I have no grudges with those ancient gods, so why are they looking for me? Could it be just because I ruined their summoning ritual? It shouldn't be that serious. Moreover, the power of the king's account was ineffective against them. No. It's probably because an account of this level can't cause damage to ancient gods yet. He looked at the magic crystal in his hand and thought to himself, so, it's thanks to the ancient god Luo Kien in this summoning magic crystal that you brought me back to reality. Furthermore, the small crack revealed in the magic crystal must be because it shielded me from the ancient god's attack earlier. I must take good care of this life-saving magic crystal. Ye Hao sat on the bed and commanded, log in to the system space. The space immediately transformed. He smiled and patted the Crimson Comet's head. Looks like I made you worry too. Sorry. Ye Hao stood up and inquired. System, was what happened in my dream recorded and sensed? The system quickly replied. Earlier, it encountered an extremely powerful force that blocked it. It lost contact with the host for a moment, so it couldn't know what happened during the host's sleep. Ye Hao couldn't help but marvel. Even the system couldn't sense it. It seems the power of these ancient gods has far exceeded my imagination. If it weren't for Luo Kenen's help, I would probably be done for. Then he seriously asked, System, regarding Luo Kenen, how much information do you know? It coldly refused. I am an independent existence of the world. I cannot say anything beyond the locked account. If you want to obtain the answer, I have two suggestions. 1. Unlock the Scholar account. This account stores a large amount of advanced and rich knowledge. The system gave the next suggestion. 2. Quickly create the almighty God-tier medicine. Then, there will be no more puzzles in this world. Ye Hao helplessly complained after listening. Your suggestion is as good as not saying anything, not to mention that the God-tier medicine doesn't even exist. Even if I want to unlock the Scholar account, can I guarantee that it will appear with a random card draw? Forget it. Exit the system. He stood in front of the window, lost in thought. Behind the seemingly peaceful exterior, such a high level of danger is hidden. Those ancient gods are completely different from the 24 constellation demonic beasts. I bet even the Han Mo group doesn't have accurate information. If I want to obtain truly useful intelligence, perhaps, Ye Hao frowned and seriously speculated, only the Old World Advent Society. They research ancient gods more professionally than anyone else. I wonder if this 8th district has their bases. Although I ruined their ancient god summoning plot last time, they will definitely come again. If the ancient gods' power keeps increasing following their summoning, it would be the biggest trouble for me. He Ce Nai affirmed. This cult cannot be left unattended, even if the matter is unrelated to him. The next morning, Ye Hao sat wearily at the dining table, his mind still preoccupied with thoughts. He had been strategizing all night, resulting in a sleepless night. Seeing this, his parents asked worriedly, Hawa Shenir, why do you look so tired? Didn't you sleep well last night? Is something on your mind? Ye Hao perked up and said, Mom and Dad, don't worry, I'm fine. Your son is very strong now. I can easily handle anything. Ye Yunfei suddenly appeared, proudly showing off. Good morning, big brother. Mom, Dad, come and admire the outfit I picked out for Qin-Chi. Qin-Chi smiled and said, Good morning, everyone. Nana yawned and grumbled. I still want to sleep. He smiled to himself, thinking. Seeing Chi-Chi, all my fatigue vanishes instantly, completely healed. Is this her enhanced ability? It's too amazing. She stepped forward and revealed. I want to discuss something with you. Ye Hao smiled, puzzled, and asked, What is it? Ye Yunfei winked and suggested, How about you, me, and Chi-Chi go see Xue Li's performance together? I managed to snag a ticket. He gave a forced smile, thinking, I knew this day would come. Ye Hao smiled helplessly and replied, although I'm not interested in this kind of thing, what can I do? You're my precious little sister. Hearing this, Ye Yunfei happily jumped to hug Ye Hao. Thank you, brother. He hesitated, worried. But Chi-Chi just arrived. I haven't even asked if she wants to go. Ye Hao glanced back and caught Chi-Chi's curious gaze. Never mind. I'll just pretend I didn't say anything. He turned and asked, Are you going? Ye Yunfei said regretfully, I already asked Nana, and she said she's not going. What a pity. Nana smiled and replied, It's okay, sister. There's a lot to do at home. It's fine if I don't go. But in her heart, she secretly resisted. Isn't it just a place for singing, dancing, rapping, and thumping music? What's so great about watching that? Entertainment from a low-level civilization is too boring. At the central square of the 8th district, the line was packed with thousands of people, and the men were buzzing as they looked at Ye Hao and the two girls. Look at those beauties, and there are two of them. Qin Chi shyly took his arm. There are too many people. Ye Hao couldn't help but wonder. Aren't performances usually held in the evening? Why are they here in the afternoon? Ye Yunfei playfully criticized, You're so boring. Look over there, what is that? The men, envious of Ye Hao being arm in arm with two beautiful girls, said, Who is that guy? I'm so jealous, Chi-Chi asked in surprise. That's the entrance to a dungeon. Ye Yunfei enthusiastically promoted, That's right, but it's artificial. The Tianqi Jijing Corporation can disrupt the entertainment market, and it relies on its unique artificial dungeon space technology, which can hold tens of thousands of people. They move the performance into the dungeon, using AI to create a virtual experience that breaks away from reality, giving everyone an extreme visual, auditory, and tactile experience. Hearing this, Yang Hao said helplessly, Your advertisement is a bit much. He looked at the crowded entrance and thought, Isn't that similar to Duo Li Ya's secret auction? But it can hold tens of thousands of people. This technology is comparable, but this place is too crowded. We came early. If we were any later, we'd probably have to wait until dark to get in. Siyu walked over with a bright smile and asked, Ye Hao, didn't you say you weren't interested in this kind of thing? Why did you come join the fun? Ye Hao smiled teasingly. Wasn't I dragged here by my sister? Ye Yunfei happily said, Hello, Sister Siyu. She friendly suggested, Hello, Yunfei. But Ye Hao, you're being too honest. You're still here lining up. You're the captain of the team under Han Mo Corporation. You can go directly to the VIP lane, Ye Hao exclaimed in surprise. There's such a good thing. Siyu turned and signaled everyone. Follow me, I'll take you to the VIP lane. I also happen to want to talk to the people from Tianqi Jijing. They happily replied, Okay. A purple color enveloped the sky, accompanied by the system's voice announcing the teleportation into the dungeon. Ye Yunfei floated in the air, excitedly exclaiming, Is this the legendary Dream Tour passage to the performance? So magical. Chi-Chi also marveled. It's so beautiful, I'm a little dizzy. Ye Hao, standing between the two, shouted enthusiastically, It's okay, Chi-Chi. It's like this the first time. You'll get used to it later. His eyes were shining like stars as he looked at the big circle in front of him and wondered, What's that black hole in the middle? So cool. I think I understand why this performance is so popular. His sister interjected. This is just the beginning, brother. The best parts are yet to come. Ye Hao, overwhelmed by what he saw, exclaimed, Dizzy, dizzy. Dadai, in the form of a ball, happily laughed and said, Welcome everyone, and all the fans, to Shui Li's charity performance. I am the MC, and also the host of today's performance. You can call me Dadai. Next, I will introduce you to some of the highlights and mechanics of today's performance. Today's performance not only continues the previous no-distance activity, but also adds a ranking mechanism for voting and scoring. Because it is a live broadcast of the entire district, all viewers outside the venue will vote based on everyone's performance. The beautiful face of the goddess spoke up immediately. It continued. All income from votes and advertisements will be used for the reconstruction of the 9th district. The person with the highest accumulated points will receive a secret reward from the government and have the opportunity to enjoy an extremely romantic evening with Zhu Li. For the sake of our homeland being rebuilt and a romantic evening with Shu Li, everyone, please actively perform. Upon hearing this, the youths cheered. Fight for it. I can have dinner with Shui Li. I will definitely be the Lai Wang. Get out of the way. She's mine. Baby, I love you. He stood alone among those lustful guys, rubbing his chin and thinking, But fans, madness is beyond my imagination. What dinner and Lai Wang? Too embarrassing. Forget it. I'll just sit and listen to the music. Whispers still echoed everywhere. Have you heard? Apparently many wealthy and powerful businessmen are offering high prices to buy the opportunity to have dinner with Shu Lai. That's right, Shu Lai has always refused this kind of commercial activity, Tonight's dinner is extremely precious, one person whispered. I wonder how high the price will go. This sentence, however, reached Ye Hao's ears. He gaped, wondering. High price? Damn, it seems like a good deal, but I have to show my face. This is a bit, Dan Dan announced with a smile. Finally, everyone doesn't need to worry too much about personal information. When the official performance begins, everyone will be wearing a data box. Your real appearance and personal information will be kept confidential, they excitedly shouted. So that's how it is, but it's a bit of a pity. Everyone won't be able to see how handsome I am. Keep bragging. It relayed the information. It's almost time. Let's count down together. The countdown numbers began to be announced. 3, 2, 1. At the end of the countdown, the ball lit up with an exclamation point in the center. Everyone was quickly sucked into the white void. These youngsters, far from fearing death, felt incredibly excited. Being sucked in, about to be sucked into a black hole. So thrilling. Ye Yunfei and Chi Chi were also sucked in. Ye Hao, behind them, reached out, shouting, Yunfei, Chi Chi, grab my hand. But he couldn't reach them, causing him great anxiety. Damn it, I can't get to them. Ye Hao stared intently at the two girls being pulled in, speculating. Our positions have been completely reversed. If I enter with the data box, will I be able to find them easily? But maybe nothing will happen, right? I'm overthinking it. That light suddenly burst forth, causing everyone to raise their hands to shield their eyes. So bright, the system automatically started playing music. A captivating figure appeared with a melodious song, Where is Spring? Following the swallow's return. Goddess Chi Wu, still in her exquisite attire, hummed her tune. On the barren land hope blossoms. I pluck a flower, humming the song of life, whispering about the future. The girl reached out her palm, her voice echoing everywhere. Yesterday's loves turn into fragments of memories. Your love is ahead. I embrace the sunlight and smiles, gently saying goodbye to the past, making the atmosphere even more lively. Ye Hao couldn't help but be amazed. This influence is truly beyond my imagination. No wonder she's so popular. Even I'm about to become a fan. Stay calm, stay calm. Goddess Chi Wu, still flying high, proposed, Everybody come on, let's all return to Earth together. The ranking list instantly appeared. He squinted but still couldn't find his perfect 0, and muttered, There's a ranking already, but my rank is so harsh. Dara's voice rang out. The exciting show has begun. Let's help Xue Li sweep away all the obstacles ahead. The young people quickly took out their weapons and smashed the obstacles in front of them. Ye Tao now realized the problem. So that's how it is. Breaking these asteroids will earn points. He rushed forward at the speed of light, trailing a blazing energy behind him, causing them to exclaim in confusion. Damn, something like being burned flashed past, and it was so fast. Is it a meteor? Strange indeed. Ye Hao grinned, exerting himself to hold his sword and shout, Sorry everyone, I have to start earning points. If it's a virtual world, then let's play to the fullest. The limitless void ring was used instantly. A series of beautiful slashes were unleashed, several loud bangs echoed incessantly, and discussions erupted immediately. Damn it, what is this? Can this guy slash a planet? Can it be done like this? He can climb to the top of the rankings in an instant. Cool. Goddess Chi Wu immediately sent a flying kiss to Ye Hao, her voice extremely sweet. This is a reward for the brave warrior. System update. Received Goddess Chi Wu's kiss. All attributes increased by 20%. Points accumulation speed increased by 30%. Lasts for 5 minutes. Standing in the aura of love, he happily thought. This flying kiss is a buff, and this instance can indeed magnify one's level. The girl held the planet in her hands. The humming melody rang out again. This planet was once so beautiful, but now it's full of wounds. I pray to the shooting star, creating a miracle for this place. Suddenly, strange things flew around Ye Hao. He wondered. I remember. These seem to be called artificial satellites, the crystallization of science that humans in the old world used to explore the universe. Now they can only be seen in books. Since the world became like this, humanity can only hide in its shell to protect itself, taking survival as its top priority, and exploring the universe has become a distant dream. Ye Hao and the others quickly flew down. He was a little confused. Being pulled down by gravity, the engine leaves and breaks through the large atmospheric layer. This is the dream of many men in science fiction novels, and even the skin feels the burning sensation due to friction with the air. Even this effect can be created. It's so cool. Goddess Chi Wu sat on a sphere, looking up at the streams of light formed by those boys, singing loudly. The streaks of light, the sparkling stars travel through tens of thousands of years of light to be here. I alone guard the city, constantly looking up at the sky. With a bang, an explosion suddenly flashed from behind. The giant hand emerged from the ground, gripping tightly together. At the same time, Xue Lu, playing the role of Xue Li in this instance, was sitting in a small birdcage, humming along to the music. Just waiting for the fate of my previous life's love. in this life. They started urging each other, quick, this is the final boss battle, it's a chance to quickly increase points. The laser beams kept shooting at Bai Yiqiwei. The crowd shouted, solve this boss, rescue Xue Li. It was still vigorously rising up with the necklace on its chest, where Xue Lu was being held. The second-ranked Zishe, with high points, controlled his warship and laughed triumphantly, saying, finally, I'm ranked second. Sneak attacks are my strength. When I kill that boss, Xue Li will be mine. But the smile suddenly disappeared when he saw Ye Hao's back in front. The cynical youth always, damn, he's the first ranker, this bastard is gonna die. But conveniently, if he dies, I will be ranked first. Meanwhile, the system's voice echoed in Ye Hao's ears. Warning, warning, please quickly return to the cockpit, otherwise you will be eliminated, losing your ranking qualification. Ye Hao was burning with passion in this battle. He brushed it off. It's fine. The boss attack efficiency is too low this way. I want to fight my way. This is just me confidently declaring I'll kill you one more time. Ye Hao swung his sword, slashing away everything in front of him. Bai Yiqiwei instantly fell to the ground. The crowd anxiously shouted, the boss is dead. No, all my points are gone. In an instant he was holding Xu Li Lu, looking like Xu Li Li in this dungeon. In his arms he whispered, thank you for your wonderful voice. I believe everyone will be energized listening to your music. She looked at her hero and asked softly, who are you? Everyone looked at Ye Hao, striding while carrying Xue Lu in his arms, and the boss being cut in half by a beam of light, and couldn't help but exclaim, he actually insta-killed the boss. That's terrifying, it's a level 90 world boss. Could this kid's level really be above 90? Dede simultaneously announced, first place, Ye Hao. He smiled and looked down, whispering, I thought I was just a passerby, but after today, I might get dragged in by your fans. But I have a question, are you a real person? Or just a projection? She placed a finger on his lips, half open, half closed, answering, you're very perceptive, but now is not the time to answer this question. The show isn't over yet. Xu Lu left his embrace, turned around, and said, see you later, awesome big brother. She winked, blew a heart, and continued, please look forward to the final performance. Following that, countless pink hearts flew straight into Ye Hao's body. He blankly wondered, what is the final performance? At the same time, the system updated, triggering the Gaze of the Goddess effect, gaining 500,000 points. The young men were even more jealous. Enough already. Is this kid hacking? The melodious singing sounded again, bringing endless destruction. The injured people left. And in that moment, everyone sat down dejectedly all over this desolate place. But as long as there is love and hope, Xu Lu sang while reaching out to them, flashing several brilliant golden lights. The crowd was instantly revitalized, standing up immediately, screaming until they were hoarse. Xue Li, the singing echoes. The sunlight will pierce through the night. She held out her hand, grasping a handful of scratches. Sunflowers will bloom. As soon as this sentence was uttered, the girl being held by Xue Lu suddenly had a brilliant energy rise. In an instant, constant chimes rang out. Each of these fanatical fans also had a different glow like that girl. The female star stood high above, light effects exploding. She shouted, Lai! Finally! Let's go together! Lai is likely a sound effect or exclamation. Preserve as is. Ye Hao was suddenly teleported behind Xue Lu. He looked ahead in shock, muttering, why was I teleported to the stage? What is this about? She glanced back and said, this is the final performance. Dada appeared, with the word, solo, clearly displayed on his body, and said, welcome to the final solo challenge. The player with the highest accumulated points will perform with Xu Li here, and the player's performance will directly affect the reconstruction of area number 9 in the dungeon. The higher the Thunderbolt level, the faster the construction speed. If you successfully build in the ruined area before the performance ends, you will receive a great reward. At the same time, all the players here and the viewers watching the livestream will like and dislike your performance. If the number of dislikes is higher, the points you previously obtained will be deducted. A gentle reminder, since you've been in a discomforted state since coming on stage, there have been many dislikes. He looked up at the data being presented and shouted, this most important mechanism, why didn't you say it sooner? Jealousy and envy began to rise in the fanatical fans. They continuously drove Ye Hao away. Look at that idiot, doesn't he look like a log? Isn't he just a clown? As expected, even if he can kill bosses, he's just a brute. What does he know about music? Get down, don't block us from seeing Xue Li. The scarred man with a muscular body standing nearby gave a thumbs down, symbolizing dislike, and mocked, if you know what's good for you, hurry up and get down so I can go up. But if you want this, that's fine too. When your dislikes are too many and your points are deducted, I will rise to first place. Xue Lu immediately went to Ye Hao to reassure him. You don't need to pay too much attention to their words. Just follow my movements later. I'll coordinate and guide you. He smiled smugly and replied, Thank you for your kindness. These trash-level words won't affect me. Rest assured, even if it's not for the reward, just based on my younger sister, I won't let this perfect performance be ruined in my hands. She gently stroked her hair, asking curiously, "Is that so? Your younger sister has a good big brother. I'm very curious. What are you planning to do?" Ye Hao grinned, and with a swish, the Hell War Axe was summoned by him. He said loudly, "Like this." Ye Hao caught it in his hand, muttering to himself. As for the song, even though I don't understand music, I've heard the songs Yunfei sings, from morning to night, too many times. I can sing them even with my mouth closed. So he strummed a few sounds on the instrument, looking exactly like a skilled musician. Ye Hao shouted, "Let's rock." The crowd's jaws dropped in astonishment just after hearing those few strums. The rhythm of this song is First Star, Shu Li's hottest debut song and also her most classic song, but I've never heard such a lively remix before. It's a completely new style, so addictive. Shu Li was no exception, she exclaimed in her heart. Truly surprising. From the beginning until now, how many surprises has he given me? Very good, if we're together. Thinking of this, Zhui Lu turned around to change into a new outfit. She immediately put on cool clothes to participate in the music that Ye Hao wanted to present. Zhui Lu put her hands to her forehead, raised the microphone, and enthusiastically said, "Let's storm the whole venue." So the two of them had an extremely harmonious duet. The fans cheered non-stop. "Shu Li, I love you. You're really too beautiful. You're the sparkling light, the undying faith of my life. This brother's performance is also too amazing. The blood in my whole body is boiling. I want to know this brother's real information. Too awesome. How can there be such good music in the world? Passionate and exciting." After that, your likes skyrocketed, suppressing the number of dislikes. That scarred face guy collapsed, hugging his head and crying, Why? I've listened to this song countless times, heard countless versions. But why? Tears welled up in my eyes, the variations striking deep into my soul. "Really?" he roared maniacally, looking up. "It's truly amazing, such a blast to open." The trees and tall buildings in this place also rapidly grew together. In a flash, it was repaired with a huge amount of likes. The crowd stared in astonishment, shouting, "Truly, so many likes accumulated in the time of one song. So hot, so awesome." They witnessed a magnificent building in front of them and commented, "They actually did it." Repairing the entire area before the performance ended, "That kid is truly amazing. The vibe on stage is totally like a superstar." At the same time, Ye Hao's knees buckled. Shu Lu stood right beside him. The duet had ended. Cheers echoed everywhere. Shu Lu, brother. Thank you both for giving us such a spectacular performance." Data reappeared with a notification of 60. The performance comes to a successful end. The profits earned this time will be used to rebuild safe zone. No, 9. Thank you for everyone's participation and support. Now starting the 1-minute teleport countdown. At our next performance, we won't leave until we meet again. She turned to him and praised him. "What an excellent performance, superstar." Ye Hao stood up, turned around, and replied humbly, "What superstar? Compared to you, I'm just an ordinary person. Luckily, my performance didn't ruin this spectacular show." Shu Lu teased. "Ordinary person? Do you think I should stream it?" He awkwardly stammered a few times. "Up to you." Then she quickly changed the subject. "Didn't you ask me before if this is real? I can answer you now. It's not that my true self is outside the instance, but through special means, my consciousness was digitized and transformed into my current self within the instance." Ye Hao listened and dropped a bead of sweat, praising. "So that's how it is, worthy of being angel's descent, to be able to do this step, truly amazing." Suddenly there were screams. What? What is this? Everything was repaired, but Day shone with streaks of electricity and octave signs. Everyone panicked and shouted, "Why is the time negative? Is there a bug? We haven't carried out teleport management yet. Go out and deal with it." It's too late. An explosion erupted immediately. Everyone immediately turned and ran, holding their heads and shouting, "Did the system explode? What? What exactly is going on?" A manager suddenly clapped his hands, his voice full of hidden meaning. "What a wonderful performance, having seen such a spectacular show." A guy with platinum blonde hair and a strange mask on his face said, "Surely everyone can die without regrets, right?" He slowly walked through the crowd, shrugged, and casually dropped a sentence. "Dear audience, are you all ready to die?" They were startled and blurted out, "What? Who are you? Could it be that you trapped us in the instance?" "This person is Dai C, level 105. He put his hand on his chest and bowed, introducing himself. "It's my discourtesy. My name is Dai C. Yes, the homophone of death. Isn't this color wonderful? Keeping everyone here is to ask everyone to help me with something." He looked up, spread his arms wide, and continued. "Very simple. That is, I hope everyone can dedicate their little lives to make a small contribution to the ancient gods' descent of our old world Advent society." The name sounds familiar. Ye Hao frowned suspiciously. Old World Advent Society. Although I didn't think there would be a crisis before, I never expected that the Old World Advent Society would come to cause trouble. His level is very high, but he's alone, can I be sure? Suddenly, a golden energy shot from somewhere, hitting Dai Si in the chest with a thud, accompanied by a shout, "You're full of crap!" It turned out that the scarred face guy had fired his gun. He bravely faced the enemy. Although your level is 105, we have 10,000 people. Removing those civilians who can't fight, the remaining number of people who can fight, even if one person gives you a kick, can crush you. Everyone behind Zhang Hu added, "That's right, and my level isn't low. A cult like you should die." The group started to rush at him, punching and kicking wildly, cursing incessantly. "Die, you trash cult. Inviting gods, I'll send you to meet your gods now. Tell me quickly, how can we get out? Why waste words on him if you don't take his life? If we kill him, we can naturally get out." Shu Lu put her hand on her chest behind him, affirming, "It's not that simple. He can't control the whole instance by himself. There must be accomplices outside the instance controlling everything." Ye Hao listened and judged. "So even if we kill him, we still can't get out," she admitted. "That's right." Meanwhile, Dai Si, still full of energy, lying on the ground laughing. They were exhausted, panting and discussing. Is this guy crazy? He's about to die, yet he's still laughing so happily. He criticized himself with a hole in his chest. Am I crazy? I don't know. But one thing is certain, this world has long been crazy. Levels, equipment, the game world, could these things possibly be normal? Haven't you ever thought about it? No, you haven't. You're just a bunch of weak sheep, long since tamed by this crazy world. Suddenly another Dai Si appeared, flying into the air, concluding with a sentence, "The crazy world should end. The chaotic era must be buried." Everyone looked up blankly, wondering, why did another hymn suddenly appear? He was still chuckling, his tone firm. "Please give your most sincere blessings for the resurrection of the old world." As soon as he finished speaking, sure enough, Dai Si's clone on the ground burst into flames. Everyone scattered quickly. They saw a magic circle appear, a blazing gold in the center. One person looked at the drops of blood that had splattered on their hand and wondered, is this a self-detonation? No. There's something wrong with this blood. Sure enough, several people behind them had transformed into monsters and lunged forward, tearing and biting. The crowd hugged their bodies and screamed, "This blood is corroding my body, I'm mutating." The young men ran around in a panic, their cries for help echoing, "Help! Someone save us, manager." Shui Lu fearfully grabbed Ye Hao's hand and urged him, "We have to run too. If we get that blood on us, we'll turn into monsters like them." He immediately refused. "Wait, I can't run. I have to find the people who came in with me." The system was quickly activated. The Eye of Truth was launched, its range covering the entire instance. Ye Hao panicked for a moment as he looked at the map, muttering to himself, "Due to the instance's mechanics, my position and Yunfei and Shiki's were initially scattered randomly. Now I have to find them as fast as possible." Meanwhile, she was urging him from the side. "What are you spacing out for at a time like this?" Suddenly, a monster with a long, grotesque tongue lunged at Shui Lu, shouting, "Shui Li, I'll finally have you!" But before it could touch her, several slashes appeared on its body. Ye Hao roared ferociously, "You want to die? I'll grant your wish." He wrapped his arm around Shu Lu's waist, pointed his sword forward, one eye blazing gold, his tone filled with killing intent. "Rest in peace." The monster was instantly incinerated. She turned to look at Xiao Shuai's face, admiring him secretly. "Oh my god, he's so strong and so handsome." But his handsomeness isn't like the handsomeness of those male idols around me who only rely on their looks. It's a handsomeness based on powerful strength that radiates from within. Then she immediately negated that thought. What am I thinking about at a time like this? What's wrong with me? Ye Hao suddenly posed a big question. I have a question. If her soul projection, or rather her consciousness, dies in the instance, what will happen to her real body in the real world? Shui Lu replied dejectedly and honestly. Then it's equivalent to a severe head injury. If I'm unlucky, I'll die immediately. Even if I'm lucky, I'll most likely become a vegetable. He looked up and ahead, put his arm around her waist and said, "Then you follow me. I'll protect you. If something happens to you, it's a loss for this world, and my sister will be heartbroken too." Shu Lu was a little dazed and softly replied, "Okay," a slight flutter in her heart. So manly! Qi Hui Long was immediately summoned. The two quickly sat on its back. She asked in a panic from behind, "You actually have a Qi Hui Long? This is a mount that countless wealthy people want to buy but can't." Ye Hao brushed this aside and reminded her, "That's not important. Hold on tight. I have to seize the time to find my sister and my companions." Shu Lu followed suit and shouted, "Okay!" The crowd was still running for their lives, their screams deafening. Run! A fat youth was tightly clung to by some viscous substance, his clothes in tatters, screaming in terror. "What do you want to do after all? There are many dignitaries from the upper levels here, Do you think you can retreat safely? The other party said calmly. Poor, rich, noble, so it's dicey. He pointed to the magic array in the sky, which burst out loud thunder, replying, In my place, all lives are equal, and life, yes, full of vitality, vigorous, are just the best offering sacrifices dedicate to the ancient gods of all of you. The demon beasts charged down and attacked them. Tragic cries echoed. Demon beast, I don't want to die yet. Save me. Everyone ran desperately, begging, Spare me, I have a lot of money, I'll give you anything you want. Don't, Dicey laughed maniacally and challenged them. Run away. The more frightened and desperate you are, the tastier your souls will be. It's the taste the ancient god likes the most, laughing madly. Meanwhile, Chi Hui Long below was spitting fire, sweeping a circle. He stopped before that scene, exclaiming and muttering, Looks like there are still people who don't want to accept reality. Dicey bared his teeth and sneered. Interesting. Let me teach you a lesson until you accept your fate. Dicey picked up the intercom and said, Can you hear me? A voice came from the other end of the line. Slowly, I can hear you. What's the situation? He informed. Everything is going smoothly on my end. What about you, outside? On this side, the crowd was being restrained by armed forces. The performance instance had taken control of everything. The soldiers pointed their guns at them, threatening, Don't move, otherwise ending up on the ground will be your fate. Meanwhile, Li Fengzi, level 90, was looking at the screen in front of him, transmitting information, encountered a little resistance, but it's been dealt with cleanly. No need to worry, Dai Si suddenly asked. How's the training formation preparation going? Fengzi grinned, typing rapidly as he rattled off. No wonder it's called Angel Sanctuary. The development of instance technology far exceeds my imagination. It's just that this firewall lacks a little interest. In front of me, it's like a piece of paper. However, with the instance's extreme control, it only takes 20 minutes to completely convert the instance into a summoning training formation. The other end of the line was stunned for a moment and asked back, 20 minutes? That's enough time for the Angel Sanctuary support team to get to you. How do you plan to deal with that? He immediately reassured. No need to worry, everything is under control. Fengzi pushed up his glasses and confidently declared, As long as we hold out for these 20 minutes, the conversion sequence, once it starts running, can never be stopped. In an instant, outside the city, planes swarmed the sky. Below, tanks were speeding down the road. The system voice sounded. Acquired access to the Guardian Army's mechanical warehouse. Deploying 50 Type 2 Fierce Dragon unmanned aerial combat vehicles. Mission objective. Eliminate all armed forces within the designated radius. People on the ground screamed in fear. Aren't those our unmanned aerial vehicles? What's going on? Who gave them the authority to sortie? As soon as the mission started, the planes opened fire indiscriminately everywhere. The crowd panicked on the radio. What's going on? Drones are firing at the convoy. Requesting backup, Dicey was waving his hands to mobilize all forces. Heart-wrenching screams echoed in his ears. Backup! There are too many drones! We're under attack! He watched everything shatter, utterly pleased. The explosions and screams, what a sweet symphony. Knowing you'd be like this, I specially transmitted the live sound to you. Consider the offering this time is given to you. Dicey raised his hands high, looking at the dazzling light before his eyes, emphasizing each word. We must ensure the ancient god we venerate descends. Meanwhile, Yunfei was running as fast as she could, thinking, No, there are too many people, it's too chaotic even though the data shells on us have disappeared. She turned back to look at the chaotic scene behind her, explaining with a headache. But in such a chaotic crowd, quickly finding my brother is definitely not easy. Person looking for person. I can't blindly take the initiative to search, I must do something to attract my brother's attention, so he'll actively come and find me. That's right, Yunfei immediately thought of a way. Although the ground is extremely chaotic, there's still the sky. She quickly fired several rockets into the air, tricolor blasting arrows. Several loud booms echoed throughout the area, the rockets exploding into brilliant fireworks in the sky. Yunfei said to herself, This is the first skill I comprehended. My brother has seen it countless times. As long as he sees it, he'll definitely know where I am. Suddenly, a strange voice sounded. What's this? Here. You're in the mood to launch fireworks at this time. Are you preparing to send yourself off? An amphibious crocodile at level 60 swaggered along, mocking. Or should I say, are you so scared that you can't even hold your bow steady? Don't rush. Shoot here. I'll give you 3 chances. If you tear my skin even a little bit, I'll consider it my loss and spare you from death. She was indeed trembling as she held the bow and arrow, aiming at it, telling herself, The level difference is too great. I can't hurt it at all. Blind attacks are useless. There's no other way now. I must risk it all. Yunfei recklessly fired several arrows forward, praying, Go, go, this is my last resistance. I believe in you, brother. You will definitely notice my signal. As each arrow flew, the crocodile rushed forward, taunting, I gave you a chance and you didn't cherish it. Obediently go into my belly. In the critical moment, a familiar voice rang out, Dare you touch my sister? Before it knew it, it was lying neatly in the net of Chi Huilong. Ye Hao continued. You should be the one crawling into the belly. She was startled by the scene. He landed on the ground looking cool, blaming himself. Are you okay, Yunfei? I'm sorry, I'm late, Yunfei called out to her brother, overjoyed. She rushed into Ye Hao's arms, saying loudly, That's great, you finally came to save me. My efforts were not in vain. He hugged his sister, comforting her. Of course, how could I not notice the signal you sent me? Ye Hao playfully rubbed her head, teasing, That's the first skill you learned. You used to use it to scare away the bullies who bullied me. While in his heart he thought, Although I opened my eye of truth and came straight here, but Yunfei can still make calm judgments and actions when facing strong enemies. She has grown up a lot too. He looked into the distance, Dam Shu thought. Before, all I wanted was for my family to use their abilities to stay away from danger. But in this era, danger lurks everywhere. Troubles often come to our door, so I have to change my strategy. In addition to building a fortress as a shelter, I must also help my family improve their strength, so that at least when I'm not around, they can protect themselves. Xue Lu meekly said from behind. That's great, Ye Hao. You two siblings are finally reunited. Yunfei's eyes lit up like stars, exclaiming, Xue Li, why are you with Xue Li? He hesitated to answer. It's a long story. I'll explain it to you later when I have the chance. Right now, the most important thing is, before he could finish speaking, his sister ran to her, took her hand and asked, Xu Lai, is it really you? The real one? I'm your loyal fan. Can you give me an autograph? Xu Lu, in Xu Li's form friendly, replied, Of course, no problem. If it's Ye Hao's sister, I can give you as many as you want. Seeing that he was being ignored, Ye Hao frowned and shouted a word. You, he angrily rebuked. I'm telling you, Yunfei, is this the time to chase after idols? And Xu Li, don't indulge her? Yunfei smiled apologetically. It's just a knee-jerk reaction. She also smiled, marveling. What a strict big brother. The three of them sat on Chi Huilong's back again, Ye Hao outlining the next step. Alright, we should set off. Chi is still in danger now. We have to go and save her immediately. His sister asked again. That's right, but this mount is so beautiful. When did you unlock it? How come I don't know? He replied with a curt, It's a long story. Yunfei lowered her head sadly, thinking, Brother has become so powerful. Unknowingly, the distance between me and him is getting further and further. I have to think of a way to quickly catch up with my brother. Seeing his sister feeling down, he suddenly called out Yunfei's name. Ye Hao read her mind and soothed her sadness. No need to rush. Wait until we get through the current difficulty before thinking about it. I have a way to help you with your level. She was struck to the core and said, Yes, her heart a little flustered, brother. He actually saw through my thoughts. The map suddenly didn't show Qinqi's location, making him worried. What's going on? Qinqi's coordinates have disappeared. Could it be that she's in some kind of danger? Suddenly, Dai Si, holding Qi by the neck, flew in front of them, saying, Little brother, are you looking for this girl? Ye Hao gritted his teeth and ordered, When did you? Let her go now, he replied calmly. What's with all the tension? Dai Si lightly touched his fingertip to the corner of her lips, sticking his tongue out to lick her cheek provocatively. The person you were saving at the beginning wasn't her. I thought she and you had nothing to do with each other. Sure enough, her taste is extraordinary, containing a very special power. No wonder I noticed her at first glance. But compared to her, Dai Si pointed directly down with one finger. Ye Hao excitedly said, The taste on you is more to my liking. Such a sacrifice would be a pity, so I didn't attack you. Instead, I always paid attention to you. Ye Hao's face darkened as he questioned, Taste? Why pay attention to me? What exactly do you want to say? He replied condescendingly, I'm showing you a way to live. Dai Si's hand tightened more and more around Qinqi's neck. He invited, Join the Old World Advent Society. That way, you and your friend can avoid death. I'm sure you'll be a very promising devout follower. Ye Hao explained, a little nervously, This man is very strong. How can I deal with him without harming Qi? Then he grinned meaningfully, asking, There's really such a good thing, but I don't have any beliefs. Are you sure I have this potential? Dai Si smiled sinisterly, affirming, Of course, I'm sure, because you and I are the same. We both have the scent of the ancient god. He was stunned for a moment, shouting, The scent of the ancient god. Ye Hao stood below, one hand in his pocket, looking up, and rattled off. The scent of the ancient god? What does the ancient god smell like? Why can't I smell it? Don't fool me. I don't get up early without something in it for me. Compared to those illusory things, I prefer reality. For example, if I join the Advent Society, what specific benefits can I get? Dai Si grabbed Qi-Chi's arm and yelled, The greatest benefit is having the impetuousness in your heart cleansed by faith. It seems that although you have special qualities, your consciousness hasn't been opened yet, you still need to be reformed. He thought to himself. It seems verbal provocation works on him. Add a little force, and I can completely shift his hatred onto myself. Ye Hao put his hands on his hips, provoking him further. Sorry, I'm a realist. I completely despise your so-called sincere faith and have no interest in it. Want to win me over? I'm afraid that's unrealistic. As expected, he roared. You bastard, how dare you disrespect my beliefs? Daisy angrily released Chi-Chi, rushing straight at him with spiritual power from his palm, drawing fragments of earth and stone. Repent! You must undergo the most cruel reformation. Ye Hao widened his stance, thinking to himself, success! In an instant, the earth and stones gathered on his arm, forming a fist of power. Daisy swung his fist down where he was standing, scolding. You must repent with reverence for your foolish actions. Ye Hao continued to fuel the fire. Okay, I sincerely refuse. Chi Hui Long seized the opportunity to run over and support Chi-Chi. Ye Hao praised. Well done, Scarlet Meteorite. Take Chi-Chi away. On this side, he waved his hands wildly, attacking like crazy, screaming madly. Although I'm not very good at force, you can withstand my level suppression. It shows your physical body has reached a pretty sturdy level. It seems that to completely reform you, I have to start from the spiritual aspect. Ye Hao muttered as he swung his sword to block. Spiritual attack. He slashed the earth and stone in front of him, declaring, Then you'll be disappointed, because my spiritual acceptance is more solid than my physical body. Daisy flew into the air, raising his hands high to summon golden rays of energy. Distorting the space, he retorted. That's not certain. I have absolute authority in the spiritual realm. In my eyes, there is no spiritual defense that cannot be broken. Everyone standing there exclaimed in surprise. The entire space is shaking and distorting. Be careful. It feels like something is coming. Immediately, several loud rumbles echoed as a clock fell from the sky, crashing into the tall buildings. Everyone jumped in shock and shouted, That's a grandfather clock. This is too absurd. How can he do that? Shulu frowned and muttered. It must be someone from the outside using the authority to modify the instance, allowing him to control it at will. This is not good. Yunfei stood anxiously and asked, Control the instance at will? Then isn't he the game master? How can we win? Ye Hao thought tensely. Even if he's the game master, I have a way to kill him. But that's not important at all. The important thing is how to safely get everyone out of the instance. Moreover, if we kill him, I bet we'll have no way to escape. This situation is quite difficult to handle. Meanwhile, Daisy was leisurely sitting on the rubble, the clock spinning continuously. He crossed his legs and confided, I used to be a very famous psychologist, having cured countless patients, but ironically, he recalled the scene of his wife facing the beast in his powerlessness and blamed himself. After my wife encountered the monster, she immediately suffered from PTSD, and I couldn't cure her. Daisy sadly recounted. After she sacrificed herself in front of me, I fell into despair and self-blame. But after a long time, I realized this wasn't my fault or hers. The fault lies with this world, this era, because they are deeply rooted. He affirmed that the whole world was repeating the same mistakes. Only the old world Advent Society is on the right path. Only when the ancient God descends upon this filthy world will all sins be saved. People gradually walked towards Daisy during the call. Now I pass on this joy, this hope, to all of you. Yunfei and Xuelu also looked up, muttering a few words. Ancient God descends. Ye Hao suddenly noticed something wrong. He turned to look at the people walking blankly, immediately guessing what had happened. Everyone is under mass hypnosis. They are shouting, I am willing to dedicate my life to welcome the ancient God's descent. He grinned, laughing out loud. To think you weren't immediately hypnotized by me, you're indeed not simple. Then, Daisy emitted several circles of light in front of him, yelling, Let me use the strongest hypnosis to explore the weakness in your heart. The strongest hypnosis, mental chaos, is a type of spiritual magic that interferes with the target's mind, causing mental confusion. Based on the caster's level, the intensity of control, and the duration, it will increase or decrease accordingly. Ye Hao's eyes immediately became vacant, and he uttered two words, It's over. A series of familiar faces appeared in a crimson red. At that moment, Ye Hao's loved ones were all lying in a pool of bloody flesh. He unknowingly knelt on the ground. Seeing this, he rushed over, ranting, Finally, you still submit. How could you force me to this extent? You truly have potential. Then he reached out his palm to the top of Ye Hao's head, loudly proclaiming, Now is the final step of reformation. Let me see the weakest place in your inner world. But at that moment, he grabbed Daisy's arm, saying, Want to see the weakest place in my heart? It doesn't exist. Ye Hao's whole body blazed with a burning flame. He slowly stood up, mocking, If it really does, then it's being short on money. How about you sponsor me a few $100 million? He recoiled in shock, yelling, "How can this be? My level 100 hypnosis actually has no effect on you." Ye Hao threw a punch towards his face, while sneering, "I admit that your move was indeed powerful. Although it was only for a moment, it made me truly feel despair and chaos." Dui Si's face was knocked sideways by his punch, Ye Hao declared. "But I have quite a few trump cards too, and I definitely won't be easily controlled by you." He thought of the jade ring and the dragon sword, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily, the loot box gear was triggered the moment I was hypnotized. Otherwise, the ship would have capsized. The Dragon Eye Jade Ring and Crow-Tooth Dragon Sword set effect, immunity to mental control, has been activated. The flames burned away his mask, revealing his true face. Dui Si wiped the corner of his mouth, laughing loudly in praise. "As expected, I really didn't misjudge you. You're even more suitable than I thought. Maybe you are the one chosen by the ancient god." Ye Hao slowly walked forward, threatening, "Enough with the nonsense. Immediately undo the hypnotic control on everyone and unlock the dungeon, or I'll make you die a very painful and ugly death." He raised his head, blood pouring from his mouth, but still stubbornly laughed like a madman, saying, "Compared to the regret and remorse of not being able to witness Lord Ancient God Luo Keiyin's descent, what is a little pain and death?" At the same time, the clock ticked a few times. Dui Si knelt on the ground, spreading his arms and shouting, "1 minute until the moment of descent. You will all become sacrifices for Lord Luo Keiyin. Prepare to welcome your final destiny." Those who had been hypnotized by him repeated, "Welcome the divine. Hail ancient god. Please, God, release us from suffering." But it was destroyed in an instant. He looked in surprise at the flames around him as a voice rang out, "What's wrong? Are you giving up? Resisting too? Or have you finally realized it?" Ye Hao crossed his arms, stood in front of him, and said, "So you're a follower of the big-eyed guy. Why didn't you say so sooner? If that's the case, then you should listen to my orders even more." Dui Si glared and shouted, "Big-eyed guy, what nonsense are you talking about? I don't understand at all." Ye Hao grinned, introducing himself. "Because I am the master of Lord Ancient God Luo Keiyin that you worship. To put it simply, that ancient god is my subordinate." Dui Si erupted in flames, constantly summoning falling rocks, screaming madly, "You dare spout such blasphemous nonsense! Today I must tear you to pieces." Ye Hao easily shattered all the rocks. He put his hands in his pockets and mocked, "How dare you attack the master of the god you believe in, and still talk about reverence?" It is. He thought to himself, "This guy is completely insane now. Killing him would be as easy as flipping a hand, but it wouldn't be beneficial. It's better to keep him alive and use him." Ye Hao turned his head to look at the soulless people behind him, calculating, "Everyone is hypnotized. Summoning Luo Keiyin now probably won't affect them, but to be safe it's better to stay away." With that thought, he turned around and flew away. Seeing this, Dui Si shouted, "Trying to escape. Don't struggle anymore. We completely control the dungeon now. Unless the teleport gate is open from the outside, there's no way you can escape. Come on, kill me, or be killed by me." Ye Hao landed on the ground, turning his head in disdain. "Escape? That word doesn't exist in my dictionary, but I think you're indeed a pathetic and ignorant person." He stood up straight, questioning righteously. "You claim to be the most loyal believer, willing to sacrifice your life for your god, but do you really understand your god? I bet, even if you sacrifice 10,000 people here, even if you sacrifice everyone in the world, you still won't be able to summon Luo Keiyin," Dui Si exclaimed in shock. "Why," Ye Hao smiled, confidently affirming, "because it only listens to me." He clutched his head, becoming increasingly deranged. "Stop lying. Enough, I don't want to hear it. Don't use such nonsense to confuse my mind. No one can deny my reverence. No one." He raised his palm, creating several bright energy sources around him, trampling on the opponent. "Then open your eyes and look carefully. Your ignorant reverence is nothing," the system immediately announced. Summoning magic core activated. Call of the new god. The tentacles with sharp thorns appeared, and the eye on its body was staring ahead, Dui Si muttered. That is, followed by a huge eye in the center, surrounded by several rings of sharp thorns that looked quite terrifying. Luo Keiyin descends. Ye Hao stood in front of it, crossing his arms and asking, "So, how do you feel finally seeing the ancient god you've been longing for day and night?" He collapsed to his knees, spreading his arms to the sky. Dui Si cried out with hot tears in his eyes, "My reverence has finally been rewarded. The ancient god Luo Keiyin has finally descended. As the first believer to see his true face, I have no regrets even in death." He lowered his head and pleaded, "But you are a new god, existing higher than the great ancient god Luo Keiyin. Please, by no means forgive my sins. Grant me death, so that I may receive endless torment and suffering in hell. Punish my offense and disrespect towards you." He was speechless at this superstition, and could only say that his enlightenment was quite high. Ye Hao gave Dui Si another choice. You are indeed worthy of death 1,000 times over, but if you can stop the dungeon's transformation and get everyone out of the dungeon, I can spare your life. He still didn't raise his head, and still repented. New God, forgive my incompetence, I can't do what you ask. Because what we implanted into the dungeon to control the endpoint is an irreversible virus. Once activated, it cannot be stopped. Dui Si suddenly raised a device, honestly confessing with sincerity. But the escape route I left behind earlier is this teleportation device. But it can only take 5 people out of the dungeon at most. God, please take the people you cherish the most and leave this place, and create a new world for us outside. Luo Qian gradually disappeared. He held the teleporter in his hand, thinking, it can only teleport 5 people. Is it telling me to watch the others die without helping? I can't do that kind of thing. Ye Hao glanced aside and called out, Duki 2. Can I use this teleportation device to link to the final control device outside and forcibly use Engineering Master's ability to change the instance's program? Duki 2 immediately appeared, hesitatingly saying, in theory it's possible, but it reported loudly, the instance change sequence has 60 seconds left. I don't know if we'll make it in time. Loud rumbling sounds echoed everywhere at the same time, along with strange blue lights. He urgently ordered. Then there's even less time to hesitate. Begin, it shouted. Understood. In an instant, the clock floating in the sky gradually collapsed. Blue cross-shaped lights stabbed down everywhere, plunging the entire city into a sea of flames. Everyone regained consciousness and cried out, what's going on? We just stared at that huge tangerine clock and spaced out. What's happening? Look at the formation and the countdown timer in the sky. Is the instance about to change? They ran for their lives under the constantly falling rocks, shouting, run! Where can we run? We're all trapped in the instance. There's no escape. Everyone gave up resisting and obediently waited for death. Yunfei placed her hands on her chest, her tone resolute. We can't give up hope. I believe in you. I will eventually find a way to break it. Shiji stood to the side and responded. We must believe in him. Xu Lu also clung to her younger sister Ye Hao's shoulder, saying, I also believe in Ye Hao, but can he really turn this hopeless situation around? There's not much time left. On the other side, inside the sealed office, everything began to shake. With only 10 seconds left on the countdown timer, Feng Zi stood in front of the screen and gleefully exclaimed, It's finally about to begin. He spread his arms wide and shouted as the countdown stopped at 3. Let us welcome the descent of the ancient god Luo Qian. The people behind him also knelt down, chanting, Welcome the descent of the ancient god. When it reached 1, the system suddenly flashed red, warning, a powerful stream of data is forcibly deleting the instance change sequence, causing the collapse of the instance system. Warning stopped. Feng Zi asked in surprise, How is this possible? The perfect sequence I designed was deleted. He typed frantically, muttering to himself, I have to recode a new change sequence. A scruffy, bearded man came over to stop him. No way, we have to leave immediately. The outer defense can't hold on anymore. Feng Zi stubbornly refused. I can't give up with just this one last step. The man immediately grabbed him and dragged him away. No time for that, let's go. Feng Zi turned his head and shouted, Wait, at least let Dai Si forcibly escape the instance. The man urged, Time's up, our cause requires sacrifice. May faith guide his soul to the side of God. Loud rumbling sounds came from the system again. Several bolts of lightning crackled. He shouted, No, Dai Si. At the same time, the system's voice rang in Ye Hao's ear. The final countdown has stopped. We succeeded, Master. Outside, Ye Hao spread his wings and flew through the collapsing area, guessing. Although the instance change was stopped, the collapse hasn't stopped and is even more intense than before. Is the outer final control instance also about to fail? Next is the problem of how to teleport 10,000 people out at the same time. He grinned and praised himself. I suddenly have a bold idea. Ye Hao quickly landed in front of the 3 women, asking anxiously, Are you all alright? Xu Lu exclaimed in delight. Ye Hao, you're back, Yunfei said hesitantly. We're okay, An. An equals term of endearment. But her younger sister pointed to Xue Lu, whose body was emitting blue squares indicating interference, and said sadly, Xue Lu, she's about to disappear. If this continues, she'll really become a vegetable or die. She reassured everyone. It's okay, Yunfei, this is probably my mission. Thank you, Ye Hao, thank you for your efforts. I'm very happy to have met you, but now is probably the time to say goodbye. Suddenly he walked over, grabbed Shulung's arm, and whispered, Now is not the time for thank yous and goodbyes. This show isn't over yet. He passionately continued, Let's go, let us draw a perfect period on this performance. Together, she called out in astonishment. Ye Hao, Xue Lu, floated up high behind the crowd, saying, A perfect period. Once an artificial instance starts to collapse, the entire process is unstoppable. There's no way for me to stop it. Everyone cried out for help with wide eyes and mouths. Help! Someone save me! Let us out! I don't want to die. Her tone was full of despair. The instance's self-containment procedure has disappeared. I can also contact the final point outside the instance, but no one has answered from beginning to end. Either the communication device at the final point is broken, or the people outside have— Before she could finish speaking, Yamhao grabbed Xuelu's hand and encouraged her. Don't give up. He pulled her closer, reassuring her. The theme of the show is hope, and you are the goddess who brings us hope. How can you actively give up hope? Xueluma argued hesitantly. But I've— Suddenly, a strange light emanated around her. Xuelu's face flushed, and her body trembled as she shouted, What is this feeling? Something is entering my body. Yehao smiled and explained, Don't be afraid, I'm now using you as an intermediary to transfer consciousness data outside the instance, and then controlling the system from outside to open the teleportation gate. She asked in disbelief, This is too unbelievable, is it really possible? With a whoosh, green energy enveloped the place where the two were standing. He grabbed Xuelu's hands and instructed, Believe me, don't say anything now. Close your eyes, calm your mind, and focus your attention. Helplessly, she replied with an and followed his instructions. In the sky, a teleportation circle was expanding. The crowd pointed upwards, calling to each other, Everyone, look, that is a teleportation gate. That's great, we're saved. But how do we get up there? We can't do as we please like before in the instance. And there are no flying tools. What should we do now? Soon after, Xuelu happily exclaimed, Yehao, we succeeded. The teleportation gate really opened. This is all thanks to you, Yehao, what's wrong? Covered in sweat, he gasped and replied, This is far from enough. A teleportation gate of this size can't possibly allow tens of thousands of people to pass through. Yehao dropped to one knee, racking his brains for a solution. Damn it, I didn't expect using consciousness data granization to consume so much mental energy. Just maintaining a conscious mind is already very strenuous. Dewey too flew beside him and said dejectedly, That's because Master consumed more than half of his mental energy to stop the instance change earlier. The current consumption is more serious than before and requires immediate rest, otherwise. He brushed it off. No way, I've come this far, I absolutely cannot give up. She quickly grabbed Yehao's hands, saying worriedly, It's enough to save some people from this hopeless situation, Yehao. Don't force yourself. It would be our greatest loss if something happened to you because of this. He was momentarily stunned. Xue Li Yunfei, with tears streaming down her face, leaned on Yehao's shoulder, blaming herself. It's all my fault. It's because I wanted to go to the performance that you got trapped here too. She hesitantly called out, Yunfei. Chi also hugged Yehao from behind, confessing her feelings. After living for 1,000 years, it wasn't easy for me to finally meet you. Even if this place is the end, as long as I can be by your side, I won't regret dying. Yehao glanced over and murmured, Chi. Just as the touching scene was unfolding, a golden energy erupted from him. Yehao was slightly surprised, thinking to himself, My spiritual power is recovering. That's right, it's Chi-Chi's special enhancement ability. How could I forget about that? Then Yang Hao stood up, scratching his head and said, Sorry for making everyone worry, but there's no need to create a melancholic atmosphere like we're saying goodbye forever. If we're going to escape, we have to take everyone. Let's all get out of here together. He turned his palm towards Xue Li and Qin Chi, urging, Come on, this is really the final performance. The four held hands, forming a circle, standing in a golden light, as countless rocks fell around them. Xu Li wondered, What's going on? I feel like my body is full of power, and I've regained the feeling of being able to control everything, Yehao quickly explained. That's because I transferred control of the instance to you. Go! Xu Li, just like before, lead everyone to hope. She confidently replied, Leave it to me. A microphone was handed out, and a voice sang again, Poor child, even if your body is full of wounds. Xu Li held the microphone in her hand, growing larger and singing. But believe that the door of salvation will eventually open. The crowd exclaimed in surprise, Look, it's Xu Li, she's still singing, she hasn't given up. Everyone then flew up to the teleportation point. Everyone cheered with joy, I'm flying, am I not dreaming, we're finally saved. Yehao spread his arms wide, shouting, Let's go too, let's go home together. Xu Li also flew up in her singing, spreading her wings and flying into the galaxy. For passionate love, for embraces, for hope. Several golden rays of light instantly flashed outside. They had now escaped the instance and celebrated together. I'm alive, we're alive, we made it. That was so dangerous, we almost all died inside. A second later, the teleportation gate exploded. Someone exclaimed in shock, We're done for, the teleportation gate exploded, the power of this. A firewall also appeared. Then Yehao stood in front, spreading his arms wide to control his spiritual power. We can't let our guard down until the very end. Looking at that familiar figure, they immediately recognized him. The #1 ranked guy, He saved us, so he's this powerful in reality too. Daisy Shi was searching in the chaos, not seeing the Li Fengzi group. They probably took advantage of the chaos to escape first, so I also. Suddenly a voice rang out. Stop! Ye Hao turned his head to look at him, who was hiding behind him, panting. The master hasn't spoken yet. Do you want to die without saying goodbye? Daisy immediately turned around, kowtowing and begging. My lord, please forgive my momentary blindness. Seeking survival is instinct. But as long as the master orders, I am willing to sacrifice my life for you at any time. Ye Hao offered another path. You really have to pay the price for all your actions, but I won't let you die so easily now, because you still have value to me. 2 soldiers quickly rushed up and handcuffed him. Target found. Arrest him immediately. Don't let him run away. Daisy raised his head, declaring loudly. That a humble person like me can be used by the master is truly an honor. He was led away, still laughing maniacally with his obsession. I have no regrets in this life, he thought to himself with resignation. What an incurable madman. But in order to get information from the Jushi Junlin Hui, I still have to keep him. Suddenly someone called Ye Hao. Zhu Li, injured, said with difficulty. We finally met in reality. The girl who was supporting her reminded, your body hasn't recovered yet, don't force yourself. Hearing this voice, Ye Hao turned his head in a daze. Zhu Li suddenly, she stumbled on a stone while walking. Zhu Li's whole body swayed and plunged into his arms. Ye Hao hugged her and instructed, be careful. He looked down at Zhu Li, who was leaning against his chest, and whispered. She fainted. The girl could only sigh and lament. This willful girl. The girl helped her up and continued. Her spirit was greatly damaged and needs immediate treatment, but she insisted on seeing you. The girl supported Zhu Li. While thanking Ye Hao, Zhu Li has briefly told me about what happened. You are the great hero of this sudden hacking incident. Thank you for everything you've done. I and the angelic domain owe you a debt of gratitude. The girl looked at the plane in front of her and said goodbye. You can also convert this favor into the reward you want. After everything has completely subsided in 2 days, I will contact you. Goodbye, Ye Hao earnestly exhorted. There's no rush. You should still seize the time to treat Xue Li. Then the plane soared into the sky. Ye Hao put one hand on his hip and pondered. The immediate danger is over, but it's not completely over. A firewall of a large-scale group like the angelic domain is not easily hacked by people from the Jushi Junlin Hui. Unless there is a problem within, a bad apple spoils the barrel. I hope Zhu Li isn't involved. Suddenly Si Yu ran up from behind and said loudly, Ye Hao, it's so good that you're all safe. He was startled, turned his head, and muttered, Miss Si Yu. She hugged Ye Hao tightly in front of the surprised crowd, confessing her feelings. I had something to do after sending you in, so I left, but I didn't expect such a big thing to happen. I was very worried about you. Ye Hao comforted. Don't worry, I'm fine. Everything has been resolved smoothly, Sifu affirmed firmly. I know that with you there, any problem can be solved. She leaned back and got to the main point. It may be a bit inappropriate, but there is a sudden matter that I have to tell you now, Ye Hao asked. What is it? Xin Yu took out a round token from her clothes and announced, the important mission that was originally scheduled for a week later has been moved up to the day after tomorrow. All the combat teams under the group with a combat team level of 10 or higher must participate, but unexpectedly your king's team is also on the list. Ye Hao was momentarily stunned and questioned. Such a large gathering of combat teams, is this to prepare for a large-scale Legion war? Moreover, my combat team was only established recently, and the combat team level is only level 1, why is it also included in the Legion? She stretched out her palm to explain. You're right, this is a large-scale city assault instance targeting the Zerg's nest. The specifics will be detailed at the end of this mission. As for why you were brought in, I won't explain. With your intelligence, you can easily deduce the conclusion with careful analysis. Ye Hao took the glowing orb and replied, no need for analysis. Just hearing a bit tells me there's no good intention, there are other thoughts. But imagine a crowd fighting monsters with weapons, and then remember that a large-scale city assault instance is a special instance far larger than a normal one. Not only are the monsters stronger, but the instance area is also larger. There are many bosses in the instance, and the number of people needed to attack and occupy it is usually around 20 to 40, and some even require hundreds of people for a super large instance. Ye Hao stared at the glowing orb and concluded. To be able to mobilize the entire Hanmo Corporation, the scale and difficulty of this instance must be considerable. Naturally, the rewards will be amazing as well. I really have to thank whoever was kind enough to add me to this operation so I wouldn't miss this opportunity. After speaking, Si Yu turned to leave, saying, All right, I have very urgent matters to attend to, I'll go first. He suddenly asked, Miss Si Yu, will you be participating in this instance assault? She flipped her hair and hesitated. I will participate, but I won't enter the instance. I'm in charge of logistical command, mainly responsible for preparing the resources needed for this mission. I'll be cheering for you from behind. See you later. Yunfei's eyes sparkled like stars, demanding to follow. Bro, did you hear that? I want to go too, Qinqi excitedly added. Take me with you too, I can help you. Ye Hao put a hand on his hip, considering, you two aren't members of the team, how can you go? Besides, the difficulty of this mission is likely very high, and it's very dangerous. His sister stepped forward, trying to persuade him. You're the team leader. Isn't adding us to the team easy? As for the danger, Yunfei looked down at her small hands, blaming herself. It's precisely because my strength is too weak that I often encounter danger, so I have to go through combat to improve my strength. I don't want to hide behind you my whole life, holding you back. Hearing this, he felt more at ease. Yunfei was right. This world is full of danger at any time, and you can't hide from it. You have to improve your strength, and I have to change my previous thinking. Ye Hao patted her head and said, if that's the case, then if you agree to one condition, I'll let you join the team and enter the instance together. Yunfei eagerly looked up and asked, what condition? He raised 4 fingers and set the condition. I will provide you with a large amount of ancient mana crystals for these 2 days. If you can successfully reach level 40, then I agree, Yunfei immediately retorted. Increase over 20 levels in 2 days. How is that possible? Besides, where will you get so many ancient mana crystals? Ye Hao turned around, pointed to his chest, and said confidently, leave this little matter to your brother. Your brother has a mine. She still didn't understand, so she asked, what do you mean by having a mine? Qinqi peeked in and whispered, I know, I'll tell Fei Fei. She thought of a mage summoning a circle in their hand and explained, the difference between ancient mana crystals and ordinary mana crystals is that they contain a large amount of magical power. Conversion and absorption can immediately grant a large amount of experience points, and this experience conversion efficiency is determined by a person's physique and potential. A person with innate talent can easily achieve a conversion rate of 70%, but some people can only convert 40% even if they try their best, or even less. Moreover, this conversion process is very energy-consuming. An ordinary person can convert 10 pieces a day at most. Soon after, Ye Hao looked down and saw everyone busy lining up and pondered. But I absolutely believe in Yunfei's potential and talent. I hope her conversion results will surprise me. Miao Bao suddenly came up from behind and said, Master, they're here. I followed your instructions and gathered all the mana crystals around here. He turned around, bent down, and patted its head, praising, not bad, keep up the good work. Miao Bao happily spread its arms and shouted, yes. The 2 Nagaros behind him appeared to claim credit. Don't even think about taking all the credit, cat. Many hidden ore veins were found by me. That's right. Without my abilities, gathering so many mana crystals in a few days would have been impossible. Ye Hao Gongxin praised them. Not bad, Nagaro. He stood up, put one hand on his hip, and bestowed grace on Nagaro. All right, I'll allow you to make a request to me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely fulfill it. The dragon immediately refused. No, Master being able to spare my life is already the greatest grace. How dare I dream of anything else? Ye Hao nodded and said, not bad awareness, keep this request for later, you might need it later. Then he was attracted by the sound of clanging below and glanced over, sighing, before, I used the skills of a Grandmaster engineer to create a batch of robots to test here. Now it seems the efficiency is good, but the AI is still a bit lacking in fun. Cut to Zone 8 of a high-end apartment complex. Yunfei looked excitedly at a pile of neatly stacked boxes in front of her and exclaimed, there are so many ancient mana crystals, so brother really has a mind. His mother smiled approvingly and whispered, however, although this floor is high, it's still too extravagant to leave such valuable things outside. As the saying goes, wealth should not be flaunted. Ye Hao's father smiled apologetically. The key is that these valuable things are directly for us to convert into experience points. Is there a chance we're being too wasteful? He held something red in his hand, with several gold lines on it, and reassured, Mom and Dad, don't worry. I have many of these level 40 mana crystals. And besides, raising Mom and Dad's levels is more important than money. At least when I'm not around, Mom and Dad can have the power to protect themselves. Ye Hao reached out and pointed to his sister, who was glowing all over, urging, Mom and Dad, look. Yunfei has already started to focus on converting experience points. Mom and Dad, you should start soon too. Nana should use them too, his father agreed. All right, Mom and Dad will try too, Nana happily said. Yes, Master. An hour later, Ye Hao's parents were tired and panting, their bodies covered in sweat, their voices weak. However, Mom can't do it anymore. I need to rest for a while. I'm getting old. My physical strength and mental strength can't keep up anymore. He smiled and agreed. Mom and Dad, rest first. Let's stop here for today. Meanwhile, Yunfei had been raised to level 45, full of energy, and shouted, "Brother, look, I did it! I told you I definitely could!" The parents immediately came over to praise. Yunfei is so good, Ye Hao couldn't help but admire. To be able to raise to level 45 in one go in an hour, Yunfei's talent is indeed extraordinary. This conversion rate must be at least 80%. He turned his face and thought, I wonder how Nana is converting. The girl in the maid outfit had already reached level 60. Nana showed a greedy and twisted face, saying to herself in her head, "More, I want more." Ye Hao saw something was wrong and spoke, "Nana, what's wrong with you? Are you okay?" Nana was startled and turned her face away, flusteredly covering her chest, changing the subject. "I'm fine, master, look! Nana has also leveled up a lot. Can I go with you to that instance?" He looked at the girl in surprise. Nana had reached level 60 in the same amount of time. This conversion rate is definitely 100%. No wonder she is the perfect robot I created. He stroked his chin and pondered. As for the instance, I don't think there will be any problems. If I want everyone to gain combat experience, this time is indeed a very good opportunity. Okay, then Ye Hao made a decision. Yunfei, Chi-Chi, Nana, the three of you are all members of the team. Go to the city assault instance with me this time. Yunfei jumped up. Chi-Chi smiled like a flower and shouted, "Okay!" Only Nana was shy and blushing. Then he told everyone to pay attention to safety and to listen to their brother's command. One of Nana's eyes turned dark, and a wicked plan arose in her mind. This idiot actually agreed so easily that I must take advantage of the chaos of this instance to deal with you. Not long after, night had fallen over the high-rise urban area. Ye Hao calculated. Other preparations are complete. Next, I'll use the task that Miss Cu gave me to learn about the instance. He pressed his earpiece, which beeped once before saying, "Initiating verification. Please wait. Monarch Squad, Tier 1, Captain Ye Hao verified. Deploying simulation task." The system panel quickly appeared. Large-scale instance success, Lost Temple, recommended level 40 to 130, limit of 100 people. He exclaimed excitedly, "Level 40 to 130. Why is the level range so wide? That's a bit strange." The system broadcasted images of a group of people holding torches entering a cave. Continuing. The entrance to the Lost Temple instance was randomly discovered in a secret cave beneath the desolate Crimson Iron Plateau. Behind them was a monster that had been stabbed to death. Because it was first discovered by mana ore prospectors, they sold the instance location to the corporation for a high price. The corporation's vanguard team, after entering the tunnel for about 2 kilometers, discovered the instance's main gate. After a fierce battle of several weeks against the elite magical beasts guarding the gate, wiping them out, they finally completed the task of opening the instance. Due to the high danger level of this instance, the corporation decided to first send in stealth drones to scout and obtain basic intelligence. The instance area is 50 square kilometers. The level of magical beasts is 40 to 130. Mana ore distribution is extremely rich, and the estimated number of bosses is 3 to 5. A drone attempting to approach the temple was shot down by the temple's outer guards. The first boss's information recorded before being shot down, Sasta, level 115, is holding an axe and ready to fight at any time. The system instructed, due to the special nature of this instance, long-term preparation is mandatory. Therefore, the first task for this instance is to build a main resource base far from the Zerg temple, with abundant mineral resources to prevent supply disruptions during prolonged combat. After completing this task, the information for the second task will be updated. Ye Hao pressed a button on the system panel, wondering, this instance is more dangerous than I imagined. Was agreeing to let them come along really the right decision? If someone deliberately targets me, the situation will become even more complicated. He looked at the levels of the teams, from 1 to 100, on the panel, and analyzed. It's obvious that someone pulled my squad in. Are they preparing to make me a target? I'll inevitably be attacked and ridiculed then. Ye Hao looked up and said, "Excuse me, what is the specific task of the Monarch Squad in this battle?" It immediately announced. The squad's task has not yet been announced. Related tasks must be claimed after entering the instance. He dejectedly turned it off, telling himself, "Forget it, I'll improvise. No matter who's behind this and why they're targeting me, I definitely won't waste this amazing opportunity. I have a feeling that engineering skills will play a very important role in conquering this instance. I'll go find some engineering blueprints tomorrow." Ye Hao turned to the side, urging himself, "Time to sleep." Unexpectedly, a beep sounded. "You have a contact request from a stranger," he quickly answered, muttering, "A stranger? Who is it? What's with this late-night call? These scammers are too dedicated." A voice quickly came from the other end of the line. "Ye Hao, it's me." He was momentarily surprised and hesitant. "This voice, are you—" Scene changed to safety zone number 8, Central Park. Surrounded by couples strolling together, only he was single. Leaning back on a park bench, he thought, The meeting place is here, but I didn't expect her to ask me out at this hour and choose this location. Yin Xuan, disguised as level 8 Chao Ru, approached and asked, bowing her head, Han, excuse me, do you mind if I bother you for a moment? My puppy got lost nearby, have you seen it? Ye Hao looked up and asked, Puppy? Sorry, I haven't seen it. I just got here. What are its characteristics? I'll keep an eye out. She happily said, Really? Thank you very much. It's a toy dog, brown fur, yellow eyes. It also has a name. Yin Xuan deliberately teased, It's Hao Hao. He stood up suddenly and exclaimed, Are you Yin Xuan? This disguise is too good, even I didn't recognize you. She immediately raised a finger to her lips, signaling, Shh, don't speak so loudly. Yin Xuan sat down on the park bench, explaining, Even at night, it's safer to disguise myself. After all, my identity is a bit sensitive. Ye Hao glanced behind him, praising, Your disguise is truly amazing. You even changed your personal information. I was completely fooled. He sat down next to her, propping himself up with his hands behind him, urging, Get to the point! You asked me out in the middle of the night. Oh, is there something important you want to discuss? I was about to go to sleep. She turned to mention a matter related to the instance task the day after tomorrow. You probably know about it, right? Do you find it strange? Yin Xuan posed a big question. Your Monarch squad is a newly formed Tier 1 squad, so why were you assigned to an instance task where the lowest squad tier is 10? Ye Hao closed his eyes and asked back. What a telepathic connection. I was wondering about it, and you came to explain my doubts. So what's the reason? Yin Xuan gave a plausible reason. It's because a high-level leader is paying attention to you. They want to use this operation to investigate your true capabilities, he muttered. So that's it. Seems about the same as my guess. Ye Hao became even more confident, pointing out the person. If the target is me, then the person paying attention to me is probably the eldest young master of the Mo family. She was surprised by his guess. You can guess this far on your own. You're really smart. Yin Xuan imagined Moichi sitting and playing chess, introducing his family background. Young Master Moichi is the vice president of the Han Mo Corporation, and the first heir to the chairman's position. She found a crucial clue. The second heir is his younger sister, Mo Kiser. The power struggle between the two siblings for the ultimate management of the corporation has long been an open secret. Although the level of strength between the two is quite different, Mo Kiser relies on the prestige and friendly image she has accumulated among the lower classes and has gained a lot of support. In addition, there are many people on the board of directors who hope to use Mo Kiser to balance Mo Qi's power. Therefore, young Master Mo Qi has always regarded Mo Kiser as his biggest enemy, and Ye Hao previously stole the boss in the Bai Yiqi Wei incident, ruining young Master Mo Qi's plan. Plus, the person who introduced you to the corporation was Mo Kiser. Therefore, he now also regards Ye Hao as a thorn in his side. This time, letting you go is just to take the opportunity to eliminate Ye Hao. He wondered, wouldn't you have to face the siege of higher-tier squads then? That sounds like slim chances of survival. Yin Xuan sighed, lamenting. You can still laugh knowing the seriousness of the matter, truly worthy of you, but the situation isn't necessarily irreversible. She crossed her arms and offered her opinion. Knowing young Master's style, he won't make a move directly at first. So, I suggest, humbly and obediently pretend to be a useless piece of trash with no value, making him lose interest in you and feel like you pose no threat. Or, extravagantly gain outstanding achievements in the dungeon, becoming the center of attention for everyone to look up to. That way, he won't act easily either. Ye Hao closed his eyes, thankful. Thank you for your suggestions. Although I don't understand Mo Qi, based on my judgment, whether I'm humble or extravagant, his desire to kill me won't change. So, given my personality, I'll definitely choose the latter. Forget about being humble like a dog. Why wouldn't I give him a supersized surprise? Suddenly he turned to mock her. But why are you telling me all this? Although we belong to the same corporation, frankly speaking, we're on opposite sides. Isn't your behavior betraying your young master? Yin Xuan stood up, hesitatingly said. Because you are. She looked into the distance, affirming. A rare talent. I don't want you to be dragged into this pointless family infighting, losing your freedom and life, wasting your amazing talent. You still have a choice now. Unlike me, I didn't have a choice from the start. No choice at all. Hearing this, curiosity surged again. Why can't a powerhouse like Miss Yin Xuan control her own fate? Yin Xuan teared up, whispering, Powerhouse? But who is born a powerhouse? She remembered the scene of herself as a 7-year-old child, covered in injuries, eating a piece of bread in the wilderness, and painfully continued. The brand and shackles implanted during the growing process can no longer be broken. Yin Xuan recalled trembling and feeling alone there, and then she recounted. I was born in the slums of the wilderness. My parents went out to find food one time and never came back. Every day, I could only eat food found in the trash, not knowing which day I would die on the side of the road. In the wilderness, People die every day. No one cares about the life and death of an inconspicuous little girl. The scene of a trade caravan being surrounded flashed back, she continued. Until one day, I really couldn't find anything to eat, so I could only risk going outside to try my luck, and encountered a trade caravan being ambushed by bandits. Mochi was just a 6-year-old boy at the time, but he fought heroically against the people in front, Yin Xuan narrated. In the caravan, there was a boy dressed very nicely. Although he looked younger than me, he didn't panic when facing danger. Instead, he calmly directed the battle and used his weak magic to disrupt the enemies. Curious, she peeked out to watch. Yin Xuan inadvertently saw a few robbers secretly circling behind Mochi to launch a sneak attack. Yin Xuan looked worried and scared. Mochi was still using magic toward the front, while commanding, "Hold on. Absolutely no stepping back. This is a valuable property of the company. Absolutely cannot let others steal it." Not long after, he noticed 2 people with clubs with sharp thorns attacking from behind. One person quickly swung the club down when he saw that Mochi was about to be attacked, but the one who took the blow was Yin Xuan, causing that person to stare wide-eyed. She didn't know where she got the courage and speed, and she immediately rushed over, pushing him away to save Mochi's life. Not long after, Yin Xuan was transferred to the hospital. With his diligent care, she recounted. From that day on, the wilderness lost a nameless little girl, and the Hanmang Corporation gained a new member named Yin Xuan. Meeting the young master was the turning point of my life. From then on, I escaped poverty and lived a life without worrying about food and clothing. When Yin Xuan woke up, she saw Mochi and K-Er standing next to her hospital bed. He even poured money into cultivating and training her to become the main force of the battle team. Returning to reality, she affirmed, "My life has long been marked by the young master. This also destined that I cannot escape the vortex of the Hanmo's power struggle. Although I realized it early on, I also admire you from the bottom of my heart." Because Yin Xuan glanced at Ye Hao, "You are free." She stood at a distance, with a lot of smoke and broken stones behind her, she continued. "So don't get caught up in this internal power struggle, okay? More importantly, I don't want to be your enemy." Ye Hao stood rooted to the spot, marveling. "I didn't expect Yin Xuan to have such a past. Her words are very reasonable, but I still can't have the kind of true freedom she talks about." He gritted his teeth, muttering to himself, "Only when I successfully build an important base one day, maybe then I can achieve it completely." Suddenly, several gasping sounds were heard. It turned out to be Wan Hao with level 125 had appeared. He rubbed his head, voicing, "That's too much, little sister Yin Xuan. Your background has always been a secret, never mentioned to close comrades like us. But you opened up to this guy of unknown origin. I'm so heartbroken." Yin Xuan was startled and shouted, "Wan Hao, why are you here? Could it be that you're following me?" Ye Hao had a head full of question marks, level 100. The oppressive feeling radiating out was truly extraordinary. Wan Hao burst out laughing, explaining, "Following? Don't say it so harshly. I just happened to discover you going out in disguise. Wasn't I worried about your safety, so I followed you. A little girl like you going out alone at night. What if you run into bad people?" At this time, the moon had also reached its peak. He thought to himself, "I feel like you should be more worried about the safety of those bad people." He walked up to Yin Hao, cheerfully smiling. "Unexpectedly, I ran into the legendary Yin Hao who is causing Yin Xuan pain, and everyone is talking about. Pleasure to meet you." He rubbed his hand, coldly humming, not daring to acknowledge. "May I ask who this big brother is?" She immediately introduced. "His name is Wan Hao. He is the one with the second highest combat power after the captain of the Mogong team. He usually cares a lot about me, but unexpectedly, he's a crazy stalker." Wan Hao retorted immediately. "I said I wasn't following you. It's really a misunderstanding." Ye Hao quickly greeted. "So it's Big Brother Wan, pleasure to meet you. I've long heard that everyone in the Mogong team is an elite chosen from 10,000, let alone the one with the second highest combat power. Meeting you today is even better than the rumors." He frowned, reminding, "Still not comparable to a supernova like you. You probably don't know, but now the entire corporation is talking about you." Ye Hao mocked. "Talking about me? An unknown and inconspicuous person like me can't bear this reputation." Wan Hao grinned, murderous intent flaring. "No need to be humble, you can snatch the boss from Yin Xuan's hand." He suddenly swung his fist down, shouting, "You can't be considered unknown?" Ye Hao quickly raised his arm to block, causing the fist to graze past and slam straight into the ground, shouting, "Wan Hao, what do you want to do?" He deduced, "So, it's close combat type, but the force of this strike is a bit weak." Wan Hao, full of vigor, raised his arm in warning. "This is a fight between men, little sister Yin Xuan, don't interfere." Ye Hao instantly dodged to the side, easily causing him to stumble, thinking to himself, "Too fast." He didn't forget to add fuel to the fire. "You're not wrong, but if it's a fight between men, then senior, please unleash your true strength." Wan Hao explained, "I was afraid of accidentally killing you with that last punch. so I really didn't use my full strength. But it was at least 60%. This brat, a murderous aura, erupted from his whole body, while several flames of force flickered in Ye Hao's hand. Ye Hao thrust his hand straight forward. Wan Hao easily raised his arm to block the blow, but had to admit, the force is quite strong. Wan Hao was increasingly intrigued. This kid's true level must be at least 110. I really shouldn't have held back earlier, he shouted. Alright, I'm getting serious now. He got into an attack stance and blurted out, this brat made little sister Yin Xuan suffer so much and was punished by the corporation. If I don't help her beat this kid up, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Ye Hao glanced over, interrupting. Wait, punished by the corporation? What's that about? Wan Hao blurted everything out without thinking. It's because you stole the boss that ruined her mission. Yin Xuan has been suspended from the team. Yin Xuan frowned, stopping him. Wan Hao, don't say any more. He ignored her, continuing to spill everything that had happened. He even demanded that she recruit Ye Hao into the Moigong team, or else an even greater punishment would be waiting for her. Ye Hao pondered. But she never mentioned recruiting me, only advised me to withdraw from the internal strife. I didn't expect her cold exterior to hide such a kind heart. He immediately apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Yin Xuan waved it off, grabbing his arm. You don't need to blame yourself. We were originally competitors, boss. I'm truly impressed that you seized it based on your strength. Moreover, there's too much involved in this. I don't want you to get further entangled. Ye Hao affirmed. No, since this happened because of me, I will definitely take responsibility. Don't worry, I'll use this dungeon mission to find a way for you to be reinstated, Wan Hao, finding it pleasing to the ear, interjected. Not bad, he turned to leave, waving his hand in farewell. Seeing that you're so responsible, I can rest assured. See you in the dungeon in 2 days. Ye Hao awkwardly replied. Okay, Wan Hao Ge, Yin Xuan, behind him, added with concern. Although I trust your strength, absolutely don't act recklessly, Ye Hao. This dungeon mission is very difficult, and our team leader will be leading the team, so absolutely don't provoke him. Ye Hao took her hand, reassuring her. Don't worry, I'll be careful, and won't act recklessly. Wait for my good news. Yin Xuan gave a soft millimeter. The moon grew brighter, and the two quickly left the place. The next day, Yen Hao, busily packing his things, mused. Although my sister and the others' levels have increased, their equipment isn't up to par, so upgrading their equipment at the black market is very important, especially since I earned quite a bit last time. But Ye Hao, covering his face, lamented with sweat dripping down. I completely underestimated a girl's spending power. She spent all 30 million of mine in less than an afternoon. Yunfei Dan clapped her hands in joy, shouting, Awesome, my equipment is even newer, Chi also asked. How do you feel? Ye Halo. Nana, covering her face, interjected. Master, what about me? Is this the style you like? He sat on the chair, raising his hand in praise. Beautiful. All very strong, very beautiful. In his heart, he cried. How could they not be beautiful? 30 million. 30 million. Ye Hao, with tears streaming down his face, tapped a few times on the system panel, while the other three laughed and comforted themselves before leaving. Wasn't my purpose in earning money to make them stronger? As for the Grandmaster level engineering blueprints I need, I'll ask Mo Kier if she has them. It's because Grandmaster level blueprints are too rare at the black market. Definitely not because I'm short on money. Keller replied on the other end. Grandmaster level engineering blueprints? No problem. I'll send them to you later. You don't need to pay. I'm not short of this little bit of money. On the contrary, I want to apologize to you. This time, you being assigned to the siege dungeon is entirely because of me. Someone as smart as you must have guessed already. This is all Mo Chi's scheme. I wanted to stop it, but I wasn't successful. Here. Ye Hao consoled her on the other end of the line. It's a small matter, don't worry about it. Might as well say that I'm taking this opportunity to solidify our team's position, she chuckled, reminding him. Hearing you sound so confident, I can rest assured. Moreover, you're not fighting alone. 1/3 of the team participating in this dungeon is my faction. You guys can take care of each other then. Ye Hao stood in front of the system, listening intently. Of course, you still have to be careful and everything. You must come back safely. He quickly replied. Okay, I know. Then he hung up. Before he knew it, a notification rang out. Mo Kieser has gifted you 30 Grandmaster level engineering blueprints. Please check and confirm. Ye Hao perked up, exclaiming, 30 blueprints? This has to be worth over 100 million at the very least. Truly worthy of the Mo heiress, so generous. It's really becoming more and more anticipated. Tomorrow is the first day the Wang Jie team officially sets out. The scene shifts to outside Han Mo's force field safety zone, where a crowd gathers in front of the barrier shouting, so many, too many. Luo Feng and Ye Hao's beauties have appeared here. They are a level 1 king's team. Ye Yunfei puts her hands on her hips and exclaims, Moreover, everyone's levels are so high. Luckily, I leveled up before coming, or I would have been too embarrassed. She crosses her arms and says, "Relax, Yunfei, you'll get used to this scene." Seeing this, the crowd can't help but discuss. "Hey, look at that team. Aren't they the legendary King's team? And that Ye Hao? So many adopted sisters. It's just a tier 1 team, what's the big deal?" He raises his hand and rubs his chin, excitedly praising himself. "If I can meet the Mogong team later, they might even want to ask for my autograph. Now, I'm a member of the King's team now. I can't be so lacking in backbone." At that, Diane closes her eyes tightly and cheers. "The legendary peerless beauty, Miss Yin Xuan. I really want to see what she looks like." Ye Hao forces a smile, sweating profusely, and thinks to himself, "Should I tell them about my relationship with the Mogong team?" Suddenly, a voice rings out, attracting the attention of Yunfei and Chi. "Why is there such a noob team mixed in here? Do they really think this is a tourist attraction?" Ran Xiang is the one who just said that. His teammates also openly look down on the others. Who gave this kind of lousy level 1 team the right to be here? They're not even good enough to be cannon fodder, just wasting resources. And they call themselves the King's team, so cringe. But these girls are pretty high quality? Interested in coming to play with me? Luo Feng flares up instantly, grabs his axe, and prepares to charge forward. "You dog who looks down on people," Ye Hao quickly reaches out to stop him. "Don't get worked up, we just got here. No need to start a fight over this argument." He puts his hands on his hips and says disdainfully, "I've heard about you. Mo Keisher's plaything picked up from the low-level zone. Don't know what dog luck you stumbled upon to snatch Yin Xuan's boss. I thought you were some kind of character. Turns out you're just a brat. If you've latched onto a sugar mama, then be a kept man and stay put. Why rush here to die?" As they were arguing, suddenly the giant Wan Hao strides over and grabs Ran Xiang's head, threatening, "Get out of here, don't block the way." Seeing him arrive, they scurry away in a panic, not forgetting to clasp their hands and turn back to beg, "Sorry, we blocked Great God Wan Hao's way. Really sorry, we're blind, please forgive us." He hugs Ye Hao tightly and asks, "We meet again, Ye Hao. How is it? Ready for a big battle?" Ye Hao teases, "Hello, big brother Wan, but the only team that can fight a big battle is your Mogong team. I'll just obediently complete the tasks assigned to me." The conversation reaches Ran Xiang, who can't help but be surprised. What? This kid is Mo Keir's man, yet he's so familiar with Wan Hao of Mogong? What's going on? Wan Hao pats Ye Hao's shoulder lightly and announces, "You'll be obedient, I have my doubts about that, but since you mentioned our team, I'll introduce you." Ye Hao hesitates and replies, "Okay." Feeling a little confused in his heart, this Wan Hao is a bit strange. Even though we've only met once, he sees right through me. Just a coincidence, right? Jia Wangchuan, level 130, then walks over amidst the whispers of someone. The one coming is Jia Wangchuan. Our team leader, Mo Gong, can be said to have the top combat power of the Han Mo Corporation. Of course, just a little better than me. Next are Li Xing and Dan Lu, the steel baldies, Li Xing, and the healing mage, Dan Lu. These two are also rich and taciturn. Wan Hao rambles on. Assassin Lei Ya and demon swordsman Song Yungxiao. You've probably met them before, because Yin Xuan was suspended, so they were temporarily brought up from the reserve team. Yungxiao puts his hands in his pockets and sneers. "Big brother Wan Hao, you really don't need to introduce so much to an unknown nobody. He's not worthy." Lei Ya chimes in. "You're Ye Hao? You don't look very impressive. What kind of work is that Yin Xuan girl doing?" Wang Chuan doesn't bother to say anything, just walks past the two. Wan Hao glances over and calls out, "Team leader." Yin Hao also speaks up. "Greetings, team leader." "Please stop." He extends his hand, showing goodwill and meaning. "Yin Xuan's matter before was my recklessness. I hope we can have the opportunity to cooperate in the future, so that I make up for this mistake." He turns his face, his eyes glued on that palm. Ran Xiang and his teammates are even more nervous than Ye Hao, whispering to each other, "This kid actually wants to get on Jia Wangchuan's good side. Did he drink the wrong medicine?" Mo Gong not killing him on the spot is already giving face to Mo Kimier. There's a good show to watch this time. On the contrary, Wang Chuan reaches out and shakes Ye Hao's hand, saying seriously, "Well, I hope your performance this time won't disappoint me." "And Meng Qi?" Ye Hao replies bluntly. "I know." The crowd is shocked, their eyes and mouths wide open, exclaiming, "Am I seeing things? That Jia Wangchuan actually shook hands with that kid. He normally doesn't even bother to look at us. It's an illusion. It must be an illusion." Then the Mogong team also turns away at his urging. "Let's go!" Wan Hao doesn't forget to turn around and point a fist at him. "Good luck, Ye Hao." "And for Yin Xuan too." Ye Hao replies more confidently than ever, "I know," thinking in his heart. In the moment of shaking hands just now, I actually had the feeling of being seen through by him. This Jia Wangchuan is indeed not simple. He shouldn't have discovered the system on me, right? Suddenly someone comes up behind him and asks, "Were you sincere just now, Ye Hao? You actually want to cooperate with the Mogong team?" Ye Hao turns his face, vaguely. "You, sir?" He crosses his arms and introduces himself to the team members. I am Lu Jiangfeng, the captain of the Feng Yun team. The young lady has instructed me to take care of you, but your actions just now can't help but make people suspicious. Are you ultimately one of us? Zhang Feng glances over Ye Hao and warns in a low voice. If you do something to betray the young lady, you probably won't be able to survive out of the instance. Ye Hao looks at that back. A drop of sweat falls down, and he thinks with a headache. No way. Could it be that my actions just now made Mo Kier's team unhappy? I was just making a gesture to Mo Gong, to give Yin Xuan a ladder to climb down. Forget it. Let them think what they want. I will still follow my own way of thinking. At the same time, a subordinate stands in front of the teleportation gate and respectfully announces, Grandmaster, the process of charging the teleportation gate has been completed, and the teleportation instance can be started at any time. Jevel 85 slams his cane on the ground and orders, Activate, he shouts. Yes. Then the teleportation gate begins to open, lightning bolts shooting out everywhere, creating loud rumbling sounds. The crowd excitedly raises their hands and cheers. As expected of the top engineering grandmaster of the Hanmo Corporation, the charging of the instance teleportation gate, which should have taken a week, has been completed in a day. Such amazing efficiency. Grandmaster, can you help me create an equipment? I'll trade all my savings for it. He slams his cane down and declares, Set off. Even Ye Hao has to admire Gert's momentum. This old man is really powerful, unlike me, ha 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 ha. He reached the level of Grandmaster based on his ability, its true skill. It's just that this person's personality doesn't seem easy to get along with. Scene changes to a mountain. At Hanmo's main base, people walk amidst bloodstains everywhere. A scene of devastation, discussing, Hey, what's this? Weren't they talking about building a new base? Isn't there already a base here, but why is it destroyed like this, and what's with all this dried blood? Chi tightly hugs his arm, fearfully saying, The smell of blood is so strong, there must have been a very tragic battle here before, Ye Hao reassures. Don't worry, I'm here. He scans the area, explaining and analyzing. From this situation, it seems like there was a vanguard team stationed here before, but they suffered a terrible massacre. The high-level leaders are definitely hiding secrets they can't let others know. It seems this mission won't be as simple as described. The system clearly explains the mission for both teams. To protect mining machine number 38 of mining area D7, the number of magic crystals mined will be exchanged for team points. They must ensure the safety of the mining machine and prevent demonic beasts from destroying it. Ye Hao rubs his chin, pondering. Protect the magic crystal mining area. That's right. Rebuilding the base requires a large amount of magic crystals for energy. But the old level 40T800 specialized magic crystal mining machine is constantly performing its task, he mutters to himself. This mining machine is too old and worn out. You can tell at a glance that it's been through a major battle without any repairs, plus the level is so low. Yunfei has to cover her ears and shout, It's too loud and it feels like it's going to collapse at any moment. Rang Xiang, with both hands in his pockets, kicks a wheel in annoyance, cursing, Damn it! To be grouped with you guys, what bad luck. The most important thing is that we got stuck with this low-level piece of junk. Our team points are going to plummet, she asks, in surprise and confusion. Team points. What are those for? What's the use? He explodes, yelling, You guys dare to enter the instance without knowing anything. To avoid being dragged down by your noob team, I have to explain it clearly to you, but I have no choice but to waste my breath explaining. Regarding team points, you can think of them as team experience points. The more points you have, the higher your team level will increase. You can also use team points in the resource hall of the corporation to exchange for the supplies you want. Things like equipment, weapons, medicine, all kinds of herbs, and professional blueprints are all available. Of course, the higher your team level, the higher the level of resources you can exchange for. So team points are our lifeline. I dream of them because there are never enough. Ran Jiang points at the mining machine, shouting loudly, This piece of junk in front of us can't last long at all. Even if it can only mine level 40 low-level magic crystals at most. The team points we can convert will be extremely low. Tell me, am I not pissed? Ye Hao gently touches his chin, suddenly realizing the problem. So that's how it is. The key to this mission is mining. I happen to be very good at that, so this isn't a big problem. Ye Hao waves his hand and uses his energy to slash a nearby magic crystal. He cries out in alarm. What are you doing? Do you want to mine magic crystals yourself? Don't be stupid. The efficiency will be even lower that way. You can actually cut through a level 90 magic crystal. Ran Jiang stiffly asks, What exactly do you want to do? Ye Hao touches the wheel of the mining machine calmly. Don't worry, you'll find out soon. He thinks to himself, Duisi, merge this mining machine with the level 90 magic crystal and the ore mining robot I created before. Ye Hao comes up with an idea. I want to turn it into a perfect ore mining weapon. Duisi quickly appears, exclaiming, Yes, master. He immediately uses his master-level creation fusion skill to create a golden light that envelops the machine in front of him. Rumbling sounds erupt. Seeing this, Luo Feng immediately guesses. Is it about to happen again? Leader's fusion technique? He still doesn't understand. Asking loudly, what the heck is that fusion technique? Meanwhile, rustling sounds are coming from the mining machine. In an instant, it's upgraded to a level 90 Berserker SCV, a crazed ore mining robot. All it sees is ore. Wherever it goes, not a single piece of ore is left behind. A nearby person is equally shocked. What is that thing? Where did it come from? Ran Xiang's eyes widen, his mouth agape, sweating profusely, muttering, this is engineering skill. I didn't expect this kid to know engineering, and he can actually create a level 90 mecha. This shows. His teammate chimes in, this must be a special skill. A special skill. Ye Hao turns around, points at the Berserker, and orders, Nana, this machine belongs to you. First, use it to find a level 90 ore vein, a large one. Nana immediately replies, understood, master. The girl instantly sits inside the Berserker, exclaiming, as expected of master, what you create has such good taste. Nana super likes it. She thinks to herself, this is my honest praise. I'll praise you once. Nana uses the control panel to scan everywhere and reports, master, a level 90 magic crystal vein with a super large reserve has been discovered in the rock layer 5 meters beneath our feet. He looks at the data transmitted to him, a bit surprised, and exclaims, there's such a large quantity? This is probably because the previous level 4 Celity mining machine couldn't mine it, so there's still such a large quantity left. Truly, a blessing in disguise, Nana. Get to work. Nana's eyes light up, her cheeks flushed, shouting clearly. The Berserker raises its drill, which is also the romance of a man, causing everyone to shout in surprise. The drill suddenly becomes huge. In an instant, it plunges into the ground, spinning wildly while breaking rocks and scattering them everywhere. An earthquake erupts as a result. Qin falls to the ground, and Yunfei quickly helps her up, asking, what's wrong? Are you okay? She leans back, reassuring, I'm okay. I was just startled by this crazy machine, and I just felt. Before Nana could finish speaking, Tian interrupts. Everyone, look down below. With insane rampage and exploitation, even level 90 epic quality magic ore veins are appearing in an instant. The crowd cheers. There really are a lot of magic ores. And level 90 ones at that. We're rich. This time we can definitely get a lot of team contribution points. Nana, wearing a fierce expression, mutters, not enough, not enough. Her expression gradually becomes twisted. I still want more. In an instant, Nana seems to have transformed into a different person, her greed reaching its peak. The team contribution points are being added non-stop, prompting his teammate Ran Xiang to speak up. Boss, look at our contribution points going up like crazy. It's unbelievable. Is he hacking? Level 90 ore veins require level 90 probes, and only a Grandmaster of Engineering can make level 90 probes. How could this kid possibly have one? He turns, gritting his teeth, and slaps him in the face as a warning. Things have come to this point. What nonsense are you spouting? Anyone with eyes can see that this kid is definitely not simple. An expert, a deeply hidden expert. That person turns his face to the side, tears welling up, and says loudly, sorry boss. Ran Xiang suddenly bows, bending his knees obsequiously. Brother Ye, we were blind and failed to recognize Mount Tai. If we offended you in any way just now, please don't hold it against us. Ye Hao doesn't bother arguing. It's nothing, I've seen it a lot. Everyone's on the same team. As long as you're not targeting me, you'll get a share of the contribution points. They clasp their hands together and bow, forcing a smile. Thank you. Scene change to optical stealth. At the main operation monitoring room of the base, murmurs are heard everywhere. What's up with this King's team? Before, they were last in the ranking, and now they've suddenly jumped to first place? First, they stole Yin Xuan's boss, and now they've instantly obtained so many level 90 magic ores. This isn't something ordinary people can do. This kid must have a lot of secrets. But the drone's camera scans haven't detected any signs of him cheating. He ponders with a serious face. He actually upgraded a level 40 broken mining machine into a level 90 intelligent mining mech. This kid not only knows about engineering, but he's also very good at it. Although his surface level is only 10, his true level must be at least 90, otherwise he couldn't create a level 90 mech. But what about his engineering level? Advanced, intermediate, or... At the same time, he glances over, slightly surprised to see something strange. Ye Hao mischievously smiles brightly, raising his hand in greeting. On the base's side, the operator exclaims in shock. He actually discovered our optically camouflaged drone. How is this possible? The drone has no malfunctions. Jia Yi, standing behind, orders. Immediately recall the D7 mining area's surveillance drone. That person turns around, puzzled. Why? The Grandmaster says blandly. Don't ask, just do as I say, and they can only obey. Yes, Jia Yi taps the ground with his cane, calculating everything. This drone is an advanced engineering weapon that I created. If he can discover it, that kid's engineering level is at least advanced, and possibly even at the Grandmaster level like me. This kid named Ye Hao must be closely monitored. Scene change to Ye Hao. The drone suddenly turns around and runs away, making him think. After greeting me, they retreated. It seems the person monitoring us is quite cautious. That's good. I can use this short period of freedom to explore a bit and see what's really going on in this instance. Ye Hao's pure white wings instantly spread out. He instructs, "All of you stay here and don't go anywhere. I'll go ahead and check things out." Ran Xiang tries to dissuade him from behind. "But, boss, leaving the mission area without permission is a violation of the rules. If you get caught, you'll be punished. Because this time's instance mission has a special supervisor sent by the higher-ups to monitor us." Ye Hao stubbornly spreads his wings and flies away, not forgetting to leave behind the words, "It's okay, I'll be right back. Very soon." He calls out to the boss, "You have to come back quickly, I can't handle it alone." Not long after, he suddenly stops, looking down at the desolate wasteland before him. Ye Hao lands, guessing, "There's actually a base behind here. What's going on? The mission briefing didn't say anything about this. Is this deliberately concealed? Or is my team's level not high enough to access this high-level information?" He stares at the symbol on it, vaguely recognizing it. Wait, that symbol is the Huangjing Corporation. They also have a base in this instance. Ye Hao smiles, sighing. Thinking back, Mo Kier once said that Han Mo and Huang Zheng are vying for control of the instance in the C-23 area. Could it be this instance? The two major corporations value this instance so much. There must be a huge secret hidden here. This means that not only can I explore this huge secret, but I can also use this opportunity to strike a blow against Huang Zheng. This instance mission is very interesting, he says to himself. First, let's gather some intelligence. At the main base of the Huangjing Corporation, two soldiers are patrolling, casually chatting with each other. Damn it. So unlucky to be assigned to this instance mission. Recalling the tragic scenes from the last time I entered still gives me nightmares, but bro, you being able to survive the instance is already a miracle. I heard a lot of people died last time, on both our side and Hanmo's side. Ye Hao uses ghostly steps, blocking his presence as he approaches. As long as he doesn't move, he'll enter a stealth state, standing next to the two people, eavesdropping. Last time was because we didn't come up with the right tactics and strategies, and directly went head-to-head with the indigenous race. This time is different. I heard that we're first going to turtle up and let Han Mo take the lead. Then we'll seize the opportunity to launch surprise attacks and snatch their resources to strengthen ourselves. Is this tactic reliable? Han Mo's main force has also arrived, especially Mo Gong's Jia Wangchuan. Aren't we going to be cannon fodder? The two of them are noisier than a market, chattering all the way. What are you afraid of? The higher-ups dared to come up with this tactic because that lord has also come this time. Even Jia Wangchuan can only humbly submit in front of that lord. Is that true? Our corporations. Lord who can solo a level 100 instance has finally emerged. Then we're 90% sure to take this instance. Seeing this, he rubs his chin, thinking, Lord, who can solo a level 100 instance. Not long after, Ye Hao stood alone in the quiet space, judging the situation. He didn't expect the Huangjing Corporation to have someone of this caliber. Even with my current strength, I can't solo a level 100 dungeon. I need to investigate this thoroughly. He immediately gave the command. System. Activate the Eye of Truth. The Eye of Truth skill was activated, its range covering the entire Huangjing base. A map instantly appeared, dotted with countless red dots. The number of people, 50. The lowest level, 60. The highest level, 140. Ye Hao was stunned for a moment, noticing the level 140. That's even higher than Jia Yuechuan's level 130. This must be the highest level person I've encountered so far. I have to pay my respects. He used the Eye of Truth's sensory resonance, sweeping across the area, muttering, "Let's see just what kind of legendary figure this level 140 expert is." But the person Ye Hao saw was Xue Lu, level 140, in alluring attire, lying with her eyes closed on a chair. He was shocked in his heart. What? This level 140 expert is a girl, and she looks to be about my age. I can't believe it. I thought it would at least be an old person, several decades or even centuries old. She suddenly opened her eyes, smiled, and softly said, "Oh," in a gentle voice. The subordinates, seeing this, shouted, "Great Xu Lu, you're awake. We are so sorry, were we too loud and disturbed your rest?" Xu Lu raised her massive sword high, pulling several circles of azure spiritual power, accusing, "You have quite the nerve," actively coming to the door to eavesdrop. They didn't know what was going on, and kneeled down in confusion. "Great Xu Lu." The tip of the sword pointed straight upward, she shouted. Han Mo, you guys have picked up bad habits too. Ye Hao was startled to realize my eye of truth was actually discovered by her. His eye quickly dissipated in the air, instantly erupting in a large explosion in the sky. She propped her hand on her cheek, judging with a smirk. Aborted the spell the instant it was attacked? That's a pretty quick reaction. But such a concealed peeping spell almost fooled me. Is there someone like this within Han Mo? This dungeon run is starting to look interesting. Subordinates on the side anxiously called out. Great Shulu, what was that just now? Shulu excused. It was just a sudden urge to stretch my muscles, don't mind it. Ye Hao, having escaped to a faraway place, gasped for breath, his eyes wide as he pondered. That girl is terrifying. Luckily, I managed to abort the Eye of Truth skill in time. If I had been hit by her in a state of sensory resonance, it might have affected my real body. He raised his hand to wipe his forehead, his face becoming more panicked than ever. Is this the feeling of oppression that top-tier combat power creates in others? Looks like with two top-tier combat forces like Jia Yuechuan and Shui Lu here this time, I need to be careful. Finishing up, Ye Hao spread his wings and flew away with the thought, I should head back to the base first. Though this almost backfired, I got some important intelligence, so overall I didn't lose out. Meanwhile, manhwa, at level 50, was criticizing Ran Xiang along with his guards. Your King's team captain, Ye Hao, actually dared to leave his post. The board of directors predicted this kind of situation would happen, so they sent me to supervise. Who knew I would catch the first example right away? Deduct all the team's points, the people in the back cried out loudly. What? He reached out his hand, stammering to explain. Don't. Please don't. Supervisor Pang. Captain Ye Hao asked for my permission, saying he had a stomachache from eating bad food and went over there to take care of it. He landed on the ground at this moment, saying, I had a stomachache from eating bad food. Ran Xiang turned around, frantically signaling with his eyes. You're finally back, Captain Ye Hao. How is it? Is your stomach feeling any better? Next time you must pay attention to the quality of food before performing missions, while praying in his heart, Boss, you understand. Please don't cause trouble, or we'll lose all our team points. Ye Hao, seeing this, also rubbed his head, patting his chest, and acting along. Yes, it's because I ate bad food last night, and had a stomachache, so I went to the bathroom several times today. Pang Hua, of course, didn't believe it, scolding immediately. TCH? You can still laugh? You're not paying attention. When performing an important mission, what kind of captain are you? The corporation spends a lot of money to train you guys to work for the corporation, not to enter dungeons and become scenery. Ye Hao could only give an apologetic smile, enduring. This is the downside of joining a large corporation. Any 100-story building will have a couple of parasites like you, and these parasites are still in high positions. Those of us under their roof have no choice but to bow our heads to them. Then Ye Hao admitted his mistake. I know I was wrong, Supervisor Pang. If you want to punish someone, punish my points alone. This has nothing to do with the others. Pang Hua, holding a sizzling cigarette in his hand, laughed loudly, demanding, Deduct your points alone. That won't do. You guys are a team. If the captain violates the rules, the whole team is wrong. I'm deducting all of your points. Ye Hao was definitely not happy, judging with gritted teeth. So, this fat parasite is deliberately targeting me. Did he receive instructions from Han Chi? Suddenly, Jia Yu rushed in to intervene. Wait, Supervisor Pang. Can Ye Hao be handed over to me to deal with? He turned his face, unexpectedly calling out, Old man. Pang Hua also had to show some respect. Sweat dripping down, he gestured towards Ye Hao in agreement. If Grandmaster Jia Yu has spoken, then he can be handed over to Grandmaster to deal with, but don't let this brat off easy. Let's go. I still have to go inspect the next mineral point. Even as he left, he still glanced back, cursing under his breath. What a show-off. If it weren't for the fact that you're the only engineering Grandmaster of the corporation, someone like me from the board of directors wouldn't bother respecting you if you hadn't chosen to be neutral. Wait until someone nurtured under Mo Chi Young Master advances to an engineering Grandmaster. Then your days will be numbered. Meanwhile, Jia Yue was asking, You're Ye Hao, right? Follow me. I have something I want to ask you. He responded with one word. Okay. Ye Hao speculated wildly. This old man is quite assertive. Just one sentence made Supervisor Pang cower. But suddenly intervening like this. What is his purpose? The two immediately arrived at the command base. He looked at the several screens in front of him, forcing a smile as he spoke. This command room has so many monitoring screens. Could it be that the stealth drones from before were also released by you guys to monitor us? He turned his back, praising. As expected, you're very smart, but those are orders from above. We're just doing our jobs. But unexpectedly, I discovered something interesting. Before, when I saw your level 1 team being thrown into the dungeon, I was a bit surprised. But now, I seem to understand a little. Jia Yu turned his face, affirming, I didn't expect you to be so young, yet your skills in engineering could reach such a high level. Based on the mining robots you created before, if I'm not mistaken, you've at least reached the advanced stage of engineering. The two people behind also shouted in surprise. This kid actually has the advanced level of engineering. No way. Absolutely no way. Are you doubting the teacher's judgment? The teacher would never misjudge. But for this kid to reach the advanced stage, could this be the talent people talk about? Ye Hao heard this and thought, talent. That's right, after all, hacking is also a type of talent. Then he scratched his head, laughing loudly, probing the other party. I've been discovered. As expected of the only engineering grandmaster of the corporation. Nothing escapes your eyes. So how do you plan to deal with me? He paused, rejecting. Deal with you? No. Calling you here is not to deal with you, but to invite you. Don't be suspicious. You're a rare engineering prodigy, and in your current team, you can only be held back. I suggest you disband that newly formed level 1 team. Come to my engineering department. With your abilities, money, status, fame, all of that will be yours. Ye Hao spread his hands, laughing modestly, saying, Thank you for the Grandmaster's good intentions. I only have a passing interest in engineering. Seeing it as a side hobby, I don't have such high aspirations. The two people behind were going from one surprise to another. A passing interest, a side hobby, and you already have advanced level skill. How dare you say such words? Your words just now have insulted the centuries of history of engineering and countless scholars who bury themselves in the field of engineering, pursuing immortality. You must apologize immediately. Ye Hao frowned, quickly correcting his words. Misunderstanding. I didn't mean to look down on engineering. Quite the opposite. I'm very aware of its importance. I also respect scholars like you very much. It's just from my personal perspective. Compared to researching in the rear, I prefer being at the front line, fighting enemies. Therefore, I can only decline the Grandmaster's good intentions. Jia Yu could only sigh. Giving up, all right. Although it's a bit of a pity, everyone has their own aspirations. I respect your decision. Besides, you don't need to worry about your team's merit points being deducted. I'll handle things with Peng Hua's side. Ye Hao smiled and replied. Thank you, Master. He extended his hand, suggesting. But helping with this isn't free. How about you owe me a favor? With your aptitude, your future prospects are immeasurable. Who knows? Maybe one day I'll need your help. Ye Hao was a bit surprised, thinking, I thought this old man was the cold and arrogant type, but I didn't expect him to be so surprisingly straightforward upon contact. He reached out and firmly grasped the other's hand, agreeing immediately. You overestimate me. Just tell me what you need, and as long as I can do it, I'll definitely do my best, Jia cheerfully said. It's a deal then. Suddenly, the entire base turned crimson, and alarms blared, causing those inside to exclaim in panic. Why did the alarm suddenly go off? He reassured. Calm down, what's happening? An image of Wang Chuan appeared on the screen, along with a message. Jia, I have a breakthrough situation I need to report to you. Jia clasped his hands behind his back and questioned. Team leader Jia Wang Chuan, aren't you supposed to be investigating the Lost Temple? The Zerg's lair in the center of the instance? What's going on? He said urgently. The situation is quite complex. Take a look first. Then the system connected to the camera's view. A series of bugs lined up in rows appeared, advancing towards the barren land. They emitted chilling, chirping sounds. He was startled and questioned suspiciously. This is a Zerg tide? Wang Chuan explained. As you can see, the Zerg army has gone all out, and it's much earlier than our estimated time, with several times the expected numbers. It seems they want to wipe us out in one fell swoop, Jia immediately instructed. Then you must quickly return to reinforce before the Zerg tide attacks the base. At that moment, his team was standing on a cliff. Wang Chuan flatly refused. No, we won't return, he shouted. What? He turned his gaze towards a distant hive, outlining the plan. The Zerg have gone all out, so their defenses at their nest must be very weak right now. It's an excellent opportunity to attack, so we won't return. The base's defenses can only rely on you to withstand. Just hold out until we take down the Zerg nest. Jia sternly retorted. This operation is too risky. The base's repair work has just begun. Without your assault team, the base simply. How long until the Zerg army reaches my base? A student replied. 4 hours. The two students were panicking. 4 hours. With our current progress and manpower, we won't be able to set up defensive structures in time. We've been deceived. The mission briefing didn't mention such a dangerous situation. Hey, calm down a bit. One of them ran towards the door, yelling, I'm not doing this anymore, I want to go home. He bumped into Peng Hua, who cursed, You little... Before he could finish, he was shot right between the eyebrows, making Peng Hua turn pale with fear. The weapon is now flying around Jiaya's body, he loudly lectured. My engineering department doesn't need reckless men. Anyone who dares to run away, this is the result. The remaining subordinates could only obey. Yes, master. He glanced at him and questioned, Rank Peng, what brings you to my engineering department? Peng Hua couldn't hold back any longer, pointing directly at Zhaya and yelling, You're asking me? I want to ask you what you're still standing there for. Everyone in the base saw Jia Wangchuan's information just now. The Zerg army will be here in 4 hours, and your engineering department is still dawdling here. Hurry up and speed up the construction of defensive structures. I don't want to die here. Move, move, move. He indifferently mocked, I don't need you to command my work. I advise you to quickly hide underground and protect yourself. After speaking, Jia waved his hand and ordered, all personnel in the engineering department, listen up. Immediately begin operations. Deadline is 3 hours. You must complete all defensive structures. They immediately rushed off. Teng Qinghu responded, yes. The space began to be sealed off by circular orbs in the sky, pouring down green energy. He pondered. Even if we go all out now and complete all defensive structures in 3 hours, we can only withstand a certain number of Zerg. But the number of Zerg this time has already exceeded that. Jia Asiyai lowered his head, pondering, can we defend it? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Master, looking at your expression, it seems like the odds are not in our favor this time. But sorry, I want to add fuel to the fire. Ye Hao revealed from behind. I abandoned the mission earlier, but in reality, I was scouting Huang Zhang's base and obtained important information. Huang Zhang will attack us, while we're being attacked by the Zerg tide. In other words, we're facing enemies on both sides this time. He widened his eyes and shouted, what? Jia Ai questioned, leaning on his cane. Huang Zhang wants to attack us? Based on past experience, this is indeed their style of work. Ye Hao crossed his arms and analyzed. But the scale of the Zerg tide this time is much larger than before. They can't possibly benefit alone, right? Not fighting against the Zerg tide will eventually lead to becoming fish in a barrel. He thought about the map. The Zerg tide had to pass through Hanmo before reaching Huangzhang, and continued, that's not necessarily true, because the place they initially chose to build their base was in the canyon behind us. Although the mineral veins are poor, it's very safe. Our base, on the other hand, chose a place with rich mineral veins, closer to the Zerg's nest, and the place where the Zerg tide attacks. We'll block most of the Zerg tide for them, so they might not attack. He rubbed his chin and offered a suggestion. The current situation is really hopeless, so what about our retreat route? Can we withdraw from the instance first and then come back after gathering more strength? Jia Ai stood in front of the purple portal and rejected. That's impossible, because activating a large instance's portal requires a large amount of energy. Opening the portal earlier used up all the stored energy. The portal is currently recharging, and it's estimated that it will take at least 10 hours to complete, so everyone must prepare to defend to the death here. Pang Hua shouted hysterically. Prepare what? I don't want to die here with you. Even if you all die, I can't die. What kind of job are you doing, engineering department? The company is really wasting food and resources on you. He pointed and accused. Don't even think about hiding in the back later. You must stand on the front lines for me. Defending the base is the responsibility of your engineering department. If you can't even do this little thing, you might as well go die now. He didn't hesitate to give Peng Hua a hard slap. Along with a scolding, calm down, he collapsed to the ground, covering his face and crying. Jia Adi coldly turned around and ordered, Rank Pang is tired. Take him to the underground shelter to rest. The surrounding soldiers obeyed. Yes? He went to the control panel and announced, I'm very clear about the difficult task we're facing. I can't promise anything to you. I can only say, I am the commander-in-chief of the base. I will absolutely not abandon my post. I will defend with you until the last moment, doing my best to protect the base. Those behind him couldn't help but worry, speaking one after another. Can we really defend it? Since there's no escape, why not fight? But how should we fight? The defenses built in this short amount of time can't even stop a normal Zerg tide from before, let alone one that's several times larger than before. Jia Aa judged. According to common sense, that's indeed the case. But now, an unusual variable has appeared. If this variable really exists, then perhaps the situation can still be turned around. The soldiers stepped back a few steps, exclaiming in surprise, A variable? What is it, master? He frowned, glanced to the side, and pointed. That variable is you. Yet Hao pointed at his own face and asked, May, Jia Ai said nonchalantly. For example, if you were a Grandmaster of Engineering, then the chances of winning would be higher. The guys behind him all darkened their faces, complaining dejectedly. Him? Are you mistaken, teacher? How could he be a Grandmaster of Engineering? We're done for. Expecting this kid to do anything is worse than expecting the demonic beasts to bash their heads against the wall and die on their own. Ye Hao put his hands in his pockets, admitting, I can't deny you have a good eye for talent. All right, I won't pretend anymore. Revealing my hand, I have indeed reached the realm of a Grandmaster of Engineering, so what do you need me to do? The others retorted. What? You actually dare to say you're a Grandmaster of Engineering? How can there be such a young Grandmaster of Engineering in this world? Don't lie to us. Jia Ai didn't mind, and directly stated his request. I need you to go to the front lines in front of the base to build a defensive barrier, directly facing the Zerg tide's assault. try to deplete the Zerg Tide's numbers, buying more time for the main base to build its defenses. Ye Hao teasingly responded with an, "Oh, so you're telling me to go die, but this logic is understandable. If I were you, I would arrange it the same way. But the difficulty of this matter is beyond what that favor you owe me can cover." Ye Hao pressed his advantage and immediately demanded, "I can agree to your unreasonable request, but what benefits can I get in return?" The soldiers behind him anxiously scolded, "What kind of time is this? And you still want benefits? Are you even human? A person like you doesn't deserve to be a grandmaster. I'm afraid you'll get the reward but not live to spend it." Ye Hao calmly argued back, "I hate hypocrites the most. I can do something that is basically suicide, but I must get some benefits. Aren't you all here for the sake of profit? Don't tell me you're here to deliver food to the Zerg." Jai hesitantly interrupted. He smiled meaningfully and said, "Rest assured, if we can survive, I will definitely give you a satisfactory reward. I swear on the honor of a Grandmaster of Engineering of the Hanmal Corporation that I will not go back on my word." Receiving a satisfactory answer, Ye Hao walked out, his wings unfolding as he reminded, "I trust you. There's no time to delay. I'll go to the front lines first. Please finalize and send me the location you've chosen for the forward outpost and the construction blueprints related to the defense." Jia agreed immediately. "All right, the resources of the entire base will be devoted to you, helping you fully build the defense station. Our fate is in your hands." Afterwards, Ye Hao flew away while thinking, "Honestly, I don't care about your fate, because I'm not that kind of righteous hero. I'm doing this only for the people I care about, that's all." Meanwhile, Ye Yunfei's voice came, "Bro, have you seen the video just now? The Zerg Tide has..." He cut her off. "Yunfei and everyone else, I have something to tell you all." Then Luo Feng jumped up in shock and shouted, "What, boss? You want to go to the front lines alone? Isn't that suicide?" Dian couldn't help but chime in with surprise. Facing the entire Zerg Tide alone, even if it's Ye Hao, Bu Chiki insisted on following. "Ye Hao, where are you? I want to go with you." Yunfei immediately reached out to stop her. "No, we'd better stay here." She teared up, trying to persuade everyone. "Brothers, don't you understand the consequences of doing that? He's risking everything like this for our sake. If we still try to hold him back, what's the point?" After hearing that, everyone lowered their heads in silence. Ye Hao's voice rang out. "Yunfei still understands me best. Worthy of being my sister. But can you not use that tone like, I'm about to die, relax, I know what I'm doing?" She clenched her hands and said, "We believe in you. You can definitely do it," he confidently replied. "Of course, our king's team is a team with boundless potential. How could we have such an inauspicious start? Just leave it to your captain." Finishing his words, Ye Hao landed on an open space and called out, "Nana, I need your help. Come to this location and assemble with me." Right now, Nana was still digging for blue crystals. "I want more." Upon hearing the order, the little girl was startled and exclaimed, "Understood. Master, Nana is leaving immediately." Standing in the desolate and remote place, he looked around and sighed. Jia's choice isn't bad. This place is indeed very suitable for building a forward outpost. Relying on the mountain slopes on both sides to form a natural barrier, I only need to block the main entrance in the middle. Nana quickly arrived, agreeing. "That's right." Ye Hao rubbed his chin, judging. "But these are just advantages in theory. In the face of absolute numerical suppression, any strategy is useless, and any fear stems from insufficient firepower." So he crossed his arms and delegated the task. "Nana, go bury all these landmines on the path the Zerg Tide is bound to pass through in front of us. Leave no stone unturned. I want to give the Zerg a surprise." The little girl raised her hand in a salute, shouting loudly, "Yes, master." The system immediately announced, "Nana has received 58 Spider Landmines Enhanced Edition from you. The Spider Landmines Enhanced Edition level 70 also retains its original attributes, weakening its search function, increasing the explosive power. Stepping on them is like stepping into hell." Ye Hao rotated his finger and ordered, "Duyi, bring out the weapons with the strongest firepower and the Grandmaster level blueprints with the highest defensive props." Duyi manifested, her tone full of momentum. "Yes, master," he muttered to himself. "Although I'm not sure how large the scale of this Zerg Tide is, I will do my best. Absolutely not letting a single one pass. Let's go, defense turrets. Starting now." There are still 3 hours before the Zerg Tide invades. Ye Hao spread his wings and flew into the air, looking at the defense station below and judging. The first step of the forward defense station is to build a resource transfer device, transferring resources from the base behind to the front lines. This place is the most important area of the entire forward station. Once the transfer station is destroyed, the various weapons of the forward station will be unable to operate due to the loss of energy supply. Then a wall rose from the ground, and he said to himself, "The second step is to build a defensive wall, but a simple city wall cannot stop the ferocious attack of the Zerg Tide. I have to add something to it." As soon as it was completed, Dookie announced, The defensive wall and shield have been integrated and modified. The brand new shielded defensive wall has been obtained. By now that wall was a shielded defensive wall level 80. Ye Hao pressed a button on the system panel with a serious face, muttering, "Next is the most important defensive weapon. Let me see. These are basically self-limiting weapons. Quantity is key," he shouted loudly. "Let's go!" Immediately, a high-level Gatling turret level 80 and a long-range heavy artillery level 80. Level 80 arcane flare assault cannons boomed into existence, accompanied by a warning. Warning. Resource consumption is too high, exceeding 50%, replenishing immediately. The soldiers in the base camp panicked amidst the alarms. How can it consume so many resources at once? Is that kid just defending mindlessly? If this continues, all the resources will be depleted by him. Even the construction of our main base's defenses will be affected. Should we restrict him? Jia coldly ordered. No restrictions. Speed up the resource concentration at the rear and fully support Ye Hao's consumption. He pursed his lips, contemplating deeply. The resources are being consumed too fast, not because of the number of Ye Hao's machines, but because he has modified the attributes and levels of the weapons, leading to excessive resource consumption. This kind of modification ability, even a master engineer of my level can't achieve. Massive constructs were completed accordingly. A shout echoed. Completed. Ye Hao looked up, calculating. Building it like this should be enough. Can't completely consume all the resources. Still have to leave resources for the main base, Nana couldn't help but exclaim. As expected of my master, this defense is truly as solid as diamond. Meanwhile, there are 30 minutes before the Zerg tide invades. He summoned. Only 30 minutes left. Next, we should strengthen our own defenses. Let's get out of here, Crimson Comet. Upon Ye Hao's call, Crimson Comet immediately appeared, growling a few times. Even she was a little wary of it. When did this guy start raising battle pets? Won't it be even more difficult for me to kill him now? He patted its head, commanding, "Dewey C. Immediately check the storage for a modification blueprint suitable for Crimson Comet." Dewey C appeared, rattling off, "Understood, Master. You are now in Mad Scientist Mo C account state. Crimson Comet is more suitable to be modified into a mech. A compatible combat skeleton modification blueprint has been found. Thanks for the support from Mo Ki Ye Hao looked at the system panel, then took a gamble. The attributes and resistance are great. This was originally for humans, still need to modify it. It smiled flatteringly. This is just a small matter for Master. In an instant, Crimson Comet grew massive. With sharp claws, he shouted, "This is a new gift I'm giving you. Armor up, Crimson Comet." It was instantly equipped with iron armor, a tyrant raptor, looking both cool and radiating fighting spirit. Crimson Comet stomped hard on the ground to show off. Ye Hao praised, not bad, very domineering." Ye Hao tapped it on the head a few times, saying, "Quite sturdy. I feel even more reassured with you here." Nana stood aside, feigning a cheerful expression, exclaiming, "So domineering." But in her heart she thought, TCH, creatures of this level are everywhere on my home planet, nothing rare about it. I'm not jealous of it having new equipment, not even a little. Suddenly, he turned around and said, "Nana, come here. I also need to upgrade your equipment. After all, we'll be facing strong enemies later." She exclaimed in surprise. "What, I get some too." Her face flushed red, muttering, "Thank you, Master. Although I'm a bit moved, my will remains firm. Even if you upgrade my equipment, I won't give up my determination to kill you. Besides, low-level creatures like humans can't understand the power and beauty of machines." Nana imagined herself in armor with cool wings, elevating herself to Cloud 9. "I am a magnificent machine, embodying beauty and dominance. I have an endless life and perfect body. Basic life is nothing but ants in front of me. How could you see the wonders and mysteries of machines?" Suddenly, a heat spread through her body, bringing her back to reality, wondering, "Why is my body so hot? Is something entering my body?" Ye Hao reassured, "Don't be afraid, I'm modifying your body. Just hold on a little." Soon after, Nana was equipped with armor with mechanical wings on her back and a battle angel form. She was surprised and dazed. "This form is armor, mechanical wings. The weapons are so light, so comfortable. I really want to unleash this endless firepower immediately," he asked approvingly. "How is it? Does Nana like this look?" Nana shyly whispered. I like it. Thank you, Master." Ye Hao patted her head, instructing, "Good. If you like it, you have to work hard later. Nana is also an important force." She bowed her head in reply, suddenly feeling something strange. "What's wrong? I feel like my body is too hot. Is it overloaded?" Then he turned around, looking ahead, muttering, "Next is my turn." I remember when I was in school, they taught that the attributes of the Zerg are very mixed, almost impossible to create a counter-attribute, but they also have a common characteristic. Ye Hao gazed into the distance, pondering, "The Zerg's exoskeleton is inherently resistant to cold weapons. Only piercing hot weapons can cause effective damage to the race. Based on the combat resources Nana handed over, before engaging the Thousand Centipede, the photon beams in the Valkyrie form caused too much damage to the demon beasts. I believe it's the same principle. He glanced at the system panel, calling out, "So, we have to put that blueprint on the field. The blueprint that Miss Moki sent me at the beginning, the one I liked at first glance." Dumisi excitedly said, "Master, are you finally going to use that?" So exciting, the blueprint was quickly displayed. Ye Hao looked at the red dots on it, replying, "I just don't know how many resources it will take to create. Forget it, can't worry about that much now. Dumisi, begin." It obeyed. "Yes, master." In the base camp, the alarm continued to sound. "Warning. A large amount of resources has been consumed in an instant. The main base's resources are extremely insufficient. Resources are extremely insufficient," one person exclaimed in surprise. What the hell is that kid doing again?" They looked at the screen, pointing and calling to each other. "Look at that. What is that?" Each questioned with a gaping mouth. That's right." At that moment, a giant robot with 2 machine guns on each side, a blood-colored phantom emerged. The crowd had to exclaim, "What a cool machine!" Dukisi looked at the robot, excitedly shouting, "So cool! This is a man's romance." Ye Hao added, "That's right, let's go try it out. I don't even know how to operate this robot." It prattled on from behind. "There's absolutely no need to worry about that, master. Leave the specific operation to me. Because I and you, master, have a mental link. You only need to provide reactions and judgments on the conscious level." The system sound rang out at the same time. Confirming identity. Initiating link. He sat inside, praising, "This is actually quite convenient." "Thank you," Duisi replied smugly. "Of course. With master's abilities and consciousness, even manual operation would be at a top-tier mechanical level. I'm just making sure master doesn't have to work so hard." Just then, Nana appeared on the screen inside, announcing, "Master, high-energy reactions have been detected ahead. A Zerg army is approaching," Ye Hao ordered. "They're finally here." "All right, Nana, transfer the live feed to me," the little girl shouted. "Got it." The Zerg immediately appeared, their sharp legs gnarling. The system announced, "Due to the overwhelming number of Zerg, the system is calculating. 2 minutes remaining," he frowned, wondering. Jia Wangchuan said earlier that the number of Zerg far exceeded previous times. I didn't have any concept of it, but now it seems the number is beyond my imagination. Can I hold the line? Ye Hao brushed the thought aside. Now is not the time to hesitate. They're almost here. He activated the robot instantly. Scene changed to the base's monitoring room, where someone shouted in panic, "Is that an earthquake?" Jia Yi immediately refuted. "No, the Zerg are approaching. The vibration is from their marching across the ground, transmitted to the base." Another person spoke up. "This is too exaggerated. How many Zerg are there to cause this kind of tremor?" Ran Xiang stepped forward, peeking outside, and said, "Damn it, those bastards. Even if we're made of iron, we'll fight to the death," Chang Feng said from behind. "Now that the army has been mobilized, we must defend this place to the death. No one dares to desert, or I won't spare them." They resolutely shouted in unison. "Yes," Yunfei asked worriedly. "Is Big Brother already fighting the Zerg tide?" Luo Feng boosted their morale. "We can only trust in the boss now. He's always been a man who creates miracles. This time will be no different," Qinchi reassured. "I also believe in Ye Hao. He'll definitely come back safe and sound." Then the soldiers began to move, deploying the plan. Ye Hao, now inside the robot, stood before the defensive wall, calculating. "It's impossible to eliminate all the Zerg in one go right now, but I must at least take advantage of the ability to reduce their numbers, buying time for the main base to build more defensive structures, reducing the pressure on the defense." The system's voice echoed in his ears. 30 seconds before the Zerg tide breaches. In the distance, a cloud of dust was approaching. They came in droves like an invading army, causing the system to ask again. "Master, the Zerg have entered the firing range. Do we need to attack?" he calmly said. "Don't panic. Let the defensive firepower attack first. We'll strike after wiping out a wave of Zerg. However, the first shot of this campaign must be fired by me." As soon as he finished speaking, the machine guns on the robot sprayed bullets like rain towards the front. The bullets flew towards the Zerg, causing a series of explosions. Seeing this scene through the monitor, everyone was amazed. This machine's firepower is so strong, the Zerg are blown to smithereens as soon as they approach. The Zerg hit by this attack had their bodies torn into small pieces, but it seemed they were still overwhelming in number, causing Ye Hao to worry. More and more Zerg were circling towards the city wall. Everyone wore a look of horror, except Jia Yi, who frowned and observed, "This number isn't right. It's much larger than imagined." Finally, the level 80 high-grade rapid-fire gun turrets began firing several rounds. The Zerg tide refused to retreat, growling and threatening their opponents. Ye Hao shouted. "They're getting riddled with holes." Even the people inside the base witnessing the scene through the monitor were in awe. Amazing. The firepower of these machine gun turrets is much higher than the standard. How did this kid do it? Level 60 corrosive fang spiders quickly appeared, causing everyone to panic. Not good. Corrosive spiders are here. The corrosiveness of the acidic fluid sprayed by this type of zerg is extremely strong, and their range is very far. Even city walls made of steel will be dissolved. As soon as they finished speaking, they lined up in a straight row, firing green liquid. The side of the city wall quickly used defensive energy shields to block the liquid. They cheered each other on. The acidic fluid is blocked outside the city wall. That's an energy shield. Our city wall doesn't have this kind of function, and as long as resources are continuously poured in, the shield value will constantly recover. It's too OP. But even if they could defend, the corrosive fang spiders were outside the attack range of the machine gun turrets, unable to cause effective damage. While the others were still worrying, long-range heavy artillery was launched. It pointed the cannon towards them, firing boundless energy. In an instant, a raging fire erupted where the corrosive fang spiders were, causing them to scream in horror. This heavy artillery's attack speed isn't high, but its attack range and power are extremely strong. Then it was switched to magic crystal impact flares. Loud rumbles sounded. Everything in front of the city wall exploded, causing the others to cheer excitedly. Great job! These weapons are too powerful. This is basically unilateral suppression. If we keep attacking like this, we can win. Jie was lost in thought. Something isn't right. It can't be that simple. The system still hasn't given a specific number, which indicates, at the same time, the base turned red. Warning, 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 warning. The system has detected the specific number of the Zerg tide. They stared blankly and shouted, "What's going on?" The system's voice echoed throughout the space. Compared to the average standard number of previous Zerg tides, the number of invading Zerg this time is... Every soldier pointed to the top, yelling, "Quick, look at the number on the information display." The remaining number of the Zerg tide is 1000%. The crowd trembled, collapsing to the ground, holding their heads in fear. That means the number of invading Zerg this time is 10 times greater than before. How can there be so many? Don't mention Yehao. Even if we poured all the firepower of the main base, we wouldn't be able to hold it. It's over. It's completely over. We're all gonna die here. Jie analyzed the situation. The worst-case scenario I predicted before was only 5 times. Now it's directly raised to 10 times. We've lost this time. Even if Yehao is fighting on the front lines, it's useless. At that moment, even inside the robot, he had to put on a serious face and ponder. 10 times. I knew it wasn't going to be that simple, but this number is just unbelievable. He watched them rush forward like moths to a flame, wondering, have we humans been invading their territory too many times, driving them crazy? But that doesn't matter. What matters is that my partners are in the rear, and I absolutely can't let you get there. Yehao had no choice but to take a gamble. Even if I don't know if I can do it, I'll fight to the very end. All right, Scarlet Comet, it's our turn to take the stage. Without my command, absolutely no retreat. The girl immediately shouted back, "Understood, Master." Scarlet Comet also growled a few times. The three of them charged onto the battlefield together at his command. Let's go! Bullets flew out in droves, their speed increasing by 30%. Yehao swung all the guns around the robot, flailing wildly to eliminate the surrounding tide insects. He challenged fiercely, "Come on, open fire!" In an instant, the system announced, remaining tide insect quantity, 950%. Scarlet Comet on the other side also rushed in, tearing and biting at them relentlessly. Remaining tide insects, 880%. The poison stingers flying high above mocked, "These humans are quite capable, but you're all ground troops, with absolutely no aerial defense. Go die." Nana flew in from somewhere, ferociously tearing them apart, casually taunting. Who gave you the courage to say we don't have aerial control? She thought to herself. That kid, Master, is pretty forward-thinking, actually knowing to create such a cool flight gear for me, but I won't abandon my desire to kill just because of this. But this gear is pretty good, letting me enjoy the killing. Your death date is postponed, so let me kill all these disgusting tide insects first. Wherever she flew, she swept away the insect race with dazzling golden explosions. Remaining tide insect quantity, 700%. Meanwhile, the robot sounded an alarm. Warning, ammunition levels below 30%. Ammunition levels below 30%, Ducey explained urgently. Master, we're running out of ammunition. It's better to concentrate all the ammunition for this robot's ultimate skill, Yehao commanded. That ultimate skill? Alright, it's better to go big than to go small. Leave it to you, Ducey, it shouted loudly. Understood, Master, and controlled the machine guns to fire a barrage of ammunition. He quickly issued an order. Nana, Scarlet Comet, immediately withdraw from the area within a 1-kilometer radius in front of me. I'm going to make a big move, Nana responded loudly, and clearly. Scarlet Comet also growled in response to its master's words. In an instant, the robot's eyes all locked onto the tide insects. Seeing this scene, they not only didn't fear, but confidently declared, "What the hell do these humans want to do? Give up." In the face of absolute numbers, any resistance is futile. Suddenly, their eyes twitched, and they exclaimed in shock, "What's that?" An earth-shattering explosion erupted instantly. Here's a big mushroom for you. Remaining tied insect quantity, 500%. Ye Hao couldn't help but marvel. The power of this ultimate move is not bad, it's just that the name of the skill is too unserious. The system warned again. Warning, ammunition at 0%. Ammunition at 0%. He immediately tossed out the giant hammer, heading towards the tied insects in front, saying, "It's okay, if ranged weapons can't be used, switch to melee weapons." Seeing this, they screamed in terror, "Don't come over here!" But Ye Hao didn't listen. He slammed the hammer down with all his might, crushing them flat. Those nearby were sent flying in all directions. Nana, Scarlet Comet, and he stood close together. Ye Hao declared, "No matter what, we must hold this ground," the girl affirmed resolutely. Roger. Ranxiang looked at the system panel and cried out in heartache, "Boss, you're choosing to defend to the death for us." Chang Feng interjected with a surprised expression. "Not good. The surveillance camera signal is lost." Could it be that the tied insects destroyed the resource transmission equipment of the forward post? Luo Feng roared in frustration. "Damn it, if I were stronger I could help. Why am I so weak?" Yunfei glared and called out, "Brother, Dian." Dian also spoke up. "Sorry, Ye Hao." Chi cheered, "Go, Ye Hao, you can definitely do it." The soldiers began to pick up their weapons, shouting together, "Let's go help, we can't let him bear this alone." "Right, we're a high-level combat team, no way we let a first-level rookie take the fall for us. Instead of sitting around waiting to die, we might as well take the initiative," the system's voice sounded. The base is currently on lockdown, prohibiting anyone from going outside without permission. All team members in their designated areas, please await orders, they wondered. Why GCH appear? Screen to reassure, calmly. "I'm glad that everyone hasn't lost their inherent courage in the face of panic, but you also need to understand the situation. If even Ye Hao can't hold, you going there is just courting death. So now, please quickly return to your designated defensive positions. Prepare to meet the enemy, and don't let Ye Hao's efforts be in vain." He looked at the no-signal message before him, his heart aching. "Ye Hao, you've given us too many surprises. If it weren't for the unexpectedly large number of tied insects, you might have been able to solve the problem alone, but now I can't help you. I'm sorry." Outside, Nana was fighting the tied insects in the air. Although her HP was low, she still roared, "These damn bugs are too many! Buzzing in my ears is so annoying." The Scarlet Comet on this side was spewing fire, but the tide of bugs just kept climbing all over it, cursing as they died. Inside the robot, Ye Hao received a notification. Remaining bug tide at 300%. Illusionary bloodshade damage at 98%. His face darkened, and he panted anxiously, thinking, "Have I finally reached my limit?" Even though the destructive power of the ultimate skill is astonishing, it's still close combat after all, plus the number of bugs just never ends. What's worse, they're trampling over each other, destroying everything. As they rush forward, Ye Hao was shocked. The resource teleportation station has been destroyed. Most of the defensive weapons are unusable. If the bug race breaks through this last defensive line, they'll charge straight into the base. He gritted his teeth, thinking of the figure of the Sovereign. The only way now is to activate the Dark Shadow Sovereign account. But how much time will it take to spend my remaining assets? My heart is bleeding, but I don't care anymore. System. Switch to Dark Shadow. Suddenly, snowflakes began to fall around Ye Hao. He widened his eyes in surprise. "Is this snowflakes? Why is there snow on the battlefield?" A giant sword flew swiftly towards the tide of bugs, the glacial frostblade. It plunged down at them with terrifying power. "Shui Lu has appeared," he muttered to himself. "She's Huang Zheng's female bug." Ye Hao stared at the sword, puzzled. "She's one of Huang Zheng's top combatants. Isn't Huang Zheng planning to screw us over? Why is she helping now? What's her purpose?" Zhu Lu scolded sternly. "You dare to face such a large-scale bug tide alone? It's brave, but incredibly stupid." She jumped off the hilt of the sword, shouting, "But this level of strength is far from enough." The bug tide below was not afraid, still boldly taunting. "Another soft-skinned, tender human. Looks delicious. Come on, come into my mouth." Shu Lu landed on the ground, unleashing her ultimate move, Icy Shard Assault. They were immediately surrounded by a glacier. A scream echoed in the air. "She's too strong." She threw a weapon up, sneering, "Want to eat me? Go ahead. If you bugs are strong enough, I don't mind being eaten by you." Instantly, a snowflake glowed in the air, Ye Hao muttered. "A magic crystal, that's Zhui Lu, transforming into a different form with platinum blonde hair braided in a small section, flying downwards. This is the magic crystal summon, the glacial frost goddess." She knelt on the ground, extending her palm, blowing out thousands of sharp ice shards. The bug tide paused, howling. What is she going to do? The next second, Zhu Lu spewed out freezing air, instantly freezing them in place. Freezing aura, the ultimate magic of the glacial frost goddess, causes ice attribute damage in a 500 meters radius. It has a 1-minute freezing effect. Freezing them from moving, prolonging will cause losing life. Remaining bug tide at 25%. The bug tide scattered and ran away. Run, run, Ye Hao inside the robot stared blankly at the ice block in front, blurting out, "Is this an indiscriminate attack? She's going to engulf me too. I'm done for. The robot can't move." The Scarlet Comet appeared right then. He sat on the back of the Scarlet Comet, worried. This is too dangerous. This girl is terrifying. She just went all out without a word. Moreover, it landed on the city wall, looking at the robot and the bug race that had been frozen, and the system's voice rang out. Remaining bug tide at 200%. Then he was extremely surprised. One move and she killed a bug tide of normal proportions. Is this the terror of level 140? But she destroyed my illusionary bloodshade. I'll hold this grudge against her. Shu Lu was now standing in the magic circle, her whole body glowing. The bug tide seized the opportunity to shout. Her ultimate move is used up. Charge. Even though she's strong, one person can't kill our entire bug swarm. Tear her apart. Shu Lu retorted. Who said I only have one ultimate move? Shu Lu instantly summoned several arrows around her, Glacial Frost Death Waltz. It swept a few times, reducing the remaining bug tide to 150%. In the sky, Nana was fighting with the bug tide, constantly yelling, "Keep coming, you damn bugs, come!" Suddenly, an attack closed in near her. Nana froze as she saw that energy was about to tear through her. Ye Hao quickly caught her, using his shield to block that blow, reminding her, "Nana, be careful. Even if you focus on killing enemies, you can't ignore the situation around you." Nana, in Ye Hao's arms, called out in panic. M-Master, Zhu Lu floated high above, surrounded by icy snowy energy, exclaiming in a questioning tone, "Actively blocking my attack and still not dead. Very interesting. The aura on your body, could it be that the rat that was peeking outside the base before was you?" Ye Hao admitted frankly. "So I was discovered by you, as expected of a level 140 expert, even though I was almost hit by your indiscriminate attack just now. But, objectively speaking, your appearance really got me out of a bind. I have to thank you." The little girl was still lost in her thoughts. Just now he disregarded his own life to save me. Shui Lu jumped over the sharp ice wall, replying, "If you saw that my level is 140, this shows that your level is probably about the same. But thanking someone who is an enemy of the camp, you are either confident or stupid." Ye Hao stood up straight, replying directly, "I have a clear distinction between love and hate. Thanks for thanks. But you also have to remember to settle the debt for destroying my demonic robot." Nana timidly hid behind Ye Hao's hand, thinking to herself, "This woman is very dangerous." Shui Lu teased, "Is that so? How interesting. I've never met anyone who dared to talk to me like that before." She crossed her arms, saying meaningfully, "I'm very curious how you're going to collect the debt from me. But before that, you have one more thing to do." Shui Lu pointed forward, saying, "And that is to survive." He turned his head and asked, "What is it?" Following that, a level 11 abyssal maniac was charging forward. The system announced that the remaining number of dimensional insects was 100%. Ye Hao realized that it was the boss of the insectoids. He stepped back, pondering. When the dimensional insects quickly decrease to 100%, a boss will appear. Could this be her goal? Ye Hao glanced back, exposing her. What a convenient two birds, one stone plan. First, you interfere with the consumption of dimensional insects to prevent a lip and teeth relationship from affecting the Imperial City's base. Second, you let the boss destroy Hanmo's base in your stead. You don't lose a single soldier, and if Hanmo fails to stop it, you can take over, exchanging the smallest price for the greatest benefit. He continued sternly, "Actually, there's no need to go through so much trouble. With your abilities, soloing Hanmo's entire base isn't impossible." Zhui Lu's lower body gradually faded away, explaining, "I'm not interested in mediocre people, and the boring power struggles between corporations make me even more disgusted. I'm only doing this so I have something to tell the higher-ups in the corporation." Her figure gradually disappeared, but she still left behind a final sentence. "You're smarter than I imagined, but the gap in strength can't be made up with just a little cleverness. If you can survive, I'm looking forward to the day you come to collect your debt." Ye Hao frowned in doubt. This way of disappearing is similar to how Zhu he retreated before. But speaking of which, haven't I met 3 Zhu-named girls in such a short time? One by one, they appeared in his mind. Shu He, Shu Li, Shu Lu. Could there be some relationship between them? Forget it, now's not the time to think about this. I have to quickly figure out how to deal with the boss, or else all the previous efforts will be in vain. Meanwhile, the abyssal maniac was rushing towards Ye Hao, and he darkened his face, trying to come up with a plan. The number of insects has decreased to a normal amount. Just let them pass through. The main base should be able to defend against them. I need to focus my limited energy on dealing with the boss. Ye Hao glanced at the rubble behind him, calculating. But the resource transfer station has been destroyed. The main base's communication was also cut off earlier. I bet the base doesn't know about Shui Lu's appearance. I have to inform the main base of the battle situation so everyone can prepare to receive the enemy. He reached out to restore Nana, simultaneously ordering, Nagi, you immediately use your fastest speed to return to the base and inform GIAI of the battle situation on our side to assist with the defense. The little girl looked at the golden energy surrounding her, surprised. So I've been restored. That guy gave me all of his remaining resources. Ye Hao urged with a sharp gaze. Don't just stand there. Go quickly. Nana was a little stunned, muttering a few words. Okay. The little girl immediately shot into the sky, judging, he's planning to solo the boss. Don't you dare die. If you die, you can only be killed by me. Then he sat on Scarlet Wisdom Star, spiritual energy radiating everywhere, shouting heroically, Come on, Scarlet Wisdom Star! Ye Hao looked ahead, his tone determined. We must hold this place. We can't let the boss break through. Switching to the base's surveillance room, static crackled on the screen. Someone exclaimed in alarm. The signal from the front has been lost. Has the resource transfer station been destroyed? As the information appeared, the remaining number of dimensional insects was 350%. They cried out in fear. It's over. There are so many dimensional insects. The soldiers listlessly discussed. That kid already did great reducing the number of insectoids from 1000% to 350%. But even that's beyond our defensive capabilities. We're doomed. Jian Ke calmly considered. It's been a while since we lost contact with the front lines, but why hasn't Ye Hao returned yet? I told him before to retreat as soon as he couldn't hold on anymore. Is he more concerned about an old man's life than his own? Seeing a rising star with unlimited potential die like this is regrettable, but it's not the end yet. We can't draw any conclusions yet. The system began to malfunction. He ordered, Everyone, buck up. Now's not the time to give up. Anyone who's still negative and pessimistic, I'll have them killed right now. The soldiers fearfully responded, Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Dian anxiously asked. How's Yunfei? Have you contacted Ye Hao yet? The younger sister held a laptop in her hand, sadly answering, No. Even using the base's dedicated communication device, we still can't reach him, Chi-Chi shouted anxiously beside her. Why is that? Ye Hao's risking his life on the front lines, and we don't even know his situation. Damn it, Yunfei quickly reassured. Everyone, don't worry, he'll definitely be fine. He's never let us down before, right? Luo Feng gritted his teeth, adding, That's right. We have to believe in the leader. Maybe the leader's dealing with the defeated remnants of the insectoids, picking up so much loot that his hands are cramping. But he had another thought. Yunfei is clearly more worried about the leader's safety than anyone else, but she has to pretend to be calm and comfort everyone. I can't let her carry it alone. He clenched his fist, looking at the battle display, his heart filled with determination. Although the thing I want to do most is to stand shoulder to shoulder with the leader and kill enemies on the front lines. As the only man in the team right now, I will definitely protect them, even if it costs me my life. Don't worry, leader. Outside, Nana was flying, the system announcing, Based on the previous speed, it will take another 5 minutes to reach the main base. The little girl snorted coldly, muttering, Don't embarrass yourself with this level of calculation in front of me. It's accurately 5 minutes and 8 seconds until we reach the place. Nana glanced at the insectoids behind her, hesitating. Although I can definitely get back to the base before the insectoids, with such a good opportunity, why don't I kill a few monsters first and earn some experience points? I don't know why, but killing so many insectoids before didn't result in any experience points. The little girl put on a wicked face, gently uttering a word. Hi. Evil intentions arose, and she was already within the range of the base's amplification effect. I can just send a message to the base later. This doesn't count as disobeying that guy's orders. Thinking it, doing it, Nana turned around, unleashing a barrage of firepower, laughing wildly and praising herself. That way, I can kill monsters with peace of mind. I'm really too smart. Experience points kept piling up while under the explosion, and Nana had now reached level 70. She flew off excitedly, saying, Finally, some experience points. I want more. More experience points. If this keeps up, I might surpass that guy's real level soon and break free from his control. Suddenly, a dimension insect flew out of the explosion. It used its sharp legs to slash a long line in the air, colliding with Nana. Stunned by the sudden attack, she opened her eyes wide, gritting her teeth in surprise. What's going on? I'm under attack. A level 85 elite golden armor warrior appeared, sneering. You humans are so ignorant. You had a chance to escape, but you turned back to seek death. I'll grant you that. Nana lost her balance and fell downwards, staring wide-eyed and blaming herself. At elite monster level 85, I was too caught up in the thrill of killing and didn't notice there was such a high-level elite monster. As she crashed to the ground, she finally remembered Ye Hao's instructions. Immediately send a message to the base. Nana was about to turn and leave, when she suddenly froze at the presence behind her. It was already behind her, raising its sharp weapon high, cursing. Die. All she could do was cry out in her heart, "Master, Master, save me." A cloud of dust billowed up. Nana lamented in her heart, "I don't want to die." Meanwhile, he was circling around the back on the Crimson Comet star, thinking of a plan. The strategy now is to send a large number of Zergs through first, then I'll hold the boss back and PK it. After dealing with the boss, I'll quickly return to the base for reinforcements. The Shadow Monarch is my only trump card. His fusion mission will also take time. Burning money isn't a long-term solution. He stood before the Abyssal Terror, wondering. But now I have an even bigger question. I killed so many Zerg earlier, so why were there no experience points or equipment drops? Is there a special mechanic or something? I hope I'm not wasting my time. It exuded a kind of oppressive feeling, saying, "Human, you dare to stay here alone. I admire your courage, but you still can't hold me back, let alone qualify to fight me. I don't have time to waste with you." Ye Hao immediately called the system, "Open the shadow account." Suddenly, several sharp spikes were fired from the Abyssal Terror's body. They flew over his head. Ye Hao looked up, startled, muttering, "What was that?" Following that, the three Royal Sanctuary brothers with level 95 appeared in the smoke. Ye Hao shouted, blood boiling. "What the hell?" I said, PK, "and it's so hard for me to open a Shadow Monarch to crush it." The three didn't think as much as he did, and directly charged forward. Ye Hao reached back and summoned his energy, shouting, "This boss is obviously very strong, but they're still being so cautious. Destroy!" I have to deal with these three elite monsters first before opening the Shadow Monarch, or I'm guessing my essence won't be enough to burn. Go, Crimson Comet Star. We have to deal with these three elite monsters in the shortest amount of time. He waved his hand, hitting one, reducing its HP to 20%. But then its HP returned to 90. Ye Hao was furious. Can't one-shot it. It seems that besides the race's damage reduction skill, my level can't suppress them either. Moreover, the health is instantly restored. Could the meaning of this special elite be that the three of them share health, and I have to take them all down at once? He waved his hand, summoning a shield, blocking one of them behind, and then called the system. "How much can all my experience points now upgrade the Crimson Flame Emperor's linked account?" It quickly replied. Currently, the linked level of the Crimson Flame Emperor is level 100, and it can be upgraded to level 105 at most. Ye Hao struggled alone, fighting them, shouting, "That's so low! Even if there was no experience point settlement for the previous battles, it shouldn't only be able to increase by so little." The system explained. After a single account's linked level reaches level 100, the experience points required for each level up are several times higher. Please think carefully before unlocking a new account. He swung the weapon in his hand, cursing, "Think carefully, my ass." He thought to himself, this kind of mechanic appeared at such a crucial moment. Are they trying to kill me or something? The Crimson Flame Emperor account can't cause devastating damage to bosses and elite monsters. The Shadow Monarch isn't suitable for bursting out in a short time, and at the same time facing so many powerful enemies, I really don't want to waste it on the mob stage. Ye Hao looked up and suddenly realized. That's right, didn't I initially get a blueprint that made my eyes light up? It was also given to me by Mo Ke-er. Using that weapon to deal with these three elite monsters is just right. He jumped down and ordered, "Crimson Comet Star, leave these three to you first. Help me hold them off for a moment." It growled a few times. "You say." Ye Hao opened the blueprint and shouted, "Do see, immediately create the weapon in this blueprint." It immediately complied. "Okay, master. Are we finally making this weapon after all?" I can't help but thank Mo Ke-er once again for the benefits she gave. She understands men too well. That is the ultimate weapon from another dimension. Although its power is strong, it cannot be manufactured with the current technology of this world. Even if it can be manufactured, please be careful to avoid accidental discharge, resulting in irreparable casualties. Its characteristic is ignoring all defense and damage reduction. Ye Hao glanced over and asked, "Do we see? How long will it take to create this weapon?" It quickly replied, 30 seconds. Because this is an ultimate weapon from another dimension and cannot be completed instantly. Moreover, the Mo C account must always be maintained in its state during these 30 seconds, he exclaimed in surprise. What? At this moment, the three monsters were right in front of Ye Hao, swinging out three sharp swords. He stepped back, muttering to himself, "This is bad. Mo C's Berserk is not a combat-type account. It's too difficult to stop three level 90 elite Zerg." But Ye Hao created a shield for himself, causing those slashes to crash into it, making several clanging sounds. Standing inside it, he outlined a plan. Fortunately, there are still unknown things in the master-level blueprint Mo Ke-er gave me. Holding out for these 30 seconds shouldn't be a big problem. The all-around type drone starship is the perfect combination of attack and defense. plus the advantage in numbers, like the brightest star in the night sky. After a while of struggling, the three's HP also dropped, he shouted. Although the attack power is negligible, its advantage lies in its numbers. Even if it can't kill people, it can annoy them to death. Duki, after a while, pulled out a weapon and called out, "Master, the weapon is complete, please accept it." Ye Hao turned his face and replied with one word, "Okay." He held the BFG in his hand and marveled. "It's so big, just looking at it gives people a sense of security." BFGIN 300, the ultimate weapon from another dimension. Although powerful, it cannot be manufactured with current world technology. Even if it could be made, please be careful to avoid accidental firing, causing irreparable casualties, as it has the characteristic of ignoring all defenses and reducing damage. It, full of spirit, added, "That's right, because this is a weapon from another dimension, even Grandmaster-level engineers of this plane cannot create it. But the downside is, due to the scarcity of materials, it only has 3 shots, so be careful when using it." However, before it could finish, Ye Hao pointed the gun forward, firing a terrifying source of energy, and shouted excitedly, "Who cares? Shoot first, then talk!" Duki, standing in front of that dazzling light, hurriedly tried to stop him, but it was too late. "Wait, Master, why did you fire before hearing me out?" Yet those 3 monsters dodged with ease. He stared wide-eyed, wondering. "It didn't hit," he grimaced, complaining. "Isn't that a waste of a shot?" At the same time, Ye Hao saw a black hole above and suddenly realized, wait, that's a miniature black hole, so that's how the BFGIN 300 is used. The 3 monsters were immediately sucked into the black hole. They screamed a few times in despair. A world-shattering explosion occurred in mid-air. The 3 brothers of the royal sanctuary instantly vanished in the terrifying blast. He frowned, exclaiming in bewilderment, "This power is seriously insane." Duki, equally impressed, murmured beside him, I originally wanted to say that there's another way to maximize the power of these 3 shots, but now it seems like it's unnecessary." The Abyss Fiend, seeing this, rushed over, making a fuss. "The science and technology of you humans has actually evolved to this level, but the weakness of your physical bodies is still a fatal flaw." Ye Hao, with little health left, still tried to create a defensive shield, thinking, "He's right, with this physical body I'll be crushed, especially in the Mosi account state. Mosi equals Mosi." The system notified that the remaining starlight was 80%. He quickly asked, "Dusi, didn't you just say there was a way to enhance the weapon's power? Tell me the specific steps." It babbled on. "Among Mad Mosi's many titles, there is one called Gunmaster, which can use gun skills to the max level, doubling the weapon's power." Ye Hamalao, after hearing this, exclaimed, "I didn't expect Mosi to be a gun expert." Dusi explained more clearly, saying that more precisely, he should be called a gunsmith. Researching and creating all kinds of firearms was also a major hobby of Mosi. He immediately ordered, "Then what are we waiting for?" The system immediately unlocked Mosi's Gunmaster title. The system's voice rang out. "Unlocking this title requires 600,000 experience points. Do you want to unlock it?" He stood in the golden light, calculating. Although the cost of this title was more than double the previous alchemist title, it was still cheaper than other methods. If these 2 shots couldn't deal with the boss, then unlocking Shadow Monarch later wouldn't be too late. Save where you can. Confirm, unlock. The system immediately announced. Due to unlocking the Gunmaster title, a hidden mechanism has been triggered, automatically unlocking a linked friend account. Linked friend account. Ye Hao hugged the weapon, marveling at the shadow behind the golden wall. "Isn't this equivalent to buy one get one free? Awesome. Let me quickly see what account this is." The information displayed. The Vengeful Man, name and age unknown, proficient in all types of firearms and combat, with a violent and irritable personality, easily angered. Having wandered alone in the universe, he kills gods who block his path and slaughters Buddhas who obstruct him, once destroying a planet supported by countless demons in a state of extreme rage. A set of armor and 2 cool-looking guns appeared. After wandering to the planet where Malalzi was, the 2 became friends because of their similar madness. Mosi created many powerful weapons for him, so that nothing could stop him. Before Mosi destroyed his world, he jumped into a wormhole. His whereabouts have been unknown ever since. This account cannot be used independently, it can only be used when the Gunmaster title is activated. However, unknown negative effects exist. Please use with caution. He immediately compared. Another madman, also a world-destroying maniac like Mosi. Ye Hao frowned, blurting out a barrage. "There's no time to care about what the side effects are. I can handle a dimwit like the Shadow Monarch, and I don't believe there could be anyone more twisted, as long as I can blow up this boss in front of me. System, activate the Gunmaster title, switch to the Vengeful Man account." Suddenly, a dark flash crossed his face. His eyes widened, and veins bulged out. Ye Hao froze. He, in that suit of armor, with the whites of his eyes turned black, then exclaimed, Seriously badass. I want to start a killing spree. All demons, die for me. At this time, the remaining starlight was 0%. The abyss fiend, full of imposing manner, cursed, "I've had enough of your annoying, buzzing, flying things. Die for me." Then it landed several powerful blows on Yehao's head. He raised his gun to block, while challenging, "That's all you got? Give it a little more effort, I can take it." Seizing the opportunity when Mengmo Shenyuan was distracted, he swung his sword in a beautiful arc. It bared its sharp teeth, wondering, "What's going on? You suddenly seem like a different person. With your limited brain capacity, it's hard to explain to you clearly. How about getting aggressive?" Yehao jumped high, hugging a sharp rock and stabbing it straight into the boss's eyes. He taunted. "Helping you open an aperture," it growled. "Damn it!" A second later, Yehao retreated. Amidst the golden light blasting from it, he shouted, "If you still can't understand, even after opening an aperture, then die." It was now upgraded to a new level, with reddish skin and sparks erupting around it. "You really underestimate you humans. But how could I, without some killer moves, command millions of insectoids? I am a high-level race, evolved for hundreds of years. How could I let an ant like you kill me?" It has turned into active rampage. Life force release. Active rampage. Attack power plus 500%. Life force release. Life force plus 500%. Yehao fired energy blasts, but it was unaffected, and kept ranting. No matter how strong science and technology are, they are ultimately external things. Only the strength of the physical body is the ultimate answer. Open your eyes, and see clearly this perfect body of mine, how it crushes the science and technology you take pride in. Then, the hole in the sky sucked Mengmo Shenyuan in, tearing flesh. But it still held its claw firmly on the ground, Dusi hurriedly said, directly facing the attack of a small black hole. "It's hacking as a boss, master. It's being unreasonable." He looked up, muttering, "Looks like these two black hole attacks can't kill it." The system interrupted. Host deactivated the toxic man account state and restored the basic Mad Mo C account state. Dookie C comforted from the side. "It's not Master's fault. Who would have thought this boss is also a hacker?" The dungeon boss roared with challenge. "You are the first human to make me so disheveled. What other killer moves do you have? If not, now is your time to die." Yehao, facing it, also felt a bit scared, saying to himself, "This time I really encountered a strong one. Looks like I have to change tactics." Dusi Sai flew beside, reminding, "Master, no matter what new tactics there are, we must implement them quickly. This guy has completely gone mad." He hesitated a bit, answering, "I know its 20% health issue isn't big, but dealing with that life force release is a headache." Mengmo Shenyuan was now extremely ruthless, unleashing violent attacks plus 300%, Yehao thought to himself. The life force release buff disappeared. Looks like its hack can't last long either, so I can easily perform a quick kill by opening Dark Shadow Monarch. He spread his wings and hovered in the chaos, wondering, "But just killing it like this, I feel like it's a waste of resources. In order to maximize the value of the boss, I suddenly have a bold idea." Mengmo Shenyuan kept chasing relentlessly, shouting, "Stop, you bastard, I must crush you." Yehao turned around and flew forward, taunting, "I won't be stupid enough to stand still for you to kill. Come on, chase me. If you can catch me, I'll let..." He flew in the sky, leaving it standing before a mess. Yehao was also surprised as he passed by. Why are there so many insectoid corpses on the way back to the main base? He glanced down, judging. Could it be that Nana and them have already fought? What's going on? Didn't I tell Nana to go back to the base to report? Suddenly, Yehao noticed something behind him. His face became extremely stunned. Just as he predicted, Nana had been severely damaged. Lying unconscious below, Yehao shouted, "That's Nana! Nana!" The shout echoing in her ears made her open her eyes slightly, thinking, Who is calling me? Wasn't I killed by the insectoids? How can I hear a voice? This voice is so familiar." As soon as she woke up, Nana saw herself being carried by him. Nana exclaimed in surprise, "Master!" Yehao looked down at her, scolding, "You finally woke up. Look at you. Why did you make yourself like this? Luckily, your core wasn't completely damaged, so I can fix you. You can't be so playful." Nana widened her eyes, apologizing. Sorry, Master. I know I was wrong." In her mind, she associated it with the scene where she was spanked on the butt by him continuously, and she cried out, It's coming again. This gentle smile will turn into a demon in a second and start abusing me. No, please don't." But he said, "It's okay." Yehao smiled, coaxing. Nana is, after all, just a little girl. It's normal to be mischievous. Moreover, before you lost consciousness, you transmitted the news to the base, and also helped reduce about 20% of the insectoid numbers. Our Nana did a great job. Nana was teary-eyed, placing her hand on her chest, trembling. This guy not only doesn't blame me for causing trouble, but also comforts me so gently. She grabbed the hem of his clothes, rubbed her face against his chest, moaning, "Thank you, Master." On the base side, Everyone was looking at the screen, and voices of discussion rang out. Teacher, according to the information transmitted by the female robot earlier, the location of the insect tide invasion has been locked. The number information is being recalculated. The result is out. The number of insect tides remaining is 80%. What? Before the signal from the front line was lost, it was clearly still 350%. What happened during this time? Getchi remained stern, silent. They chattered non-stop. If there are only 80% left, we still have a chance to survive. That's great, teacher. Your judgment was indeed correct. That kid named Ye Hao really did it. He looked up, worried in his heart. The previous information was transmitted by his female robot, not by him personally. Now that the insect tide is approaching the base, he hasn't returned. This shows that Ye Hao. Suddenly, Jia Aye turned around, raising her hand to give an order. Attention everyone. Although there are only 80% of the insect tides remaining, because we previously gave all our support to the outpost, the defense of the main base is not too solid, so we must not be careless and waste Ye Hao's desperate efforts, they shouted in unison. Yes, everyone went up to the city walls, ready to fight, amidst the announcement. Attention all combat personnel. The insect tide will arrive at the base in 1 minute. There are currently 2 important pieces of news. The good news is that the number of insect tides has dropped to 80%. The bad news is that the defense of the base is insufficient, and the combat teams need to be well prepared to meet the enemy. Chang Feng frowned, shouting, "The insect tide will reach the base in 30 seconds. The countdown sounded. Diandian asked worriedly, "The Zerg tide is approaching. Why haven't Ye Hao and Nana returned yet?" "They won't." Cheeky interrupted. "That's impossible. Ye Hao has reduced the number of Zerg waves from 1000% to 80%. They definitely won't fall at this final offensive." Yunfei added, "Don't think so much now. We must focus on the immediate situation. Go all out to defend the main base, and then wait for Big Brother to come back. We can't let his efforts be in vain." The countdown stopped at 20 seconds. Luo Feng, weapon in hand, outlined the strategy. "Yunfei is right. Focus on the immediate situation. Listen to my commands later. I'll pull the monsters. Yunfei and Shiki support. Diandian is in charge of healing. Our levels aren't high. I'll pull some low-level monsters. Everyone must follow my footsteps closely." The system's voice echoed simultaneously in their ears. 10. Prepare for battle. The 3 beauties shouted in unison. The moment the words, "Prepare for battle," resounded, thousands of guns unleashed their fire on the Zerg tide below. A crimson red engulfed the entire area. The violent burst beetles continued to charge forward relentlessly. Someone anxiously commanded, "Not good. Our city walls don't have energy shields for protection. They won't hold for long. Prioritize shooting those self-destructing Zergs." Before they could do anything, the giant thorn armor broke through the base's gate. The soldiers shouted, "The main gate is breached. Prepare to engage the enemy." The Wind Cloud Squad, level 85, immediately took their positions. Chang Feng instructed his brothers, "Hold the line. Don't let a single one pass." What followed was a scene of chaotic battle. The roars and sinister laughter of the Zerg tide, echoing incessantly amidst the billowing smoke and flames. Meanwhile, Yunfei's group had subdued the giant, red-eyed crocodile. Luo Feng, shield raised, exclaimed, "That's right, this is the rhythm. I didn't expect our first cooperation to be so perfect. Next one." Ran Xiang also slashed down a Zerg, inwardly praising, "I didn't expect that apart from the inscrutable Ye Hao, the cooperation of these low-level kids could unleash such astonishing combat power." He frowned and clarified, "Ordinary people with levels above 40 would have lost their fighting spirit long ago. In this kind of desperate battlefield situation, this king's team has some skill." Ran Xiang ran to Luo Feng and shouted, "Hey kid, don't be too reckless. Your boss told me to take good care of you guys. I can't let you run wild. Follow me and fight steadily." Luo Feng turned around, immediately agreeing, "Okay, Randaja." Suddenly, there was a violent impact in front of them. It erupted with a terrifying rumble, accompanied by a dazzling light. The two frowned in disbelief. The golden-armored gold armor wolf instantly appeared. They shouted in unison, "Level 85, elite monster." Ran Xiang turned to leave, simultaneously reminding Luo Feng, "Run quickly. Relying on our levels to fight it is no different from courting death. Why are you still standing there? Do you want to die?" He raised his shield, yelling, "I'll hold it back. Buy time for everyone to escape. Brother Ran, please protect my teammates." He stopped him. "What, Luo Feng, don't do anything foolish." By now, Luo Feng was burning with fighting spirit against the Zerg tide, unyielding. Level 45 talent skill defense, grants 30% damage reduction, and summons a 4-sided shield to block incoming damage. The gold armor wolf sneered. "Clearly so weak, yet you don't flinch, it seems, among humans. There are also brave warriors. In order to show respect for you, it quickly summoned 4 sub-shields, leaped high, and attacked Luo Feng's shield with both arms, roaring, "I will use all my strength to kill you," but he wasn't unable to block this attack. Seeing this, the gold armor wolf couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "What? Blocking my full-strength attack and not dying? You are not right." He took the opportunity to slash at it, retorting, "Although I don't know why either, but I wasn't instantly killed by you, just a little superficial." Being able to take the opportunity to slash someone else is a big gain. The monster immediately blocked with his staff. Questioning. You unexpectedly burst out with attack power and defense that doesn't match your level. Humans are indeed not to be underestimated. However, the gold armor wolf quickly teleported behind Luo Feng, simultaneously raising his staff high and shouting, "It ends here!" He gritted his teeth and lamented. Too fast, Luo Feng's face fell, thinking of Ye Hao's back, blaming himself. "Sorry boss, I tried my best. Although I don't lack courage, courage is worthless in the face of a fundamental difference in strength. I'm still too weak. I don't have the ability to defend behind you." A dragon coil dance prison burst forth, knocking the monster out in its bewilderment. Here is Luo Feng, quickly dodged to the side. Someone's voice sounded. "The great Mrs. Vision for people will not be wrong. You have great perception and courage, and these two will help you become stronger and stronger." So it turned out that Chang Feng had come to provide support. He stood in front, blocking him, saying, "If you die here now, it will be a loss to our faction." Luo Feng was stunned. "You are?" Chang Feng did not answer, only reminded. "Leave it to us here. You go gather with your teammates. Those low-level bugs depend on you guys." Then he ordered, "Wind Cloud Squad, deploy the attack formation," the others shouted. "Understood." Luo Feng's mouth dropped open, only now realizing that they were the Wind Cloud Squad from Mo Kara's faction that the boss had mentioned before. Seeing the Feng Yun squad rushing to attack the beast, Luo Feng admired them, as expected of an level 85 squad, the third strongest force in the Hanmo Corporation. This elite insectoid won't last much longer. The golden armored wolfman yelled like crazy, wanting a one-on-one fight. "Humans actually have experts like you, truly surprising. For a fair and enjoyable fight, why don't we duel?" As soon as he said that, he was hit with several brutal strikes from Chang Feng and got wiped out instantly. He sneered openly. "Who wants to duel with you? You're just an insect. Don't talk about fairness and justice. Wasting time." Chang Feng, looking at the information on the system panel, pondered, "The Xiangba squad is actually about to overtake us. It's rare to have the Moragong squad not here. This time, we must try our best to get more squad points and raise the squad level." He stepped into the sea of fire, his tone full of determination. "All members of the Feng Yun squad, follow me to continue killing the enemy. We must kill all these rotten bugs." They rushed up behind him, shouting loudly. Meanwhile, Tian Tian went over to reprimand. "Luo Feng, you're not allowed to charge recklessly again. We are partners. Even if we die, we must be together with you," Chi added. "That's right," Yunfei said dejectedly. "If something really happens to you and we survive, my brother won't forgive us either." Luo Feng was flustered and had to listen. "I know. As the temporary leader, I won't let you die with me." Wait, this announcement. Even the base received the information that the number of remaining insectoid forces is 8%. The base's casualty count is 15%. The base's defense equipment has 30% remaining, and the core area is undamaged. The soldiers cheered. "That's great, we won, we survived." Jie felt a little embarrassed and cut in. "Everyone, calm down, the battle is not over yet. Be alert for any unexpected situations. Also, immediately deploy drones to scout the situation at the forward outpost." The crowd scratched their heads and said yes. He stared thoughtfully at the mountain in front of him, thinking, "If Ye Hao really sacrificed himself, we must at least bring his body back." Suddenly, the alarm sounded again. "Warning! High energy reaction detected ahead. It will reach the base in 60 seconds. They were startled again and wondered, "What's going on? Aren't there only 8% of the insectoid forces left? Why is there a new insectoid approaching?" The screen immediately showed the Abyss Demon Mammoth chasing after Ye Hao and Nana. Jia was shocked to realize that it was the boss in a berserk state. Why is its health only at 20%? "Wait, the person flying in front of the boss is a person," someone behind said. Ye Hao. The young man was constantly in doubt. He is actually still alive. Did he beat the boss to this state? It really is him. The boss's aggro is always on him. He said nothing, just smiled slightly. They looked at the scene of Ye Hao holding the little girl in his arms and screamed madly. "Although we are very grateful for everything you have done, don't come over here. You will lead the boss to destroy the base." Outside, Ye Hao suddenly put Nana down and urged, "Go, Nana, go meet up with your partners. I still have something unfinished to do." The little girl jumped down and instructed, "Okay, master, you must be careful." He flew away, waving his hand to reassure her. "Don't worry, I'll be right back." Luo Feng and the others also cheered. "Don't worry, boss. Yehao, we'll wait for you to come back. Soon after, the abyss demon mammoth punched the defense wall, but Yehao managed to fly away, escaping the scene, and an idea occurred to him. Because the base's defense wall blocks the way, to let the boss pass, a part of the wall must be sacrificed, and it must avoid the central area, which is that place. Yehao quickly changed direction, not forgetting to glance at the wall that was breached behind him, thinking to himself, the base's wall is like a piece of tofu in front of the boss, with no resistance. Fortunately, I tightened the boss's aggro earlier, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Before long, the horn of the abyss demon mammoth stabbed into a room in the base. The soldiers retreated, shouting, "The monitoring room is about to be taken down by the boss. The boss is completely ignoring us. What exactly does that kid Yehao want to do?" Getchi, leaning on his cane, looked at a cloud of dust outside and judged, could it be that Yehao is leading the boss, and the direction he's going is... His eyes widened, his face turned pale, and he guessed, Huang Zheng's base? It really is, he shouted excitedly. It's rare to have door-to-door delivery at the beginning of the year. I'm really looking forward to seeing Huang Zheng. After you receive this big gift, what kind of surprise will be on your faces? The scene shifts to a base, and the crowd whispered, have you heard? The sounds of fighting and screams from the Hanmo base are deafening. I guess they're being turned upside down by the insectoid forces. That's right. Plus, Big Sis personally led the boss out. This time, Han Mo is completely finished. Ling Yuan and the bodyguards behind her stepped forward and asked, where's Lulu? Why hasn't she come back yet? Didn't I tell her to go to the front line before? Does she not want to go? This girl is really too willful and too worrying. They were startled and called out, Lord Ling Yuan, she muttered dejectedly. Now if something unexpected happens... A different idea came to her mind. That's great. She relies on her high level and has never listened to anyone's management. This old woman has long been displeased with her. If she really causes trouble, I will definitely add fuel to the fire at the group's board meeting. Abolish her authority to freely attack high-level instances, and cut off her path to leveling up. H stepped forward, bowed his head, respectfully placed his hand on his chest, and replied, with my understanding of Lord Zhulu, she must have gone to the Lost Temple alone, otherwise those bugs would not be able to hold her back for so long. Ling Yuan was surprised and doubtful. Lulu went to the Lost Temple alone. She questioned, how could this be? Why would you go against the battle plan and act alone? Doesn't she know how dangerous that place is? He helplessly said, this is also unavoidable. Xuelu has always been a lone wolf and doesn't like being restrained. Besides, she's too strong. Ling Yuan solemnly agreed. That's right, it's because she's too strong, suppressing our entire Ming Xia squad alone, preventing us from becoming the top force of Huang Zheng. Although it's very uncomfortable, we can't do anything about it, so I have to do my best in this mission to help them level up. The corner of her lips curled up. No matter how strong she is, she can't solo those powerful bosses, right? But the sooner she dies, the better. My faction can take this opportunity to rise to the top. Ling Yuan pretended to hold his head and sighed, asking, forget it, I can't do anything with her if she doesn't follow the rules. Hey, how long until we set off to attack Hanmo's base? Hiai quickly announced. 5 minutes. She pointed her palm towards everyone and called out, everyone, cheer up. We must take advantage of this battle to seriously injure Hanmo so that our Huangjing Corporation can return to the ranks of the 5 major forces. All of you here will definitely receive great rewards from the corporation. They were immediately excited and shouted, promotions and raises, defeat Hanmo, defeat Hanmo. Suddenly, a tremor came, causing everyone to panic and shout, WH, what's happening? An earthquake. Or, no, this is bad. Lord Ling Yuan. A bald man staggered in to report, a winged guy is leading a boss towards our base. H angrily grabbed his collar and asked, what winged guy? Shouldn't the boss be attacking Hanmo's base? Why is it running towards our base? Calm down, explain clearly. That person tearfully recounted, I don't know, I only saw a kid with wings leading a boss towards our base from afar. Then, that kid suddenly disappeared. He threw the man to the ground and pondered. Could it be that Hanmo's people deliberately lured the boss to our base? How is that possible? One person alone couldn't do that. Then he shouted, everyone listen up, get ready to receive the enemy. The abyssal fiend mammoth outside was still relentlessly chasing. It roared, get out of here, you brat! At the same time, its horn broke through the gate of Huangjing, causing them to panic. We're done for. The boss really broke in. The dungeon boss charged forward with fierce momentum, constantly yelling, don't think I can't get you just because you're hiding. Even if I level this place, I'll find you, you brat. The crowd frantically ran, shouting to each other, run! The boss is not only berserk but also crazy. If this continues, the base will really be trampled flat. Hai, in the back, ordered several soldiers with shields to charge forward while reassuring, don't panic, hold the line. The boss's aggro is still in a chaotic state. You guys go and draw its aggro. Then transfer it out with all your strength. The boss only has 20% health left. Take this opportunity to finish it off in the shortest time possible. They shouted loudly. Yes. Before long, they were sent flying, Raw day. Are you guys in the same group as that guy? So be it, I'll kill you guys and he'll naturally appear. He ordered with difficulty. Everyone else, go! You must stabilize the boss's aggro for me. Meanwhile, Yedhao calmly observed from a distance, smugly thinking, the big gift I gave you guys seems like you're very satisfied. But this time, Huang Zheng's base is completely ruined by the boss. Repairing it is impossible, you can only rebuild it. He smirked, calculating. Although the boss only has 20% health left, it's enough to reduce your members by more than half. This way, you won't have the mind or strength to sneak attack Hanmo's base anymore. This is what you call stealing a chicken and losing the bait. Ye Hao was proud of himself. At first I was hesitant. If Xue Lu was at the base, she could deal with the boss in 2 or 3 moves. My operation this time would be meaningless. Luckily, my gamble paid off. He jumped down from the city wall, saying to himself, now, even if the boss's health drops below 5%, I'll carry out the final step of my battle plan. The dungeon boss kept attacking and yelling, get out, you annoying people. The soldiers were still creating shields to block. Hi, calmed everyone down. Well done, keep attacking. The boss only has 6% health left, we have hope of winning. He raised 2 guns, fired continuously, and smiled cunningly. Hanmo's people wanted to use the boss to destroy us but made a fatal mistake, which is that they shouldn't have let the boss's health drop so low. This is no different from giving us a big gift. Although we lost quite a few people, compared to the boss's drops, this little bit of damage is not worth mentioning. H thought smugly, we gladly accept this big gift. Suddenly, sparks of explosions burst into the sky outside. One person saw this and shouted, what's happening outside the base again? What are those red electric currents? Those energy sources became increasingly dense, rushing straight into the base area. They shouted in fear, hey everyone, look at a pool of blood-red liquid on the ground, what the hell is that? Moreover, it's rapidly approaching. They covered everywhere, causing the crowd to panic even more. And this bright red color? Could it be blood? It's not simple, it's just blood. On the contrary, it's more like a liquid solid with its own consciousness. Each red liquid gradually surrounded the dungeon boss, causing them to wonder, this is too weird, get away quickly, don't touch these strange things. The abyssal fiend mammoth stood in the middle, staring blankly, and asked in surprise, what kind of crazy trick is this? The dungeon boss flew into a rage, stomping on the liquid, and yelled, a little bit of water, get out of here! But then, it turned into thousands of snarling demons on top of its head, causing the abyssal fiend mammoth to scream in fear, what the hell is this? The dungeon boss was immediately covered in a blood-colored electric hell clinging to its body. It painfully struggled in that scarlet liquid, crying out, vile humans, daring to use such insidious tricks on this lord, I must kill you, kill all of you. H also felt that something was wrong but still ordered, this is bad, someone wants to steal the boss halfway. Everyone, focus fire and obliterate it for me. The soldiers quickly gathered their fire to attack, and he shouted, that's right, use all your strength. The boss only has 3% health left. This is the result we got in exchange for a significant price. It absolutely cannot be snatched away by others. Everyone shouted in unison. Got it? The launched energy sources were immediately absorbed into the blood essence. They blankly said to each other, how is this possible? Our converging fire attack was completely absorbed. Just how strong is this bizarre blood wall shield? Seconds later, the abyssal devil swallowed everything clean, sinking into that murky red color, leaving only a sharp horn sticking out. One person exclaimed in frustration, it's over, the boss is dead, and everything we invested before is wasted. Infuriated, someone cursed, who the hell stole our boss? Find them for me. Dig 3 feet into the ground, find that person for me. The soldiers immediately obeyed. Yes. Before they could leave, that blood essence accumulated into a gigantic hand, a single finger pointing forward, causing them to exclaim in surprise and doubt, this is a giant hand condensed from the blood wall. Then that hand raised 3 fingers, shaking them a few times. They speculated, is it warning us? Is it telling us not to touch it? Immediately, it clenched its palm tightly, and that alone caused the group to create shields, bracing against the flying rocks and debris. Otherwise, they'd die. Hold on tight, everyone. Don't stand still. Don't act rashly. The opponent's technique is too powerful and bizarre. We can't risk our lives. Ling Yuan raised a hand to cover her face, reluctantly retreating. It's just a stolen boss. We still have more important missions to complete. Don't lose big for small gains. In her heart, however, she thought, damn it. I originally planned to let them fight Kan Han, but I didn't expect to be bitten back. Zhu Lu's departure from her position is all your fault. This debt must be settled on your head. Suddenly, countless human hands reached out, pulling at that blood essence. The system announced, 30-second countdown ending. Fusion of the Dark Shadow Overlord account is about to be Kaiye. Jichu Kaiye. Jichu Kaiye. which can mean dispel, remove, resolve, dissolve, or terminate. The system's voice echoed in Yehao's ears. This battle has consumed 30 seconds. 30 million has been deducted from the host's account. The host is entering a soul fragmentation state. Duration, 60 seconds. So those hands were pulling out the blood essence from his body. Yehao landed on the ground, sighing. As expected, the drawback of soul fragmentation still exists. However, the short 60 seconds are within the tolerable range. It seems that upgrading my Scarlet Emperor account also simultaneously raised my basic attributes. Not long after, he leaned against a nearby wall, panting and complaining. But this pain still hasn't lessened. Fortunately, I finally gave Huangjing enough threat to make them not dare to gamble. Now, taking advantage of these 60 seconds, let's see what good stuff the boss dropped. The system's voice quickly rang out. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a reward of 10 million gold coins and 1 million experience points for killing the boss. Acquired the following items. Abyssal Horn is an extremely tough and sharp horn that can easily penetrate materials with the hardness of steel. It is a top-grade material for crafting large single-handed weapons and siege weapons. Abyssal Spiritual Exploration Shield. A large half-body shield that is extremely sturdy, seemingly possessing lifelike properties. After being struck, it has a certain chance to inflict damage on the enemy and restore life points to the wielder. Thunderous Stomp Skillbook. Use your feet to stomp on the ground to activate a lightning attack and ground subsidence, causing a large-scale stun lasting 15 seconds. Yehao looked at the system panel, unable to cry, constantly complaining. This boss only dropped these things. Didn't I lose heavily by spending 30 million to use Dark Shadow Overlords? I can only use the excuse of ruining Huangjing's plans to comfort myself. The system perked up. Congratulations to the host for completing the epic level special event, obtaining the achievement, easy to defend, hard to attack, come one-on-one or I'll solo your entire army, or your entire army solo me. He stared blankly at the rewards displayed before him, having obtained the following rewards from the epic level special event. 80 million gold coins, 8 million experience points, and 5 level 100 Yang treasures. Yehao exclaimed. So the real rewards are behind it. Only killing the boss counts as completing this epic level special event. He grinned and muttered, I was wondering why I didn't get any equipment or experience points for killing so many Zerg before. So it's a collective settlement. This is the mechanism of the special event. In that case, even if I hand over half to the corporation according to regulations, I can still make a fortune. Now I'll wait for the drawback to end, and then return to the base to reunite with the Yunfei gang. Not long after, the crowd stood before the Zerg corpse, chattering, It's finally over. But remembering just now when I saw the boss rushing over, I was so scared that I peed my pants. That's right, luckily I brought an extra pair of pants. Stop gossiping, let's quickly deal with the corpse. Jia Ai, with her hands behind her back, looked up in doubt. The number of Zerg dimensions is now 0? This indicates that the boss has also been killed. But who killed it? Yehao? He must have been confident in killing the boss, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't have easily gifted the boss to the Huangjing Corporation. This Yehao is not simple. I've met countless people in this life, but I've never met someone like him before. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Yehao landed, calling out. Is everyone alright? Yunfei exclaimed in joy. Bro. She rushed over to hug him tightly. You're finally back, Chi-Chi, standing beside her, asked worriedly. You look a little tired. Are you alright, Yehao? Dian wrapped her arms around one of his arms, interjecting, Don't worry, I'll help you dispel your fatigue, Yehao said with an awkward smile. Alright, you can let go of me now. Being hugged by 3 people like this only makes me more uncomfortable. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Boss. Luo Feng greeted with a fist bump. Congratulations on your victorious return. He bumped his fist back in response. Yeah. Jia Ai, standing behind, stepped forward and said, Yehao, you saved the entire base, everyone owes you a favor, and I owe you even more. Yehao turned around and said modestly, Don't say that, Master Jia Ai. Everyone fought for the same goal. No one owes anyone anything. Yehao raised his hand, continuing. That's right, I killed the boss earlier and received the rewards from this Zerg Tide Invasion special event. According to the corporation's regulations, I have to hand over half. So, who should I give it to? He stood there, admiring him. As expected of the boss, he really knows how to seize the opportunity to speak, first being humble, then throwing out the issue of who the rewards belong to. Manhwa walked over from somewhere, smiling ingratiatingly. No need to hand it over, it all belongs to you. No matter how much benefit you receive, it's completely not worth the effort you put in to save me. As a member of the corporation's management, I have full authority to make decisions on behalf of the corporation, Yehao teased. Is that true? He was sweating profusely, patting him on the shoulder, suggesting, Young brother Yehao, are you interested in becoming my personal bodyguard? What price do you want? It's up to you, Ye Hao refused immediately. No, I'm quite busy and don't have the time. Suddenly, a notification popped up on the screen. Team leader Jia Wangchuan of the Mogong battle team is requesting a video call from the front lines. Wangchuan's voice came from the screen. The communication line is restored. Looks like you guys successfully defended against this wave of the tide of monsters, Jia Ya confirmed. Yes, although the losses were severe, we managed to hold on, for better or worse. He gestured towards Ye Hao with his palm, introducing him. And all of this is thanks to Ye Hao. He refuted. No, it's thanks to everyone's efforts. Without the support of resources from the rear, I couldn't have done it either. Wang Hao interjected with praise. Well done, Ye Hao, I knew you could do it. Wang Chuan cast a warning glance. It's far too early to celebrate, he announced. Although the problem of the monster tide attack has been resolved, new troubles have emerged. And this trouble, from a mission perspective, is even more troublesome than the monster tide attack. Scene shifts to outside the Lost Temple, Wang Chuan reported, looking at the crowd of monsters below. Although we have cleared all the Zerg outside the temple, we have encountered a very difficult problem. The siege weapons we brought cannot break through the temple's main gate. He turned his eyes to the cannon that was firing a terrifying surge of energy forward, creating a terrifying explosion, and continued. This is the last cannon shell of the siege cannon, and unsurprisingly it will be like our previous 29 attacks, blocked by the main gate and automatically restored. The temple shook in an instant but seemed unharmed. Wang Chuan judged. This temple seems to have life, with super high defense and self-healing abilities, completely beyond our understanding. Jia Ya in the base watched the image on the screen and listened attentively. This is because it's our first time making close contact with the temple. Not understanding its characteristics led to an underestimation of its defense. Ye Hao in the back also thought to himself, this temple is indeed awesome. The defense and self-healing properties are even more miraculous than the shield wall I modified before. Meanwhile, a Zerg was spitting out green liquid and yelling, Damn it, how many times have humans been told, that toy of yours won't work. If you want to break through our temple's main gate, you need to change the name and get something bigger, otherwise don't bother us. Besides entertaining us, it has no other use. Wang Chuan created a shield to protect everyone, while calling for reinforcements. Although we are doing our best, we can bypass the main gate and force our way in, but we must preserve our strength and equipment for the subsequent battles with the bosses. Therefore, your mission now is to bring stronger siege weapons to the front lines and help break through the temple's main gate. He frowned, hesitating, said, But the siege cannons that you brought are already the most powerful siege weapons of our Hanmo Corporation. Even if we can use quantity to make up for the lack of firepower, the base has just experienced a fierce battle, and resources have been exhausted. There is simply no ability to create a large number of weapons anymore. He insisted. I don't care about the process, just the result. No matter what method you use, you must deliver enough firepower to me within the specified time, otherwise everyone in the base will be punished. Furthermore, Jia Ya, you are the leading construction engineering master of the corporation. You are primarily responsible. You should know the consequences very well. Then the screen at the base went black, and the soldiers raised their hands and cheered together. Damn it! Jia Wangchuan is deliberately making things difficult for us. Hey, don't you guys want to live anymore? You actually dare to complain about Jia Wangchuan? We just experienced a fierce battle, and in such a short time we simply can't meet his demands. Ye Hao rebuked with a serious face. Jia Wangchuan is indeed ruthless and domineering, even treating his own people so harshly. Then he turned to ask, Master, have you come up with a solution? Jia Ya looked up, answering helplessly. The current situation has exceeded all my expectations. For now, we can only follow along, accelerate the collection of resources, and try our best to create more siege weapons. Ye Hao hesitated and said, But time is definitely not enough. In that case, you are afraid that... He frowned, interrupting. We have to do it even if it's not enough time. Things have come to this point. And it's no longer just about my position as the leading construction engineering master. We can't let the entire dungeon mission fail because of this. After all, everyone went through life and death to get to this point. We must not give up halfway. He felt a little admiration. He didn't expect that Jia Ya, who looked strict and unapproachable, could still have such a comprehensive view of the commander. Then he proposed, If there really is no other way, I actually have a bold idea. Jia Ya was startled, repeating the words. A bold idea. Luo Feng chimed in at the same time. Get out of the way, get out of the way. When my boss says these words, it's probably time to unleash his cheat-like skills. Scene shifts to Wang Chuan's side. Wan Hao behind him wondered, Boss, aren't you being too harsh? Because within the specified time, Jia Ya cannot complete the task as you requested, he answered pensively. Do you think I don't know the current situation? Wang Chuan closed his eyes, honestly said, Of course I know. With Jia Ya's ability, he definitely can't complete my request. But Wan Hao cracked his knuckles, guessing, I understand. On the surface, you are asking Jia Ya, but in reality, you are saying it to Ye Hao, wanting to use this to probe Ye Hao's true strength. Wang Chuan implicitly admitted. Directly put pressure on Ye Hao. He will most likely remain silent and hide himself. Only by binding him to the collective's interests and emotions can we force out Ye Hao's true strength. Before that, when shaking hands with Ming, I tried to use my probing ability to see his true strength, but he imagined the scene of himself standing in the universe. He felt the suppression of an unknown force, which made him feel as small as if he was standing in the universe. Although it was just a momentary illusion, it was enough to prove that this kid is hiding a great secret. Wan Hao grinned, feeling pleased with himself. So even our high and mighty boss has some fear of Ye Hao? It seems that I really didn't misjudge this kid Ye Hao. But no matter how we fight, at least our external position is the same. Therefore, what we should be more concerned about now— He turned around, pointing at the dark figure sitting on the huge ice floe, and shouted, "Is the legendary sister bull of Huang Zheng, who has always been watching the show from behind." Wan Hao said loudly, "Hey, level 140 beauty of Huang Zheng, don't just watch the show, why don't we join forces to break through this city gate together?" Shulu leisurely sat cross-legged, sneering, "Aren't you guys known as the strongest Mo Gong battle team of the Han Mo Corporation? The result is just this. This play is so boring that it almost made me fall asleep." He felt attacked and challenged. "Hey, don't think that just because you are a high level you can be so arrogant. If you have the ability, come here, the 6 of us will PK you alone and capture you." Yun Zhao quickly stopped him. "Big brother Wan, don't act rashly. That legendary woman who solos and sweeps 100-level dungeons, we shouldn't go provoke her." Wang Chuan also persuaded, "Don't cause trouble. Completing the mission according to the set goals is the most important thing," Wan Hao passionately retorted. "But leaving a hidden danger behind is always uncomfortable. What if she stabs us in the back?" The captain dismissed it. Her bold appearance shows that she doesn't take us seriously, and the fact that she isn't openly attacking us shows that she can't break through the temple's main gate alone either. Wang Chuan turned back to calculate. Waiting until we break through the main gate of the temple will be the time to officially confront her. Right now, what I'm most concerned about is how Ye Hao will solve the difficult problem I gave him. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, causing 2 members of the combat team to cry out in alarm. "What's happening? The ground is shaking again. Could it be that the Zerg are launching a large-scale attack? Impossible. The previous Zerg tide has already exhausted the resources and forces of the Zerg. They can't recover in such a short time." Li Jing stood on the turret, pointed in one direction, and quickly reported, "Captain, in the distance, the ground is being leveled. A large number of unidentified objects are approaching quickly, estimated to arrive on the battlefield in about 60 seconds. One person looked at the hazy dust and shouted in confusion, "A large number of unidentified objects. It's not the Zerg, is it?" Wang Chuan denied. "It's not the Zerg, that's the direction of the base." Wan Hao heard this and vaguely understood. The direction of the base. Could it be that after the smoke, Ye Hao really spread his wings and flew over? He probed. "It's Ye Hao." He immediately spoke up. "You guys have been waiting for a long time, I'm bringing you stuff." A huge machine then appeared behind him, Wan Hao questioned. The thing following him was a rampaging SCV. The rampaging SCVs now appeared in droves, someone asked in surprise. "So many advanced mining machines. What exactly does Ye Hao want to do?" He smiled and stated his purpose. "It's very simple. I want to move the entire main base and firepower to the front of the Zerg to show off." Several rows of rampaging SCVs surged forward behind Ye Hao, and a voice rang out, "That kid wants to move the main base to the front of the Zerg's lair. This is too unconventional. I've never seen this kind of behavior. Can this be done?" He explained, "It's okay, as long as the resource extraction speed can keep up. I've specially modified all the mining machines in the main base." Wan Hao laughed loudly and encouraged. As expected of Ye Hao, he can always surprise me. "No matter what you do, I'll support you." Yun Xiao rested her hands on her hips and muttered, "This kind of suicidal behavior can't succeed, and it will waste time and resources. But if you want to die, it will save me the trouble of having to do it myself." Li Jing on the turret also discussed, "That kid actually brought so many mining machines, it seems he's also a daring one. I think we might be able to associate with him." Lei Ya wondered, "Associate with a metalhead like you, with more than half of your cerebral cortex made of iron? Can this kind of tactic succeed?" Wang Chuan frowned and thought to himself, to actually do something so rash? Does he want to mess things up even more? Or does he have a problem with his head? Then he said aloud, "You guys came earlier than I expected, but where's the siege weapon I wanted? Gee, you're the top engineering master of the corporation. How dare you let a kid run wild at such a crucial moment?" Ye Hao landed, his tone full of confidence. "Everyone, don't worry, my plan will definitely not fail." Jia Yi stepped forward and added, "I believe in my judgment and will also take responsibility for my decision. Now just let Ye Hao do his thing comfortably." Wan Hao asked curiously, "So, Ye Hao, what's your specific plan?" He stood in front of the rampaging SCVs and rattled off, "First, my judgment is that instead of promoting resource extraction in the poor ore mine at the main base, it's better to move the base to the front line. Because no one has ever gone deep into this place before, it must be hiding a large amount of magic crystal ore, and the grade must be high. Plus, I saw earlier that everyone in the Mogong team has almost cleared this place, so safety is also guaranteed. Finally, we can use the modified mining machines behind me to quickly accumulate resources and rapidly create a large number of siege weapons with stronger firepower. Yuan Xiao suddenly jumped up, pointing and questioning. All of this is just your assumption. How do you know there will be a large amount of high-grade ore here? You're an extremely reckless person who doesn't consider the consequences but wants us all to take the blame for you. Ye Hao closed his eyes and retorted, although it's a bit reckless, no one understands the distribution patterns of magic crystals better than I do. When it comes to mining, I'm an expert. Suddenly, the screen displayed an image, along with Nana's voice. Master was really guessed right by people. There really is a superabundance of magic crystal ore recently, and they are all high-grade mines around level 100, he exclaimed in surprise. What? Yun Xiao gnashed her teeth and muttered. How is this possible? Luo Feng stood beside him and teased. Why isn't it possible? This is the truth. Is your face swollen from being slapped? You dare to doubt our boss with just your abilities? Soon after, the super-large steel drill, a mining partner, was lifted high into the sky. He stood in front of them and urged, there can be no delay. Everyone, listen to my command. Use the highest power to transfer the ore out and accumulate extreme resources for me in the shortest time. Jia Yi reached out her palm forward and ordered, let's also immediately start building the base and resource transmission station. Abandon defense engineering. Focus on offensive firepower units, the soldiers shouted loudly. Yes, master. He crossed his arms and affirmed, Ji, Wang Chuan, rest assured, we will definitely complete the mission you entrusted to us within the specified time. Wang Chuan brushed past Ye Hao and whispered, on the surface, everyone looks okay, but I hope the final result won't disappoint me. Then he walked towards the Crimson City wall, and Wan Hao anxiously spoke up. Hey, Ye Hao, what do you want to do? Hurry back. If you go any further, you'll enter the coverage area of the temple's defensive firepower. Those highly corrosive acid solutions are no joke. Ye Hao turned back and reassured. Don't worry, Brother Hao. I'm just taking a look outside. I won't go in. Meanwhile, the Zerg above were constantly spitting out green liquids under the command of the leader. Another low-level human. Spit him to death for me. He stood calmly in his own ring of fire, preventing those sticky substances from touching him, and then said, don't be nervous, everyone. I really just came to take a look. Ye Hao looked at the structure in front of him, and couldn't help but worry. At first, I felt that the defensive and self-healing abilities of this temple were very strange. Now that I'm closer, I can be sure that this temple definitely has life. Although I can't specifically judge what it is now, based on the characteristics of the Zerg hive, the main body is mostly grown underground. He quickly left, as those monsters spat liquids down, and at the same time, called Duyi. Do you have a map of the underground exploration weapon in hand? It appeared immediately to confirm. Yes, it is a drill-shaped probe used to explore underground given by Jia Yi before. If some functions are added for remolding, it can be used to explore the underground area of the temple. Ye Hao immediately ordered. Then grasped the time to remodel it. Du Gi announced with enthusiasm. Okay, master. There is another thing that I didn't have time to report to you before. Since the beginning of entering this dungeon, I have spent a lot of time to scan the edge and evaluate the whole dungeon, and found that this dungeon has a rating of 5 stars for development. He yelled in shock after hearing that. 5 stars. I didn't expect a danger adaptation of the whole team with the large scale to reach the top. Ye Hao murmured. The Life Rainforest dungeon, which had beautiful scenery before, was only 3 stars. Dui Si explained the reason, happily replying, alright, master. Dui Si immediately rattled off. The advantages of this dungeon have 3 points. First, the dungeon's area is large enough, but the terrain is vaguely uneven. Though plains are plentiful, it is suitable for large-scale development. Second, the climate is stable. The temperature is suitable, and large-scale natural disasters rarely occur. Third, and most importantly, the high-grade magic crystal mineral resources are abundant enough, more than capable of satisfying the resource demand for construction projects, and the disadvantages are, first, the number of insectoids is extremely high. Besides the insectoids concentrated in the center of the Divine Hall, there are also many wild monsters scattered across the dungeon. Second, the difficulty of obtaining control over the dungeon is very high. 2 large consortiums are competing, so the master wanting to claim it all for himself is almost impossible. Ye Hao excitedly cracked his knuckles and asked, no matter, that's generally more pros than cons. As long as the standard for this 5-star adaptability doesn't change, we should strive for this goal. What if we actually succeed? The system suddenly announced. The underground wave detection device has been fabricated. A large probe instantly appeared before their eyes. Wan Hao yelled in surprise. Yi Hao, you made a new toy again. What are you planning to do with this? Ji wondered. Is this the mineral exploration probe I gave you earlier? But you've modified it. Could it be that you're preparing to use it to probe the underground section of the Divine Hall? Yi Hao calmly explained. That's right, this divine hall is very strange. Although the specific situation inside cannot be clarified right now, we must at least understand the entire area outside that can be explored. He shifted over, patting his shoulder and praising. I didn't expect you to look reckless, but actually be quite careful. Not bad, not bad, Yi Hao wearily teased. I'm always very careful. Did I leave a very bad impression on you? A map of the interior soon appeared on a screen, the system announcing. The underground wave detection device has transmitted the exploration data. It is currently simulating a three-dimensional spatial image based on the data. Amplification progress, 40%. 60%, 80%, 100% progress. The exterior of the Lost Divine Hall has been fully simulated. He was startled and questioned. The shape, instantly projected onto the image, is that the shape of a colossal insectoid? Ye Hao was shocked. Judging, this Lost Divine Hall is indeed a colossal insectoid. This is too exaggerated, completely beyond the scope of comprehension. He focused on a red sphere, from which countless wires were connected, guessing. And what is that red substance in the center? It feels like it's providing energy to this super large insectoid. Wan Hao turned pale, sticking out his tongue and complaining. Does this mean we have to enter its body to fight the boss? Just thinking about it makes me sick, Wang Chuan interjected. That's not what we should be thinking about right now. The most important thing currently is to figure out a plan. If we can't cut off the connection between this energy core and the Divine Hall will likely keep recovering. We fundamentally can't break through its defense. It's a huge problem. Ye Hao had a different thought. No. This energy core, on the contrary, is a huge surprise for me. Could the key reason why this dungeon has a 5-star adaptability be its existence? Wang Chuan turned and ordered, Figure out a way to sever the connection between the Divine Hall and the energy core. Zhe chuckled and refused. Sorry. With the current technology and equipment, breaking through the Divine Hall's main gate is already the limit. There is fundamentally no hope of destroying the underground main body connection. He turned back, frowning and asking, What about you? Do you have any main tricks left? If you could explore the secret beneath the Divine Hall, I believe you must have a follow-up plan. Yi Hao smiled, shrugging, and said, You overestimate me too much. This Divine Hall is a question mark grade, probably at least level 200 or above. What can I do? He walked away, not forgetting to mock. It seems I overestimated you. Forget it. Then just focus on breaking through the main gate. However, your remaining time is running out. If you fail, you know the seriousness of the consequences. Yi Hao curled his lip, letting out 2 words. I know. In his heart he thought, Can you tone down the pressure? If you truly want to mess with me, do it secretly. Making things publicly difficult like this seems a bit perfunctory. Dewey Sai appeared out of nowhere with his heavy weapon, cursing with a pompous attitude. You're so good, you go do it. Moreover, with the master's ability, as long as a large amount of resources is consumed, a powerful bomb could be manufactured and placed underground to detonate the energy core, cutting off the connection to the Divine Hall. Ye Hao advised. Be quiet, Dewey Si. If the energy core is detonated, the entire dungeon might be blown up. Not only can we not actively do it ourselves, but I will also stop any brainless person from touching the energy core. It is a vital energy source for my 5-star key point, a treasure that must be cherished. He turned to discuss with Great Master Ge. Although the main gate of this Divine Hall has a regeneration function, according to my observation, its recovery requires time. If we hit it with our strongest firepower, it will definitely not have time to recover. The master agreed. This is the only way left. But is our outgoing firepower sufficient? Ye Hao calmly put his hands in his pockets and announced, It has to be sufficient, even if it isn't. Captain Ji has given a death order, saying, I will not let the previous efforts be wasted, nor can I let the Great Master lose his peak prestige. Ge forced a smile and said, Thank you. But speaking of the peak prestige of an engineering-class Great Master, Yi Hao, you are much more suited than me. Yi Hao humbly declined. Don't joke with me. He looped his arm over Ye Hao's shoulder, seriously comparing. I'm not joking, Ye Hao. Since meeting you, I've realized my shortcomings in terms of ability. I fundamentally can't compare with you. Ye Hao waved his hand, admitting his inferiority. No, you praise me too much. Even if I have some petty cleverness and tricks, in terms of experience and expertise, I fundamentally can't compare with you. After saying this, he put one hand on his hip, looking back at Shui Lu and Tang Bing and pondering. Moreover, sitting in this position will only make me a target. It's better to help Ji maintain his status, so my interests in all aspects will become maximized. There is one more thing to deal with next. Ye Hao's wings quickly unfurled, he instructed. Everyone continue to speed up the construction progress. I will go deal with the hidden danger behind us. Wan Hao was startled and stopped him. Wait, Yemahao, what do you want to do? Don't go provoke that woman. He walked over, grabbing Ye Hao's arms, and warned. That woman of Huangzhang is not someone you can handle. Even a powerful person like our captain wouldn't dare to actively provoke her. Although I mocked her earlier, it was just for show. If she really gets angry. Before he could finish, Ye Hao reassured him. Don't worry, brother Hao. I've interacted with her a few times before, and know how formidable she is. I'm just going over there to talk to her. With that, Ye Hao flew off, shouting, I'll be right back. Wan Hao worriedly urged, Ye Hao, absolutely don't do anything rash. Yun Xiao, behind him, cursed. It's best if he does something rash. So what if you can kill a level 90 boss? That woman is level 140. A snot-nosed brat like him who doesn't know his own strength, it'd be great if she killed him. In a flash, Ye Hao landed in front of Shui Lu, saying, Miss Shui Lu is truly in the mood, watching for so long without making a move, don't you find it boring? She lifted her palm, mocking, Indeed, it's boring, even a bit sleepy, but seeing you arrive has cheered me up, because I'm quite surprised that you survived against that boss earlier. Shu Lu propped her cheek with one hand, continuing, What I'm even more curious about now is how you managed to break through the main gate of the temple that even the Mo Gong squad couldn't. Ye Hao replied meaningfully, I didn't expect Miss Shu Lu to think so highly of me, but you probably won't have the chance to see me break through the gate. After all, your Huangzheng base is currently being rebuilt due to the boss's destruction. As one of the top combatants, isn't it better to go back and help? Hearing this, she exclaimed in surprise. What? The base was attacked by the boss? Shu Lu tapped on the system screen, scolding, You know the consequences of lying to me. In her heart, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. When she acted alone, she usually turned off her communication devices. But how could the base be attacked by the boss? Isn't Hanmo's base in between? A series of messages came in. Shui Lu, where are you right now? Come back immediately. The base has been ambushed. Reminder, the base is under attack by the boss. Warning, the base has been destroyed by the boss. She questioned suspiciously. Ambushed. Shu Lu swung her sword, placing it against Ye Hao's neck, and questioned him sternly. Is this all you're doing? Surprised, he dripped a drop of sweat, looking down at the weapon, thinking, The sword is only 1 centimeter away from my windpipe. I'll stop acting tough, and use a shameless lie full of flaws to deceive her. Ye Hao reached out his hand, squinting as he justified. Don't act rashly, Miss Shu Lu. How could I possibly have the ability to ambush you like this? I just couldn't beat that boss, so I wanted to lead it to the base. Who knew our Hanmo base would be trampled by the boss? The others barely escaped with their lives, and after destroying Hanmo's base, the boss rushed towards your Huangzheng base. Sounding plausible, Shu Lu temporarily released him. She stood on her sword and flew away, not forgetting to instruct, Although I don't believe your words, I'll spare your life for now. But remember this. Shu Lu turned her head back, her face filled with murderous intent, warning, If this really was your doing, no matter where you run, I will find you, and make your death very unpleasant. This attitude made Ye Hao's legs stiffen. His face turned pale, and sweat poured down as he thought to himself, Damn it, that expression doesn't look like she's joking. Is she really coming? Being targeted by a level 140 woman isn't a laughing matter. Then he flew back to his original spot. Ye Hao landed but was still worried. I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. If it really comes to that, I'll burn all my assets and use the Dark Shadow Monarch to fight her to the end. Seeing this, Wan Hao anxiously ran over to ask, Ye Hao, you're something else. What did you say to her? She took the initiative to leave after just a few words. What's wrong with your complexion? Why does it look so terrible? Ye Hao scratched his head, forcing a smile as he replied, I'm fine. The hidden danger has been resolved. Now we should focus all our efforts on recreating the offensive weapons. Yun Xiao, behind him, was annoyed and curious. Shui Lu really left, and other than this kid looking a bit pale, nothing else happened? How could it be so strange? 2 hours later, everyone had a smile on their face. One person shouted, Finally completed. The enhanced version of the firepower equipment. We've truly surpassed the Zerg in fire attacks. This is too exciting. They looked at the series of weapons pointing towards the temple and cursed, You damn bugs! The previous ambush caused us so much suffering. This time, we'll let you taste the feeling of being hit in the face with heavy firepower. Jay was still a little doubtful. Although the weapon grade has been raised a lot now, can it really destroy the main gate of the temple that has the ability to regenerate? Ye Kao smiled widely, confirming, Of course, that's not enough. He pulled out a berserker robot. So we also need to add this guy. The soldier stepped back in surprise and praised, Is this the new heavy siege weapon? This is too powerful. It's full of violent beauty. Dui Si flew over to report, Master, although this siege weapon has been modified, it takes time to charge up. The longer the charging time, the greater the attack power. Ye Hao glanced over and said, It's okay, let it charge. Use the other firepower to hold them off first. He stood in front of his heavy machine, reached out his hand, and ordered, Go! Start attacking! The Zerg then became furious and roared wildly. One person was shocked and looked over to call out. Everyone looked over and saw that the Zerg had also set up a fire defense. That creature resembling a long-range cannon looked too strange. But the firepower array on our side was out of their firing range. They were wasting their efforts. The leader laughed a few savage laughs and cursed, Stupid humans. Do you think you're the only ones who know how to set up and control firepower? Then let you see the new technology of our Zerg. Jia sighed from behind. In just 3 hours, the Zerg have evolved a new defensive force? If given a little more time, wouldn't they be able to organize a large-scale Zerg tide again? The Zerg's racial talent is too terrifying. Yang Hao looked over and calculated. It's not a big problem. We're firing firepower at them to prevent them from having time to grow. He suddenly smiled, wondering, In the end, is your temple's recovery speed faster, or is my firepower stronger? We'll be able to see clearly soon. Then Ye Hao looked at Wang Chuan's back and reported, Captain, the rear firepower has been set up. You can order the attack at any time, he said softly. Okay. Wang Chuan closed his eyes, silently acknowledging. To actually be able to set up all the firepower within the allotted time, this Yan Hao is truly making people look at him with different eyes. But is he really strong or just a showman? Let's use the results to verify it. He waved his hand and ordered loudly, Blast this gate into pieces for me. Following that order, the firepower immediately fired out streams of golden energy. Wang Chuan roared in the thunderous explosion of 10x firepower. You want to use a 10x Zerg tide to attack us? Then I'll return a 10x firepower barrage so you don't have time to recover. Seeing the speed at which the temple was restoring itself after those explosions, someone reported, Master, the restoration speed of the temple's walls and main gate is also increasing rapidly, and our alchemical resources have dropped to 85%. Jia AI waved it off. Don't worry about its restoration speed or the amount of ammunition. Keep firing. Ye Hao silently thought about the red orb at the temple. The temple is accelerating the absorption of the core energy. Damn it, you damn insects. Don't suck up all my core energy. Leave some for me. On the Zerg side, they had to continuously withstand these attacks, but they still fought bravely. Your firepower is stronger than before, but it's still useless. Now it's our turn to counterattack. Immediately afterward, a large number of bombs rained down on the shield in front of the soldiers. They laughed mockingly. The Zerg are still throwing bombs. Our range is longer than yours. You can't even hit us. Suddenly, concentrated, self-detonating Zerg armor appeared before their eyes, shaking the ground. Everyone cried out in alarm. These aren't bombs at all. They're self-detonating Zerg armor, and they'll attack on their own. And the number is too alarming, Master. Should we divert some firepower to defend? If self-detonating Zerg armor gets close, we'll suffer terrible losses. Jia AI turned to ask for advice. Ye Hao, what do you think? Ye Hao refused. No need to divert. Continue firing with all your might. I have my own way of dealing with those self-detonating Zerglings, he affirmed, because I'm very experienced in self-detonation tactics. At the same time, self-detonating swarm. The system announced. Self-detonating swarm sacrifices single attack power in exchange for absolute suppression through numbers. A nightmare for those with trypophobia. In an instant, it exploded right before their eyes, he exclaimed. The self-detonating Zerg armor has been annihilated. Ye Hao, you're amazing. But Jia Ai, seeing the energy sources shooting towards him, shouted, More self-detonating Zerg armor is coming. It never ends, Ye Hao. Do you have enough spider mines? Ye Hao bluntly replied. Of course not enough, he exclaimed in panic. What? He secretly asked. Do you see? How much longer until the Berserker is fully charged? It quickly announced. It's at 98%. 5 more minutes to reach 100%. Ye Hao grimly muttered. Can't wait 5 minutes. I don't want to waste too much in this battle. He stretched out his arm and ordered, Fire now! The Berserker immediately fired a terrifying energy stream forward. Its power amazed everyone. This siege weapon is too OP. Not only is its attack power extremely high, but it's also completely immune to the corrosive acid of self-detonating Zerg armor. Ye Hao, watching the Zerg being attacked, explained, Because the Berserker was made by remodeling the horn of the previous boss, the Zerg's corrosive acid doesn't cause any damage to it. Then he continued to order, Go, Berserker, wreak havoc. The two weapons quickly climbed up the wall, and the crowd discussed. They're wrapping around the walls, and they're also dodging other firepower attacks very flexibly. Before long, they cheered excitedly. Are they finally launching an attack on the temple's main gate? It's so exciting. The system displayed. The main gate of the temple is breached. Armor rating 30%, HP 100%. The two weapons suddenly collided and merged, surprising everyone. What are they trying to do? Soon, they formed a hellmeat grinder, The soldiers were constantly surprised. There's even a combination operation. Ran Xiong stared blankly at the terrifying thing, thinking, holy crap, this is too exaggerated. Luckily, this Hao Ye Hao isn't our enemy, otherwise the feeling would be unimaginable. We even provoked him before. Thinking about it now is terrifying. Wang Chuan had to admit, this kid's engineering skills are indeed very good. No wonder Jia Ai also wants to bend the god's bones. However, his actual strength still needs a special test. Ye Hao pondered. No, the attack power is still not enough. It's still a little bit short. It seems that only charging 98% of the energy doesn't achieve the perfect attack state, causing the armor rating to constantly restore to 0. There's only one last way. He turned around and reminded, Master, immediately stop all firepower and use all resources for light bombardment. Then aim at the Hellmeat Grinder and fire, Jia Ai shouted. Understood, so he ordered. Light bombardment, fire at maximum power. Outside, the bombardment quickly fired several streams of purple energy into the machine. The system's voice rang out. Warning, warning, resources are being consumed too quickly. Only 15% remaining. Resources remaining 10%. Resources remaining 5%. Meanwhile, the meat grinder was still spinning madly. Ye Hao shouted. The thrust of the light bombardment will increase the attack power of the Hellmeat Grinder. Go! Before the resources are exhausted, break through the main gate of the temple in one go. It followed his order and smashed hard into the main gate, bursting into a dazzling light. Seeing this, someone exclaimed, finally, the main gate of the temple has been breached. Too amazing. Suddenly, a stream of purple energy shot out from the gap, piercing through the machine, causing everyone to scream in panic. What's going on? The Hellmeat Grinder was annihilated by a beam of light from inside the temple. That beam of light shot towards them at an extreme speed. Wang Chuan quickly used his shield to block the light. Someone cried out in panic. What? What's happening? I saw a flash of light from the temple gate just now. Are we under attack? Ye Hao frowned and thought to himself, I clearly saw the light from inside the gate penetrate my Hellmeat Grinder. It took less than 0.5 seconds to reach our formation, and Jia Wang Chuan was already stepping up to block the attack. My basic strength is still far behind this Jia Wang Chuan, so it's right to outwardly not antagonize him. After that, he retracted his shield, drew his sword, and reminded, just a small trick, no need to be afraid. Wang Chuan turned to look at him and praised, Ye Hao, you did well, you didn't disappoint me. Your dungeon quest ends here. Leave the rest to our Mogong team, just stay put, and await orders. Ye Hao blankly nodded a few times. The Mogong team immediately moved into position, everyone cheering. Is the final infiltration battle finally about to begin? Captain Jia Wang Chuan is mighty. Mogong team, go! Wan Hao cracked his knuckles, his tone full of confidence. Wait for my good news, Ye Hao. See if I smash this lost temple to pieces or not, Li Xing reminded. Don't boast. I'll be recording the battle later. You have to hold back the nausea, don't throw up, and ruin the footage, he casually replied. Who's gonna throw up? Ye Hao smiled faintly behind them, thinking to himself, want to figure out my bottom line, huh? Telling me to stay put, is that preparing to abandon me or wary of me stealing the boss? This Jia Wang Chuan is strong but also very cautious. The muttering ant-men and armored tyrants also rushed up, rambling endlessly. Stupid humans, I've endured you for so long, yet you dare to destroy our temple gate? I must tear you to pieces. Why waste words on them? Just kill them and be done with it. They rushed forward, shouting, die! But were blocked by someone using a reverberating shield, and the attack was reflected. Duration 3 seconds. The energy instantly bounced back towards them, sending them flying. They asked in confusion, what's going on? Our attack was reflected. Wan Hao cleared his throat and yelled, stupid bugs, don't underestimate my sister Lulu's buff. Dan Lu floated in the air, creating a magic circle. The buff squad was layering buffs, and the angry roars and various attributes were continuously integrated. He seized the opportunity to use this buffed power to rush over and punch the monsters relentlessly. Wan Hao landed behind and praised, well done, Lulu, with your buff I feel stronger and can last longer. Lei Yan on the side also flew out, unleashing the Dark Thunderstrike, ambushing and tearing the bug tide to pieces. He yelled, lasting long isn't important, speed is the key. Yun Xiao wielded 2 maces in both hands, interjecting with the thunderous sky strike. With Lulu's awesome buff, I can handle 2 level 80 elites at the same time. Li Xing also raised his hands and unleashed his ultimate skill, his words, dirty, 6 roots cleansed, divine Buddha 6 hands, causing multiple sound waves to shoot towards the bug tide, shaking the entire area, and they cried out in panic. These humans are stronger than we imagine. Wang Chuan walked out of the smoke and bombardment carrying his sword. Such a weak challenge, is this all you mid-tier races have? No wonder you only know how to hide in your lairs. Take out the momentum you had when the bug tide set out. or get out of the way. Solista followed by firing a green energy blast, cursing, "Don't get cocky, lowly beings. Humans, don't think that just because you broke the temple gate you can pass my gate. I'd be letting down the king's trust in me if I didn't blow you to bits." He swung his sword to block the attack, muttering, "King, that's actually some fresh intel." Another one came from somewhere and launched a sneak attack, but ended up with several holes in its body. Wang Chuan sheathed his sword in front of him and questioned, "Who's the king? Is he very powerful?" "Like a cerebrate controlling all of you bugs," the bug shouted. "Get lost! You're talking as if all of you humans are inferior beings." Sakista, connected to the underground circuits, arrogantly saying, "Our race is a higher race than humans, you can't even compare to us." He looked towards those wires, thinking to himself, "It's connected to the temple, directly absorbing the power of the core energy underground." It focused the ray on Wang Chuan, proclaiming from on high, "If you want to know, I can tell you, but only after you're dead." He stood in front of the beam of light and asked, "Still being stubborn, huh?" Gay Qi on the side was wondering, "Are you really not going into the temple, Ye Hao? If you're wary of the stay-put order that Jiao Wang Chuan gave you earlier, I can help. After all, I'm still the overall commander of this dungeon quest, and I have the right to send you anywhere you want to go." Ye Hao flatly refused. "No need," Yen Hao told his team members. "Let's still help with defense outside the temple. After all, our team members' levels are too low. But this opportunity to farm monsters around here to level up is also good," Luo Feng agreed. "Big bro is right. He just has to listen. So I officially assign your Wangjie team to the surrounding area for defense and patrol, to prevent the Zerg from sending reinforcements to the temple, and to guard against the royal government from launching a sneak attack." He thought to himself, "Although I say that, I don't believe Ye Hao's goal is just that. He doesn't even care about the boss. Could he be aiming for something bigger?" He turned around and said gratefully, "Thank you, Grandmaster. Ye Hao already had a plan. The most important thing for this dungeon quest was to figure out how to obtain the ultimate ownership. As for bosses, let it be." Ran Xiang suddenly appeared, demanding to go along. "Big bro, I also want to go with you. Take us with you." Suddenly, an earthquake occurred. He exclaimed in surprise, "Why is there an earthquake? Could the battle with the boss inside the temple have shaken us?" Ye Hao looked down and refuted, "That's not right. This tremor is coming from underground beneath us." Several warning tones sounded continuously, and a fiery red energy emerged, while the system reported, "Underground probes have detected an unknown creature of extremely large size rapidly approaching. Please pay attention and avoid it." The thing burst out of the ground, sending shattered earth flying everywhere. The soldiers standing there cried out in panic. From the warning to its arrival was only a short time. How can we possibly avoid it? A long, wriggling thing with a head full of sharp, circular rows of teeth appeared, causing them to scream in terror. What is that thing?" It turned out to be the rampaging Nightmare San Si. The level 120 dungeon boss was chasing after everyone, who were all running for their lives, shouting, "It's a hidden boss, level 120, and it's already in a frenzy. Run, I haven't even gotten married yet, I don't want to die here." Jia Ai shouted loudly, trying to calm everyone down. "Everyone, calm down. We haven't completely lost our fighting strength. Immediately adjust the remaining defensive firepower and focus it on the hidden boss." As a result, the firepower continuously bombarded it, restraining the dungeon boss. The crowd looked at the flickering flames and discussed, "It really works. No wonder it's a strength and defense turret. It can effectively block 2 attacks from the boss. It can only defend now, but the boss's skin is too thick. Our firepower can't do any substantial damage to it." He pointed forward and ordered, "All combat teams level 70 and above, stand at the front for me. After the defense turrets run out of ammunition, you must aggro the boss," they shouted loudly with burning enthusiasm. Inside the temple, Wan Hao raised his hand to dodge the incoming energy source and suggested, "Hey boss." A level 120 boss suddenly appeared outside. "Do we need to divert some combat power to support them? Otherwise, I'm afraid they won't be able to hold on." Wang Chuan slashed horizontally at Saksta, brushing him aside. "Don't be distracted. Focus on the enemy in front of you. This boss has increased its attack and defense through its connection to the temple, and its true strength has reached level 130. We must concentrate our attacks to avoid wasting our efforts," he replied loudly. "Understood." Wang Chuan rushed forward, thinking grimly, "I'm not deliberately making things difficult this time, but facing this kind of sudden situation, I really want to know how you'll handle it, Ye Hao." Outside, a giant dressed like a bandit rushed over and accidentally bumped into him, shouting loudly, "Kid, get out of my way! Don't block my path!" Yi Hamayo was startled and yelled, "Hey, you're running in the wrong direction. The front line is over there. Why are you running to the back?" These people were the Xiangba combat team, a level 90 combat team. Yu Xiang, as the team leader, said disdainfully, "Like I need you to tell me what to do? Aren't you very capable? Why don't you go up and fight the boss?" A member next to him spoke up, "Boss, we're the highest level combat team right now. Running away like this will definitely result in punishment from the corporation." He glanced over, his tone decisive. I've never fought a battle I wasn't sure of. Punishment is punishment, but it's better than losing my life. Staying with those who stayed there is definitely a death sentence. Who would know we ran away? A student saw this and reported to Jia Dashi. The Xiongba combat team ran away. Our highest level combat team is now only the Feng Yun team at level 85. He cursed. A bunch of cowards. Are their combat team levels made of bean curd? Just then, Chang Feng walked over and interjected. Although the strength of the Xiongba combat team is quite strong, their actions have always been speculative. They run when they see the situation is bad. This doesn't surprise people. Rest assured, our Feng Yun combat team will definitely swear to fight to the last moment, especially alongside Ye Hao. He looked at his team members and said to himself, relying on my combat team alone, we absolutely can't stop it. But with Yen Hao it's different. I'm sure he's still hiding his strength. It's fortunate that he's on the side of the young miss, otherwise we'd have another terrifying opponent. At this time, Ye Hao was entrusting tasks. Luo Feng, you lead Yunfei and the others to retreat. This boss's appearance is a bit strange. I have to clarify a few things. Luo Feng agreed immediately. Okay, boss. Yunfei reminded him worriedly. You have to be careful too. After speaking, Ye Hao turned around and looked at the chaotic battle ahead, pondering. It's a hidden boss, yet it's in a frenzy right from the start, and people on our side can't aggro it. Could it be because we attacked the temple earlier that we angered it? Was it sent by the temple? Meanwhile, the Nightmare Sand Sea was sucking in one machine after another, crushing them with its sharp rows of teeth. The tiny people below screamed, "It's over! The boss sucked all the turrets into its stomach. Our defense has collapsed, but it still has 80% of its health. How are we supposed to fight it? We're definitely dead." Suddenly, the Nightmare Sand Sea changed direction and went towards the temple, causing the crowd to exclaim in astonishment. It's not attacking us. Instead, it's going towards the temple. What is it trying to do? Suddenly, it slammed its body into the temple, causing a violent tremor. The panicked soldiers wondered, wait, this boss is ramming into the temple. Aren't they on the same team? Why are they killing each other? What's going on here? Ye Hao smiled brightly in an instant, saying, I understand now. If I'm not mistaken, this boss must be a wild monster, and its target is also the core energy underground. Others exclaimed upon hearing this. What? He turned his eyes to the Nightmare Sand Sea, which was constantly attacking the temple, and analyzed. Look at the old wounds on its body. Given its defensive power, normal forces absolutely couldn't have created scars like these. It must have been left behind during its fight with the temple for the core energy. Our previous attacks caused the temple to absorb more core energy, so we angered it. Based on that judgment, this boss's greatest hatred from beginning to end has been the temple, so it's not attacking us. This logic makes sense, Chang Feng calculated. Although this boss is level 120, the Lost Temple is of an unknown level. It has no chance of winning at all. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of energy shot out, piercing through the body of the Nightmare Sand Sea, causing it to scream in agony. They shouted, Good heavens! The temple is finally fighting back. The boss is like a piece of tofu in front of it, easily pierced. Ye Hao's expression changed immediately, his mouth agape in panic. The temple actually has this move? Could it be that our firing range is outside its own attack range, or does it not bother attacking us? If not, with the firepower we just unleashed on it, it would only need 1 or 2 attacks like that, and we'd all be defeated. Thinking about it is terrifying. The Nightmare Sand Sea suddenly changed direction, sending several people standing nearby flying away. The soldiers panicked. The boss is attacking us again. Has it completely lost its mind this time? Jia Ame, standing high above, raised her hand to the sky and commanded, Everyone, follow my orders, and run towards the temple. This boss has completely gone berserk and is attacking indiscriminately. He gritted his teeth, thinking, we basically have no chance of winning. Although getting close to the temple is also very dangerous, it's at least better than facing a boss in a frenzied and insane state. Suddenly, several loud mechanical sounds echoed. Jia Ai, startled, leaned back to look at the thing beside her. 2 familiar machines sped forward. Ye Hao warned, Don't go towards the temple. It's very dangerous there too. Everyone was even more surprised and doubtful. Has the Slaughterer and Berserker been repaired? Indeed, it was spinning wildly, launching several slashes at the Nightmare Chariot. He spread his wings and flew in front of it, continuing. The state of the temple is very unstable right now. Getting close will be extremely dangerous, and you'll also be affected by the battle with the boss inside. The Margong squad is barely able to take care of themselves right now, and can't provide support, so leave it to me. Jia Ai looked up, desperately trying to dissuade him. But you've continuously withstood several great battles. Your body and mind must be exhausted. You don't need to force yourself like this. Ye Hao glanced back, reassuringly. Don't worry, I can still handle it. This boss may have thick skin, but its brain capacity is a bit lacking. I like the dumb type like it, he asked in shock. What are you planning to do? Ye Hao immediately commanded. Nana, immediately gather all the mining robots to the position. I indicate, Nana excitedly replied. Yes, master. But what are you preparing for? A series of robots arrived immediately afterward. Ye Hao excitedly shouted, I'll lure the boss over there and then make a big bang. The mining robots quickly formed up in position. Ready to go, Nana announced. Master, everything is assembled here according to your instructions. Ye Hao's voice rang out. Good, very good, Nana. The girl standing on a machine looked at the screen and asked. What should we do next, he emphasized. What we're about to face is a level 120 hidden boss. I need you to do something with all your strength, Nana thought to herself. A level 120 boss. Ye Hao thought of the time Nana was instantly equipped with several guns around her body, outlining the plan. Didn't you previously use your machine fusion ability to transform into a Valkyrie form? I now need you to fuse all the mining robots into a completely new combat robot with even greater power. With your ability, it should be easy to do, right? The girl frowned as she looked forward, hesitating and exclaiming, This. Nana's face turned pale. Sweat dripped down, and she felt fear in her heart. No way? Could it be that my true strength has been discovered by him? Has he also recognized my desire to kill him? How could this be? If he knew I wanted to kill him, he definitely wouldn't be so gentle with me. The characteristics of my ability can indeed make machines stronger. But how should I face him next? Seeing that the girl didn't answer, he hurriedly asked, Nana, what's wrong? Can you fulfill my request? Nana startled, looking at the screen, replying, Yes, I can, master. Nana will do it right away. But in her heart, she thought, For the sake of you saving my life, I'll do as you ask. The girl inside the robot controlled it to raise its 2 drills high, full of confidence. Let me show you the true strength of the machine empress, Nana happily exclaimed. With so many high-level robots as materials, even a level 120 boss shouldn't be anything to fear. Come on, my mechanical servants. Instantly, those machines were enveloped in golden energy, drawn toward the girl's robot. Piece by piece, the armor was disassembled according to Nana's call, become a part of me. In an instant, the robot had undergone rampant fusion. The girl was extremely excited. I'll take a slight loss and create this robot according to your aesthetics. A click rang out. First the chest, they fused together, forming an extremely huge hand, followed by the arm and back. The sounds of assembly constantly rang in Nana's ears. The girl began to complain of a headache and dizziness. Finally, the most important part. I can't do it anymore. My consciousness is gradually blurring. It seems that with my current level, forcibly merging so many machines is beyond the scope of my ability. How hateful. Just one last step. Meanwhile, Ye Hao praised. Well done, Nana. Thank you for your hard work. Then, several sonic booms rang out everywhere. He confidently said, Leave the rest to me. A machine head was quickly attached to the body of the robot. Ye Hao shouted. I'm here to attach the head. He controlled the drill into the sky. This is the Crimson Lotus Frenzy, transformed by the fusion and modification of several mining machines. Although its essence is still a mining machine, the huge drill on the outer arm can drill super hard magic crystals. And it is said that even the sky can be drilled open. The nightmare chariot was at the same time tearing apart the slaughterer. Ye Hao, instantly startled, and exclaimed, The slaughterer is about to give up, but fortunately it hasn't been destroyed yet. He shouted loudly, Come back, slayers! It quickly flew back towards the robot. They began to combine again. Linking together, Ye Hao exclaimed, With you guys, this robot is truly complete. Instantly he, inside the robot with a drill and the slayers as an arm, rushed forward, shouting to attack. Ye Hao thrust the drill straight into the nightmare serpent's mouth, also loudly praising, Not bad, your teeth aren't bad, my drill can't even pierce through, no wonder you eat so deliciously, even eating my defensive fort. However, he raised the slayers and made several sawing motions directly at it, continuing, Your body doesn't seem as sturdy, my attack can at least make you bleed. Nana quickly reminded, Master, this kind of intense attack method is consuming a lot of resources. With our remaining resources, we can only last for 2 minutes at most. Ye Hao turned and made the drill hit the hidden boss. He ordered, 2 minutes is enough. Open up to full power. Seeing Ye Hao run away, the nightmare serpent immediately rushed straight after him. He confidently declared, End the battle in 2 minutes. The girl on the other side replied, Okay. Ye Hao stopped, launching another attack. But it quickly dodged, he wondered. It's actually actively dodging my attacks. What does it want to do? The nightmare serpent unleashed its ultimate move, Gluttonous Devour, right at the magic crystals, Nana anxiously reported. Not good, master. This boss is devouring a large amount of high-grade magic crystals. He angrily yelled, Shut up, you bastard! Those are my magic crystals. Do you know how much money I lost for one piece, you bastard? The girl was also speechless. Why does master lose his mind when it comes to money, completely turning into a different person? What's so good about that stuff? Isn't it just a symbolic virtual item? However, Nana imagined herself waving around money, and Ye Hao bowing down, and couldn't help but get excited. This can also be considered Master's biggest weakness, right? And I can use a large amount of money to knock him down and make him submit. I see it, that's what I'll do. While she was still thinking random thoughts, the drill pierced into the nightmare serpent's thorns. But he exclaimed in panic, "What's going on?" Before it could make it bleed, now it directly becomes a bloodlock. It evolved by hardening the magic crystals, making Yehao afraid and suspicious. Is it covering itself with hardened magic crystals after devouring them, thereby increasing its defense? Nana quickly asked. "Master, if our weapons can't penetrate it, what should we do next?" He imagined the monster he had faced before, thinking, "Isn't this like the three-headed magic crystal monster from the Ju Shi Jun Lin Hui Guild that used magic crystals to harden itself? I have a lot of experience dealing with this type." Yehao discarded the two weapons, cracking his knuckles to reassure himself. "Don't panic." He controlled the robot to jump up to gain momentum, swinging its fist towards the nightmare serpent, continuing, "Just use absolute force to suppress it." What followed was a brutal attack from the humanoid robot towards the hidden boss. After a while, Nana hurriedly reported, "Master, although our attacks are as fierce as tigers, the boss's health bar is still the same, and there are only 20 seconds left before we have to decombine." Yehao confidently said, "It's not time yet. The effect of this fighting style can only be seen at the very last moment." Suddenly, his robot was separated back to normal, causing the girl to scream in surprise. The resources ran out first. How could this happen? A machine frantically ran away while being chased by the nightmare serpent. The two panicked in disgust. The boss still didn't lose health. "We're done for. Stabilize." Suddenly, it vomited a screen of green liquid that looked extremely disgusting. Someone exclaimed in shock, "Boss, what's wrong with it?" At that moment, the nightmare serpent was in an unusual state. Dizziness, strong tremor. The nightmare serpent lay on the ground, the dizziness and strong tremor causing one person to exclaim in surprise, "Damn!" Although it didn't reduce the boss's health, it unconsciously used this weird nasty trick on it and even vomited a pile of equipment. What the heck? What kind of operation is that? Suddenly, it burrowed into the ground. Nana immediately asked upon seeing this, "Master, it ran away. Do we want to take advantage of the victory to pursue it?" Yehao waved it off. "No need. Let it go. Our resources are exhausted, and we can't continue fighting it. But to be precise, we should be the ones who were saved." He raised his hand to cover his nose, looking at the disgusting vomit with disgust, thinking about the most important thing now is how to deal with the pile of equipment mixed in the disgusting liquid. And this smell. Although I am a money lover, I can't face this kind of hell-level test. Only he pointed his finger, assigning the task to the girl. "Nana, listen to my order. Go help me collect that pile of equipment." Nana turned pale and screamed. "What?" She collapsed on the ground, complying with great resentment. "Yes, master." Holding bitterness in her heart, this hateful guy is not ashamed to ask me to do this kind of disgusting thing. You love money so much, why don't you do it yourself, and only know how to order me around? Nana took a deep breath and stood in front of the evaporating pile of goo, calming herself down. "This is disgusting, but it's not like I can't handle it. I just need to turn off my olfactory function and use a high-energy beam to vaporize this corrosive substance, and I can conveniently disinfect the equipment too. So that's an option." Yehao smiled flatteringly. "Well done, Nan." Suddenly, the system announced, "Congratulations, host, for obtaining 800,000 experience points, 500,000 gold coins, and X50 level 100 magic crystals. Abyssal Overlord's Assault, a blood blade melee weapon which increases the effect of piercing armor. Any armor in front of it will be reduced, and the weakness will be exposed." Next is the Cloak of the Lair Lurker, a cloak as thin as a cicada's wing, which can reduce the aura of hate points by 30% and also increase the effect of increased stats by 50%. Then there's the Wild Bug Star Treasure, a clear, viscous liquid from a snake, which I'm not sure what kind of insect race it belongs to. It seems like it can be used in medicine. Also, a gooey insect cocoon, a strange insect cocoon that seems to still be wriggling. The next treasure, a missing black stone fragment, an ancient mysterious stone fragment covered in strange, never-before-seen text. Next is the Trial Grounds instance key levels 1 to 50, which gives you the qualification to enter a special trial instance with unlimited uses. The system chimed. Host activates the special feature of the Ring of Luck, Trial Grounds instance, key levels 1 to 50, upgraded to Trial Grounds levels 1 to 100. He clenched his fist, excited about the pile of items he collected. Rich harvest! Although it's useless to me, it's a great boost to my team members. Abyssal Overlord's Assault and Cloak of the Lair Lurker can directly maximize Chi-Chi's effectiveness. The Trial Grounds instance key levels 1 to 100 upgraded by the Ring of Luck can be used for team members to level up. Yehao put his hands in his pockets and stomped on the insect cocoon, muttering, "The strangest thing is this insect cocoon. What exactly is inside? It feels like it's still alive." Nana, standing behind him, exclaimed, How disgusting. As a mechanical empress, I hate anything soft and wriggling like this the most. Suddenly, its outer shell cracked, causing him to exclaim excitedly, Hey, the thing inside is about to break out of the cocoon. This is kind of interesting. Let me see what you actually are." A cute creature emerged from the cocoon and flew up. It was armor treasure level 110. Ye Hao's eyes lit up like stars, and he exclaimed, "Is this another rare pet being hatched? It's only so young, but it's already level 110? This is too exaggerated. Come on, let me see what you actually are." The little girl sighed, bored. "It's just a little bug. Why are you so happy?" Suddenly, Armor Treasure squinted its eyes, timidly shrinking away from the strangers. He lunged forward, smiling brightly with a sinister tone. "You're quite afraid of strangers, aren't you? Don't be afraid. Come out here, and let me see what kind of species you are." Causing it to burrow back into the cocoon, trembling non-stop. Armor Treasure poked its head out and shouted, You can't do this. I am the noble prince of the insect clan. You are not allowed to harm me." Ye Hao paused, puzzled. So it's not a pet. A little disappointed. But what the hell is a prince of the insect clan? Dewey C chimed in. Although it sounds a bit far-fetched, according to the biological spectrum analysis, it's not lying. Nana warned, "Master, be careful. Don't believe its words. It might be a disguise for some boss. After all, its level is 110. He asked a series of questions. "Let's say you are the prince of the insect clan, but why are you in the belly of that giant sandworm? If I hadn't beaten it until it vomited you out, wouldn't you have been in its stomach for the rest of your life?" It was startled by this and cried out, "Really?" Armor Treasure's eyes widened, and its cheeks flushed with gratitude. "Did you really defeat that nightmare Sand Sea and save me? Thank you, you are my life savior." It recounted its life story. "I was originally royalty of this world, living in the Lost Temple, but suddenly one day my father was brutally assassinated, and before I could find out the reason, my uncle took the initiative to form a faction, using force to seize the throne and take my mother to comfort the people. In name, keep me in exile, but in reality ordered his allies to devour me." Armor Treasure lowered its head, its tone full of grievance. "In order to protect myself, I could only degenerate into an insect cocoon, but my life force was constantly depleted. If you hadn't saved me, I would have died in its stomach sooner or later." He couldn't help but be surprised after hearing this, thinking, I didn't expect that an internal power struggle would occur within the insect clan as well. It seems that power not only changes people's hearts, but even monsters are like this. Then he spoke up. "So what are you going to do next? If you want to act out the insect prince's revenge diary, with your tiny appearance right now, what will you use to fight against your uncle?" It flew up, its eyes shining brightly as it begged. "Don't you have me here? You are so strong, you can definitely defeat my uncle. Please help me." Ye Hao quickly waved his hands in refusal. No, I am not interested in the affairs of your insect clan, and I have no intention of participating in the power struggle. If you want to regain the throne, find someone else to help you." Armor Treasure frowned and said resolutely, "Regaining the throne is not the goal. I just want to save my mother and stop my uncle from destroying this world, because if things continue like this world will be destroyed. If you help me defeat my uncle, you can be the king." He feigned gentlemanliness, punched the back of his hand, and agreed. "Then what are we waiting for? It's not realistic for me to be king, but even if it's to prevent this world from being destroyed, I have to help you defeat your uncle. Besides, a human like me can't be the king of your insect clan." It happily bit Ye Hao's arm, saying that as long as that was the case, it would be fine. Nana turned pale and scolded. "You little bug, you dare bite my master? You're thinking something else, why don't you bite harder?" Suddenly, several strange golden auras emanated from his arm. Ye Hao looked down and asked in surprise, Hey! What is this glowing mark?" Armor Treasure quickly explained. "This is our royal family's mark. As long as you have it, you are qualified to become the king and command my father's old subordinates, although their numbers are very small, and they are exiled to the edge of the world." He excitedly guessed. "So, becoming the king means I can rule this world, I can do whatever I want." He stammered, seeking confirmation. "Yes, that's right, but please, your majesty, refrain from doing anything too outlandish." He couldn't help but worry in his heart. Did I choose the wrong person? Suddenly, the system displayed an image and voice of Jin K. "Ye Hao, what's the situation on your end?" Yang Hao quickly responded. "Basically handled. Unfortunately, the boss got away." He reassured him, "No, it's all right. It's good enough that you're safe and sound. The Mogong squad's battle has also ended, but something unexpected happened. You need to return quickly," Yang Hao replied. "Okay, I'm coming right away." Cut to the inner disciples of the temple, one person shouted. The Mo Gong squad actually managed to take down the gatekeeper boss. Yun Xiao, who was being healed by Dan Lu at this moment, had fallen into an abnormal state. After inhaling this deadly poisonous smoke, he immediately entered a countdown state. If he couldn't detoxify within an hour, his entire body would rot and die. Someone nearby said, "How is he? This debuff is too cruel." Wan Hao frowned, considering, isn't it because this guy got greedy for the fight and carelessly got hit by the boss's skill before it died, turning him into this state? She frowned, confirming, "This debuff, my magic can't remove it. It seems like it needs a special antidote to be removed. But we don't have that kind of medicine," Jia Ya suggested. "If we can bring him back to headquarters, with the resources of the corporation, the alchemist might be able to research it quickly, but even that won't be fast enough to build a teleportation gate in an hour." Ye Hao spoke up. "Then isn't he definitely gonna die?" he thought to himself. "Although this guy keeps targeting me, dying like this would still be a loss for the corporation. At least she would be saddened by this." Wang Chuan said, "Joining the Mo Gong squad means you have to be prepared to sacrifice at any time. If he can't be saved, then that's his fate. There's no need to stop because of this. The key issue is that the squad is now missing a person, and you will temporarily fill this vacancy." The name mentioned was far too familiar. Ye Hao was startled and looked up, shouting, "What? You mean you want me to join the Mo Gong squad?" The crowd couldn't stop discussing after hearing this. Jia Wang Chuan actually let that kid join the Mo Gong squad? Am I hearing things? I've dreamed of joining the Mo Gong squad, but my strength doesn't allow it. But that Ye Hao not only restrained the Zerg army on the front lines, but also chased away the previous boss. He really does have the qualifications. Chang Feng solemnly wondered, what is Jia Wang Chuan planning? Yan Hao turned to leave, refusing. "Can this matter be put on hold? There's something more important right now." Wang Chuan turned to ask, "What is it?" He stood in front of Yuan Xiao and said, "I want to try to see if I can save him." Someone nearby exclaimed in surprise. "Are you kidding me? Even the goddess Dan Lu can't cure him? You think you have a way?" Luo Feng frowned and interjected, "That pretty boy has always been mocking our leader. It's generous of our leader to save him without holding it against him. Consider him lucky, Dian." Dian crossed her arms and added, "Yi Hao must have his reasons for doing this. Didn't he also mock him quite a few times before, and now he's obediently become his follower?" She looked at that back view, blaming herself for being blind before. She didn't know the true strength. It was the boss who made her understand what true strength is, whether it is strength or personality. Dan Lu solemnly reminded him, "This poison is not easy to cure." "Are you sure?" Lei Ya left a message. "Are you stupid? If you cure him, our team won't need you anymore. You're personally burying your future." In the midst of the tension, Li Jing clasped his hands and chanted, "Amitabha, if Benefactor Ye has a compassionate heart, then let him try. Saving someone is also a kind of kindness." He was speechless. He turned to scold, "What kind of logic do you have in your head?" Yun Xiao was lying on the ground, coughing non-stop. "I don't need you to heal me," Ye Hao smiled teasingly. "I advise you to save your strength so you don't die prematurely." He opened and closed his eyes, gritting his teeth, rejecting. "You don't need to pretend, Song Yongxiao. I am not a person who is afraid of death. When I joined the Mo Gong squad, I was prepared to sacrifice. As long as I can become stronger, even if I give up my life, I won't regret it." He sat down and looked at Yun Xiao, reeling off a series of reasons. "I'm not interested in your business. The real reason I'm doing this is for Yin Xuan. Because I stole the boss, she was suspended by the squad, so you had the opportunity to join Mo Gong. If you sacrifice your life because of this, with her personality, she will definitely blame herself immensely. So it can be said that my saving your life has nothing to do with you." Yun Xiao's eyes widened after hearing this. He was speechless. Yun Xiao stammered, complaining, "You are torturing me. I was mentally prepared to die. Now you give me hope to live, and you use this kind of reason that people can't refuse." Too despicable. Ye Hao ignored him and called Du Yi. "With the medicinal materials in my hand, can I create an antidote to treat this poisoning state? Didn't Head Li of Huangjiang give us a lot of prescriptions and medicinal materials before?" It quickly denied. "Sorry, master, there is no prescription for making this antidote in the warehouse right now." His eyes turned white, sweat dripping down, and he gasped, yelling, "What? You've already put on a show, but you say you can't cure it?" Du Yi stammered in confusion. This has nothing to do with me." Jia Bao flew over from somewhere and grabbed Ye Hao's shoulder, saying, "I have a way. Don't I see that you have a newly acquired swarm essence in your system warehouse? You can use that to make the antidote." He remembered that thing and realized, so that's how it's used. "But you're not coming out of my system space. Aren't you afraid of being discovered?" It showed how to fuse and refine, giggling, "Don't be afraid, I have a life-saving stealth skill. They can't see me." Although this swarm essence treasure has the effect of detoxification, it is a bit wasteful to use it only for detoxification. If used well, you can actually make something better, Ye Hao confidently ordered. Then there's no other way. Saving people is important now. Fuse it with my current top-grade antidote. Not long after, it was refined. The system chimed, "Congratulations, host, on obtaining a 10x Swarm Essence Elixir. This is a completely new product after the fusion of Swarm Essence and high-grade antidote, with the effect of slowly detoxifying deadly swarm poison and deadly poisonous smoke, extending the countdown by 10 hours. Dan Lu picked up the glass bottle with the green liquid inside and marveled. "You actually made an antidote, but it doesn't seem to be able to completely eliminate it. It can only temporarily slow it down," Wan Hao laughed. "Don't be so strict. Slowing it down from 1 hour to 10 hours is already amazing." He raised a hand to explain. "Although I can make a medicine that completely cures it, I can only make a portion. In order to cope with the future battle when deadly swarm poison appears again, I deliberately divided the effect of the medicine into 10 parts, so we can at least buy more time." He couldn't help but admire not Kolze Ye Hao. His thinking is so thorough. GK clasped his hands and pondered. That is to say, these 10 hours are the golden time for rescue. Then there are two options now. One is to build the teleportation gate in 10 hours. As long as you make good use of the mining robots you made, it's not a big problem. The second is to quickly pass the instance and complete the task. As long as you pass the instance, you can get a teleportation scroll back to the new city. And you can also go back to headquarters for professional treatment. Ye Hao Yu paused. "My mining machines were used up fighting the sandworm boss. Now I only have 2 left, but if I run them at full capacity, maybe, probably, I'd guess." He cut him off. "You really like to give people difficult problems. Then we can only choose the second option, but the teleportation gate must also be upgraded and built at the same time." He sat down and handed the vial of liquid to Yun Xiao, saying, "The medicine is done, but it's up to you whether you drink it or not." Though he talked big, he still took it, saying loudly, "I believe in the strength of the Mogong team and Captain Jia. 10 hours is enough." Then he downed it in one gulp. Luo Feng immediately snapped. "Ungrateful bastard, our boss saved you, and you don't even say thank you." Wang Chuan walked over to them and reminded, "I won't make any promises to anyone. Putting the mission first, I won't rush through it to save time." Ye Hao suddenly proposed. "Let's go. Before we set off, I have a small request." He stood up, looking at that back, and suggested, "Can I bring my team members with me? After all, we're a unit." He closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and yelled, "What?" Wan Hao also came up behind him, shouting, "Are you crazy, Ye Hao? Where we're going is the insect clan's lair, with an average level above 80. Bringing your level 50 underlings is like sending them to their deaths." Ye Hao turned his face to reassure, "Don't worry, I have plans." Seeing this, he immediately objected. "First of all, no matter what plans you have, our boss won't agree to this kind of request." But Wang Chuan made a decision and right in front of Wan Hao, "It's okay, call your people to set off. No matter if you're going to your deaths or whatever, as long as you don't hinder me from carrying out the mission, I won't stop you." Wan Hao stroked his chin thoughtfully after hearing this. Usually the boss wouldn't care about this kind of request, and would give in to Yin Hao many times. "Lao Jia, what are you planning after all?" Not long after, at the Lost Temple, deep within the temple, the Mogong team fought fiercely with the insect clan, causing them to resist and scream in fear. "Why are there such brutal humans? Run, run." Ye Hao's team quickly enjoyed the experience points. He stepped on a rock and exclaimed, "Following the gods to clear high-level instances. Gaining experience points is really something. Experience points are soaring." "Awesome," Luo Feng asked. "Although this is really great, boss, is it really appropriate for us to blatantly watch like this?" Ye Hao frankly replied, "Who cares about them?" Jia Wangchuan didn't say anything. No need to worry about these things. He suddenly looked down at Jia Bao on his shoulder, asking, "How are you, Jia Bao? Something's not quite right." It closed its eyes tightly, answering in a panic, "Ah, I feel an ominous aura. This is clearly the imperial palace that I used to be extremely familiar with, but now I feel it's very strange." Jia Bao felt extremely uneasy, and also felt that deep in the temple exudes a very evil and desperate aura. Ye Hao stood in front of a cloud of dust, surrounded by strange things emitting red light, and continued, "Now that you mention it, I seem to feel it too." He asked himself a big question. What secrets are hidden deep in this lost temple? Ye Hao glanced at Jia Bao suspiciously. "This aura is mostly radiated by your uncle, and the temple before is like this, very different from now." It looked ahead to confirm. Of course, before, under the rule of my father, the temple was full of pure and sacred energy. Jia Bao recalled the scene of the insect clan bowing down to his father, continuing, "The people of the insect clan lived very happily, and these days have always been maintained." He remembered his uncle making a mess of this place with a bright red color, and said dejectedly, But since Uncle took power, everything has changed. The pure energy of the temple has become evil and filthy energy. Insect races that were infected by evil energy lost their minds, became war-loving and crazy. Seeing this, he crossed his arms and sweated as he judged. The temple energy you mentioned is the core energy radiated from deep in the ground, right? What's the difference between it now and before? Jiabao exclaimed in surprise. What? You actually know the existence of the core energy? It's really unbelievable. An image of a round blue ball, and the connections appeared. He thought of the heart of the insect clan, explaining, it's really not called core energy, but the heart of the insect clans. It's not only the source of the temple's power, but also the energy source of the entire world. The uncle is using strong evil energy to gradually pollute it. Only when it is purified in time can it be restored to its original state. But if it continues, until it is completely contaminated, the whole world will fall into frenzy and collapse. Ye Hao hugged his head with his mouth open in dismay. It's not easy to meet such a perfect instance. If it all gets polluted, what will I have left? This is forcing me to speed up the process. If I don't hurry, this duck will fly away. At this moment, the iridescent dragonfly elite was rushing over. Lei Ya leaned to one side and said, Sorry, I aggroed a monster. He saw him in front and excitedly said, The level of the humans behind is quite low. I'll take people out to vent my anger. He had just said a strong word. Ye Hao had already swung his sword and slashed him. Causing him to die, he roared, What the hell? I'm angry and have nowhere to vent. Don't get in my way. Wan Hao turned his face, lamenting, Why is this kid Ye Hao suddenly so active? I thought he just wanted to stay and leech experience points. Lie Xing folded his hands and chimed in. Although fighting now doesn't need him at all, he seems to have been unable to restrain the prehistoric power in his body. Dan Lu was speechless. Poked him in the head. Lei Ya snorted coldly. Dejectedly said, I still wanted to fix him a bit, but the result was such an easy solution. Boring, she questioned. You deliberately pulled the monster. He denied it with a wry smile. I didn't, Dan Lu proposed. I want to recalculate the distribution method for the team's reward next month. Lei Ye's face darkened and stopped him. Don't, Sister Lulu, I was wrong. Ye Hao stood aside and rejoiced secretly. It's too good. The person finally stood up. Jiabao clung tightly to the collar of Ye Hao's clothes and said, Then next, you will face two choices, he asked blankly. Choices? What choices? I don't have time to choose now. He looked at the two roads, one to the throne of the temple, one to the incubation room, and then explained, Just go straight ahead. Not far away there will be two roads. One road leads straight to the depths of the throne of the temple. My uncle and his guard team must be there, and the other road leads to the incubation room. The uncle used evil energy to transform and increase the incubation speed of the insect eggs, cultivating a large number of soldiers as war consumables. Ye Hao raised his hand to his chin, imagining a horde of insectoids stretching out before him, and thought to himself, No wonder the insect tide from the previous catastrophic level special event was 10 times greater. So they changed the hatching speed. I really want to take down Huanglong now, but this hatchery needs to be dealt with first. I can't let it churn out these berserker troops at such a rapid pace, or the people outside will be in trouble. He glanced over at Wang Chuan, who was fighting the monsters, and calculated. If I told that ice-face the truth, he'd definitely skip the hatchery and head straight for the temple throne. Given his personality, he absolutely wouldn't care about the lives of the people outside or the mission, so I have to think of something. Just then, he spoke up. A fork in the road? Wan Hao asked curiously. The same old trick. Every dungeon has this trick. One side is the boss, the other side is traps and death, but there are good treasures, Dan Lu guessed. The drones sent to scout have all been shot down. It seems like every path is heavily guarded. Lei Ya glanced at Li Xing and asked, So what do? We can only rely on our intuition to guess which way to go. Baldy, why don't you use your super accurate Buddhist intuition to give us some advice? Li Xing clasped his hands together and refused immediately. Can't do it. Since entering this lost temple, my connection to my Buddha has been severed. Ye Hao walked over, slapped the strange wall, and said with great confidence, Based on my rich experience and intuition, I choose this path. Wan Hao immediately agreed. I believe you. You always have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. You must have found something good this time. Li Xing also chimed in. Your judgment isn't much different from my intuition. Wang Chuan, however, didn't hesitate and chose the opposite path. Order! We go this way! Wan Hao shouted in confusion. Choosing a path can cause disagreement too. Wang Chuan insisted on his own way. I don't acknowledge that strange intuition of yours. I only trust my own judgment. The whole team followed him, so he had to comply. Understood. Boss. Wan Hao sighed and patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. Our captain is always like this. No one can change his decisions. You can only listen to him. Yi Hao chuckled and replied, I understand. Who told him to be the strongest? Not long after, a terrifying explosion erupted. Wang Chuan swung his sword, unleashing several strikes at the insectoids, as if he were slicing fruit. He frowned, tension etched in his eyes. They arrived before the temple's hatchery, where rows of blue orbs clustered together, bound by purple threads. A voice rang out. "Is this the broodmother's hatchery?" He gaped, chiming in. "We actually made it to the Zerg hatchery. Our team captain's intuition led us straight to the Zerg's nest." In his heart he thought differently. That's because of someone's willful ignorance. Wan Hao cracked his knuckles and urged. "Although it's not the final boss area, finding the source of the insect tide is still a good harvest. Destroy this place quickly." Lei Ya also gripped the hilt of his sword in agreement. "Destruction is my specialty." Jia Bao flew beside Ye Hao, looking at the smoke and fire before them, and asked in confusion, "How did you know that he would definitely choose this path? What if he chose the same path as you? Wouldn't that be—" He interrupted him. "That's impossible. Wang Chuan has never trusted me. Given his personality, he would never choose the same path as me. I'm just exploiting this trait of his, doing the opposite. Now that he's chosen the path himself, he has to follow it through, no matter what." Finishing his sentence, Ye Hao turned around and commanded, let's go help too. Let's take advantage of the time before these insect eggs hatch, and quickly destroy this place." His battle team followed excitedly. Luo Feng shouted loudly, "Okay boss, my hands and feet have long been itching, and it's too addicting to just sit and freeload experience points like this." Wang Chuan saw Ye Hao brush past him and asked doubtfully, "Were you doing that on purpose just now?" He turned his head, pretending to act. "Team captain, what did you just say?" "What was on purpose? I was running too fast and couldn't hear clearly." He closed his eyes, shaking his head nonchalantly. "Forget it. Nothing. Very good." But the next second his face darkened, his pupils turned red, and he asked himself with murderous intent, did this kid really do it unintentionally? Or did he guess my intentions? Ye Hao, who was running ahead, seemed to sense this aura and felt a throb in his heart. He was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he thought to himself in a sweat, got it, I got your warning. Even if you can't determine my true intentions, you can use invisible murderous intent to warn me. As expected of the top expert of the Mogong battle team, he can't be underestimated." Suddenly a collision of golden energy erupted in front, shooting down to the ground, causing the group to stop and shout, "What's going on?" Something fell from the sky. It turned out to be Diana, level 120, the dungeon boss, wearing cool clothes and with horns on her head, who said, "How dare you destroy my lair? Then you must use your bodies to compensate." Diana covered her mouth and sneered, "You tiny humans can break through the main gate of the temple and break into my territory. I'm really surprised. But it ends here, because you will all die here, or be lucky enough to become nutrients." Lei Ya clenched his fist and exclaimed excitedly, "It's a spider, and the upper half of its body is actually human, but I can't help but say it's quite beautiful." Wan Hao complained speechlessly next to him. "Brother, your taste is a bit special. You can swallow bugs too." It narrowed its eyes and showed disdain. "What rude people. You are inferior and have no bosom, yet you dare to doubt this extremely perfect life form of mine. You can just go die, and don't even have the qualifications to be nutrients." However, Diana suddenly moved her sharp pincers to Wang Chuan, draped her arm around his shoulders, and whispered, "You look different from them. Not only are you strong, but your appearance is not bad. Are you interested in being my male pet? This way you will not only be able to continue to live, but you will also live very happily." The response was a slash that broke off one of its pincers. Wang Chuan said coldly, "I have no interest in bugs," causing Diana to step back in shock and scream. It darkened its face and roared angrily, You actually damaged my perfect body. Unforgivable. All of you must die." Ye Hao smirked from behind, praising, as expected of the one with the top combat power, not wavering in the face of such allure, a true role model for us. Wan Hao interjected, "Don't get me wrong, Ye Hao, don't imitate him. I've never seen the leader react to women. He only has missions and getting stronger in his eyes. It's disrespectful to say, but he's basically a—" Before he could finish, he received a warning glare from Wang Chuan. "Wan Hao, you're talking too much today." He broke out in a cold sweat, forcing a laugh, and shouted, "I didn't say anything," he fearfully exclaimed. "I didn't hear anything either." Team leader Ji, standing in front of Diana, urged, "All right, let's not waste any more time, let's quickly finish this." They immediately shouted in unison, "Roger," and charged forward together. Ye Hao turned his head, reminding his team, to be able to observe the battle between a top team and a boss up close, this kind of opportunity is rare. Everyone should pay close attention. Luo Feng enthusiastically replied loudly, "Roger." At that moment, the Mo Gong team was surrounding the boss, each unleashing their unique special moves: Golden Bell Cataclysm, Wild Endless Palm, Starburst Shadowless Slash, Prosperous City Blessing. Wang Chuan's face darkened as he raised his sword forward, swiftly executing Secret Sword Strike. In an instant, Diana was assaulted with sharp slashes. Dragon reversal. The secret sword dragon reversal reduced its HP to 20%. Tian, witnessing this scene, had to admit, amazing! So amazing! No wonder they're the strongest team in Hanmo. The boss basically has no power to retaliate. That Sister Danlu's healing skills and constant B support are just too effective, Yunfei added. Not only do they have excellent coordination, but their footwork is also very agile. The boss's attack skills don't hit anyone at all. Luo Feng agreed. That's right, everyone can easily fulfill their responsibilities. Not only is the DPS very high, but they also minimize the pressure. Truly a perfect team, Sheng Hao said. It seems everyone has gained something. Although the gap is huge now, the road we have to travel is still very long. I believe one day we will be able to reach this kind of realm as well. A voice echoed from behind. That's right, Chi Dan clasped her hands together, her whole body glowing, secretly admiring. Could this also be considered a kind of love? The bond and friendship between teammates isn't quite like the feelings between me and Miao Bao. This kind of real, hopeful feeling, I haven't had it in thousands of years. Being able to meet Ye Hao is just too good. At that moment, Wang Chuan looked down at the purple energy surrounding his palm, sighing. The unusual feeling is getting stronger, and at the same time, the speed and strength have increased quite a bit. This isn't the effect brought by Danlu's buffs, but from someone else. He frowned, glancing suspiciously at Ye Hao. This feeling only appeared after Ye Hao's team joined. And thinking back to the small battles before, the efficiency of clearing monsters was also much faster than before. Is Ye Hao secretly doing something? Or is it because of the question mark level teammate beside him? This is extremely important, and I must find an opportunity to clarify it. Jia Bao happened to grab his shoulder, asking softly, Ye Hao, can you let those friends of yours spare the Spider Queen's life? Ye Hao questioned. Why, she explained. Because the Spider Queen used to be my mother's closest subordinate. She probably knows information related to my mother. He glanced to the side, considering. This is very difficult. First of all, those people aren't my friends. We're just temporarily cooperating. Asking them to give up the boss to me is basically a fool's dream. If Kai pleads, I'm afraid it will only make Ji Wangchuan suspicious. If he discovers your existence, it will be very troublesome. Jia Bao drooped, only knowing to obey. All right then. Diana, having taken those hits, was furious, raising her hand to grab her face, shouting, Hateful, I can't believe you little humans can push me this far. She seemed to bluntly tear off her face, revealing her true face with 5 eyes and long, sharp fangs. Declare, I can only use my strongest strength to annihilate you. Lei Ya, seeing this, gaped, retracting his previous thoughts. Damn, you should still put your skin back on. I really can't bring myself to do it like this. Wan Hao, with a huge shield on his back, charged towards it, his tone full of killing intent. Already about to die, yet you reveal such a nauseating appearance. Truly hateful, I'll immediately send you to the Western Paradise, Diana said in a deep voice. Then why isn't the one about to go to the Western Paradise you? Suddenly, he paused in his shock. This feeling of numbness. My body suddenly can't exert any strength. At this time, its eyes lit up, looking at the Mogong team kneeling in front of it, laughing loudly, answering, It's right that you can't exert any strength because you have been poisoned by my illusionary toxins since you entered this hatching room. This toxin is colorless and odorless, and can bypass levels and penetrate. The only drawback is that the onset time is a bit long, so I patiently talked nonsense to stall for time with you. Now let you experience the ultimate charm of this hallucination toxin. Wang Chuan propped his sword on the ground, gnashing his teeth. I never expected that even I. Suddenly, his face turned pale, his eyes widened. A beam of blue light directly rushed towards him, causing Wang Chuan to quickly raise his sword to block, while shouting, who suddenly appeared. Ji Wang Chuan, with a mysterious alien fire, appeared, saying, Me, isn't it you? Ye Hao on this side also looked at the person in front of him in surprise. You are me. His mutated version stepped forward, baring his teeth in a smile, answering, That's right, I am you, completely the same as you, and you will never escape this illusion in your life, spending your whole life fighting me endlessly until you lose your life. How's that? Surprised by this fact, or can't you bring yourself to hit your own face? Without another word, Ye Hao punched him in the head, shouting, Then I really have to thank you. I was worried about not finding time to be alone with you. He cracked his knuckles, with Jia Bao on his shoulder, determined not to let go. It seems you're not really me because once I get angry I'll even hit myself. The mutated version then became distorted, but still said stubbornly, Really, it seems you still don't fully understand the current situation. Ye Hao was frowning, thinking, I really don't understand. If it's just copying the external level, it should only be level 10. But looking at its defensive power, perhaps jumping to level 20 also counts as my ability. Could it also be copying the system? While he was still lost in his thoughts, it disappeared, without him knowing, causing Ye Hao to open his eyes wide in surprise. The mutated version immediately appeared behind him, raising his fist, shouting, "You are me, I am you!" Ye Hao gritted his teeth, glancing back, and sighed. Too fast. This definitely has level 20 strength. Just as it swung its fist, he quickly jumped up, retreating backward, dodging that treacherous blow. The mutation clone remarked, "Our true strength is comparable." Ye Hao pulled out his sword, rushing forward with his own intentions. Its speed and strength are indeed not inferior to mine. Could it really have replicated the system as well? If that's the case, then we're in deep trouble. I have to find a way to verify it. The two swords then clashed in a surge of golden energy. The mutation clone praising, "Nice sword, but I have one too." It was at this moment that he could confirm, "You really have replicated my Scarlet Flame Emperor's power." The two quickly retreated to defend themselves, it correcting its wording. Replicated isn't exactly accurate. It should be called a projection. Because as long as you enter this illusion, we are one. Your abilities are also my abilities. Ye Hao questioned. If we are one, and neither can kill the other, what do you hope to achieve? The mutation clone replied with a satisfied smile. This poisonous illusion is originally a final level control skill. Its main purpose is to trap you in this endless mental illusion, battling with me. As for what to do with your real physical body, that depends on my mood. He grabbed his weapon that was stuck in the ground, turning on the deep acting mode. In that case, I have to change my tactics. Damn, this move is too difficult to deal with. Not only am I trapped with no way to break through, even fighting is a struggle. There's no chance of winning at all, so wouldn't that mean even someone as strong as Jia Wangchuan is? The mutation clone didn't care too much. It raised its sword high, spewing a tirade. It's the same no matter who comes. The beauty of this poisonous illusion is that it can control any level. No matter how you hide your strength and level, it's useless. What stands before you is your most authentic self. Once you enter the illusion, there's no way to escape. Unless you kill me. But that's absolutely impossible. Yang Hao pulled out his sword, immediately blocking several slashes from the mutation clone, his tone full of determination. Impossible or not, I have to do it. I don't believe you've truly replicated everything about me, including my system. It unexpectedly repeated the two words. System. What system? Your only ability is the flame attribute. Don't talk nonsense and muddle the waters. You can't win. He thought to himself, breathing a sigh of relief. I really thought it could replicate my system. Outwardly, he continued to act deeply. Damn, even using my full strength is only 5 years. Am I destined to be trapped here forever? Jia Bao on his shoulder squeezed his eyes shut, encouraging, Ye Hao, don't give up, cheer up. The mutation clone became even more delighted, mocking, although I noticed it just now, I didn't expect it to really be you, Your Highness Prince. Why have you turned into such a weakling? It seems you're still as weak as ever. Your Highness Prince. It teared up, anxiously pleading, I have no intention of overthrowing the monarchy. I returned to the temple, only to say goodbye to Mother. Please don't harm Ye Hao. The mutation clone thought of someone bound by chains and suspended high in the air, and laughed loudly, revealing, Your wish has vanished. However, I can be charitable, and tell you something. Right now, your mother is imprisoned in the transformation chamber on the bottom floor of the temple, enduring pain and torment every day. Who told her not to reveal that secret? How is it? After hearing this news, will you be even more grateful to me? Ye Hao patted himself on the shoulder a few times, responding, Indeed, I'm grateful that you only replicated my abilities, not my intelligence. Alright, I've asked what I needed to ask. No more acting. We should get out of here. It was surprised and puzzled, asking itself, Get out? What are you talking about? Could it be a mental breakdown? He frowned mockingly. You even said we're one. Can't you even recognize my clumsy, unconventional acting? I was just pretending to be weak. While helping Jia Bao find out about his mother, Jia Bao chimed in. That's right. The mutation clone immediately scowled, cursing, You dared to deceive me. It swung its sword, saying with certainty, Even if you tricked me, so what? It's useless if you can't get out. Ye Hao blocked the attack, scoffing, That's not so certain, is it? Didn't you tell me yourself? Your poisonous illusion only stole my true level and abilities. It still hasn't stolen my true killing blow. The mutation clone went from one surprise to another, speculating, What killing blow? We are one? What do you have that I don't know? Could it be the system you mentioned earlier? He stood in a blue space, asking, Guess. In his heart he called out, System, pour all the experience points into the Scarlet Flame Emperor. How many levels can the linked level increase? It quickly announced. Currently, the accumulated experience points can raise the linked level to level 130. Furthermore, the system is in existence at a high dimension. It cannot be affected in any way. The mutation clone didn't say much more. It jumped up, slashing down with its sword, replying, I guess you. Slicing down, Ye Hao looked up, muttering to himself. System. Transfer all the experience points into the Scarlet Flame Emperor account. I must continue to strengthen my own survival capabilities. The system reported. Conversion complete. Because the linked level has reached level 130, the second attribute of the Scarlet Flame Emperor account has been unlocked, Dark Attribute. He raised his hand to block the sword, questioning. Dark Attribute, the second attribute, is finally unlocked, the system analyzed. After the Scarlet Flame Emperor fell into darkness, the power of the flame attribute he controlled also transformed, becoming the ferocious dark flame of the dark attribute. Dark flames are not only more powerful, but can also be materialized. The methods of attack have also become more diverse, and at the same time he possesses a completely new attack talent. Even when facing enemies 30 levels higher than himself, he can cope as usual. Ye Hao excitedly exclaimed, "It really is MV+. This way, even if Shui Lu comes to take revenge, I won't be at a disadvantage against her. Could this be called blackening, doubling in strength? I love it, I love it." His eyes suddenly shone brightly, flashing a strange purple color, provoking. Come on, Ye Hao and his new clothes exuded an aura of everyone welcoming the battle. Didn't you want to fight and kill with me forever? Round 2 begins. The mutation clone widened its eyes, shouting, "You actually leveled up in the mental illusion? How is that possible?" It jumped up, summoning its 2 giant arms, questioning. How is it possible to advance 3 levels? You are only 1 level higher than me. I'm not at the point of losing yet. Prepare to unleash the strike. Flame Demon Palm Control. He held the sword in his hand, praising. Can't deny, this knockoff of yours copies my abilities quite well, even knows how to use innate skills. Thus, the 4 giant fists collided, stirring up thunderous sounds. The mutated version replied smugly, "That's for sure, I just need to hold on a little longer. Before you kill me, ruining your true physical body is enough," Ye Hao said meaningfully. "Your possession of my true physical body is indeed troublesome." However, at that moment, the tip of the sword sharply descended toward its head, along with the declaration, "I won't give you the time." The mutated version froze, roaring. Instant kill. Before it could resist, it got stabbed right in the chest. He then widened his eyes, murmuring to himself. Finally, back. Just then, Ye Hao was ambushed, his whole body tied up like a cocoon, suspended high in the air. The newly born insectoids below were cursed and died. Human! Diana turned to run, urgently saying, "That human is not right. Not only can he autonomously control the level increase, but also break through the constraints of the illusion. I must quickly return and report to His Highness." Before she could take 3 steps, she was met by a wall of fire rising around her, causing her surprise and questioning. A familiar voice echoed, "Want to run?" "Not if I don't agree." Ye Hao, having finished off the small fry, strode forward with murderous intent. Diana suddenly knelt down, begging, "Wait, spare my life. The royal prince's uncle, who holds the power of life and death. I was also forced into a corner. As long as you spare my life, I am willing to dedicate myself to the royal prince, leading you into the secret passage to rescue his mother. Please believe me." Jia Bao flew in front, muttering, "This." It turned its head to him, whispering, "Ye Hao, she sounds so sincere. How about sparing her life? Besides, she will take us to save the royal mother." It secretly rejoiced, thinking, "Great! Luckily this dim-witted royal prince is soft-hearted. I'll lead you into the trap later, and let His Highness chop you into a million pieces." However, the intention had just arisen when Diana was cut in half by Ye Hao. Jia Bao was shocked, yelling, "Ye Hao!" Diana, engulfed in flames, collapsed to the ground, moaning, "You! Why, I was almost there." He passionately explained the reasoning. "You are too naive, Jia Bao. You absolutely can't easily believe the repentance of a traitor. Because if she betrays you once, she can betray you a second time. If you truly want to become the king of the insectoids, then you absolutely can't be soft on traitors, understand?" It dejectedly blamed itself. "I understand now. Perhaps it is my weakness that caused the situation to be as it is now. Ye Hao, you are indeed more suitable to be king than me." Ye Hao was indeed blinded by benefits. If there are enough benefits, then it is not that I cannot consider it. We'll talk about it later. Now the most important thing is to seize the time and see what treasures this spider dropped. Jia Bao looked at that receding figure with a drooping face, thinking, clearly so strong that he's not like a human, but in reality, he is just like a normal person. The system's voice echoed again. "Congratulations to the host. For receiving a boss kill reward of 5 million, experience points 1 million, receive the item Deadly Black Silk, data unknown." Next is the dagger forged by the queen, with a bizarre appearance, difficult for ordinary people to control. The blade is infected with a dangerous toxin. Please do not lick it before the fight. Special characteristic. Attacks will cause the target to be poisoned, maintaining the loss of life value. The toxin application can be stacked up to 10 layers. When full, the target will enter a state of inability to fight. The the state can be dispelled. Also, the illusionary puppet, a skill book. After becoming proficient in the illusionary puppet skill, you can imprison the enemy in a mental illusion and create a mental puppet of the same level as the enemy to fight. Damage to the mental space will be reflected onto the original body. Can last for 3 minutes. Note that when the target's body is in the stiff state of the illusionary puppet, no damage can be inflicted. Finally, the exotic insect essence, a mysterious material dropped from the body of the insectoid boss, looks extremely strange. Perhaps someone knows how to deal with it. Ye Hao looked at the system panel, muttering. The items dropped by this boss are all inclined towards control. The toxin dagger, the illusionary puppet, can also drag opponents into the mental illusion, meaning this deadly black silk is not accurately named. I don't know what it, and the exotic insect essence are good for. Jia Bao widened its eyes, exclaiming, I can't believe it's the exotic insect essence. He questioned, is it very rare? What is the specific effect? It imagined a powerful shadow explaining. This exotic insect essence is a rare organ tissue that only grows in the bodies of the strongest insectoids. It can greatly increase cell activity and stimulate great power. But after I was swallowed by the Sand Sea Dream Demon, in order to stay alive, I had to consume the exotic insect essence in my body. That is why I degenerated into my current appearance. But as long as I can absorb 3 exotic insect essences, I can definitely restore my peak strength and normal form.